10 years ago, I adopted a group of girls and trained them to be professional female assassins and spies. They saw me as their everything. But after learning of my death, one by one, they sought death out of overwhelming grief. One stabbed herself in the heart, another crashed a plane into a mountain during a mission, and yet another ended her own life with a gun. But because their actions were all broadcast live, I was reborn into the past. However, when I met them again, they all wanted to have my children. Anyway, no more rambling, let's begin. Right now at the White Bull Service Company, Altoona, Pennsylvania, USA. 107 Plank Road, October 23rd, 2021, 7:50 a.m. A blond man was walking down the hallway, holding a Starbucks coffee. Then he walked over, handed a cup to his red-haired colleague, and asked, "How's the situation?" The other replied, "Everything's normal." The red-haired man turned his head and asked, "How much longer do you think we have to do this job? I've been in this godforsaken place for 3 whole years." The blond man replied, "You can't stand it after just 3 years? 8 years ago, when this company was founded, I was already here." He recalled pensively, "We only have one job. One day, 8 years ago, the company was established with fewer than 10 members. The person in charge ordered, 'Keep a close watch on the guy on the ship for me.' This isn't my request, but an order from the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters in Langley. An order from the White House." The blond man thought to himself, "This is the 69,457th hour, the 8th year and 1st minute of my work for the company. Less than 10 minutes to go." Suddenly, the red-haired man reported, "Captain, something's not right." He turned around and said, "The ship's speed seems to have increased." The screen flashed a red warning, and alarm bells blared throughout the room, causing the coffee cup in his hand to fall to the ground. The blond man hurriedly took out his phone to call someone. "Boss, something's happened." The person on the other end asked, "What is it?" He replied with a horrified expression, "Red alert." At the CIA headquarters in Langley in the White House, the leaders were all stunned upon hearing this news and cursed out loud. The scene shifts to the South Pacific, the British island of Low Sinai, 11:30 a.m. A heavily armed squad is surrounding a man in a red shirt. "You shouldn't have broken the agreement and left the safe zone we agreed upon," he added. Langley and the White House are very displeased about this. The man in red was Manhwa. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and replied, "Just make those who are displeased disappear from the earth." Now, let me speak to the person who can actually make the decisions. Despite having some stubble, he still looked very young. He turned back to the blond man and said, "This is an order." This left the man speechless. The blond man gritted his teeth, not daring to resist, then anxiously handed the communication device to him. Manhwa laughed loudly, his tone full of mockery. "Mr. President, stop cursing. If you curse again, I'll curse back." He took a drag from his cigarette and continued, "You know, any agreement has an expiration date. For the past 8 years, I've given America enough face. Now, I just want to set foot on land. We don't need to beat around the bush. You all know my physical condition. Every time my ship procured supplies, you inspected everything, even a single pill. Not to mention the medications I take regularly. Your medical experts must have already reached a conclusion about my health and the progression of my illness. Right?" Manhwa proposed, "Let's make one last deal. 3 months from now, the entire detonation program for the 16 nuclear bombs I stole from you will self-destruct. My request is simple within 3 months. You're not to use any means to hunt down my people. They will go underground and disappear completely from this world." He toyed with the cigarette in his hand and continued, "This is my final condition. If you agree, we'll pop some champagne and celebrate from afar. If you don't agree," Manhwa flicked the ash from his cigarette and said loudly, "Boom." He sneered, his face emotionless. "The nuclear bombs on your soil will be detonated. Exciting, isn't it? Now I'll just ask you one question. Do you accept or not, Mr. President?" The call continued, with the blond man standing silently behind, observing. After everything was settled, he returned the special phone to the man and said with a smile, "See," the president agreed. "Come on, let's pop a bottle of champagne to celebrate." The blond man snatched the phone, cursing, "You deserve to go to hell." Manhwa laughed and asked, "You seem to have a grudge against me, don't you?" The blond man immediately replied, "Me and 3 departments from Langley. Over 400 elites from the intelligence agency have been serving you for the past 8 years. You are a Lucifer," he angrily retorted. "What the hell is a Lucifer? What kind of damn nickname is that? According to the traditions in my hometown." Then, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "I prefer people to call me Yama." The blond man muttered, "Yama? Fine." The surrounding squad began to close in on Yama. Now you can't escape even if you grow wings. Manhwa sat down on a nearby rock, then skillfully twirled the cigarette in his hand and said, "How could someone like me really let myself be caught by you?" The people in the White House understood. Don't you get it yet? The tumor in my brain has metastasized, pressing on the nerves in my right brain. Moreover, I've also been taking certain drugs that can help me precisely control the time of my death. He took out a lighter to light his cigarette. My life now only has 5 for... Hearing Manhwa's countdown, the blonde man panicked and shouted, "Spread out. Be careful. He's going to make a desperate move." After all, this guy is a user with control-type abilities. When he reached 0, he snapped the lighter shut and took a drag from his cigarette. Hell, here I come. The scene shifts to London. An important figure was walking out while on the phone, surrounded by bodyguards. Tell those vampires at the investment fund, damn it, I don't care if it's risky or not. A projected profit of 10 billion is worth it, even if I have to go to hell. Just as he finished speaking, a bang rang out and a bullet pierced through his head. On the other side, through the scope of a sniper rifle, the man could be seen slowly falling. A girl with a curvaceous figure reported, "Target eliminated." Firefly reporting. Her code name was Firefly, a professional assassin. A minute later, in a nearby alley, Firefly strode on her long legs, wearing a sexy short dress. She was talking to someone on the phone. The toy you made this time isn't bad, but the wind speed judgment was a bit off. She walked towards a red luxury car nearby, opened the car door, and continued. Remember to improve it next time. She sat in the driver's seat, her hands on the steering wheel, and said in a reproachful tone to the girl on the other end of the line, "But don't call me for missions like this anymore." Some ugly bald guy in the financial world made me give up my vacation to work overtime. So boring. An announcement came from the other end. No more missions. The latest order, everyone is to switch to silent mode. Firefly was stunned for 5 seconds, then asked, "For how long?" The other end replied, "Forever." Hearing this, she immediately shouted, "Who gave the order? I want to contact Boss S." Fox on the other end replied, "This was Boss S's order from an hour ago. This is a recording from him." Firefly roared, "You're lying. You damn Fox. You must be lying. If you lied to me like this again, I'll kill you." Fox replied softly, "We've followed him for so many years. You understand him, and I understand him even better than you do." Firefly lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Has he really left us?" She was in extreme pain, tears streaming down her face, forcing herself to listen as the other end continued. His last words were, he hoped we could go to heaven later. As for hell, it's enough for him to go alone. Well, carry out the order, Firefly. This is our last call. So then, see you in the next life. The call ended, leaving only the quiet, desperate beeping and tears of sorrow. Firefly sat there, staring at her phone, feeling numb from the news. The car door opened, and she got out. She held a submachine gun in her hand, standing in the middle of a busy intersection. Firefly pointed the gun to the sky and fired repeatedly. The surrounding people scattered in panic at the sound of gunfire. She stood there coldly, a light breeze blowing her hair across her face, tears still rolling down. At this moment, she was the only one left in the middle of the intersection. Police sirens wailed as police cars quickly approached. Firefly sneered, "Hell, I want to go see it for myself too." Then, she drew a sharp dagger. Her eyes glinting with a deadly light mixed with tears, she stabbed the dagger into her own heart. Fresh blood spurted out as she slowly collapsed in front of her car. The phone screen inside her car was still lit. In the group chat, Yama and the Little Devils, Firefly's profile picture had turned gray. The scene shifts to South America. A plane was flying over a vast jungle. The girl codenamed Hummingbird sat there, holding a glass of wine, also receiving a call. She listened intently, only replying briefly, "Okay, got it." Her foot was pressing on the head of a gagged and bound man. Just like Firefly, Hummingbird sneered, "Hell, I've always wanted to go see it for myself." The plane crashed straight into a mountain range, a massive explosion echoing through the sky. Another girl sat in front of a computer screen, her hands clenched so tightly her nails dug in her flesh, drawing blood. The screen continuously displayed notifications. Hummingbird offline, Jinju offline, Yinwei offline. She gently reached into a drawer to get something. With a pistol in her hand, she began to load it. She smiled, tears rolling down her face, pointed the gun at her temple, and said softly, "Fox offline." Then, she slowly closed her eyes. The scene shifts to a classroom, the view before him a little blurry. The teacher's voice rang out, "Manhwa, come up to the board." Hearing this, he was startled. It was now December 23rd, 2000, 11:45 a.m., class 11A6. His classmates turned their heads, staring at him with wide eyes. The jumbled numbers and letters on the blackboard. It had been too long since he'd seen them. Of course, Chin-Nua didn't understand. He covered his face and muttered, "This really is hell." Then, he gave a mysterious smile. This script, it's the classic trope of a middle-aged man returning to his youth. The scene shifts outside the classroom, a view of the school gate. On the sports field, a group of students were playing basketball. An extremely beautiful slam dunk scored a point. The female students on the sidelines cheered and exclaimed endlessly, "Go for it." Chin-Nua stood there, recalling being punished by the teacher to stand in the hallway for not being able to answer the question. Looking out at the basketball court from there, he sighed. The mortal world isn't worth it. He placed his hand on an advanced math book, then glanced into the classroom. I've transmigrated again. Strange people, a strange environment. Seeing a female student's pencil case with a picture of Ino, Chin-Nua stood there, looked up at the sky, and shielded his eyes from the sun, lamenting, "Is this ultimately a punishment or a reward for me?" Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. Someone, the school beauty, is jumping off the building. A female student was falling from an upper floor. On instinct, Chin-Nua immediately moved his body, then tried to reach out and catch her. His hand was just about to touch the girl. A cloud of dust rose, followed by the image of her landing on top of him. This girl was Sun Kiki, a girl with an appearance as lovely as her name. She stared at him with wide eyes. Some people around also witnessed this scene. A while later, the two stood in the dean's office, the atmosphere unusually silent. Chin-Nua secretly glanced at Sun Kiki. She was still standing there with an innocent expression. He thought to himself, good thing she fell from the second floor. If it were any higher, forget a C cup, even a D cup would have been shattered. Impossible to save. The office door opened, and a man walked in, coughing twice, startling them both. It was the Dean of Discipline, Sun Shengli. He walked in and asked, "Have you been checked at the nurse's office? No serious problems, right?" Chin-Nua smiled and said, "We've been checked. We're fine. I just happened to be standing there, and this student fell from upstairs and landed on me. So I guess you could say I saved her, right?" He immediately turned to Sun Kiki and asked, "You jumped? Why did you jump?" She stammered, I was leaning on the second floor railing to look at the scenery, and I accidentally fell." She was about to cry, changing her form of address. "Dad, I didn't jump." Chin-Nua looked over, thinking to himself, their appearances are so different. She must be adopted, right? He turned to Chin-Nua and said, "Student Chin-Nua, regardless, thank you very much. I've already asked for leave from your homeroom teacher for you. Do you need to go to the hospital? Do I need to contact your family?" He smiled and waved his hand, walking out. "Sir, I'm fine. It was probably just a coincidence that I wasn't injured. A little rest will be enough." Dean Sun was still very enthusiastic. "All right, if you feel unwell anywhere, just let me know." He placed his hand on the doorknob, but suddenly stopped. Chin-Nua was thinking about something. Then he turned around and asked Dean Sun, "Actually, there's one small thing. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Just say it." Chin-Nua frankly held out his hand. "Sir, could you lend me 50 yuan? I'm a bit dizzy right now. I can't ride my bike home." Holding a piece of paper with information, Chin-Nua was now standing in front of an old apartment complex. He quietly walked up the stairs, then into the hallway, looking at the walls. It really has the smell of age. The old door slowly opened. He stepped into a very simply furnished room. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning, quickly organizing everything one by one. Afterwards, he sat at the desk, looking at his personal information. Name, Chin-Nua, age, 18. An extremely ordinary student, with no presence at all. His parents divorced when he was young. His father went abroad and was never heard from again. 6 years ago, his mother remarried, left a few thousand yuan, and entrusted Chin-Nua to his grandmother's care. 3 years ago, to pay off her current husband's debts, his mother embezzled a large sum of public funds. Both of them are still in prison. His grandmother passed away last year, leaving him all alone. Other than people from the neighborhood committee who visit periodically, he has almost no contact with anyone. Even at school, he is an introverted and withdrawn person with no friends. Having grasped this basic information, he smiled smugly. This is good too, simple social relationships. This kind of lone wolf setup really saves a lot of trouble. Chin-Nua looked up at the wall calendar, muttering to himself, "It's the 25th. This is a bit troublesome." At this moment, Chin-Nua was sitting in front of a computer, searching for some information. Only 18, but already used to holding a cigarette from his past life. He thought to himself, only 15 days left. He remembered that around midnight, 15 days from now, that girl would encounter the most terrible and tragic event of her life. Sitting in the internet cafe, Chen Nuo thought to himself, I have to save her. But I have no money for a ticket, no passport, no visa to go to South Korea. The normal way definitely won't work. That night, in Chen Nuo's old room, the light was still on. He sat in contemplation at his desk, a glass of water in front of him. A light flashed in his eyes, and a faint aura emanated from his body, as if he was trying to do something. The glass of water didn't move at all. Chen Nuo leaned back his chair in despair. Tonight, the moon was bright. Seen from outside, Sun Kiki was listening to music. She innocently enjoyed songs about love and healing. Sun Kiki recalled the scene from that day. While walking in the hallway, she recognized a familiar person. It was none other than him, Chen Nuo. Sun Kiki's cheeks were slightly flushed at that moment. Her hands on the railing, trying to lean out to get a better look at him. But unfortunately, her hand slipped and the other students misunderstood, shouting, "The school beauty is jumping off the building." Just remembering it made Sun Kiki blush with embarrassment, her cheeks burning. Why did it have to be him? So embarrassing. Her innocent eyes widened, lost in thought. She looked down at the love letter in front of her, which was written to her by Chen Nuo at the CG film set. The scene shifts to a public phone booth. Chen Nuo's soul had transmigrated into an ordinary high school student with the same name, returning to the past. So, what is the me of this year actually doing? He dialed the number, but only heard a beeping tone. The number you have dialed does not exist. Chen Nuo went to knock on a certain door. He stood outside the door thinking, this is the place I remember living here as a child. The door opened, and a chubby young man came out and asked, "Bro, who are you looking for?" Chen Nuo was stunned. Almost everything from his past no longer existed. He walked down the street, full of doubt. My home phone number doesn't exist. The person at home isn't someone I know. He went to the roadside grocery store. Ma'am, a pack of cigarettes. But the lady at the downstairs grocery store was still the same person. Then he glanced to the side. Even the fat kid who used to bully me is still here. In this timeline, where on earth did I go? It can't be that everything is the same, only I have disappeared. Could it be? Chen Nuo pointed at the sky and cursed. Author, get out here. Did you just use the no explanation trick because you couldn't handle two of me existing in the same timeline? A pin nib shot down from the void, landing right where Chen Nuo was standing. Luckily, he dodged in time. The pin nib grew arms and legs, then pulled itself up by its own head. Explaining now would be a spoiler. I've already thought out the plot. I guarantee the resolution will be convincing. I invite everyone to please read on patiently. The next day at school, the hallway was buzzing with gossip. Have you heard? Chen Nuo from class 11A6 wrote a love letter to the school beauty. At the same time, a familiar female figure approached. She walked past the crowd, gossiping behind her. Look at Sun Kiki. Chen Nuo is really brave. Isn't he afraid the dean will break his legs? Sun Kiki blushed with embarrassment, but said nothing. She continued walking, stopping at the classroom door. Sun Kiki stood there for a moment, looking inside. Chen Nuo was resting his chin on his hand, scribbling something in his notebook. Suddenly, he heard a girl's voice and looked up. In front of him was Sun Kiki. She asked softly, "Are you free right now?" Chen Nuo replied blankly, "What's up?" Sun Kiki appeared nervous and anxious. Her hands clasped in front of her chest, she said, "The letter you wrote me a few days ago, I've read it. I'm sorry, I can't accept it." He thought to himself, this guy was pretty bold when he was alive, daring to pursue the dean's daughter. Seeing no reaction from him, she continued, "I'm talking to you. I said I can't accept it. Don't do things like this anymore." Only then did Chen Nuo reply, "Oh, got it." Sun Kiki hadn't finished, stammering as she added, "We are all students. A student's main duty should be to study." Chen Nuo agreed, "You're right." Then he asked her, "What was your rank in the whole grade for the midterm exams?" Sun Kiki's eyes widened, and she answered guiltily, 196th. He stood up sarcastically, "You really do need to study hard." Then he thought to himself, if I'm not mistaken, there are less than 300 students in the entire grade. He coldly walked past Sun Kiki, then patted her on the shoulder, advising, "I hope you study hard and make progress every day." Sun Kiki's body trembled, and she thought to herself, why does it feel like I'm the one who got rejected? My heart hurts. From outside, the teacher's voice could still be heard in the classroom. There's something I need to make clear. The teacher stood at the podium and announced, on the 10th of next month, our school will participate in a friendly match with Yinbian Sports High School. You can sign up now. The school has posted a notice. You can go and see it. The selected students will need a parent's signature and must pay a 150 yuan participation fee. Chinua suddenly realized, yin bien, North Korea, South Korea, Seoul, this is a path. Then he boldly raised his hand and asked, Miss. Chinua asked, can anyone sign up? The teacher saw him and asked back, you want to sign up? You want to participate in the math competition? He asked doubtfully, aren't there any other competition events? Amidst the loud laughter of his classmates, the teacher replied, go look at the school, notice yourself. Chinua fell silent, and the class continued. All right, let's start the lesson. Everyone turned to page 46. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds, and a gentle breeze was blowing. In the classroom, Chinua had his head down on the desk, sleeping. A voice from below said, let's go, or all the spots will be taken. At this moment, the noise woke him up, and he yawned. Then he stood up, rubbed his neck, and sighed. So boring. Two classmates walked over and invited Chinua to play games. He crossed his arms and replied, sure, I slept enough this morning. It's a good time to get some activity in. The scene shifts to an internet cafe on the street. It was quite crowded. The game screen was displayed up high, and two players were in a fierce battle. The kid with glasses thought to himself, I lost again. At the same time, Chinua stood up and said, I'm not playing anymore. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder. He immediately turned his head. Behind him was a cocky-looking blonde youth, who asked, are you Chinua? Then he ordered aggressively, come out, I have something to say to you. A moment later, in a nearby alley, the thug said to the two kids, you two did a good job, now get lost. On one side, 5 guys were staring at him. Facing them, Chinua smiled lightly and asked, what do you want from me? The guy pulled out a cigarette, and a lackey next to him immediately lit it for him. Then he began to introduce himself. My name is Little Dao. You can call me Brother Dao. He turned and asked, I heard you wrote a love letter to son Kiki a few days ago. After that, Little Dao looked at him with a sneer. Kid, writing a love letter to my woman? Did you ask for my permission? At this moment, in Chinua's imagination, thugs, school beauty, does it have to be this cliche? Then he asked the other guy, she's your woman? Little Dao took something out from his pocket and replied, not yet, but soon. He held up a knife threateningly. Now you know what to do, right? The lackeys beside him arrogantly chimed in. Kid, he's asking you. Hurry up and answer. Chinua smiled and said, I know. Then he clenched his fists and said quietly, good place, no people. He cracked his knuckles, making a cracking sound, and looked at them with a cold gaze. Now I can stretch my muscles. You guys seem pretty energetic too. The scene shifts to son Kiki carrying a lunchbox. She remembered what her mother had just said. It's past 8 o'clock. Your dad is working overtime and hasn't come home. Kiki, go bring this meal to your dad. And so, the girl went to school alone late at night. What a coincidence, and what a surprise. She saw Chinua sitting in the school's parking lot. Son Kiki recognized him. What's he doing here? It turned out Chinua was trying each lock, seeing which bike was his. These two aren't it either. Suddenly, son Kiki stood behind him and asked, what are you doing picking someone else's bike lock? Chinua turned his head and saw son Kiki standing there in her school uniform, revealing her long, slender legs. He broke into a sweat, looked up, and explained, if I said I don't remember which bike is mine, would you believe me? She replied, nonsense, then turned to leave. But Chinua called her back. Wait. Then he smiled at her. Can I ask you a question? Upon hearing this, son Kiki blushed. What question? The two faced each other. Son Kiki thought in a panic. No matter what he says, I have to act cold and try to say as little as possible. Chinua began. Actually, you could be a little gentler with me. I understand you're the dean's daughter. You have to maintain the image of a model student, not break school rules or associate with boys. But you don't have to be so cold and hostile when you talk to me, right? She blushed and replied, what's it to you? Chinua continued, you don't actually have any ill intentions. You're just young and inexperienced, so you only know how to instinctively put on a cold face, pretending to be aloof to draw a line between us. Kids are all like that. Wait until you're a little older. Have a higher EQ, and you'll know how to handle things more gently. Chinua smiled. Look, I saved your life yesterday. Son Kiki turned her face away, trying to argue. Falling from the second floor isn't necessarily fatal. He mused. If not dead, you'd be injured. All right, let's say it wasn't saving your life, but at least it counts as saving you once, right? Even if it was just a coincidence. Unable to refute him anymore, she let out a soft mem. At this point, Chinua started asking about the thug. There's a guy named Zhang Xiong. Do you know him? His nickname is Little Knife or Brother Knife, something like that. Son Kiki replied, I know him. He's blocked me at the school gate twice. The first time, my dad chased him away. But he came back again a few days later. He smiled and said, "For a long time to come, that guy won't be back." Hearing this, she was a little surprised. "What?" Chun Nuo repeated. "I said, for a very long time, he won't come to bother you anymore. After all, it takes 100 days to recover from injuries to muscles and bones." The scene shifts to the city hospital. Inside, someone sneezes as if they were just being talked about. Little Knife was lying there, his limbs in casts and his head wrapped in bandages, struggling to speak. "Did I catch a cold as soon as I got hospitalized?" Back on the other side, the two were walking on the school grounds. Shin Nuo continued, "It's fine. You don't need to know the details. I helped you solve this problem, but actually, I need your help with something. The school is organizing a trip to Yinbian for that competition. Do you know about it?" Sun Kiki asked curiously, "Why are you asking about that competition?" Shin Nuo was still looking for his bike. She reminded him, "Stop picking other people's locks." Then she pointed and said, "Your bike is over there. The black one with the broken basket and the bell hanging off to one side." Shin Nuo turned and asked, "How do you know? We're not even in the same class." Sun Kiki said shyly, "I just know." He teased her with a smile. "You just know?" She turned her face away and changed the subject. "Why are you asking about the competition?" Shin Nuo was direct. "I want to go, but I saw the notice. I don't qualify." She asked curiously, "You want to go to Yinbian?" He replied, "Yeah, to see the snow. Your dad is the dean of students. You must know if there's another way to join." Sun Kiki thought to herself, "See the snow? Just when I thought this guy was acting quite mature, he's back to being flippant." At this moment, Shin Nuo's attention was unintentionally drawn to Sun Kiki's small, pretty lips. After all, she was the school beauty. His face flushed and his heart pounded. This girl, doesn't she know how devastating that action is? Don't just make foul moves like that. Suddenly, Shin Nuo's stomach rumbled. Sun Kiki asked with concern, "You haven't had dinner?" He replied, "Yeah, because I'm too poor." "Why is this guy so flippant?" She added, "I know your family situation is difficult, but it's not so bad that you can't afford to eat, right? If you really don't have money, I'll talk to my dad and help you apply for poverty assistance." Seeing Chun Nuo turn to look at her, Sun Kiki quickly explained, "I don't mean to look down on you." Chun Nuo asked, puzzled, "You seem to know a lot about my family. Did you go out of your way to ask around?" Sun Kiki blushed and denied it. "Nonsense. I heard it from others." He glanced at the lunchbox in her hand, then pointed and asked, "Is that food in there?" She quickly hugged the lunchbox and replied, "This is my dad's dinner." Chun Nuo suddenly broke into a relaxed smile, one that came from the bottom of his heart, completely genuine. A while later, under the bright moonlight, he found his bicycle, a chicken drumstick in his hand, taking a delicious bite. He ate while riding, praising how good it tasted. While Chun Nuo was enjoying his food, on the other side, Dean's son asked his daughter, "Kiki, why is there a drumstick missing today? How is one enough to eat?" Back at the old apartment complex, the light in Chun Nuo's room was still on. Inside, he was doing one-handed push-ups. He thought to himself, "This is currently the most suitable method for physical training. 1,800 kilometers, the Yalu River, the 38th parallel. I must quickly improve this body strength." He continued to train, and the water in the cup on the table suddenly rippled. The scene shifts to 2 days later at school. Chun Nuo stood in front of the academic affairs office, musing. Teacher Liu wasn't a tenured teacher before. The guy isn't a teacher, but the head of the planning department of an education company sent to the school to manage academic affairs. He pushed the door open and walked in. The school was about to undergo staffing reform. The future of number 8 high school, which had the worst college admission rate in the district, was to be acquired by the education company and turned into a private school. Therefore, to be precise, Teacher Liu should be called Staff Liu. To deal with this type of hired employee, seeing him, Teacher Liu asked, "Student, what can I do for you?" Chun Nuo asked, "Teacher Liu, I didn't sign up for the friendly match in Yinbian, but I heard that there are student representatives who get to go and observe the match." Teacher Liu replied, "The student representatives for observing the match are of course elected by each grade, with the signed approval of their homeroom teachers and grade leaders." He then placed an envelope on the desk. Seeing this, Teacher Liu asked suspiciously, "What's this?" Opening the envelope, the teacher's eyes lit up. Inside was a bank card. Teacher Liu's attitude changed instantly. He smiled and said, "Look at my memory. I almost forgot we still have 3 volunteer spots. You know what a volunteer is, right? You travel with a group, eat and live together, but you have to do some service work." Chun Nuo replied happily, "No problem, as long as I can go." The teacher instructed, prepare your personal file, student ID, and a copy of your ID card. He had already prepared them and immediately took them out. Teacher, it's all here. After taking them, the guy said to Chin-Nua, all right, you can go now. The list of students in the delegation for the friendly match will be posted on the notice board this afternoon. The teacher's eyes watched him intently, following his departing back, thinking to himself, this kid is not simple. Finally, school was out, and students swarmed out like a broken beehive. Kiki walked down the road thinking about her test score and couldn't help but sigh. When she got her test back, she had only scored 45 points. She immediately clenched her fists, looked up at the sky, and told herself, son Kiki, don't do so poorly on the next test. I have to stay above 60 no matter what. Kiki sighed. Her usual score was only around 60 anyway. How did it get this bad? She walked past the notice board, where students were buzzing with discussion. The list for the friendly match delegation is out. My name is on it. I'm going to Yinbian. Kiki remembered Chin-Nua saying a few days ago that he wanted to go there to see the snow. She curiously went closer to look at the list, and sure enough, Chin-Nua's name was there. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she said softly, this way, he really gets to see the snow. In the hallway, a flurry of hurried footsteps attracted the student's attention. She immediately pushed open the door to Dean Sun's office, calling out, Dad. Then she walked in and said, Dad, I want to join the delegation for the competition in Yinbian. He asked doubtfully, weren't you uninterested before? Why do you want to go now? Kiki stammered, it's to see the snow. Dean Sun said, the list has already been finalized. Kiki immediately acted spoiled. I don't care. I can also join the choir to go along. He asked doubtfully again, didn't you say before that you didn't like singing, which is why you quit the choir? Kiki pouted and said, well, I like it now. The scene shifts to March 1st, Jinling train station. Kiki stood there, a suitcase beside her. She looked left and right, as if searching for a companion. Someone in the group shouted, volunteers, help move the luggage. Chin-Nua was also walking in this direction. Seeing him, Kiki immediately waved hello. Chin-Nua walked over, about to help her with her suitcase. But suddenly, someone was a step faster. It turned out Dean Sun had also come to see his daughter off. A moment later, Chin-Nua asked, why are you here too? I didn't see your name on the notice. What are you doing here? Kiki replied, I'll come if I want to. Is it any of your business? It's to see the snow. So what? Dean Sun watched from the side, worrying. Why is this brat always hovering around my tender little cabbage? Why did I turn down the task of leading the group this time? The train slowly started moving, carrying the students to Yinbian. The journey was quite long, but luckily the weather was beautiful today. In a 4-person air-conditioned sleeper cabin, Chin-Nua was leisurely lying down and reading a book. From the next bunk, a voice said, Student Chun, go get some water and clean up the luggage in the corridor. I have a camera in my bag. Move the things carefully, don't drop it. But he was met with silence. Teacher Lu looked over and said, I'm talking to you. Chin-Nua glanced at him and replied, Teacher Lu, I'm here to travel, not to be a coolie. Are you mistaken about something? The teacher said sternly, you're a volunteer. The meaning of a volunteer is, Chin-Nua retorted, I've already paid you the travel fee. If you're not satisfied, either issue a receipt and give me a refund. Otherwise, just tell the lead teacher to kick me out of the group at the next stop. I'll get off at the next stop and go back to school on my own. Teacher Lu was so angry he was speechless, standing there cursing. You rotten kid, you've got guts. He quickly took out a cigarette and offered it. Don't be angry. Teacher Lu, harmony brings wealth. Although unhappy, the guy still took a cigarette. He put it to his lips and took a drag, immediately coughing his lungs out. Teacher Lu's face turned purple with anger, cursing inwardly. Damn it, turning on me is one thing, but even the cigarette is fake. Are you even human? Finally, everyone arrived at Yinbian Station. Kiki got off the train with her suitcase. She thought to herself, what's wrong with me? Joining this group just because of that guy's name. Suddenly, a hand took the suitcase from her. Chin-Nua tossed her can of water and said, drink this. She took it, looking at him with a different expression. He effortlessly lifted Kiki's suitcase. She also began to see him in a new light. Looking at Chin-Nua, a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, and she hurried to follow him. In the room, Teacher Lu's voice rang out. What? You want to leave the group? There are still 4 whole days left. He reacted violently. No way. If something happens, how am I supposed to explain it? Are you trying to get me killed? Chin-Nua calmly took out his phone and pressed play on a recording. Their conversation had been recorded by him. Teacher Lu, I've already paid you the travel fee. If you're not satisfied, either issue a receipt and give me a refund. Otherwise, just tell the lead teacher to kick me out of the group at the next stop. I'll get off at the next stop and go back to school on my own. You rotten kid, you got guts. Teacher Lou flew into a rage, shouting, "You rotten kid, you set me up. I'm warning you, don't play with fire. You think recording a few sentences will make me." As he spoke, he lunged forward and grabbed Chinua by the collar. "I'm not kidding, believe it or not. I'll report you for leaving the group without permission right now." But Chinua remained perfectly calm. "Don't act rashly, teacher. Mutual destruction won't do either of us any good." After feigning anger, Teacher Liu dropped to his knees, begging, "Student Shun, it wasn't easy for me to get this job. Please don't ruin it for me, okay? How about this? I'll give you 200 yuan. You can go for a walk, and I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat." The guy said loudly, "The soft approach doesn't work. The hard approach doesn't work. You just had to force me to use extreme measures, didn't you?" Chinua closed his eyes, turned, and walked away without a word. A moment later, Teacher Liu was seen groveling at his feet, pleading, "I was wrong, Student Shun. Can you let me off? I'm begging you." He sat down, patted the guy's shoulder, and said, "Old Liu, why must it be like this? I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you that I'm leaving the group. As for how to cover it up, I believe you can handle it. There are always more solutions than problems." With that, Chinua walked out coldly. "I'm leaving. I'll leave the rest to you." He didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. "Good luck, wage earner." 36 stars, the border between country N and country B. Chinua stood there, looking at the other side. Crossing this area was country N. It was late at night, and the temperature was minus 13 degrees Celsius. Chinua hid behind a large rock. He silently observed the area to his front right, then quickly dashed across, slid for a distance, and crouched there. The military border searchlights swept back and forth relentlessly. Chinua saw a light about to hit him and quickly jumped to the side, then used Lingbo footwork to weave between two beams of light before dropping to the ground, basically safe. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. Chinua looked up, his face a little tense. In front of him was a soldier. He immediately asked, "Who's there?" Then quickly reached for the gun at his hip. Chinua quickly stood up and delivered a swift, powerful chop to the back of his neck. The soldier fell slowly without a sound. He quickly caught the soldier, covering his mouth with one hand, and gently dragged him to the side. There were two other soldiers on the watchtower. One of them seemed to notice something was wrong. He said, "I think something flashed in the light." The other replied, "Probably just a crow. Besides, our hidden post down there is watching." He nodded. "True. Crossing the border isn't just about getting past us." In the dense forest, Chinua was still silently crawling forward bit by bit. He thought to himself, "This untrained body is still too weak." Then he continued forward. He put something in his mouth and took a small bite, then looked ahead, replenishing some calories, preparing to cross the minefield. He thought to himself, "To others, this minefield is extremely dangerous, but to me, it's the easiest line of defense to break through. I've carried out missions here many times in my past life. I'm already familiar with the path." And so, he carefully crawled through the minefield step by step. Then he smiled, thinking, as expected, another 30 meters and I'll be out of the minefield. His joy was short-lived as his knee hit something. He frowned and looked back, cursing, "Damn it, old habits die hard." His leg was pressing on an anti-personnel mine. Chinua used his hands to clear away the snow, revealing the mine. Weighing nearly 3 kilograms, highly explosive, with a metal detonator, a blast height of 2 meters, and a kill radius of 10 meters. Chinua slowly took off his jacket. The moment his knee moved, the detonator in the mine casing would spring up like a compressed firing pin, and he would be blown to bits. He took out his tools, carefully cut his jacket, cutting a small piece of fabric from the uniform pocket to make a pressure pouch, then moved it next to the leg pressing on the mine. Chinua looked down, holding his breath. This was truly a dangerous situation. He gently slid the piece of fabric under his leg, trying not to lift his knee, as any slight movement could blow him to smithereens. His face was full of anxiety, sweat pouring down in the freezing weather. He carefully placed the fabric over the mine, then took the pin from his jacket and squeezed it gently. Next was to use the pin to secure it. He extended the fabric strip, then used the pin to stake it to the ground. After that, he put his uniform back on and said, "Next, fast. Get a pencil lead. As he spoke, Chun Nua took a pencil from his pocket and gently removed the lead from inside. After a tense moment, he closed his eyes to calm himself. Then he opened them and looked down, sweat still streaming. Chun Nua placed the pencil lead down and told himself, "Now, insert the pencil lead into the safety pin." Over here, the next performance. The grand chorus of Song of Unification, performed by the choir of Jiangning No. 8 High School. Kiki stood in the choir, cursing inwardly. "Chun Nua, you hateful jerk, you bastard." She craned her neck to look at the audience, her eyes wide with confusion as she thought, "I haven't seen him for 2 days." Back in the minefield, after inserting the lead into the mine safety pin, there was a click. Chun Nua let out a sigh of relief, thinking, it should be fine now. He straightened up on his knees and said, "The pencil lead inserted into the safety pin replaces the broken firing pin, plus the pressure pouch made for the uniform fabric, double insurance. Surely God won't mess with me." He muttered to himself, "God, you brought me back to this era. You can't let me die so young, right?" He glanced to the side, found a safe spot, and quickly jumped to the right, dropping to the ground and covering his head. The mine remained silent. A minute later, he glanced over. Seeing no movement, Chun Nua slowly stood up. He stood there and cursed. Damn it, an American-style square meter mine. It must be from Fatty Lee in the South. He walked away, a little unhappy. Chun Nua continued forward, not forgetting to think resentfully, "I'll remember this grudge." He reached the trench dug by the army and quickly jumped down, sitting there and sighing in relief, finally safe. At the same time, 2 Special Forces soldiers jumped down, appearing in front of him. The 3 of them stared at each other. The 2 soldiers immediately charged, and Chun Nua quickly rushed in as well. He closed in on one, pushed him down, extended his leg, and then dodged to the side. Next, he reached into his jacket. Chun Nua threw a knife straight at the soldier behind him. That soldier couldn't react in time, standing there as he watched the knife fly towards the middle of his forehead. The naive soldier stared wide-eyed as the knife was about to embed itself in his head. By the time he could react, it was all over. He slowly fell. Chun Nua immediately turned to look at the other side. There was still one left. The remaining soldier held a knife in one hand and taunted with the other, beckoning, "You come here." He held a pen in his hand, frowned, and said, "Come on then. You think you're Shintum?" And so, the 2 immediately clashed. After the sound of impact, the 2 stood back to back. Blood dripped from the other soldier's mouth. He groaned inaudibly, tears streaming down his face. Chun Nua glanced at him, watched him fall, and sneered, "Don't be so arrogant in life." After that, he stripped the soldier's clothes and put them on. With his camouflage, he could blend into the South Goryeo border defense with a little care. And so he left, leaving the naked corpse lying there. The scene shifts to 3 p.m. on January 6th, 2001. Chun Nua stood there, wearing a red jacket and a baseball cap. He looked much more refreshed, having taken the opportunity to get a neat haircut. He put on his backpack, walked out to the street, hailed a taxi, got in, and fastened his seatbelt, and said to the driver, "To Gyujong." At this moment, Chun Nua finally let out a sigh of relief. He recalled a commissioned mission from his past life at Hai Youngjae's villa, which was also this mission. He had met Li Yingxian when he was 22. Back then, he had dealt with a few guards and was standing before a large door. He slowly pushed the door open and was met with the sight of a girl in a sexy nightgown, holding a gun pointed at the door. At that time, he was the 22-year-old Chun Yenluo. She was pressing down on an important figure, the gun barrel against his head, then turned her head and said, "The bodyguard is late." He immediately rushed forward, roaring, "Damn it, you lunatic!" Hearing the gunshot, the guards outside were startled into realizing their boss was in danger. By now, Chun Nua had slung Li Yingxian over his shoulder, holding a submachine gun in one hand and carrying the beautiful girl with her hands tied, who was constantly screaming, "Let me go." The guards appeared and blocked their path, shouting, "Stop." A few more appeared from behind, confirming he was surrounded. Chun Nua raised his submachine gun, spun around in a sweeping motion, and took down 2 of them in an instant. The remaining few fired in anger, shouting, "Bastard." With his superb skills at the time, he managed to dodge the dangerous bullets, then turned back and fired, finishing them off. The scene shifts to a wooden cabin in the forest. After escaping, he mercilessly threw Li Yingxian to the ground and said to her, "This is my house. No one can find us here." Li Yingxian at that time was a crazy girl with serious psychological problems. She sat up in a seductive pose, looked up, and asked, "Is that so?" Does that mean we can do whatever we want? He didn't answer, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Li Yingxian gently caressed his face. Then a flash of resentment appeared in her eyes, and she slid down, changing her posture, seemingly about to attack him. She threw a punch, but he was just as quick, twisting to dodge it, then delivering a chop to the back of Li Yingxuan's neck. She was instantly knocked out. A while later, she slowly opened her eyes. Chen Nuo was still there, while Li Yingxian was wrapped in a blanket and hung up, a gag in her mouth. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He smoked and said, "Li Yingxian, quiet down a bit," despite her struggles and muffled sounds. The next morning, still at the wooden cabin, Chen Nuo untied Li Yingxian and asked, "Calm down yet?" He held a gun in his hand and continued to ask, "You really want to die?" She lay there and asked back, "Why did you save me? Because I'm beautiful?" Then she shot him a sharp, questioning look. "Want to sleep with me?" Chen Nuo used the butt of his gun to lift Li Yingxuan's chin, then smiled and commented, just like a little girl swallowed by fear and hatred, trying to act fierce, fearless, and crazy. Her eyes lit up as she looked at him and continued to ask, "Are you very powerful?" Then she moved her face closer and said, "The extremely powerful kind. I saw you kill a lot of people last night and still got me out." He smiled and replied, "You could say that. In this world, there aren't many who can be my opponent." Li Yingxian immediately knelt on the ground. Her attitude completely changed. She bowed and begged, "Help me. I have a few more people I want dead." Her hands trembled as she clenched them. "As long as I can get my revenge, I'm willing to give myself to you. Do anything for you, anything." Li Yingxian placed her hand on her chest, tears streaming down her face. Her voice filled with hatred. "I'm begging you." She remembered her family. Her parents were murdered when she was young, and now she was on a path of revenge. Just like that, for 2 years, she stayed by Chen Nuo's side, receiving his training from martial arts to shooting. Her marksmanship also improved day by day. 2 years later, she finally achieved her goal. She approached her enemy with a gun, then a gunshot rang out. The guy was shot in the middle of his forehead and fell on the bustling street. It was a rainy day, the rainwater mixing with his blood. The gunshot sent people into a panic, screaming, "Someone's been killed." After finishing the job, Li Yingxian knelt in the rain. She clenched her teeth, the long-suppressed emotions in her body about to explode. Li Yingxian burst into sobs, clutching the photo in her hand. Rain and tears mingled together. She looked at the only remaining family photo, thinking to herself, "Dad, Mom, brother, I miss you all so much." A black umbrella appeared, letting her cry her heart out. Chen Nuo chose to get wet, holding the umbrella firmly over Li Yingxian. Only later would he learn what she had gone through on that night of January 6th, 2001. She slowly opened her eyes, and he asked caringly, "You're awake?" Chen Nuo smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen someone cry until they fainted." She lay under the warm blanket, looking at him with some surprise. He slowly stood up, and Li Yingxian immediately reached out, grabbing his shirt and saying, "Can you sit beside me and watch me sleep? I'm afraid if I wake up in the middle of the night and don't see you, I'll want to take a gun and kill myself." Chen Nuo agreed. After all, this poor girl had suffered such a great trauma since childhood, only now being able to get her revenge. Li Yingxian began to ask, "Can I tell you the story of Li Yingxian?" She began to narrate, "I remember that night was very dark, the wind was very strong, and it was very cold. Mom was scolding my brother for fighting at school. Then they burst in, they killed my dad, transferred the company's assets. Then they came to our house, and in front of my mom and me, they killed my brother, the brother who had loved me so much since we were little, who always protected me. Then they brutally humiliated my mother, stabbed her to death with a knife, and nailed her up in the courtyard. After that, the guy who stabbed my mother to death threw me onto the floor and raped me, right next to the sunflowers my mother had planted for me." Hearing her story, Chen Nuo couldn't help but clench his teeth and ask, "They didn't kill you?" Li Yingxian replied, "No, probably because I was pretty, they want to lock me up to rape me." On the way, as he was taking me back, I found a chance to jump into the river and escape. He asked again, "And then what?" She continued, "After escaping, I went to a friend of my father's from when he was alive. He took me in, and then that very night he raped me, and even handed me over to that murderer." At this point, Li Yingxuan's tears fell uncontrollably. "I took the chance while he was on the phone and used a chopstick to blind him. From then until I met you at 22, I lived in hell." She looked at him as if to repay him and said, "From today on, I live only for you." If you tell me to live, I will live. If you tell me to die, I will die. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do. If you tell me to kill, I will kill the whole world. My world has long been nothing but darkness. I can only catch the single ray of light from you. Truly the only ray of light. Shinnuo replied, no. If this world is only darkness, then shine on your own. She was stunned. He added, no one can place their hope in others. Everyone can shine on their own, no matter how small or weak. So, learn to shine on your own, and take good care of yourself. Shinnuo placed his hand on Ling Xuan's neck, smiled, and said, from today on, I'll call you Firefly. Back to the present. The driver's repeated calls startled Shinnuo awake. He turned back to announce, sir, we've arrived at Apgujeong. Shinnuo got out of the car and walked forward. A door slowly opened, and a little girl with a bow in her hair, holding a lollipop and blowing a bubble with her gum. This was the 16-year-old Li Yingxian. Shinnuo saw her standing in front of someone. Their paths crossed, and they bumped into each other, causing Li Yingxian to fall to one side. She angrily turned around, about to curse, but a hand appeared and grabbed her arm. Shinnuo lectured, girls shouldn't use foul language. Li Yingxian's eyes widened as she asked loudly, hey, who are you? He slowly let go of her arm, then gently lifted his hat, smiled, and said, hello, Firefly. Li Yingxian was stunned. Firefly? You, what are you talking about? Who are you anyway? Shinnuo reached out and took the hood of her sweatshirt and replied, me? I'm someone who fell from the sky. He smiled, put the hood on her head, and continued, just to help you drive away a nightmare. Li Yingxian's gaze was a little dazed. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Then she gave a dangerous smile and immediately launched a knee strike. But Shinnuo was just as quick, immediately stepping back to dodge it. Li Yingxian turned and ran, shouting as she went, pervert, hooligan. Shinnuo calmly followed behind her. She shouted loudly, officer. The young girl went up and said something to a police officer, then turned and pointed in Shinnuo's direction. They both looked that way, and Li Yingxian was shocked. The person she had just told the police about had vanished. She thought in a daze. That person disappeared. 1800 hours, January 6th, 2001, in National Intelligence Service. A row of photos and weapons were laid out on a table. A man's voice rang out. These are two of our agents who were unexpectedly killed last night while carrying out a secret military mission at the border. All items found at the scene are here. He continued, in addition to these, 300 meters south of the victims, within our defensive minefield, an American-style Claymore mine was found, disabled by a special method. Everyone at the meeting table was focused. The person continued, the information and photographic documents, along with a preliminary analysis, have been sent to you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a military infiltration targeting our country. Then he said, grimly, the enemy from the north has drawn its sword against us. To protect the security of the great Nam Goryeo Republic, the Blue House has issued an order demanding that we, at all costs and in the shortest time possible, find the northern enemy who has likely infiltrated our territory. Everyone at the table shouted in unison, loyalty, loyalty. At the same time, north of the border, a secret border command post. The leader on this side announced sternly, the enemy from the south has entered. I order all comrades, from this moment on, to upgrade patrol levels throughout the region and conduct a comprehensive sweep of the entire area and defense zone. Then he said sternly, we must find the infiltrating enemy and absolutely not let their plot succeed. He turned to the person beside him and asked, who was in charge of the area where the incident occurred last night? Before getting an answer, he ordered, execute him by firing squad. Meanwhile, Shinnuo was sitting on the roof of some family's house and sneezed. Then he muttered to himself, is someone thinking of me? As he spoke, he pulled out some chocolate to eat and said while chewing, forgot to buy water, I'm dying of thirst. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted over. Shinnuo realized it seemed to be the smell of chicken soup. He then peeked down, trying to look inside the house. A young boy was kneeling there, and a woman's voice scolded, you child, why did you get into a fight at school again? The boy obediently replied, Mom, I was wrong. Then, looking over at the dining table, Li Yingxian was sitting there smugly, a playful smile on her face. From a roof, Shinnuo looked down through the window as a car sped up and screeched to a halt in front of their house. He suddenly realized that today was the moment the tragedy would occur. Several men in black got out of the car and went inside. That's too many people, several cars, more than a dozen men carrying weapons stormed in. Shinnuo observed, saying, has it started? They were now standing in front of the house. Side story, what kind of person was Tran Diem La in his past life? The CIA and many other intelligence intelligence agencies had studied him, and the conclusion was infuriating. This guy's behavior was unpredictable, but two things were certain. First, Tran Diem La was extremely protective of his own people. Second, he and his teammates had a symbiotic relationship. This relationship transcended love, family, and friendship. You are my only hope for survival. Boss, pat my head. This side is okay. Good night, Xiao Gang. Good night, Xiao Gang. This unbreakable symbiotic relationship only officially ended when Tran Diem La passed away. Hell, here I come. So, in this life, how will Tran Diem La, having decided to change the tragic fate of his subordinates, embrace a romantic relationship? We invite you to read the following chapters to find out. The scene changes to the hotel where the student group is staying. Hearing the continuous knocking on the door, Teacher Lu came out, coming. As soon as he opened the door, Cuckoo appeared before him. He smiled and asked, "It's Cuckoo, isn't it? What's the matter so late at night?" She asked softly, "Where is Chun Nua? I haven't seen him for 2 days." The teacher feigned a yawn and asked again, "Is something wrong?" "I was asleep," Cuckoo asked naively. "I'm here to see Chun Nua. Teacher Lu, I have something to tell him." Teacher Lu was still evasive. "But it's so late, I have to sleep too." She persisted. "Teacher Lu, where on earth is Chun Nu?" He secretly pressed a button on the phone hidden behind his back. The phone rang, and Teacher Lu pretended to answer. "Hello? Is this Director's son?" Hello, sir, hello. Is something the matter?" He glanced at Cuckoo and said into the phone, "Oh, what a coincidence you should say that. Your daughter." She immediately clasped her hands together and said softly, "Don't tell my dad. I was never here." Then Cuckoo turned and ran away. Teacher Lu stood there and continued, "It's nothing. Director's son, you were saying?" Certain she was gone, he gently closed the door, then slid to the floor, his eyes welling with tears as he lamented to himself. These days, it's so hard to make a living. The scene changes to the house Chun Nua is watching. The underlings, armed, stormed in, kicking the door open for their 3 bosses to slowly approach. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed in the hallway. Then they kicked open the dining room door and rushed in, startling the 3 people inside. Ling Xuan's brother jumped up and demanded, "Who are you?" An underling immediately kicked him to the ground. "Get out of the way." The 3 men walked in. From left to right, they were Sa Taeyong, Ha Young-jae, and Sa Kyung-hoon. Ha Young-jae tilted his head to look inside. Outside, Chun Nua was also watching silently. He recognized him. It was the man Li Yingxian had dealt with in her past life. The massacre of the Li family in the previous life had to start with these 3. Ha Young-jae and Li Yingxuan's father had been partners in a freight transport business in 2000. Their freight business had grown to a considerable scale. That year, the brothers Sa Taeyong and Sa Kyung-hoon were secretly involved in all sorts of black market dealings, such as smuggling high-profit goods, illegal drugs, and human organ trafficking. They had set their sights on Mr. Li and Ha Young-jae's company. They managed to pull director Ha Young-jae to their side, but were rejected by Li Yingxuan's father. In the end, director Ha Young-jae colluded with these 2 gangster brothers, murdered chairman Li Dong-hyuk, who was Yingxuan's father, and dumped his body in the waters off Australia. At this moment, her brother was beaten black and blue, covered in blood. The boy collapsed at his mother's feet. Another henchman ran over and grabbed her arm. He was rough and cruel, making Yingxian scream in terror. The room was in chaos. The Li family of 3 had no chance to fight back. Chun Nua noticed the clock on the wall. According to his memories from his past life, something was about to happen. As Yingxian trembled in fear, her eyes filled with tears, the pervert Sa Kyung-hoon looked at her and said, "Li Dong-hyuk's daughter is really pretty." But Chun Nua's gaze seemed to indicate he already had a plan. Suddenly, the sound of a fire engine's siren blared from outside, stunning them all. Hearing this, Sa Kyung-hoon immediately let go of Li Yingxian and walked towards the door. Then he opened the window to look outside. At this moment, Chun Nua was hiding on the roof right above him and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" A henchman replied, "Boss, there's a fire truck." He cursed, "Damn it, of all times." Sa Taeyong spoke up, "We can't do it here now. Take them all away." And so, the gang escorted the Li family of 3 into their cars. Chun Nua remained there, watching silently. He smiled faintly. Luckily, there was an empty house next door that could be used. But next time, he had to calculate the timing more precisely. According to his calculations, Li Yingxuan's father must already be dead. What he could change was only to save this widowed mother and her children. Then he moved downstairs. This place was indeed not convenient for making a move. Chen Nua's calculation was very clear. Killing this scum was a small matter, but having a dozen corpses suddenly appear in the house would inevitably cause great trouble for the mother and her children. He ran into the garage. He had to change locations. He drove a white car out from inside, then quickly gave chase. Chen Nua silently tailed the convoy of black cars ahead. They also left quite quickly. In Hai Young-jae's car, he recalled the scene from earlier, thinking to himself, so Li Donghyuk has a day like this too. Then he cursed inwardly. You used to lecture me like a dog, used fake news to get more money, fame, and status than me, and even stole the woman I secretly loved, giving birth to those two bastards. The person next to him handed him a cigarette. Sa Taeyong asked, "What's wrong? Still feeling uneasy?" Ha Young-jae took out a lighter to light it. Sa Taeyong beside him continued, "When we get there later, that woman is yours tonight. Do whatever you want with her." After hearing this, he took a deep drag, then said viciously, "I don't just want to enjoy Li Donghyuk's wife, I also want to taste his daughter. Even if that bastard goes to hell, he'll still be a loser." After speaking, he threw the half-smoked cigarette outside. An abandoned factory in the south of Seoul. Yingxuan's mother tearfully begged Ha Young-jae, "Please spare our family, for the sake of the decades of brotherhood between Li Donghyuk and you." He advanced with a cold smile, a leather whip in his hand. She cried while clasping her hands, trying to plead. He didn't respond, but raised the whip and brought it down, his face showing a look of anger. A mother's instinct took over, and she used her body to shield her two children. The whip had just torn a gash in her white dress, and blood seeped from it. Yingxuan's mother tearfully turned back to question Hai Young-jae. "Why are you doing this? What on earth did we do wrong to you? Has your conscience completely rotted away?" Her brother glared at him, then struggled and lunged at him, cursing, "Bastard!" The boy grabbed him and pushed. Ha Young-jae immediately punched the boy, cursing, "Get lost." The henchman rushed forward, punching and kicking, despite the mother's anguished pleas from the side. Don't. Yingxian knelt there, tears streaming down her stunned face. "If this is just a nightmare, please let me wake up soon." Her eyes lit up as if remembering something. She remembered the young man she met that morning. When she asked what he had said, the answer she got was, "Me? I'm someone who fell from the sky just to help you drive away a nightmare." At this moment, her whole body seemed to freeze, staring straight ahead. A white car sped from outside, stopping right in front of everyone. The Sa brothers raised their hands to shield their faces. The henchmen also covered their heads, blinded by the glaring headlights. Yingxian squeezed her eyes shut and cried loudly. Then, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. The car door opened, and she realized it was her family's car. Chen Nua got out, stood there, and coughed twice. "I'm telling you, there's a problem with your car." Facing a crowd of people armed with all sorts of weapons, he stood there calmly showing off. The clutch is loose, there's a noticeable jerk when accelerating, and the steering wheel is a bit loose too. It needs to be readjusted. Yingxuan's eyes widened, recognizing the young man. She was stunned. This was perhaps her family's only hope right now. He gave her a friendly smile. "We meet again, little firefly." Chen Nua coldly walked into the middle of the crowd. Yingxian was still in disbelief. Her eyes lit up, realizing it was really him. Sa Kyung-hoon spoke up, asking, "Hey, who are you?" Immediately after, Sa Taeyong ordered his henchmen to take care of that guy. One of the men in the crowd rushed towards him with a baseball bat. He swung it from behind with great force. Chen Nua remained incredibly composed. He glanced at the man, then leaned to the side to dodge. Before the man could react, he lifted his leg at just the right moment, delivering a powerful kick to his face. A fierce knee strike deformed his face, the impact even breaking his neck, killing him instantly. The man fell weakly to the ground. Witnessing that speed and power, the Sa brothers were a little worried and shocked. Sa Taeyong ordered, "What are you standing there for? Get him together. Kill him." As he finished speaking, the henchman quickly rushed forward to attack Chen Nua. He moved as lightly as the wind, and wherever he went, their henchmen fell. The leaders watched, dumbfounded. A series of blood-curdling screams echoed through the warehouse. It was unclear what was in Chen Nua's backpack, but it was now stained with blood. Sa Taeyong's eyes widened, a look of terror on his face. Chen Nua turned his head slightly, glancing at them. Most of the henchmen had been taken down. He frowned and ordered, "Kyung-hoon, Kill him. Ha Young-jae on the side also hurriedly chimed in. Right, kill him. You were once the most elite soldier of our in-country's 5th Frontline Army. He's no match for you. And so, Sa Kyung-hoon pulled a dagger from his clothes. Seeing him approach, Chun-Nua gently placed his backpack on the ground. After a brief exchange, he sighed with a bit of fatigue, then said, "Let me remind you, you're the second person in this world to point a knife at me. Do you know what happened to the first person who pointed a knife at me?" He replied, "Too much nonsense," and quickly rushed forward to attack. A diagonal stab, which Chun-Nua dodged by tilting his head, the dagger grazing his neck. Then he followed up with a kick, which Chun-Nua quickly stepped back to avoid. The kick missed, hitting the car and denting the door. After that, Sa Kyung-hoon repeatedly stabbed at Chun-Nua's head, but he dodged every time. A moment later, he extended his leg to stop, then looked at him and smiled. "All right, I've seen enough." Chun-Nua began to show signs of counterattacking. Seeing this, he immediately rushed forward to stab and shouted, "Die!" Chun-Nua struck the hand holding the knife with his fist, a blow that sent the dagger clattering to the ground. Without giving him a chance to breathe, Chun-Nua swung his other hand, striking Sa Kyung-hoon across the neck. He froze from the blow, a gurgling sound coming from his throat, unable to speak. Blood flowed out, and his whole body seemed lifeless. In Chun-Nua's hand was a sharp blade. He raised it and said with a deadly gaze, "Flashy moves. Unnecessary." Seeing this, Ha Young-jae's face showed fear and anxiety, and he backed away. Chun-Nua turned his head and found him turning tail to run. He picked up his backpack and said, "Trying to run?" As he spoke, he prepared to throw it, shouting, "Not a chance." As he finished, the backpack hit him in the head with a thud. Just one hit sent Ha Young-jae sprawling face first onto the ground. Several bricks fell out of the backpack. Sa Tae-young's face turned pale with fear when he saw this, and he cursed, "Damn it, there are bricks in the bag." Chun-Nua glanced at him and asked, "What are you looking at?" This was obviously prepared to smash you. After speaking, he turned to face him. For a moment, both were silent. Sa Tae-young's gaze shifted to Li Yingxian standing there, and a vicious idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He grabbed her shirt and roared, "Come here." Sa Tae-young held a knife to Yingxuan's neck, taunting, "I don't care who you are, it seems you care a lot about this little girl. So let me go." The sharp blade was right at her neck, and her tears continued to fall. Chun-Nua frowned and looked over, asking, "Yingxian, little girl, are you very scared?" Her whole body trembled. She was speechless, tears automatically streaming down, looking utterly pitiful. He gave her a friendly, encouraging smile. "Don't be afraid." His sincere gaze moved the little girl. At this moment, she placed her absolute trust in the young man before her. Chun-Nua raised his hand and said, "I didn't originally intend to use this move. I just haven't perfected it yet. I'll use you for practice first." He held out 2 fingers, which was a bit confusing. Then he closed his eyes tightly, as if concentrating his spirit on something. His face turned pale. After that, Chun-Nua sighed. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of black aura. Once done, he slowly walked toward Sa Tae-young. He trembled slightly, his face showing terror, and thought in confusion, "What's happening?" He couldn't move at all, feeling as if his whole body was being squeezed by the air. At this point, Chun-Nua was standing calmly in front of him. He gently took the knife from his hand, saying, "You're the 3rd person tonight to point a knife at me." Then, he skillfully twirled the knife in his hand and pulled Yingxian into his arms. Just as she rested her head on his shoulder, the knife plunged straight into Sa Tae-young's heart. He grunted, unable to resist. His complexion turned ashen. Chun-Nua gently pushed him back with his hand, and Sa Tae-young's stiff body fell to the ground. Chun-Nua stood there, looking down coldly. He placed his hand on her cheek and asked with concern, "Were you scared?" The little girl seemed stunned by his cool demeanor, motionless, unable to say a word. He smiled faintly, comforting her, "Don't be scared anymore. I told you, I would drive away your nightmare." 2 hours later, at Li Yingxuan's house, she was sleeping on the sofa, covered with Chun-Nua's school uniform jacket. Yingxian slowly opened her eyes and sat up with a start. Then she looked around and realized she was in her own home. A male voice asked, "You're awake?" Chun-Nua came out holding a small bowl and said, "You were overly frightened and fainted." Then he lifted the bowl and drank it all down. After finishing, he set the bowl down, smacked his lips, and praised, "Oh, that's really good." He walked over, held out his hand, and asked, "Can I have this jacket back now?" Seeing the girl didn't answer, he added, "I was afraid you'd be cold when you fainted, so I covered you with it. But you were holding it so tightly, and I was afraid of waking you. so I had to leave it for the time being. Chen Nuo had been doing all the talking, while Ing Xian just stared at him blankly. Chen Nuo took hold of the jacket, but Ing Xian remained seated, clutching it tightly. He sighed, looked at her, and said, "Hey, little girl, this jacket is mine." Ing Xian sat there, thought for a moment, and then gently let go. Chen Nuo put the jacket in his backpack and said, "I've heated up the chicken porridge in the pot. You can eat it if you're hungry. Your brother is slightly injured. Your mom has already applied medicine for him. Before you woke up, your mom and I talked about some things." He sat down in front of Ing Xian and continued, "As for the specifics, she will naturally tell you. My advice is, it's best for your family not to call the police. After all, I've already taken care of all the trouble." He unconsciously reached his hand towards her face, but then suddenly stopped. Her gaze towards him was still as innocent and pure as before. Suddenly, she proactively took his hand, then gently placed it on her own cheek, her round eyes wide, her cheeks slightly flushed. This small action from Ing Xian stunned him for a moment. Only then did she speak, asking with concern, "Why do you talk like you're so much older? You only look a little older than me." He didn't rush to answer, but asked back, "Were you very scared tonight?" That scene, well, but my time is limited, and under the circumstances, I couldn't have handled it better. I didn't want you to see those things either. Ing Xian looked at him obediently and replied, "You told me not to be scared, so I won't be scared anymore." She hesitated for a moment, then asked Chen Nuo, "Can you tell me who you really are? Tonight, what exactly happened tonight? You said you fell from the sky." Hearing her silly question, he chuckled, then patted Ing Xuan's head and said, "Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Your mom will tell you the specifics." Chen Nuo added another instruction. "Oh, right. Your mom was a bit agitated. I used some methods. She's sleeping now and should wake up in about an hour. As for your brother, he's too impulsive, so I've tied him up." He gently pinched her small ear, then softly instructed, "From now on, remember to study hard, understand? Also, don't learn to swear and curse like adults, remember? Oh, right, don't get tattoos. Getting tattoos at a young age is incredibly ugly. Don't learn to smoke or drink. Hey, did you remember everything I said?" Ing Xian nodded and repeated, "Yes. No swearing, no cursing, no tattoos, no drinking, no smoking. I'll do everything you said. I definitely will." But after hesitating for a moment, she blushed and asked directly, "Can you tell me your name?" Chen Nuo lightly tapped the little girl's forehead with his finger and said, "Why do kids ask so many questions?" Seeing him stand up, she quickly asked, Are you leaving?" He replied, "Yeah, or should I stay here for the new year?" As he spoke, Chen Nuo walked towards the door and picked up his backpack. Ing Xian still called after him, "Tell me, are you human?" "You're not. You're an angel, right?" Hearing this, Chen Nuo was taken aback and replied, "Huh? What angel? I don't believe in God. I believe in second brother Guan." Suddenly, the black suitcase on the floor moved. He immediately kicked it a few times, yelling, "What are you moving for? Move again, and I'll smash you with a brick." She asked curiously, "What's in the suitcase?" Chen Nuo replied, "Who else could it be? He Zheng Zai. That old man is still of some use to me." Then he turned to leave. "All right, I'm going. Take care." Ing Xian reached out and grabbed his sleeve. She knelt on the sofa, looking at him innocently, and asked directly, "Can I see you again?" Chen Nuo asked in return, "Do you like fireflies?" Ing Xian smiled and replied, "I do. In the summer, my brother takes me to catch fireflies." Just as she said this, Chen Nuo placed his hand on the back of her neck, and somehow, Ing Xian slowly fell against him. Chen Nuo said softly, "Don't catch them anymore." The little girl's eyes were shut tight, as if she had been knocked out or hypnotized, his figure vaguely appearing in her mind, trying to reach out to hold him back. "Don't go. Don't go." Ing Xian suddenly woke up, her face full of panic, still shouting, "Don't go." She sat up on the sofa and looked around. Only then did she sadly lower her head, confirming that he was really gone. She accidentally noticed something was wrong. Ing Xian's eyes widened. She turned and discovered the study. Ing Xian sat at her desk, murmuring, "Don't." She was writing down the list of things Chen Nuo had told her not to do. After writing for a while, she forgot and said to herself, "What else was there?" A moment later, an idea flashed in her mind. She thought of something else, and then murmured as she wrote on the list, "Believe in second brother Guan." But who is second brother Guan? Ing Xian tried hard to remember. Right, there was that shirt. It had a school logo on it. She scribbled the few characters from the shirt onto a piece of paper from memory, then realized it seemed to be Chinese. After writing, Xian knew it was Chinese and excitedly stood up, saying, I remember there's a Chinese dictionary in my brother's room. Then, the little girl immediately ran to the bookshelf to find the dictionary. Outside the window, Xian's brother was tied up and hanging there, watching his sister. She murmured, Jiangning, the old address of Jiangning Vocational College, which is now Jinling City. Despite her brother being gagged and dangling for a long time, his sister inside was completely unaware. The scene shifts to Hansheng, Hezheng Zai's secret residence. Chen Nuo carefully put on gloves, then slowly unlocked the suitcase. He opened the suitcase and looked inside. The old man, Hezheng Zai, was lying inside, his face bruised and swollen, tears and snot streaming down. He screamed, asking, Who the hell are you? No rush. Chen Nuo gently grabbed the old man's ankle and dragged him across the floor into the next room. He pulled him into the bedroom, went to the head of the bed, and gently moved the nightstand aside, revealing a secret safe door. Chen Nuo turned his head to look at Hezheng Zai and proposed, Let's make a deal. You open it. The old man asked back, Will you let me go? He replied, I can let you die with dignity. The old man was so scared he stammered, Dignity? Chen Nuo smiled. That's right. You can choose the most decent set of clothes from the closet to wear and then die. Isn't that very dignified? Hearing this, the old man hurriedly begged, Can you spare me? I'm begging you. Please let me go. Then Hezheng Zai kowtowed a few times, trying to plead. I can give you money. I can give you a lot of money. All my money is yours. Just don't kill me. I don't want to die. Chen Nuo resolutely pointed at the safe, demanding, Open it. He stammered, his eyes filled with tears. The password is... The door opened, and inside there was indeed a ledger and a lot of gold and silver. Chen Nuo picked up the ledger, then tossed it aside, saying, I'm not interested in this. I'm not interested in your books. Then he reached in to grab the money. Chen Nuo smiled meaningfully, stuffing the money and gold into his backpack, saying, I'm just taking a little money to get by. After taking the money, he stood up to leave, but a photo on the wall caught his eye. Chen Nuo grabbed his hair, then looked at the photo and asked, Is that ship yours? He asked curiously, How fast can it go? The old man replied, 30 knots at its fastest. Chen Nuo proposed, Then one more condition for our deal. I'll take this ship. He immediately bargained. Then you have to spare me. Trade it for my life. You can't kill me. He smiled and agreed. All right, deal. I'll spare you. Where's the ship? The scene shifts to a large yacht. Music is playing on it. Chen Nuo is excitedly at the helm. Rewind a few hours. Hezheng Zai is tied up and lying there, while a bald man is screaming his lungs out. You've definitely got the wrong person. I don't know you. Why are you killing me? Chen Nuo replied, No mistake, Han Zhenyuan. Your best friend's daughter, Li Yingxian, in her past life, came to you for help when she had nowhere else to go, only to be raped and sold out by you. He continued to scream, What past life? I don't know what you're talking about. No need for much explanation. Chen Nuo pushed the oil drum tied to him into the sea, saying, Go down there. The king of hell will explain it to you. And so, an oil drum dragged 2 people down into the sea. The oil drum sank, pulling both of them with it. Chen Nuo stood coldly on the boat. He chuckled softly. I almost forgot. I am the king of hell. Back to the present. Suddenly, Chen Nuo's nose started bleeding. He wiped the blood away, thinking to himself, as expected, you can't just practice ultimate techniques recklessly. To save Li Yingxian, I forced myself to use an ultimate technique, and now the side effects are here. Then he ignored it all, standing on the boat and dancing. He shouted along with the lively music and song, then raised his middle finger to the sky, as if cursing this damn life. The scene shifts to the Yinbian Auditorium. A representative is giving a speech. This is the final group exchange activity. May the lead teacher of our Jiangning number 8 middle school please pay attention. All students must be present. All the students were present, with only one empty seat belonging to you-know-who. Kuka looked to the side, thinking to herself, Chen Nuo didn't come again. I haven't seen him for 4 days. If any student is absent, the lead teacher and the absent student will be severely disciplined by the school. Over here, Teacher Lu held his head, blaming himself. How could I have been so blinded by money? He stood up, stubbed out the cigarette he had just smoked, and thought gloomily, this time, that brat Chen Nuo is going to be the death of me. Just as he was about to look up, a person appeared in front of Teacher Lu. It was the head of the exchange group, Principal Fong. He looked down and asked, Luong, didn't you say that student named Chen Nuo would be here early? It's been half an hour. Where is he? He stammered, saying, he might have gone to a nearby internet cafe to play games. Principal Fong also knew that boys this age are all playful. The principal looked at his watch and continued, that had better be the case. The activity starts in just over half an hour. I've already sent a few teachers and students to help you look for him. It's best if nothing has happened. As he spoke, he walked up to Teacher Lu and pointed at his face, scolding, otherwise, forget about you, Luong. Even I won't be able to bear the consequences. We'll see how I deal with you then. Teacher Lu still tried to force a smile and explain, Principal Fong, don't worry. The student definitely isn't lost. Then he waved goodbye. Take care, Principal Fong. Luong stood there, his expression ugly, cursing. Damn it, he grumbled. Isn't he just an assistant principal who got sent down by the Education Bureau to gain experience through connections? People only call him Principal Fong to flatter him, and he thinks he's a big shot. What's so great about pointing at my nose? As he spoke, he angrily clenched his fist, then looked up and thought, but Chin-na, damn it, where the hell did you die? Half an hour later, in front of the auditorium where the students were gathered, Principal Fong stood there asking, still haven't found him? Cuckoo suggested worriedly, let's call the police. Sir, a student is missing. If we can't find him, we should call the police immediately. He stood there pondering, no. If we call the police, whether he's really missing in the end or not, as the head of the group, I'll have a hard time escaping responsibility. Poor management, a missing student, if that charge falls on me. My future prospects will definitely be affected. Cuckoo continued to say, Sir, Chun Nuo is missing. What are you teachers still hesitating for? Hurry up and call the police. What if something happened to him? Principal Fong, worried about himself, requested. Then keep looking, keep looking. Maybe there's a place we missed. We'll find him if we look again. The others seemed lazy and unwilling to search anymore. Only Cuckoo was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. That's right. Then he turned to Luong and asked, you and here staying together. Did he mention having any relatives or friends here? Maybe he went to an acquaintance's house. Teacher Lu stammered, saying, I'm not too sure. What about his luggage? It's all in the room. The principal turned around. Let's go check. Maybe there's a usable address or contact information in his luggage. And so, everyone returned to the hotel area. Everyone went upstairs together to the room where the teacher and student were staying. Teacher Lu awkwardly reached for the key, looking hesitant, his hand trembling as he inserted the key into the lock. Principal Fong urged from behind, hurry up, making Teacher Lu even more nervous. He fearfully closed his eyes and opened the door. Light streamed through the crack in the door. Teacher Lu's eyes lit up as the light shone on his face. A person walked out from inside. Lu Eng's jaw dropped in astonishment. Then he swallowed, and his whole body relaxed in relief, thinking to himself, thank heavens, he's back. Not knowing what she saw, Cuckoo covered her eyes, and Principal Fong was also stunned. Chin Nuo had just finished showering, with only a bath towel wrapped around him. Seeing the people outside, he let out an involuntary huh. A moment later, Chin Nuo was fully dressed, standing there listening to Principal Fong's lecture. He scratched his head and explained, I went out to play games for a bit. The moment he finished speaking, he was immediately berated. Foolish. No discipline. No organization. Absolutely foolish. Do you have any discipline at all? Teacher Lu sat listening on the side. How do I normally teach you? How do you act as a student? Go write a self-criticism report for me and criticize yourself in front of all the students. Chin Nuo glanced at Teacher Lu as if signaling something. Luong, with a guilty conscience, immediately stood up to smooth things over for him. Principal Fong, you see, you've already scolded him, and this activity is about to start. Hearing this, Principal Fong finally said, consider yourself lucky today. I have other things to do. Lu Ong stood at the door, shouting after his retreating figure. Don't worry, Principal Fong, I will definitely educate him well. I'm going to the restroom for a moment, then I'll bring him over. After speaking, Teacher Lu gently closed the door. Chin Nuo sat there smiling. Old Lu, you're really righteous and quick-witted. He turned around and scolded. This time I was almost done for because of you. A school warning is unavoidable now. Chin Nuo took out his phone and deleted something. He held up his phone and said to Teacher Lu, to show my sincerity, I've deleted that recording. Then he smiled friendly. Let's live in peace from now on. You can rest assured about my character. I'm a man of my word. He still looks suspicious. I'd be a fool to believe you. Yin be inconvenience in. Chin Nuo stood in front of room 502 and knocked. A female student poked her head out and asked, Chin Nuo, what's up? He asked back, is Sun Cuckoo here? This girl replied with some excitement. She's taking a shower. Are you looking for her? Chun Nua curiously peeked into the room. In the bathroom, Coco was taking a hot shower. The steam was misty, making her look very alluring. Standing at the door, he asked the girl to pass on a message. You tell her, I'll wait for her on the rooftop. Chun Nua held a can of soda and waited for Cuckoo on the rooftop. A moment later, there was the sound of a door opening, and she walked over. Wearing a short skirt, she looked a bit cute. Cuckoo walked over gently. At this moment, Chun Nua had noticed her and turned around slightly. He turned around, smiled, and said, Look, it's snowing. Cuckoo's cheeks were flushed, her hands on her chest, looking at him. Chun Nua took the initiative and called out, Come here. Cuckoo then walked over. He handed the can of soda to her and said, This is for you. Cuckoo hesitated. Drinking this so late, I'll get fat. Chun Nua looked at her most well-endowed area and said, A little fat is good, a little fat is good, which made Cuckoo both angry and shy. Pouting, you're so annoying. After drinking the soda, she felt it was a bit sweet. Chun Nua started the conversation. You know what? I'm especially happy today. Cuckoo asked curiously. Huh? Why? He reached out his hand to catch the snowflakes and replied, Maybe it's because I did something I've always wanted to do. She immediately asked, Is it watching the snow together? Chun Nua looked up at the sky and continued, I used to hear that life is always about making up for regrets. This is what makes a life beautiful and complex. What is there to regret? Life in this world is like a fleeting glimpse of a white colt flashing past a crack, over in an instant. Life is like a white steed, and I want to be my own reins man. Seeing Chun Nua say these words, Cuckoo had a look of adoration on her face. So cool. Chun Nua turned his head to look at her, and then asked softly, Cuckoo, can you promise me one thing? She tightened her grip on the soda can, asking with anticipation, Okay, go ahead. Cuckoo blushed, her mind starting to wander. He's not going to make an outrageous request, is he? At most, just holding hands. Kissing is absolutely not okay. If he insists on a kiss on the cheek might be reluctantly acceptable, but a kiss on the lips is absolutely not. Chun Nua scratched his head and said with a wry smile, Do you know how to write a self-criticism report? Help me write one. After hearing this, Cuckoo was stunned for 5 seconds. This guy is a real blockhead. Sometime later, they returned to school. It was snowing heavily today. In the head teacher's office, the radio broadcast was on. Due to the influence of cold air from the north, the Jinling area will continue to have heavy snow today. Director Sun sat there, lost in thought. He had just returned from Yinbian yesterday, and he didn't know if those little rascals were behaving. He was also a bit curious about what was going on between Cuckoo and that kid named Chun Nua. Back to one day before, at the Jinling train station. The students were returning to school one by one, including Cuckoo. As soon as she got off the train, Chun Nua was already there, reaching out to support her, afraid she might fall. Cuckoo looked up at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Director Sun was also there at the time, and seeing this scene, he was immediately displeased, faking a few coughs. Cuckoo looked at him awkwardly and asked, Dad, didn't you say you weren't coming? Recalling that scene, Director Sun felt a headache coming on. He stood up, picked up his water cup, and thought to himself, could it be that Cuckoo is in a puppy love? The school bell rang, Class A6. Director Sun stood outside the window with his water cup, looking inside. Then he slowly walked into the classroom and stood on the podium. Below, the students whispered nervously, Oh my God, it's Old Sunday. Why is Old Sun here? Did someone mess up? Is there a special announcement? I heard there's bad news. I hope it's not true. Where's Teacher Wu? Why isn't he here? We're doomed. No more fooling around this time. Chun Nua's eyes also seemed to notice something unusual. He thought to himself, the atmosphere suddenly became so quiet, it feels a bit off. At this moment, Chun Nua finally looked up and recognized the person standing on the podium. His face was full of worry, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Teacher Sun began to speak. Students, I have a few announcements. Yesterday, Teacher Wu went out and encountered heavy snow and unfortunately fell and got injured. Therefore, for the time being, I will be his substitute teacher. He took out a stack of papers and continued. To better understand your academic situation, I have prepared a pop quiz. Everyone try your best. Whoever doesn't pass will stay after class to clear the snow on the sports field. Director Sun's gaze was fixed directly on Chun Nua. He was startled and thought to himself, is it an illusion? It feels like I'm being targeted. After class, Chun Nua's eyes were glazed over. He was sweeping the sports field. A man's intuition is indeed never wrong. It seems I haven't offended Old Sunday. Over here, Cuckoo also ran over with a broom, waving, and called out with a smile, Chun Nua. Chun Nua turned his head and asked, what are you doing here? Kuka took out a very cute pink thermos and asked, "Are you thirsty? I came to help you." Old Son saw this from inside. So angry his face turned purple, cursing, "This stinky brat. Oh, my daughter." The next day, Old Son continued to target him. "Chinua, you stay and sweep the snow. You copied from your classmate." He argued, "My score was high enough today." The third day, it was the same. "Chinua, you stay and sweep the snow. You didn't turn in your homework." But he protested. There was no pop quiz today. The fourth day, Old Son asked, "Chinua, you stay and sweep the snow. I ask you, on what date was the 5th National Congress held? How many delegates attended?" He answered fluently. There was no pop quiz today, and the homework was turned in. It was from September 12th to 18th, 1997, with 2074 people. When asked for the names of the delegates, he was speechless. The fifth day, during another class, Director's son pushed open the door and called, "Chinua." He understood what was happening as soon as he heard it and let out a sigh. Then he pulled out his chair and stood up with his broom. Old Son scolded, "What are you holding a broom for?" He replied, "To sweep the snow. I'm always ready for your command." He lowered his voice and said, "Put the broom back. No sweeping today. You come with me to the office." Afterwards, the two of them went to the head teacher's office. A police officer was already waiting there. Seeing him arrive, the person immediately asked, "Are you Chinua?" Old Son introduced, "Chinua, this is Warden Zhang from Longton Prison." He asked with wide eyes, "What's the matter?" The warden said, "It's like this. Your mother, Oshio Hua, is undergoing reform in our prison. She performed well last year, so her application for a family visit was approved." He asked, for some reason, "We haven't seen you come to visit." Chinua thought to himself, "This happened before my rebirth. I didn't know about it." The warden asked, "So, Oshio Hua asked me to come and talk to you. She misses you very much, son. Are you really not planning to visit her?" Chinua was lost in thought, thinking about Chun Nua's family relationships. It's understandable why he wouldn't go for a prison visit. Director's son stood there listening to all this, also somewhat contemplative. He looked at this child. He must be feeling very uncomfortable inside. Then he stepped forward to smooth things over. "Warden Zhang, he's my student. Let me talk to him. How about you head back first?" The warden added, "Usually, family visits are helpful for the inmate's psychological reform. I hope you can visit her." Old Son immediately protected him. "Don't say any more. He's just a child after all. Saying too much will put pressure on him. I'm his teacher. Let me talk to him slowly." "Warden Zhang, you go back first. I'll contact you by phone if there's anything." Chinua witnessed this scene, vaguely feeling the warmth of family affection, and silently called out in his heart, "Future father-in-law, Old Son." Warden Zhang agreed. "All right then, I'll leave it to you, teacher." After that, Director's son saw the warden off. He gently closed the door. Chinua was still sitting there. He pondered, thinking with sympathy, what a pitiful child. Then he sat down in his chair, turned around, and said, "Your family situation, already knew some of it from the school records, and I just learned quite a bit more from Warden Zhang. I didn't expect it to be so difficult." Old Son smiled and said, "You're a smart kid. Just think carefully about what to do. Don't feel burdened. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Then he looked at his watch. "It's getting late. There's probably no one to cook at your house. Come on, let's go to my place for dinner." The scene shifts to Old Son's apartment complex. Over here, Cuckoo was sitting and gnawing on corn. She was in her loungewear, sitting on the sofa and eating with great relish. Perhaps it was thanks to eating corn that her figure was so curvy. Hearing the door open, she was startled, looked up, and then happily called out, "Dad, you're back." As soon as the words left her mouth, Chinua poked his head out from behind Director's son, waving. He made a V sign with his hand to greet Cuckoo. Seeing him, Cuckoo panicked and threw away the half-eaten corn cob, her face full of horror, then zipped into her room, slamming the door shut with a bang. Cuckoo sat behind the door, holding her blushing ears and thinking, "Chinua, why is he at my house? And I'm dressed like this, and my eating posture was so crude just now." Outside, Chinua smiled as he watched, praising her for being cute. Only then did Old Son react. "Oh dear, a miscalculation. I've let a wolf into the house." He patted Chinua on the shoulder and said, "Change your shoes. Then go to the living room and do your homework first." A moment later, Cuckoo, having changed her clothes, slowly walked out. She was wearing a very cute short skirt and walked out asking, "Daddy, why is he here?" Old Son replied, "I brought him back for a meal. You two sit down and do your homework obediently." Then he sternly shouted, "Chinua, you sit and write at the dining table. Cuckoo, you go to the living room and write. No private conversations." A moment later, Chinua sat there, scribbling on a piece of paper. Cuckoo saw it and thought to herself, "Acting all high and mighty, isn't he just scared of my dad?" After writing, he crumpled the paper into a ball, then gave Cuckoo a meaningful look and threw the paper ball over. Cuckoo stared blankly at the paper ball in front of her, then opened it to see. Inside it was written, "Your dad is really nice." Cuckoo blushed, thinking to herself, does this count as acknowledging my dad? If Old Son were here, he would surely remind her immediately, "Daughter, you've got it backwards." Old Son sat there reading the newspaper, supervising the two kids as they studied. He muttered to himself, "This stinky brat, he completely disregards me." The newspaper in his hand was crumpled tightly. Time flew by. It was almost 6:30 in the evening. Chun-Nua used the same old trick to pass a note, making a pew-pew gesture twice towards Cuckoo, and then another paper ball was thrown over. The content was a question. Your dad doesn't seem quite right. He's been looking at the same newspaper for 2 hours. Your dad has a hobby of hugging newspapers. After Cuckoo read it, she couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth and giggling. When Old Son saw this, he crumpled the newspaper even tighter. Then he looked towards Chun-Nua, cursing inwardly. "Stinky brat, you pew-pewed at Cuckoo 32 times. Cuckoo secretly glanced 57 times. Do you think I'm just there?" He stood up and shouted angrily, "Cuckoo!" The girl was startled and turned around, asking Dad. She thought he would be very fierce, but as soon as he saw his daughter, his expression immediately softened. Old Son said with a wry smile, "It's already 7:30. Your mom is probably working overtime. I'm going out to buy some groceries to cook dinner." With that, he went out to buy groceries, muttering as he walked, "Out of sight, out of mind. From now on, no matter what, I can't let Chun-Nua come to the house again." A moment later, a table full of food was served. Old Tun picked up a duck leg for Chun-Nua, saying, "Here, have a duck leg. You're at a growing age. Eat up." On the other side, Cuckoo also picked up a piece. The dinner table suddenly fell silent. Seeing this, Old Tun gave his daughter a gentle glare. Cuckoo smiled slyly, put a piece in his bowl, and said, "Dad, you eat." 3 minutes later, everyone was eating heartily, especially Chun-Nua, who kept shoveling rice into his mouth. Director Tun turned to remind Chun-Nua, "Go home after you finish eating. It's not safe to be out too late." He replied, "It's fine. I'm used to walking at night." Then he rubbed his belly, smiled, and said, "That was great. Cuckoo, can I have another bowl of rice?" She immediately reached out to take the bowl, but Old Tun suddenly stood up and yelled, "I said you're done eating, so you're done? No more." Chun-Nua was pushed out the door, and it slammed shut with a bang. Poor Cuckoo. Dad, can this be considered a preview of the conflict between a father-in-law and a son-in-law? Afterward, he turned to go home, but unexpectedly ran into a woman who was also walking toward Old Tun's house. Moreover, she looked a bit familiar. The woman in the hallway had a pleasant face, with features very similar to Cuckoo's. Chun-Nua's eyes widened, but he didn't dare to stare. The two quickly passed each other. He secretly turned his head for a look, marveling. So similar. That must be Tun, Cuckoo's mother. A moment later, Chun-Nua was downstairs. A small car was parked by the roadside, with someone's hand sticking out, holding a cigarette. His sharp nose seemed to smell something. Chun-Nua recalled the hallway. This smell of smoke was exactly the same as the one on Tun Cuckoo's mother just now. Then he raised his head, looking toward Cuckoo's apartment. He started to worry about Old Tun. The scene changes to Monday morning. Chun-Nua was sitting in an internet cafe near his home. He was surfing the web with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Chun-Nua was engrossed in typing on the keyboard when a hand suddenly pressed down on his. Director Tun was standing there, asking, "Why are you skipping class?" He frowned at Chun-Nua and said, "I've been looking for you all morning." He didn't say a word, took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered it to him, and said with a smile, "Old comrade Tun, don't be so grumpy. Want to smoke?" Old Tun yelled, "Where did you learn to be so glib?" Then he pulled a chair over, sat down, took the cigarette from his hand, and put it to his lips. Chun-Nua quickly took out a lighter. What's the point of offering a cigarette without lighting it? Director Tun immediately snatched both the cigarettes and the lighter. Then he began to lecture him. "You, stop trying to act cool, making yourself look like a hooligan. In a few years, when you're grown up and look back, you'll realize how ridiculous and childish this is." He took a drag and continued, "I know you're at a rebellious age. Your family situation is complicated, you have a stubborn personality, and you don't like to socialize with others. I understand all of this. But Chun-Nua, have you ever thought about your future?" He watched his father-in-law smoke intently, then said, "Future?" Director Tun continued, "How old are you? You're already giving up now. What will you do later? Are you going to become a gangster in society? I don't want to see you become a loafer on the streets. If you become that kind of person, I will be heartbroken." Chun-Nua replied, "Old Tun, you're actually overthinking it. I don't have the student problems you think I do. I just feel that Being a salted fish is very comfortable. He stretched and continued. Actually, I really enjoy these boring days. Peaceful, free, no one bothers me, and nothing special to worry about. Just eating and drinking my fill every day is happiness. In winter, I sunbathe and watch the snow. Occasionally, I tease your daughter. Hearing the part about teasing his daughter, Old Tun's eyes narrowed, and he shot him a glare. Shin-Nua quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, I was just kidding. He said sincerely, Old Tun, you are a good person and a good teacher too. But my business, can you please not meddle in it anymore? I'm not someone who will go astray. I really just want to be idle. Just let me live my idle, tasteless life. He asked, but you still have to think about the future, right? What will you live on later? Shin-Nua thought to himself, I still have tens of thousands of dollars and a few gold bars at home, enough to live well for a while. If I pull a few more blackmail jobs, buy a few houses in the city center, and wait 20 years for the housing prices to skyrocket, I'll be a landlord collecting rent without lifting a finger. I really have no motivation to make money anymore. Director Tun took something out of his pocket. He handed him an envelope, saying, this is a letter of recommendation. I went through a lot of trouble to find you a part-time job. I've already negotiated the working hours and compensation. You can just go and work with peace of mind. Then he added, for the next 2 years, try to save money. Don't spend it recklessly. It should be enough for university tuition. Once you're in university, try to find a part-time job to cover your expenses. Although it's a bit tough, your future life will still be better than wandering the streets. He turned his head and said, Old Tun, has anyone ever told you that people like you are very foolish? Shin-Nua thought to himself, 20 years from now, good people like you will be nearly extinct in society. His face darkened as he replied, you won't listen no matter how much I say. Think carefully about what I just said. I have a class this afternoon. I'm leaving first. That evening, Shin-Nua stepped out, rubbing his neck and sighing, so tiring. But these few idle days have been really comfortable. He smiled and said, sorry, Old Tun, I'll have to keep skipping class tomorrow. Oshiohua's matter has to be resolved sooner or later. I'll make a trip to the prison tomorrow. After all, this body is her son. Just consider it handling the final affairs for the original Chen-Nua. The next morning, Longtan prison. Chen-Ah stood at the entrance carrying 2 large bags. Hello, my name is Chen-Nua. I made an appointment last night to visit an inmate. A guard announced, Inmate Oshiohua, your son is here to visit you. Mother and son sat facing each other, separated by the prison's glass partition. His mother picked up the phone, her face a bit haggard, and softly called, Xiao Nua. Then her eyes filled with tears. Xiao Nua, you must not want to see me. You must hate me very much. Right? He replied, there were some things I couldn't figure out before, but it's fine now. I don't hate you. I'm telling the truth. Xiaohua looked at her son and asked again, really? He replied, really. I brought you some chocolate and cookies. Life in here must be tough, right? She wiped her tears, trying to force a smile, and said, it's not tough. I'm living very well in here. You don't need to worry about me. What about you? Are you living well? Shin-Nua replied, I'm doing very well. My teachers and friends all care about me a lot. That's good then. Xiaohua said again, Xiao Nua, I will definitely reform myself well and try to get out early. Wait for me to get out. I'll make it up to you. Take care of you, okay? The guard beside them announced, time's up. Shin-Nua replied briefly, okay. Just that one word made her a little happy. She seized the moment to plead, Xiao Nua, I have one more thing to ask of you. I know it's not right to ask, but I really have no one else to turn to. That child is also my daughter. Consider her your half-sister. Can you go visit her? Xiaohua cried again. She's only 5 years old. I'm so worried. I keep having nightmares. If it's convenient for you, can you go see her? If you don't want to go, that's fine too. This is all my sin. It's my fault. Chen-Nua was stunned, thinking to himself, I have a little sister. He sighed, thought for a moment, then answered decisively, okay, I'll go visit her. The scene changes to the Neighborhood Women's Federation. Cadre Lu smiled and said, you're here. Chen-Nua turned and said, Cadre Lu, I'm going to buy some snacks for the kids, and also some cigarettes and alcohol. I'll be right back. She replied, okay, thinking to herself, this kid is quite thoughtful. A moment later, Chen-Nuo returned carrying a large bag of snacks. Cadre Lu walked ahead, saying, I visited a few times already. Your sister is very well-behaved and adorable. You can't help but feel for her. Because her situation is quite special, her parents didn't leave her much money, so the Federation can only raise some funds, sending her 300 yuan a month as a foster care allowance. She turned to look at him and said, I monitor this amount very closely every month, ensuring it's transferred to the designated foster family's account. Chen Nuo replied, "You've worked hard." He thought to himself. After Oh Xiuhua and that man went to prison together, their daughter was entrusted to the man's biological younger brother. Hearing what Cadre Lu said, compared to Chen Nuo after his grandmother passed away, this little sister's life is probably much better. A moment later, the two stood before the door of apartment 602. They had finally arrived. She raised her hand to knock. The apartment door slowly opened, and the person inside stepped out, smiling and asking, "Xiao Lu, you're here?" Then hurriedly invited them in. Come in. Come in." Chen Nuo saw an old woman and a little girl watching a children's show. Cadre Lu introduced them. "This is Uncle Gu and Aunt Fong." Uncle Gu is the child's paternal uncle. "This is Chen Nuo." Uncle Gu looked at him and said, "Chen Nuo." He quickly handed over the bag of gifts, smiling and saying, "I've come to trouble you all. I didn't come for any particular reason this time, mainly just to see my sister." The uncle took the bag of gifts, gently opened it to see what was inside, then smiled happily and said, Sit. I'll have your aunt bring your sister out. This kid always likes to hide and play in her room alone." A moment later, Chen Nuo saw Aunt Fong leading a little girl out. Aunt Fong said to the little girl, "This is your biological older brother. Hurry up and greet him." A cute little girl with a bow in her hair, hugging a black teddy bear, mumbled, "Hello, brother." Uncle Gu came over to explain. "She's a bit shy with strangers and usually doesn't talk much, but we take very good care of her." Aunt Fong also smiled and said, "That's right. My old Gu dotes on this niece of his." She added, "Look at this sweater of hers. We just bought it not long ago. It wasn't easy." Aunt Fong, wearing an apron, went inside, not forgetting to say, "Old Gu, after you greet Xiao Lu and everyone, I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Everyone stay for lunch today." Chen Nuo peeled a banana he was holding, then smiled and offered it to his sister, asking, "Want some?" The little girl swallowed, making a gulping sound, then looked toward Uncle Gu, her eyes as if asking for permission. The uncle smiled and said, "That's a banana your brother peeled for you. Go ahead and eat it." The little girl ate happily and with relish. Chen Nuo took out something else and offered it to her, saying, "There's candy too." Just as she reached out to take it, another small hand snatched it away. A mischievous little boy said while making a face, "Wawa candy. More. I want to eat it." Ninir. Uncle Gu made an excuse. "They're just kids. They're used to playing around with each other like this." But Chen Nuo seemed to have noticed something unusual. He feigned a smile. "Yes, kids at this age are all mischievous. It must not be easy for you two to take care of both of them. It's really not easy." At the same time, Aunt Fong brought out the food and invited everyone. Time to eat. Sitting at the dinner table, Uncle Gu said, "Come on, eat. Don't be polite. Just make yourselves at home." Aunt Fong also acted very caring, picking up food and saying, "Yizi, this is for you. You love chicken legs the most." Everyone chatted quite lively. "Come on, Xiao Chun, you eat up too. You must come visit often when you have time." After lunch, at the gate of the Live Phone residential complex, Cadre Lu stood there and said to Chen Nuo, "Your sister is so pitiful, so young, and both her parents are in prison. But luckily, she's living quite well now. Chen Nuo, you can rest assured, our Federation will definitely keep an eye on her situation. We won't let her suffer." He smiled and scratched his head, replying, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Cadre Lu waved her hand. "Don't be so polite. I'll head back first. I still have a lot of work to do." Chen Nuo watched her retreating figure, then thought to himself, "Cadre Lu is enthusiastic, but she's young and lacks experience. I'm afraid there are many things she can't see through." Chen Nuo recalled the clothes hanging out to dry on the balcony. Only the little girl's clothes were missing. It must be because she has few clothes and they are changed infrequently. The sweater on the little girl looked clean, but the elbows were worn out and there were quite a few loose threads. Moreover, the style didn't look like something a girl would wear. It was most likely old clothes passed down from their son. A 5-year-old child who eats so obediently, without a single grain of rice left in her bowl, even gnawing the meat clean off the bones, proves that she normally doesn't get to eat her fill. Chen Nuo smiled and thought, over 200 yuan a month in foster care allowance. They must be happy to take the money. So assured, he recalled the prison visit. No wonder Oh Xiuhua was worried and asked him to go check. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He already had a clear picture of this worldly affair. Chen Nuo took a drag, blew out a smoke ring, then thought as he walked, "I've taken over your body, so I might as well do a few things for your family." He abruptly turned back toward apartment 602. and knocked on the door. The door opened once again. Uncle Gu, holding a bag of trash, was startled to see him. Chun Nua's gaze went past him into the house, where he witnessed Aunt Fong holding a ruler while his sister sat there sobbing. She stood there with a switch, scolding, "Don't you dare cry out loud. Shut up." Then she hit her as she scolded. "You useless thing. I told you to wash a bowl, and you broke it. You tell me, did you do it on purpose?" Uncle Gu pushed Chun Nua outside, asking, "Why are you here again?" At this moment, Aunt Fong inside looked out in surprise. Chun Nua's anger flared, and he said, "You people," then kicked the man, sending him flying inside, saying, "This is how you treat my sister?" Aunt Fong rushed out, saying fiercely, "You hit my husband? You dare hit my husband?" He didn't even look at her, pushing her aside. "Get lost." Then he advanced toward the uncle. He gently grabbed the man's ankle. Uncle Gu was dragged along, screaming in fear. Xiao Nua, Chun Nua, then asked in terror, "What are you trying to do?" The old woman who was sitting there also stood up, shouting loudly, "You let go of my son," then rushed forward, pushing him relentlessly, scolding, "Let go, let go." Chun Nua glared. "So you're not dead yet? Your daughter-in-law is beating your own granddaughter, and you could just sit there and watch? She's only 5 years old. What are you thinking?" The old woman pointed at him and cursed. "The older one is a jinx, and the younger one is a jinx too. The older one married my son, gave birth to this little one, and my son ended up in prison. Your whole family are jinxes." Chun Nua understood. "I get it. So you're also a disgusting old hag." With that, he dragged the man with one hand, opened the balcony door, and stepped out. Then with a heave, he dangled the man over the balcony. Uncle Gu, suspended in midair, screamed in terror, "Help! Save me! Murder!" Chun Nua threatened, "Shut up! If you dare make another sound, I'll let go." Then he turned his head and said to the two women in the house, "Don't come over here. Whoever comes over, I'll let go." The man's wife quickly pulled her mother-in-law back, advising, "Mom, don't provoke him." Then she changed her tone, calling out, "Chun Xiao Nua, let my husband down, we can talk things over." Talk things over. He let out a cold laugh, then glanced at her and replied, finally speaking like a human being. Chun Nua still held the man's ankle tightly, leaving him dangling in midair. The man was so scared his face was covered in tears. He swung his arm, throwing the uncle back into the apartment. The old woman rushed over, calling out worriedly, "Son." Then she started cursing, "You goddamn bastard. You're a jinx. You little animal. You have a mother, but no father to teach you. I hope you get hit by a car on the street. I hope you choke to death while eating." The man's wife also chimed in, pointing at him and scolding, "You're dead meat. What you're doing is illegal. You know that. I'm calling the police to arrest you right now." Chun Nua couldn't be bothered to reply, just smiling at Uncle Gu with a deathly gaze. The man immediately turned and scolded the two women. "Damn it, both of you shut up. Are you trying to get me killed?" Then he immediately raised his hands to placate him. "Xiao Chun, don't get agitated. Let's talk things over calmly." Calmly, Chun Nua smiled and said, "Now this is more interesting." Then he quietly walked toward the kitchen, and when he returned, he had a knife in his hand. All three of them were terrified. The old woman stepped forward and said, "Come on, kill me. This old bag of bones has lived long enough anyway." Chun Nua sneered. He placed the knife on the table and said, "Don't worry, I won't use the knife. Not today." After the intimidation, he began his questioning. "If you don't want to see blood, then answer honestly." Aunt Fong pointed at him and scolded, "You, surnamed Chun, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? I'm telling you, you're going to jail." He smiled and replied, "I'm not afraid. I didn't hurt anyone today. At most, the police will just give me a warning when they come. After I get out, what do you think? Will I come looking for you?" Chun Nua added, "You have a family, a wife and kids. I'm all alone. If I come to your house with a knife later, Uncle Chun, do you think I'd dare? Dare to take that bet?" The man's wife was so angry her face turned purple, unable to speak. The uncle turned and scolded, "If you don't want to get us killed, then shut up." Uncle Gu stood up trembling, then said in a gentle tone, "Xiao Chun, what exactly do you want? Just to vent your anger. Is it necessary to go this far? We treat your sister." Chun Nua smiled and said, "Cut the crap with me. Let's make this simple. I want to take my sister with me." Aunt Fong interjected, "We are her legal guardians." He replied coldly, "Isn't it just for the 200 plus you want a month, right? And the foster care allowance her biological parents left for you." The couple was speechless, as he had hit the nail on the head. He smiled and continued, "I don't want anything. I don't want a single cent of the allowance. You can keep it. You can also continue to receive the monthly allowance in the future. Nominally, you are still the guardians. But I want to take her with me. She will live with me." Uncle Gu was a bit troubled, stammering, This. Chin Nua lifted his foot, then stomped hard on the man's knee, and a blood-curdling scream rang out. Then he stomped on the other leg. The uncle collapsed to his knees, screaming in pain. Looking at him kneeling there, he announced, "Listen up, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm telling you what to do. Of course, you can also taste the consequences of not agreeing. I'm all alone, but your family has 4 mouths to feed." Chin Nua smiled menacingly and asked, "Your son is 7 years old, right?" Upon hearing this, the family of 3 fell silent, terrified. Aunt Fong quickly interjected, Go, take her away right now. Just don't come back ever again. From now on, we'll mind our own business." This was exactly what Chin Nua was waiting for. "All right, I'll take her. From now on, we'll mind our own business." After saying that, he walked over to his sister, who was cowering there. Then he gently knelt on one knee and said to her, "You might not know this yet, but I'm your brother, your biological brother from the same mother. From now on, do you want to come with me? Whatever I eat, you'll eat. And what's more, no one will hit you." The little girl was a bit scared and asked with tears in her eyes, "As long as you don't hit me, I'll go with you, okay?" Chin Nua gently wiped her tears, replying, "It's a deal. Also, from today on, call me brother." Then he asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The little girl replied, "Gu Xiaoyi." Chin Nua glanced back and said, "No one with the surname Gu is any good. You're with me now, so from now on your surname will be Chun, and your name will be Chun Xiaoyi." That afternoon, on the way home, he took his sister to buy some delicious food and also bought her a lot of new clothes. The 2 siblings walked happily down the street. When they got back to the apartment complex, a familiar figure was standing there. Cuckoo saw him returning with a little girl. Her eyes widened, and she called out Chin Nua's name. Seeing Cuckoo standing there, Chin Nua asked, "Why are you here?" She replied softly, "I called you. Why didn't you pick up?" He took out his phone and saw that the battery was dead. Cuckoo's gaze fell on Xiaoyi, and she praised with a smile, "This little sister is so cute." She squatted down, smiled warmly, and asked, "Who is this little sister?" "Chin Nua. Where did you trick her from?" He suddenly had an idea to tease Cuckoo and replied, "This? She's my daughter." Then he turned to the little girl and said, "Xiaoyi, call me Dad." The little girl was very cooperative and immediately called out Dad. When Cuckoo heard this, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed, slumping to the ground with a look of disbelief, thinking to herself, "Dad? What?" Xiaoyi, on the other hand, had an innocent face, lying without batting an eye, a true natural actress. But suddenly, the little girl pulled on Chin Nua's hand and asked, "Brother, did I say that right just now?" Cuckoo's expression changed slightly. It was Dad just now, and now it's brother. She immediately stood up, fuming, and playfully punched Chin Nua's chest. "You're so improper." But Chin Nua just burst out laughing triumphantly. Suddenly, he dropped his playful demeanor and asked seriously, "What did you need me for?" Cuckoo grabbed his hand and asked with concern, "Where have you been these past few days?" Then she said loudly, "Do you know how much my dad cares about you?" Cuckoo added, "A few days ago, my dad rode his bike to your house several times just to find a job for you. When he came back last night, he was limping, said he fell off his bike. When he was soaking his feet, I saw a long bruise on his calf." Chin Nua asked, "How long have you been waiting for me?" She was taken aback and asked back, "Huh?" He reached out and took Cuckoo's hand tightly, then asked with concern, "It's so cold. How long have you been waiting for me?" She lowered her head slightly, replying shyly, "Just a little while." Chin Nua pulled her hand and said, "Let's go to my place." Cuckoo immediately pulled her hand away, saying flusteredly, "No way." Xiaoyi witnessed the young couple's interaction, thinking to herself, "Are you two in love? Am I being a third wheel?" Chin Nua thought for a moment and said, "It gets dark early these days. Never mind. I'll take you somewhere else." And so they walked into a KFC together. Chin Nua asked, "Is your dad especially fond of meddling in other people's business?" Facing a table full of fried chicken, Cuckoo replied, "Not really." She recalled, a few years ago, when he was still a director, he often brought a student home for dinner. That student had no one left in his family, his grades were poor, and he was always getting into fights with others. Once, to stop him, my dad held him tightly and wouldn't let him go, and even got pushed down by him. That night, that student ran to our house, knelt before my dad, cried his eyes out, and kept apologizing, begging my dad not to bother with him anymore, saying he wasn't worth it. My dad was very sad that day. Cuckoo continued, a few years after that, something happened to that student. He was stabbed to death on the street. Ever since then, my dad stopped being a director. Because of this, my mom argued with my dad several times. Not being a director meant his bonus and some extra income would be reduced. The Chin Nua siblings listened intently, then looked at each other. He pondered for a moment, understanding. Your dad sees a shadow of that person in me. He doesn't want me to follow the same path. As they were talking, he glanced at the food on the table and said to Xiaoyi, "Why aren't you eating?" Seeing that the little girl still didn't react, Chinua said again, "Eat up." The little girl politely offered him a piece, saying, "Brother, you eat first." He offered a piece of cake to Xiaoyi, replying, "It's okay, I have my own, you eat yours." Just then, the server brought their order, smiling and saying, "Sir, here is your ice cream." The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw the ice cream, as if it were the most delicious delicacy in the world she had always dreamed of. Xiaoyi scooped up a spoonful of ice cream, put it in her mouth, and ate it with relish. The adorable girl pressed her hands to her cheeks, feeling the coolness of the ice cream in the middle of winter, her face filled with comfort and happiness. Xiaoyi scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and offered it to Chinua, her eyes sparkling as she said in a pleading voice, "Brother, can you not send me back? I won't cause any trouble. I'll bathe myself and sleep by myself. I also know how to sweep the floor, wipe the table, and I even know how to wash rice." Hearing this, Chinua reached out and touched his sister's ear, saying, "Didn't I already tell you? From now on, you'll live with me and never have to go back to that place again." Xiaoyi obediently replied, "Yes, brother, I'll be good. I'll be very, very good." Seeing this, Kuka asked Chinua, "Is this little girl really your sister? How can she be so adorable and sensible? Not like you at all." He ruffled his little sister's hair as she happily ate her ice cream, replying, "It's a long story. I can't explain it in just a few words." Then he asked Kuku back, "You're not going home for dinner tonight, won't old son ask? If he finds out you're with me, I'm afraid I'll have to go sweep the stadium again." She said, "Honestly, my dad argued with my mom today." Chinua waved his hand. "It's normal for couples to argue." She immediately continued, "My dad never used to argue back before. I don't know what's been up with her lately. My mom is always busy with work, and then every time she comes home, I feel like she's just picking fights with my dad." Chinua chuckled softly and replied, "Adult matters. Kids like you shouldn't get involved." Kuku immediately retorted, "Stop pretending to be so mature. My dad said the same thing. So today he gave me 50 yuan and told me to go out and hang out with friends, not to stay cooped up at home." After hearing this, Chinua laughed happily. Then he held out his hand in front of Kuku, which confused her a little, and she immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Chinua replied, "Split the money, of course. Didn't your dad give me 50 yuan? Kuku slapped his hand with a smack, then adorably stuck out her tongue and replied, "Dream on." After eating their fill, it was already dark. The three of them walked back to Kuku's family staff quarters. She waved her hand. "I'm home. Thank you both for walking me back." Xiaoyi politely smiled and waved back. "Goodbye, big sister." Suddenly, Kuku opened her arms wide, as if wanting a hug, which made Chinua's heart flutter. He laughed and rushed forward. "It's just walking you home. No need to be so moved you have to give me a hug." But he ended up hugging empty air, as Kuku bent down and hugged Xiaoyi instead. He froze on the spot. She praised Xiaoyi, "You're such an adorable little sister. How about you ask your brother if he can sleep over at my place tonight?" Watching Kuku go inside, Chinua said to his sister, "Let's go home." As soon as they reached the street, he again saw the black car from a few days ago. Inside were a man and a woman. The woman looked a bit familiar. It was Kuku's mother. Seeing the scene again, Chinua was also lost in thought. Early the next morning, Xiao Ye's voice echoed in the room. "Brother, time to get up and eat breakfast." He quickly washed up, then came out wiping his face, looked at the food on the table, and asked, "You made this?" The little girl obediently replied, "Yes." He looked at his sister and asked doubtfully, "You're only 5 and you already know how to cook?" The little girl asked innocently, "Brother, what's wrong?" Chinua sat down, smiled, and said, "Nothing." He picked up a mouthful of noodles, blew on them to cool them down, then ate with gusto, praising nonstop as he ate. "So delicious." Xiaoyi looked at him and reminded, "Brother, you have to eat quickly or you'll be late for school." He replied while eating, "I'm not going to school anymore. Otherwise, there's no one to take care of you." Then he thought to himself, although right now it feels more like Xiaoyi is taking care of me. Seeing his sister look sad, Chinua quickly asked, "Xiaoyi, what's wrong?" The little girl replied, "Xiaoyi can take care of herself. Xiaoyi doesn't want to be a burden to you. Otherwise, you'll definitely hate Xiaoyi later and send Xiaoyi away." He gently stroked her head, comforting her. "Don't worry, I'll never hate Xiaoyi." Chinua gently adjusted the bow on her. then raised his hands in surrender. All right, then I promise Xiaoyi I'll go to school. So, can Xiaoyi go get my jacket for me? In the late afternoon after school, Chen Nua stood in the bike shed, looking bewildered and confused, then cursed out loud. Damn it, he was furious, looking at the parking spot, wondering, where's my dad's bike? Chen Nua searched for a long time, but couldn't find the bike, so he went to find the security guard. Arriving at the security office, he saw the bald security guard dozing off. He shouted, "Sir, my bike was stolen." The man's expression seemed to say, "What does your loss have to do with me?" Chen Nua knew he was in the wrong and muttered, "Fine, I'll figure it out myself." He brought another bike over, smiled, and said, "Without bait, how can you catch a wolf?" Then he locked the bike to a post by the road, leaving it standing there alone. Chen Nua stood to one side, drinking water, observing the situation from a distance. He saw two figures approach, furtively eyeing his bike. The two guys looked for a moment, then one stood guard while the other picked the lock. "No one's around. Hurry up." Chen Nua witnessed the whole process, watching the two ride away on the bike. He followed behind, thinking to himself, they took the bait, as expected. A while later, on Tongzi Street, at a gate with the sign, Xianyang District, the two bike thieves were pushing the bike inside. Chen Nua looked inside, smiling to himself. Tongzi Street, I didn't expect it to be here. It truly is Jinling's most famous street for used bike sales. The two thieves went in, waving a tall, bald man. The man crossed his arms and asked, "New goods?" The one in the hat pointed behind him and replied, "Brand new. Look, the oil hasn't even been changed once." The man asked again, "Where do you get it?" The other guy smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's from far away, all the way from Jiangning." The bald man prepared to pull money from his pocket, replying, "All right, same old price." The thief wanted to ask for more. "Brother Lei, this is a brand new bike. Can you give a little extra?" The man handed over the money, cursing, "Cut the crap." At the same time, Chen Nua stood outside the main gate and knocked. The bald man roared, "What are you knocking for? What do you want?" He stood outside and answered, "Boss, I have a few questions." The other man came to the gate, waving him away dismissively. "What questions? Go ask somewhere else." It seemed a civil conversation was impossible. He stood there inside. Then, from inside Chen Nua's sleeve, an iron chain slowly slid down. He grabbed one end, the other end of the chain hanging straight to the ground. Chen Nua coldly pushed the gate open, then strode in aggressively. Just as he crossed the threshold, he kicked his leg back slightly, slamming the iron gate shut. The iron gate clanged shut with a loud noise, and they were surrounded by Chen Nua alone. The bald man stepped forward, pointed at his face, and asked, "Kid, you looking for trouble?" Chen Nua smiled and replied, "Boss, I just want to ask, where's your safe?" With a dangerous smile and an iron chain in hand, could this be a robbery of the thugs? The fierce bald man was named. He was an old fox in this business. In his youth, he was jailed for 2 years for assault, but was released 6 months early for good behavior. During his time in reform, he was lucky to meet a big boss. After his release, with that person's backing, DeLay started a used bike business, buying stolen goods from bike thieves, reaping profits without effort, and his business flourished. Over the years, he had learned that peace was the best policy, no longer resorting to fights and violence. But when provoked, back to the present, Chen Nua had successfully angered Wu Delay. He grabbed a large wrench and leaped to strike at him. But at the same time, the iron chain had wrapped around his leg. Realizing the danger, he was terrified, a flash of panic in his eyes. Chen Nua stood there with a cold smile, gripping the chain tightly in his hand, and then gave it a sharp tug. Wu Delay's legs were pulled wide apart. It seemed his family jewels were done for. He screamed in pain, cursing, "Damn it, they're crushed." He lay on the ground, clutching his crotch, wailing pitifully, tears and snot streaming down his face, a truly pathetic sight. Chen Nua walked up to him, and before he could even speak, Wu Delay hastily confessed, "The money's in the cabinet." Hearing this, he gave a friendly but dangerous smile. Holding a thick stack of cash, Chen Nua counted it, then opened the door and walked out, leaving Wu Delay lying there. The man gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, "Damn it." Then he took out his phone, dialed a number, and yelled, "Damn it, where are you messing around? Get your ass back here. The place has been robbed." Chen Nua, however, was unhurried, showing no sign of needing to flee after a robbery. He sat down in a nearby food stall and called out softly, "Ma'am, 1 savory crepe and a bowl of wontons." Then he opened the money bag. There was indeed a lot inside, about 40 to 50,000. His trip was not in vain. After that, Chen Nua just sat there enjoying his food. As he was enjoying his meal, a car screeched to a halt beside him. A person got out of the car, followed by several others, heading towards Woo-Do-Lei's warehouse. A while later, having finished his meal, Chin-Nua smiled, stood up to leave, and ordered more food. "Ma'am, pack up 8 steamed buns. I'll be back to get them later." Over here, the underlings had rushed back, storming in to check on Woo-Do-Lei. "Big brother, are you okay?" He roared at them. "Find that kid for me. Damn it, I'm gonna beat him to death. Beat that little brat to death." Woo-Do-Lei was furious, thinking to himself, 60,000 yuan. That kid made off with 60,000. That money was for buying a batch of motorcycles in 2 days. One of the underlings spoke up and asked, "Big brother, what does he look like?" "Damn it, just a snot-nosed kid, ordinary looking, not very old." "Was he walking very casually?" "Yes, that's right." "How did you know?" Hearing this, the underling pointed towards the door and stammered, "Big brother." Chen-Nua was walking in from outside the door. "See if that kid looks like him?" Woo-Do-Lei was utterly astonished and roared, "Damn it! How dare you come back?" Chen-Nua stood there, smiling dangerously. "I never said where I was going. My bike is still here. I just went out for a meal." Hearing his tone, Woo-Do-Lei couldn't help but shudder, and cursed, "Damn you." Then he immediately pointed and ordered his underlings, "Get him, beat him to death for me." He also ordered, "Lock the door. Don't let him run. The money's on him." Chen-Nua stood there calmly, letting them set up their formation. The large door was finally closed, and they were officially surrounded by Chen-Nua alone. He coldly stepped inside. An impatient thug rushed forward to attack first, but he lightly grabbed the man's weapon-wielding hand, then, like a Tai Chi move, skillfully pulled him to the side and delivered a horizontal knee strike to his leg, with only a crack sound. The underling knelt on the ground, screaming in pain. Just watching made Woo-Do-Lei break out in a cold sweat. He sensed the danger, gulped, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. Things had come to this point. There was nothing left to lose. Chen-Nua bent down to pick up the wrench from the just-defeated underling, then coldly advanced towards them. Woo-Do-Lei, slightly panicked, ordered his underlings, "Go, go!" A dozen seconds passed, and he looked at his underlings lying all over the ground, with lumps on their heads, thinking to himself, "It's over. I've run into a monster. Damn it, is this guy even human? He fights way too viciously." Then he said tearfully to Chen-Nua, Big brother, I recognize your strength. Look, can we just call this a misunderstanding?" He sat on a chair and said casually, "Don't. I know you're not willing to let this go. Instead of you gathering people to find me later, why don't we settle this once and for all today? I'll give you time to call for backup. Before your men arrive, I won't touch you. How about it?" Woo-Do-Lei knelt there, hands on the ground, crying and begging, "Big brother, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Then he said nonstop, "This time, I can't escape even if I had wings. I still have a business to run. I admit defeat. Can you let me go? You can take all the money, and you've already beaten up all my men. Isn't it just a bicycle, big brother? What's the big deal?" Chen-Nua gave a cold laugh, then rubbed his chin and said, "I'm tired of riding bicycles." He said to Woo-Do-Lei, "Find me a lighter bike." The man hastily agreed. Okay. As long as you show mercy, big brother. I guarantee I'll make you satisfied." Then he led Chen-Nua inside. "Big brother, I just got this one last week. Refurbished from top to bottom. The paint is new too." In front of them was a large displacement motorcycle, a genuine Japanese Yamaha. I even installed the exhaust pipe myself. Woo-Do-Lei rubbed his hands together and asked, "Big brother, are you satisfied?" A moment later, the two came out. Chen-Nua looked at him and blurted out, "It's missing a helmet." Woo-Do-Lei quickly said, I have one. I have everything." He took out a very high-end helmet and introduced carbon fiber material, anti-fog visor. Woo-Do-Lei said honestly, "This bike and this helmet, I was planning to keep them for myself, not for sale." He handed the helmet to Chen-Nua, adding, "I've never used it, big brother, just take it. Take it and have fun." Taking the helmet, Chen-Nua praised him. "You're quite sensible." He added, "I was originally going to let you off like this, but I have a bad habit. I hate bald heads." Chen-Nua asked, "Tell me, what's the point of people like you deliberately shaving your heads to pretend to be gangsters? What's the use of scaring children on the street?" Woo-Do-Lei cried and explained, "Big brother, I didn't shave it. I have seborrheic hair loss." After robbing the robbers, Chen-Nua sped down the road on the motorcycle. As he was riding, he suddenly saw Cuckoo walking on the side of the road, which startled him. He slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the ground. The motorcycle stopping sideways in front of Cuckoo. Not recognizing him, Cuckoo immediately shouted, "What are you doing? I'm telling you this is the school gate. If I scream, people will come right away." He slowly took off his helmet, then looked at Cuckoo with a friendly smile. she asked in astonishment. Chun-Nua, you, where did you get this motorcycle? He handed her the helmet, saying, put it on. I'll take you for a ride. I guarantee I'll get you home before old son gets off work. Kuka looked confused. It's so cold. What's there to feel the wind for? Suddenly, Chun-Nua looked down mischievously and asked, that brooch is pretty. She quickly covered it with her hand and asked, where are you looking? Chun-Nua asked curiously, where did you get it? Cuckoo answered honestly, a friend of my mom's gave it to me. A few days ago, my mom took me out to dinner with some of her friends, and an uncle gave it to me as a meeting gift. From what I can see, that thing isn't cheap, is it? She immediately replied, it's just a brooch. How expensive can it be? Besides, my mom agreed to let me accept it. Chun-Nua thought to himself, you can't tell, but your mom might not be so clueless. This is from Van Cleef and our pals. In an era where the monthly salary is only a few hundred yuan, a 5-figure item isn't expensive. He took something out from his coat, saying, fine if you don't want to go for a ride. Then he handed the item to Cuckoo, saying, take it. She asked curiously, what is this? Chun-Nua smiled and winked, something delicious. After saying that, he started the engine and sped away, leaving Cuckoo standing there stunned. She gently opened the paper package. Cuckoo smiled, her cheeks blushing, feeling a little touched. This bag of steamed buns, he must have kept it warm in his coat so it wouldn't get cold. Elsewhere, in Hansheng, at Ling Wan's house, the girl was standing in front of a mirror, practicing her greeting alone. Hello everyone, my name is Ling Wan. It's a pleasure to meet you all. However, her speech was not smooth. She kept repeating this self-introduction. After much practice, Ling Wan had made some progress, and her speech was much more fluent. Hello everyone, my name is Ling Wan. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Ingwan's older brother was eavesdropping on his sister from outside the door. Hello everyone, my name is Ling Wan. Then he turned and asked his mother, are you really planning to send my sister abroad to study in Jiangning? She replied, yes, this is your sister's idea. It's also for our family. Your sister must go there to find that young man. The scene changes to the dean's office. Kuka had just arrived at the door, and inside, old son was sitting at his desk working. Kuka walked in and placed a lunchbox next to him. Dean's son smiled and said, I've been busy with the class assignments for the start of the school year. Sorry to trouble you to bring me lunch every day. She handed the food to her father, saying, Dad, eat quickly. Don't go hungry. Then she helped him to the sofa. Dad, go sit on the sofa and eat. I'll sit in your chair and see what it feels like to be a leader. He replied, what kind of leader is your dad? Kuka sat at the desk, watching her father eat dinner. Her eyes glanced to the side, but her hand rested on the class assignment list. Then she flipped through a few pages, saw a list for a certain class, and took out a pen to write something on it. After secretly finishing this task, Cuckoo breathed a sigh of relief. On the student list for class 10 to 6, she had added her own name. The students were chattering excitedly. Chino, Sun Cuckoo, I hope we're in the same class again. Definitely. Mei Mei, Xing Xing, see you at the start of school. Finally, winter break is here. We can play as much as we want. At Sun Cuckoo's house, old Sun said to Chinua, your final exam scores this time weren't good. I hope you'll continue to work hard next semester. He scratched his head, recalling the scene of copying from his friend during the exam, and thought to himself, it should be fine. He added, by the way, Chinua, I heard from Cuckoo that you brought your sister back. Are you taking care of your sister by yourself? That won't do. You're still young and have to go to school. Where will you find the time to take care of child? He answered honestly, I can skip school. Hearing this, Dean's son thought helplessly, is it really okay for you to say such things in front of your dean? He continued to advise him, I went home and asked for you. This child can definitely go to kindergarten. Didn't the Goof family tell you? You're too thoughtless in your actions. Even if you want to raise your sister, you have to handle everything properly. Shinnuo recalled his past life raising those fireflies. There were no kindergartens. They were all left to grow up on their own. As they were talking animatedly, there was a series of urgent knocks on the door. Old Son said to his daughter, Cuckoo, that must be your mother. As she walked out, her mother was just coming in. Cuckoo called out, Mom, and her mother handed her handbag to her. Old Son stood up to introduce them. This is your Auntie Yang. He politely greeted, Hello, Auntie Yang. He then introduced his wife. This is my student. His name is Chun Nuan. She also smiled and said hello, then put her hair up, saying, I'm going to take off my makeup, and then I'll prepare dinner. The scene changes to a kindergarten, new semester, Friday morning. Behind the gate, children were crying and calling for their mothers. I want my mommy. I want to go home and watch TV. Witnessing this scene, Chinua was a bit stunned. He looked down at his sister and saw her looking up, her small face about to cry, her body trembling slightly. Chinua squatted down and said gently, "From now on, you'll be here from Monday to Friday, and I'll pick you up to go home on weekends. Today is the first day. Just get used to it." Xiaoyi asked politely, "Brother, you'll come pick me up every weekend from now on, right?" He stroked her cheek and replied, "Of course. I'll come pick you up after school today." Back at Chinua's school, he walked into class 10 to 6, where a few unfamiliar students were playing around. He looked up at the class sign, confirming he wasn't in the wrong class. Then he rubbed his chin and thought, "I almost forgot. Classes are reassigned in the new semester. No wonder there's so many new faces I don't recognize." Looking into the classroom, he also saw Cuckoo and her best friend. Her friend said to Cuckoo, "Hey, Chinua is here." She shyly pushed everyone away. "Stop messing around. Class is about to start. Everyone go back to your seats." Chinua threw his backpack onto the desk with a thud, right next to Cuckoo. She was startled, then turned her head to ask him, "Are you really sitting here?" Chinua asked back, "Do you have a problem with it?" The bell for class rang, and on the podium was Old Sunday. He announced, "To put it simply, from now on, I will be your homeroom teacher until you graduate." Then he shouted, "Chinua." He immediately raised his hand to show he was present. Dean Sun pointed to the empty desk at the back of the class and said loudly, "You sit in the back. This semester, I'll have the teachers and students keep an eye on you. Don't even think about skipping class." Chinua stood up, picked up his backpack, and thought to himself, "Old Sun, you really don't have to do this." The student in the back row saw him coming and was a little scared, glancing at him while praying, "Don't come over here, don't come over here. I don't want to get dragged into this. I still want to read my novels in class." Chinua sat down with a thud in the designated last seat. Seeing him sit behind him, the student immediately turned around and said, "Bro, don't go too far chasing the school bell, or you'll be the death of me." Chinua saw the title of his novel and said, "Mind's End Record? I prefer Mr. Jin Yong's White Horse howling in the west wind." There's a saying, "Those things are all very good, but I just don't like them. Reading it makes people," the student, Luo Chung, said excitedly. "Exactly. Chinua, I didn't expect you to be a kindred spirit." After school, Chinua went to pick up his sister Xiaoyi. A teacher let her out, standing there reminding everyone, "Children, calm down. Don't push. Be careful not to fall." Seeing him, she shouted with some joy, but her eyes were teary and her mouth was pouting, looking extremely pitiful. She buried her face in his chest, sobbing. Chinua immediately asked, "Did someone bully you in there?" Xiaoyi stopped crying, wiped her tears, then looked at him and said, "No, but I was scared you wouldn't come and pick me up." He smiled and pinched her cheek, saying, "How could that be? Come on, I'll take you to go freeload off a rich family." The two siblings sat on the bike, chatting happily. "Are we going to the big sister's house?" "How did you know?" Kids don't understand those things. A moment later, he slammed on the brakes. On the side of the road, Cuckoo was standing with Luo Chung. She smiled brightly, waving and calling to him, "Chinua." He handed the bike to Luo Chung. "Thanks. Here's your bike back." The classmate was surprised and asked, "Is this your sister?" Then Luo Chung squatted down and offered candy to Xiaoyi. "Take it. It's chocolate. I'm your brother's friend. Just call me brother." Seeing her hesitate a little, he sat down and said, "Go on, eat it." Xiaoyi politely took it with both hands and said, "Thank you, brother." Luo Chung smiled and said, "Your sister is so cute. If I had known, I would have told my parents to have a little sister back then." The classmate added, "My dad spent the first half of his life just making money, so he got married late and had me late. He was 40 when I was born, and now he's 57. Chinua replied, "That's considered having a child late." Cuckoo stood there and said, "I originally planned for you to bring Xiaoyi to my house for dinner tonight, but my dad has to work overtime. I heard the District Education Bureau is coming for an inspection in 2 weeks, and it's about staffing reform, so the dinner will have to be postponed." Luo Chung smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I'm bored at home alone. How about we go play some games? A big shopping mall just opened in Dongshan, and there's a KFC inside. We can play to our heart's content, and then I'll treat you guys to a meal." The scene changes to an arcade, and the group walks in. Luo Chung smiled and said, "I'm going to play the masterpiece racing. You three can play together." Before leaving, the classmate didn't forget to give a meaningful wink. Chen Nuo understood perfectly. This is true friendship between men. Cuckoo excitedly pulled Xiao Ye's hand. Chen Nuo, shall we go play basketball shooting? He immediately agreed. Sure, but I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Then he said, you take my sister to play first. So he walked into the restroom, and it seemed like someone was watching him. Over here, Xiao Dao's group had arrived, and his underlings surrounded him as he walked in. One of them asked, Brother Dao, are you drunk? He replied, I am. It wasn't in vain making friends with you guys. Xiao Dao slurred his words. I just got my cast off at the hospital this morning, and you guys immediately came to congratulate me. That's true brotherhood. An underling pointed into the distance. Brother Dao, look who that is. He looked up and asked, holy shit, who's that? It turned out he recognized Cuckoo playing games over there. Xiao Dao, his face flushed from drinking, grinned sinisterly. Holy shit, today is truly a good day. At the same time, Chen Nuo came out. He saw the group of people surrounding his girlfriend and sister. Xiao Yi saw him and immediately called out, Brother. Chen Nuo patted Xiao Dao on the shoulder and asked, Brother Dao, you're out of the hospital? As he turned around, he roared angrily, who the hell is so blind? Can't you see your father is? Seeing the menacing figure behind him, he froze. Xiao Dao was stunned, his eyes wide enough to pop out, and he muttered a curse. An arrogant underling pointed at Chen Nuo and yelled, Get lost! Brother Dao is talking to our sister-in-law. Who the hell are you? Looking for a beating? Just then, Luo Qing also ran over and asked, Who is it? You want to hit my friend? He acted righteously and said to Chen Nuo, don't be afraid. Then he turned to the thugs and asked, Who's causing trouble? That underling pointed at him and continued to curse. Fuck, I see you're itching for a fight, aren't you? Luo Qing taunted back defiantly. Come on, hit me. The underling rushed forward, swinging his fist. Luo Qing shouted, My dad is Luo Dashin. You dare touch me? Hit me. As soon as Luo Qing said his father's name, the thugs seemed to be crushed by the name Luo Dashin, standing frozen. Xiao Dao was sweating profusely and stammered. Your boss Luo's son? A misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding, brother. I was just having a few words with your friend. For today's matter, we'll give face to Boss Luo. Let's go. Go! Luo Qing stood there and shouted, Brother Gord, someone wants to hit me. Damn it, are you going to do something about it? At a nearby table, 3 men were playing cards. Hearing this, the man in the middle reacted slightly. He stood up and shouted, Damn it, Qing Zi. The crowd turned to watch the commotion. Brother Gord walked over and asked, Are you okay? Luo Qing pointed at Xiao Dao and replied, A little later, and there would have been a problem. He said he wanted to hit me. The loudmouth lead underling turned away and whistled while Xiao Dao stood there trying to explain. I didn't say that. Brother Gord immediately stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Dao by the collar, and asked, Kid, you've got some nerve. His face instantly turned pale, and he begged, Big brother, a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Gord landed a punch on him. Xiao Dao stood there, hit by a series of slaps, so fast he couldn't react. The other underling quickly turned and fled. He stood there, his face swollen, still trying to explain, I didn't say I wanted to hit him. Brother Gord didn't stop, continuing to slap him repeatedly. Xiao Dao said resentfully, Big brother, I was wrong. I already said I'd give face to Boss Luo. Hearing this, Brother Gord landed an even harder blow, knocking him straight onto his back. Then he stood there and cursed, Give face my ass. A punk like you is worthy of giving face to my boss. Xiao Dao held his face, trembling. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me, please spare me. Chen Nuo stood to the side, thinking to himself, he's really ruthless. After that, Brother Gord turned to Luo Qing and asked, Qing Zi, what now? Luo Qing waved his hand and said quietly, Forget it, let it go. He kicked the cowardly group in the butt and shooed them away. After settling the matter, Brother Gord waved goodbye. All right, Qing Zi, I'm heading off. Call me if anything comes up. Luo Qing turned to look at his 2 stunned friends and said with a smile, I forgot to mention, my dad owns this arcade. Chen Nuo smiled and asked, Oh, so you're a rich kid? You look like a triad prince. Luo Qing waved his hand. What prince? I normally never bring up my dad's business, but if anyone bullies you in the future, I'll stand up for you. Chen Nuo sensed the sincerity of his new friend and smiled in thanks. Chen Nuo thought to himself, I never expected Luo Qing to be Luo Dashin's son. Luo Qing sat down and asked, Is Xiao Yizi hungry? I'll take you to KFC. Chen Nuo recalled his past life. For someone like him who grew up in Jinling, the name Luo Dashin was not unfamiliar. He used to be a sand dredger at state-owned gravel plant, but later struck it rich, becoming a businessman in the Jiangning district. Relying on his underworld connections, he built a considerable empire. It's just that for those in the underworld, sooner or later, you have to pay the price. After being targeted by a more powerful force, Luo Dashin met a tragic end in his old age. Chena silently calculated the time. The Luo family probably had another year or two of prosperity. Looking at his cheerful and lively friend, who was dotingly holding his sister, Chenua thought to himself that someone like Luo Qing was truly humble. He disliked reading novels, treated people gently and kindly, and was fundamentally a good person. The fun ended, and that evening at Ku's apartment complex, the three of them stood at the door, and she called out, "Dad, open the door." However, there was no answer. It was completely silent all around. Ku took out her key, wondering, "That's strange, the lights in the school dorms are all off, but Dad isn't home. Where could he have gone?" Chenua seemed to sense that something was wrong, and spoke up to her. "I need to ask you for a favor." Xiao Yizi was dozing off on his back. Chenua continued, "I have something to do tonight and can't leave my sister home alone. Can I leave Yizi at your place and trouble you to take care of her for a bit?" Kuku asked curiously, "It's so late. Where are you going?" He sighed and replied, "Don't ask." After handing his sister over to Kuku, he said, "I'll come pick Yizi up tomorrow morning." Then he left quietly. Yizi was tired from playing and slept very soundly. Chenua walked off in a certain direction. This was where young Xiaoli worked. It was now closing time, so Old Sun should be nearby. With a cold expression, he prepared to walk in. Suddenly, he saw a familiar car parked in front, and 4 words appeared in his mind: Jinpai architecture. Then he saw Old Sun sitting in the distance, silently smoking alone. The car door on the other side slowly opened, and a man got out. This person was Tao Weishan. The receptionist greeted him. "Take care, sir. Please come again." Seeing that person, Director Sun also hurriedly stood up with his briefcase. An underling blocked him and asked, "What are you doing?" Tao Weishan waved his hand, signaling for him to pass. Chenua stood on the side watching the two talk, unable to hear what they were saying. He thought to himself, "I wonder what Old Sun is planning to do." Director Sun handed the briefcase to Tao Weishan, saying, "Take this for now." But the other guy snatched it and threw the briefcase open, cursing and telling Old Sun to get lost. The money from the briefcase scattered all over the ground. Then he coldly stepped on the money on the ground and cursed with a stone-cold face. Useless thing. Director Sun knelt there picking up the money, gritting his teeth. He turned and shouted, "I gave it all to you. Paid it all back. Is it still not enough?" But the other person had already gotten in the car and sped off. Old Sun collapsed onto the ground, looking utterly defeated. From a distance, Kuku's mother was cycling over, so tired she was out of breath. She fell off her bike and immediately ran over, calling for Old Sunday. Seeing his wife, he was stunned for a moment. Director Sun picked up the money, stuffed it back into his briefcase, and then locked it. Old Sun stood up and said, "Xiaoli, look at the good thing you've done." He raised his hand and shouted, "This is your doing." She closed her eyes and said, "Go on and hit me, hit me." His hand trembled, unable to bring himself to do it, and finally lowered his hand, only able to sigh. Young Xiaoli grabbed Old Sun's hand and said, Old Sun, it's my fault, it's all my fault. Whatever it is, let's talk about it at home." "Okay." He pushed the bike, and the two of them walked silently into the quiet night. Chen Nuo had been secretly watching from behind the whole time. He mused, "Old Sun gave money to that person. It seems the situation is not what I had previously guessed." Monday morning, in front of the school gate, someone arrived holding a sign. The red sign read, "Sun Shengli, pay your debts. It's the law of heaven and earth. If you don't pay your debts, heaven and earth will not tolerate it." A person with a megaphone shouted, "Sun Shengli is a scoundrel who doesn't pay his debts. He's not fit to be a teacher." Students inside poked their heads out, chattering excitedly. Chen Nuo tried to squeeze through the crowd. "Excuse me, please make way." Cuckoo stood there speechless, utterly shocked and surprised, covering her face with her hands, her expression uncomprehending. How could this be? Chen Nuo stood beside her, looking out. At this moment, Director Sun also got the news and walked out with his briefcase. He faced the person with the megaphone and asked, "What do you want by doing this?" Old Sun lowered his voice and said, "I will pay the money. There are still 2 days left. Why are you making such a scene?" He handed the briefcase in his hand to the person and continued, "This is all I have right now. Take it first." Then, Director Sun shouted loudly, "This is a school. Don't disrupt the school's order. Take the money and go." The person took the money and replied, Director's son, paying one's debts is the law of heaven and earth. We don't want to do this either. Then he turned to the brothers behind him and said, Brothers, let's pull out. We'll be back in 2 days. Cook, who stood inside, repeatedly calling Dad. Shin Nuo looked out and thought to himself, Old son definitely doesn't want his daughter to see him in this pathetic state. He shouted from outside to the students inside, Stop looking, it's class time. Get back to class. The students chattered among themselves, all saying harsh things. What's there to pretend? A wolf in sheep's clothing, usually so imposing. Turns out he's a scoundrel, chased to the school for debts. Who knows what kind of trouble he's caused outside? The image of a model teacher that old son had spent half his life building, his own world, had collapsed. Back in the classroom, Luo Qing quietly asked Chinna, is son Cuckoo okay? He replied, Old son said he was going home to handle some things, so I'll let her go back with him. There's too much gossip now. She probably can't stay at school anymore. After that, he asked Luo Qing for help. Can you do 2 things for me? Luo Qing readily agreed. Sure, go ahead. Shin Nuo continued. Help me find out which group the debt collectors from today belong to. He speculated, even for loan sharks, they wouldn't make such a big scene. In Jiangning, your dad's people in this line of work would probably know. Help me check which faction did it, okay? Luo Qing replied, Not difficult. I'll have Brother Gord make a call later. But why are you asking this? Do you want to help old son? How can you help? Shin Nuo smiled and said, I'll help him pay the money. After hearing this, Luo Qing was speechless for a moment, then asked, Okay, what's the second thing? He smiled and replied, Help me ask the teacher for leave. Just say I'm skipping class for the reason. Then he stood up. I'm heading back first. Shin Nuo patted his friend's shoulder. Text me when you find out. Luo Qing sat there, watching him leave with a serious expression. An hour later, Shin Nuo sat thoughtfully on a motorcycle. This Luo Qing works really fast. He looked up, then slowly walked into the Guohua finance company on the 3rd floor. This is the place. Shin Nuo stood there and knocked on the door. Beside it hung a vertical sign that read Guohua Finance Company. The door slowly opened, and the man with the megaphone from the morning stood there and asked, What are you doing? He replied, Looking for someone. The man frowned and asked again, Who are you looking for? Shin Nuo replied coldly, You. As soon as he finished speaking, he landed a vicious kick on the other man's stomach. The force was immense, sending the man flying back into the room and crashing with a bang into a table where a group of people were sitting. They were startled and shocked. What was that? Shin Nuo followed him in, taunting, If you have knives, grab your knives. If you have guns, grab your guns. But I'm guessing you don't have guns. Do me a favor. When you resist, try to be a little more enthusiastic. I'm in a bad mood right now and want to let off some steam. A fierce-looking man rushed out, cursing, You bastard. He calmly raised his hand to counter. Shin Nuo's figure flashed, and he punched the man in the stomach. The punch looked weak, but it sent the man flying straight into the cabinet behind him. He casually picked up the electric kettle on the table, which was filled with freshly boiled water, and threw it at the man, cursing, Doing this dirty business, you should take a bath and clean yourself up. The boiling water splashed onto the man, and he screamed in agony. Shin Nuo once again pulled out his familiar iron chain. Not enthusiastic enough. Try a little harder. The remaining men immediately grabbed weapons and advanced on him, shouting, Brothers, get him. Damn it, get him. A few minutes later, they were all on the floor, with only him left standing. Shin Nuo grabbed one man by the hair and pulled him up, then dragged him to a chair. He let go and said, If I'm not mistaken, you must be the leader. Shin Nuo looked at him and continued, I know you're not the big boss. I'm going to ask you a question now. You'd better answer honestly. I hate being lied to more than anything. Whoever lies to me, I get very angry, you understand? After that, he broke the man's little finger. The man screamed in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Shin Nuo continued, That was the first question. I wasn't satisfied with your answer. Your voice was too quiet. He looked straight into the other's eyes. Very good. Your voice is much louder now. Now, I'll ask again, what's your name? He stammered. My name is Depong. Shin Nuo asked again, Have you ever committed a crime? Hearing this question, he fell silent, not knowing how to answer. Shin Nuo broke another one of his fingers, making him scream even more miserably than before. After enduring the pain, the man named Depong obediently stammered his answer. I have. I was in prison for 3 years. For what crime? He answered, intentional injury. Chen Nuo lowered his voice and praised. Very good. See, we're starting to have an initial understanding. Okay, I'll ask again. Do you guys have safe here? He immediately nodded his head vigorously. Yes, yes. Chen Nuo handed him his empty backpack and ordered, fill this backpack with money. If you don't fill it, I'll use parts from your body as a substitute. A moment later, a backpack full of money appeared before Chen Nuo. He picked up the backpack and sighed. As expected, extortion is still the fastest way to make money. Then he looked down at Depeng and said, last question, where do you keep the borrower's information and loan contracts? The man knelt down, crying and begging. Big brother, please spare me, spare me. I can't touch that. The boss will bury me alive. As soon as Chen Nuo grabbed his hand, he immediately changed his tune, pointing and saying, I'll talk, I'll talk, I'll talk. It's in the second drawer of the file cabinet. He walked over, opened the cabinet door, and looked at the pile of documents inside. Then he flipped through the files on top to search. Finally, he stopped at one file and said, found it. Chen Nuo tucked the file into his jacket. Finally done. He took out a lighter and lit it, then threw it into the pile of loan files, and the documents immediately burst into flames. An underling lying on the ground managed to speak up. Do you know who my boss is? If you dare to touch the borrower's information, you're cutting off my boss's source of income, and you're not leaving yourself any way out. Chen Nuo asked, who is your boss? The person replied, Xiao Guohua. He glanced over and asked again, then do you know who I am? The bruised underling thought to himself, all covered up like this, how the hell would anyone know who you are? Chen Nuo stood there and ordered, hand over all your phones. Chen Nuo walked out, then locked the door with the iron chain. He threw the phones he had just collected back through the crack in the door. He walked down the corridor, thinking about the name he had just heard, Xiao Guohua. That evening, at the Frog KTV, Xiao Guohua walked along, thinking, who on earth was so bold today? Luo, Dashin, Xiao Mianhua, Fu Daqing. Xiao Guohua felt it wasn't any of them. They weren't in the same business as him now. There was no conflict of interest, no need to offend him like this. The KTV manager followed behind, fawning, Boss Xiao, let me see you to your car. He replied, no need. Xiao Guohua mused. This matter was most likely caused by some wandering criminal. Some big shot from out of town who was short on cash decided to target him. Even if it was a big shot from elsewhere, coming to Jiangning, they'd have to spit out everything they swallowed when they met him. When he received the news of the robbery, he had ordered his men to mobilize all their brothers. Even if they had to turn Jiangning upside down, they had to find that guy for him. As he thought, he quietly walked towards the waiting car and slipped inside. He placed his wallet on the seat and said to the driver, Old Wei, let's go home. He was drowsy from drinking. About 10 minutes passed, and he suddenly snapped his eyes open. Xiao Guohua realized this was not the way home. He was also a man of the underworld, so he calmly took out his cigarette case and quietly lit one. He forced a smile and offered, Brother, want to smoke? Chen Nuo, sitting in the driver's seat, replied, I'm driving. Wait a moment. Xiao Guohua rolled down the window, pretending to flick the ash outside, taking the opportunity to observe his surroundings. He realized they were already in the suburbs. Then he picked up his wallet and asked, Brother, what are you planning to do? Are you short on cash? Or is something troubling you? He threw a stack of cash onto the front seat, adding, Don't think it's too little. This is all I have on me. Let's consider it making a friend, helping each other out in times of need in the underworld. Xiao Guohua chuckled. If you have any difficulties, just say the word. In this area, I have some influence. Let's not do anything too extreme. Don't you agree? Chen Nuo looked at him through the rearview mirror and replied, Boss Xiao speaks with great righteousness. Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat. He thought it was just a random thug robbing him, but since the person knew who he was, it meant he was being targeted. He probed, Brother, why must it be like this? Is it not enough? You name a number, and I'll gather it and bring it to you immediately. Chen Nuo replied, Not bad. You have the air of an underworld boss. No wonder you can make a name for yourself. He reached into his jacket pocket, thinking to himself, going up the mountain is trouble. It's definitely more bad than good. Seeing his small movement, Chen Nuo spoke up. I advise you not to make a call. Chen Nuo threatened. It's very remote here. Even if your men find us, it will take at least an hour. In that hour, I'll have enough time to dig a hole and bury you. Xiao Guohua quickly held out his hands and stammered, No, it won't come to that. It won't come to that. Brother, what kind of grudge is so deep that it makes you think of such desperate measures? He suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped by the side of the road, where an iron shovel was stuck in the ground. Chen Nuo turned around and said, Then I'll take the liberty of having a chat with Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao, may I have a cigarette? Then he reached for the lighter, and while lighting a cigarette, he said, Boss Xiao's business has been booming lately, hasn't it? After taking a drag, Chinua asked him, I heard you're also keeping a mistress in Een Alley, who gave you a chubby baby boy last year. Stunned for a moment, he forced a tense smile. It's all just some romantic affairs. Chinua smiled and said, if you're tired, you should rest. Don't bother with these romantic affairs anymore. Rest for a few days, spend time with your wife and children, play with your son. Wouldn't that be nice? He replied fearfully, yes, you're right, brother. Is a month's rest enough? Chinua interrupted. Boss Xiao earns tens of thousands a day. A month is too great a loss. No need, 2 weeks would do. I hear Southeast Asia is quite warm now. He immediately replied obediently. Okay, I'll have someone book the tickets tomorrow and take my family on a trip to Thailand. Chinua glanced out the window. Then let's end our talk here for today. I won't see you home. You can call a car to pick you up. The car door clicked unlocked. Xiao Guohua hurriedly got out of the car. I won't trouble you anymore, brother. This car of mine. You can take it and use it. Watching Chun Nua drive away, he stood there and let out a sigh of relief. He saw the shovel stuck nearby, and his heart filled with terror. Xiao Guohua stood there and cursed. Holy shit. His face was pale. If he had said one wrong word just now, this hole would have been for him. Afterward, he immediately took out his phone and called, Hello, Old Fourth, it's me. Call back anyone who's gone out. About what happened today, stop asking around. Yeah, I told you call them back, so just call them back. What's with all the nagging? That's it. Stop looking. I'll take the loss for today's matter. Xiao Guohua roared. Also, book me tickets to Thailand. A 10-day Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand tour. I'm treating all the brothers' families, not a single one left out. The business can stop for a few days. It won't kill us. Stop everything for me. Damn it, what's that word? All right, team building, team building. Do you understand? The scene changes to a Zinliangson convenience store. Teacher Lu was shopping, standing at the checkout counter and thinking with a smile. The card that kid Chinua bribed me with to go to Yinbian is finally coming in handy. He was carrying a super large shopping bag. The cashier swiped the card and announced, Sir, your card has an insufficient balance. Teacher Lu took out a bill and replied, Yeah, I know. I'm short 6 yuan, right? I'll pay cash. The cashier replied, You're short 504 yuan and 20 cents. Hearing this, he froze on the spot and asked what? Teacher Lu asked the cashier, Damn it, how much money is in this card? The result was a balance of 1 yuan and 80 cents. He walked out of the supermarket on the verge of tears and cursed, Chino, have a heart. Then he went home carrying a super small shopping bag. Teacher Lu saw old son standing there. He thought to himself, it's so late. Why would old son come to a love hotel? Could he be getting a room? This old son, I wonder what he's up to. He was about to turn and leave. Forget it. I must have nothing better to do. Why meddle in other people's business? Just then, Chinua walked past him. Teacher Lu turned his head and blurted out, I think I just saw Chinua. Could it be that kid made me so angry I'm seeing things? The scene changes to the hotel's VIP room. Tao Weishan sat there, a cigarette in his mouth, and said with a cold smile, Sun Xingli, you're here? Have a seat. Director Sun walked in and began, Tao Weishan. He sat down on the chair and asked, You asked me here so late. What do you want? In front of them was a lavish table of food full of delicacies. Tao Weishan took out a cigarette and said politely, Old son, Shengli, how many years has it been since we sat down for a meal together? Director Sun lit a lighter, lit his cigarette, and replied, It must be over 10 years since you went abroad. I didn't expect you to come back. The man named Tao continued. Actually, I came back last year. Didn't Yang Shali tell you? I came back to invest in a project and happened to have dealings with Yang Shali's company. Old son mused. What a coincidence. That's really a coincidence. Tao Weishan continued. All right. With our decades of friendship, there's no need for these roundabout words. I admit, I intentionally brought the project here and then met Xiaoli. Old son interrupted. So, you arranged everything? You set a trap and lured Xiaoli into it. He smiled and said, You're hurting my feelings by saying that. I just suggested Xiaoli make a few investments to help her earn some pocket money. Old son asked again. And then? Tao Weishan replied. Then she got very interested, so I helped her open an overseas account to invest. I didn't expect her to be so bold, investing so much money at once. Old son, the derivatives market is unpredictable. Xiaoli was really too reckless. Director's son stood up angrily and said loudly, She dared to invest the money because you intentionally guided her. She doesn't understand the market. You first led her to make a profit, gave her a taste of success, and even helped her open an account to trade on her own. That's the derivatives market, the foreign financial derivatives market. When she got in deeper and deeper and was finally about to have her position liquidated, she realized she couldn't handle it anymore and came to beg you. And how did you save her? You gave her the company's project investment account for her to take hundreds of thousands. Dao Weishan, you set all up from a so-called investment account. How could she withdraw several hundred thousand at once? Without your signature as the general manager, how could she get the money? Now, on paper, she's the debtor. She signed for that loan herself. As soon as she got the money to cover her derivatives losses, your company suddenly demanded settlement right after the new year. What kind of company suddenly demands settlement right after the new year? Lao Tun said in a stern voice. You calculated every single step just to back her into a corner, right? He continued. Xiaoli has an adventurous personality, but she's not that bold. If you hadn't told her you had inside information and that the investment was a sure win, would she have dared to invest so much money at once? She did it because she trusted you. Dao Weishan laughed. They all call you Sun Shengli. Don't speak without evidence. Why do you think she trusts me so much? He lit a cigarette, reminiscing. If she had gone abroad with me over 10 years ago, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. There's someone in Jinling I can't let go of. Lao Tun immediately cursed. Dao Weishan, you shameless bastard. Xiaoli is my wife now. He interrupted. You think I'm talking about Xiaoli? Hearing this, Lao Tun was stunned and paused for a moment. He stammered. What are you saying? Lao Tun sat down, his voice a little low. I don't understand what you're talking about. Dao Weishan continued. See, Lao Tun, I told you back then that you were very smart, just always half a beat slow when it comes to dealing with people. You actually understand. You just never dare to think deeper, right? Lao Tun waved his hand. Don't say any more. Don't say any more. He continued. 2 years ago, while I was still abroad, a friend sent me a photo. I couldn't forget it after that. There's a saying, blood is thicker than water. You have no choice, and I have no choice. Did you think I came back to fight you for Xiaoli? With my current status, would I be short of women? He walked up to Lao Tun. I didn't want to come back either. But a few years ago, I had a serious illness. After I recovered, the doctor told me I could no longer have children. What's the medical term for it? Teratozoospermia. Director's son shouted. Kiki is my daughter. Dao Weishan immediately retorted. Your daughter? Lao Tun, take a look. Does Kiki resemble you in any way? The moment I saw Kiki's photo, I knew, damn it, this is Dao Weishan's seed, no doubt about it. Lao Tun recalled the past, when he married Xiaoli, with friends and family coming to congratulate them. He was overjoyed that his wife was pregnant, listening to the baby kick in her belly every day. Xiaoli would always laugh and say, why are you acting like such a child? On the day of the birth, the nurse brought the baby out and congratulated him on having a daughter. Then when Kiki started school, he would always take her on his bicycle. Today is your birthday. Mommy has prepared your favorite food. Lao Tun, now covering his face, said chokingly, no, it's not true. Kiki is my daughter. Dao Weishan stood there and continued. I know you consider her and her mother your life. Xiaoli got into huge trouble, and when she saw the company was about to settle accounts, she panicked and told you. You couldn't bring yourself to do anything to her. All the money at home was spent, and you swallowed your pride, begging for help everywhere, managing to gather over 100,000, but it still wasn't enough. You could only turn to loan sharks, borrowing 150,000, barely scraping together 300,000, but it still wasn't enough. Lao Tun, last night you intercepted me, wanted to give me that money, wanted me to settle the company's matter first. But do you think I could do that? Director's son stood up and asked, what exactly do you want? He replied, I want Kiki. I want your daughter. No, I should say, I want my daughter. Lao Tun laughed loudly. Still haven't given up? Do you want to find someone to do a DNA test? Dao Weishan smiled and said, fine, then I'll let you die with a clear understanding. It's almost time now. Lao Tun. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and entered. It was a woman. Lao Tun saw her, astonished. It turned out to be Xiaoli. She walked in holding a folder. When Xiaoli saw Lao Tun, the folder in her hand immediately fell to the ground. Dao Weishan smiled and said, you're here. You're all here. Good, everyone's present. Then he pulled Xiaoli over and asked, come on, you tell Lao Tun, whose daughter is Kiki really? She screamed in panic. Why are you doing this? I don't know anything. Lao Tun at the side shouted loudly, let her go. Then he walked towards him and threw a punch, yelling, I told you to let go of my wife. Dao Weishan rubbed his face and replied, fine, I'll take this punch as payment for you raising Kiki for over 10 years. I won't hold it against you. Lao Tun went to Xiaoli and asked, tell me, Kiki is my child, right? She is my daughter, right? She suddenly knelt down, crying as she spoke. Lao Tun, I've wronged you. When I married you, I was already pregnant. Then you went abroad and abandoned me. I didn't know what to do. Lao Tun interrupted. So, you accepted me? Shally lowered her head. Lao Tun, you are a good husband, a good father. It's me who has wronged you. Lao Tun gave a pained smile. Fine, the scene you wanted to see, you've seen it. I will not hand Kiki over to you, Dao Weishan, so give up on that idea. After speaking, he helped his wife up, saying, let's go. Dao Weishan blocked them. Wait. He sneered. The company will settle accounts next week at the latest. If you walk out that door tonight, just be prepared to see your wife go to jail. Then he took out a black card. There's $1 million in this card, which can solve your current predicament. Take this money, and you can start over. As for Kiki, I can take her to Country M, enroll her in the best school, and give her a life of wealth. She can even live a different life for the rest of her days. Dao Weishan placed a stack of documents on the table and continued. As long as you agree to sign these 3 agreements, a paternity test report, a declaration of severing parental relationship, and a consent form for the transfer of guardianship. The couple stood there without a word, listening to him continue. Lao Tun, I know you're a straightforward man and can't decide right away. I'll give you 3 days. Within these 3 days, come find me. Sign the papers with one hand and take the money with the other. The scene changes to the bathroom. Dao Weishan is laughing loudly. It's exhilarating, even more exhilarating than forcing that guy who opposed me 4 years ago to his death, and then using money to get his daughter into bed. He laughed perversely. Once I get Kiki to Country M, Sun Xingli, you're finished too. To pull out the weeds, you have to pull out the roots. I have to stomp you to death to be satisfied. Turning off the shower, Dao Weishan pulled open the bathroom door and stepped out. He stood there drying himself. Chen Nuo was sitting there, who knows since when. He asked in alarm, who are you? Chen Nuo held a gun in his hand, pointing it at Dao Weishan. Good evening. He quickly raised his hands, saying nervously, my friend, if you need money, we can talk. Chen Nuo slowly stood up and replied, no, I don't need money. He looked at him seriously. I need justice. Dao Weishan's eyes widened, his face full of fear, and he turned to run, shouting, someone. A cold glint flashed in Chen Nuo's eyes. Dao Weishan was immobilized, frozen at the door. He thought in terror, what's happening? Why can't I move all of a sudden? And it's hard to breathe. Chen Nuo walked over to support him, saying, you can't escape. Don't waste your energy. Then he snapped his fingers. He was released from the control, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Then he stammered, what kind of sorcery did you use? Chen Nuo took out some liquor, poured a glass, and replied, I don't know if you're unlucky or if Lao Tun is lucky. If I hadn't come to this world, I'm afraid all your calculations would have come true. Then he handed him the full glass of liquor. Here, drink it all. While he was drinking, Chen Nuo continued, now let's talk about Lao Tun. Hearing this, he blurted out, You came for Lao Tun? That poor, useless old Tun? Chen Nuo replied coldly, actually, I've met many villains. You're not the worst, but you're very disgusting. Lao Tun is just an ordinary person who has never thought of harming anyone. He endures being taken advantage of and just wants to live a peaceful life with his wife and child. But such an honest man, you stomp on him as if he were a cockroach, and you humiliate him. You shouldn't have done that. He frowned, glaring at Dao Weishan and cursing. Damn it. Did he dig up your ancestral grave in a past life? Seeing that look, he replied in fear, my friend, let's talk this out. I'll stop right now, and I won't touch that girl. I swear, I'll never mess with Lao Tun again. Dao Weishan took out his phone and dialed. I'll go back to Country M right now. I'll prove it to you. Then he called someone and ordered, Director Zhao, it's me. Immediately cancel the plan to settle the company's books. Yes, we're not doing it. Do it now. Then Dao Weishan smiled and continued, see, I've done it. I've let Sun Shunli's family go. You can't kill me. I have a Country M passport. You'll be in big trouble if you kill me. Chen Nuo sneered. It's useless. I don't believe you, because I know villains like you too well. I was a villain myself. He stammered, I'm going back. At this moment, Chen Nuo's finger glowed. Dao Weishan's face was filled with terror. He felt it was hard to breathe and struggled to say, how can you kill me? I have a lot of money. Chen Nuo watched him fall onto the sofa, then approached and declared, you took a hot bath, then came out and drank such a large glass of strong liquor. When you're discovered, people will only think you died of a stroke from a cerebral hemorrhage. Looking at him lying there, Chen Nuo said coldly, when you cross the bridge of helplessness and drink Granny Meng's soup, remember one thing in your next life. Don't bully honest people. The next day, Chen Nuo walked out of the parking lot. He recognized Lao Tun's familiar bicycle. He got on the bike and thought to himself, Lao Tun stealing my teacher's bike. It's really not, because I'm bullying an honest person like you. The scene changes to Delay's used car garage. He was lying down, smoking, cursing inwardly. Damn it, why does my right eye keep twitching today? Seeing Chun Nual walk in, Delay was so scared he dropped his cigarette. A subordinate who was fixing a car immediately ran out to greet him, asking, "Sir, here to look at cars? What kind of car are you looking for?" Chun Nual threw his backpack on the ground with a thud. Then he took out a cigarette. He sat there and sighed. It's still more comfortable here. The subordinate didn't recognize him and pointed at him, scolding. Damn it, where did this kid come from? You think this is your house? Delay walked over and kicked him, scolding. Damn it, is that how you talk to Big Brother? Then he ran to Chin Nua's side, fawning. Big Brother, oh Big Brother, what wind blew you here? Whichever car you like today, just drive it away. Chin Nua replied, I'm not short of anything today, just borrowing your place to wait for someone. He smiled warmly. Please wait, Big Brother. I'll go make some long jing tea for you. Delay massaged his leg and asked, Big Brother, how's this pressure? Chin Nua replied with enjoyment, not bad. Delay cursed himself inwardly. Damn it, what have I done to deserve this? I've gone from a Big Brother to a masseuse. Suddenly, Lao Tun walked by. Chin Nua saw him and called out, Lao Tun. He stood outside and replied, Chin Nua, why are you here? Skipping class again today? Chin Nua pointed at Delay and said, I'm working part-time here to earn tuition. This is the boss, Brother Lay. He's enthusiastic, generous, righteous, and has an honest and sincere character. I've even learned a few skills from him. The two liars glanced at each other. Lao Tun turned to Delay and said, Then I'll have to trouble you. The kid is a bit mischievous, but he's not a bad kid, and he's very kind-hearted. Please teach him a thing or two. He immediately replied, He's working part-time for me. Lao Tun added, If he doesn't listen, just hit him. After hearing this, Delay looked towards Chun Nua, who would dare hit this god of death. Then he asked Lao Tun, Big Brother, are you here to look at cars? He replied shyly, My bike was stolen last night. It's a bit inconvenient to get around these days without a vehicle, so I came to the used market to buy a cheap one, just something to get by. Then you've come to the right person, Big Brother. You're an acquaintance of Chin Nua. I can't make money off you. I'll just sell it at cost. Lao Tun seemed very embarrassed. How can I do that? Just sell it at the normal price. I can't just take it from you for free. After picking one out, Chin Nua kicked away the price sign and turned to ask Lao Tun, How about this bike? The boss is having a huge sale. The purchase price was only 80. Delay understood, held up 5 fingers and said, What 80? 50, and it's yours. Chun Nua turned his head and hinted, Brother Lay, weren't you going to the company to check the books this morning? Chin Nua turned his head and introduced further. Brother Lay also runs a financial company, specializing in some small loan services. He's a kind person and abides by the law. His business is very prosperous. The two looked at each other again, saying nothing. Delay thought to himself again. I also do loan sharking. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Big Brother, are you improvising a script? My acting is poor. I can't keep up with your rhythm. Then Delay immediately played along. Yes, it's all thanks to everyone's help and my peers going easy on me. In my business, I value righteousness and trust the most. Lao Tun immediately took the initiative to say, Can I have your phone number? I'll call you if I have a need. After Director's son left, Delay turned his head and tentatively asked, Big Brother, how was my performance? Was it okay? Chun Nua smiled and praised. Brother Lay, I see that a person like you is destined to make a fortune in the future. Inside Delay's garage, which was also his bedroom and office, he said respectfully, Big Brother, is there anything else? Just say the word, Big Brother. Chun Nua opened his backpack, which was full of money. He replied in fear, Big Brother, I only deal in used cars with this much money. I don't dare to get involved in murder for hire. Chun Nua explained, I'm not asking you to do that. Teacher's son just left. Find a way to lend him this money, 200,000. Delay, thinking he was smart. I get it, Big Brother wants to set him up. You're after his house deed. Chun Nua slapped him on the head. What are you thinking? Who wants the deed? Just find a way to lend him the money. Chun Nua instructed, you still have to sign a contract, otherwise he won't believe it. But don't make the terms too harsh. Keep the interest rate low and write the installment plan for 15 or 8 years, whatever you want. In short, the terms must be attractive enough for him to borrow money from you. If you mess it up, I'll settle the score with you. Delay took the money and replied, Understood, rest assured, Big Brother. Oh, Big Brother, this money isn't right. There's too much here. Chin Nua smiled and said, There's 300,000 here. The extra 100,000, 60,000 of it is for the motorcycle I took from you last time, and also for your medical expenses. Looking at his bald head, Chun Nua added, Use the rest to treat your hair. You're so young and already bald. If you treat it early, it might grow back. Delay hugged Chinua's thigh, moved, and said, "Big brother, you are too gentle and kind. Others only see my fierce, bald appearance. Only you can see the pain in my heart." Chunua scolded, "Damn it, can you not wipe your snot on me?" Then he left. Delay waved him off. "Take care. Come visit often when you're free." The subordinate asked, "Boss, who on earth is this person? You serve him like he's your ancestor." Delay turned his head and lectured, "What the hell do you know? When you find a backer, you have to hold on tight. When I was in prison back then, I used these sharp eyes to pick the right person, and that's how I got this shop after I got out. Now, if I serve this ancestor well, I might just make it big in the future." At an investment office in Vietnam, a secretary handed over a report. "Director, the investment invitation for the project from country N has been sent. Please take a look." He smiled after reading it. "The terms are very good. This can be considered this year's key project. For this quarter's investment promotion task, if we do this project well, it's half the battle won." The secretary added, "But there is one request. They said the daughter of one of their board members wants to come here to study, so they're asking us to help with her school admission. Judging by her age, she should be in high school." He replied, "This is not a difficult matter. They're investing so much money, and it can also solve future employment issues. You contact the Education Bureau, provide the investor with a list of the best schools in the district to choose from, and then you discuss it with them." The secretary immediately replied, "They've already chosen a school. They only want to go there." The director asked in surprise, "Which school?" She replied, "They said they want to go to number 8 middle school." He immediately asked, "What was this school's citywide ranking last year?" The secretary replied, "Third from the bottom." The scene changes to Luku International Airport, Jinling. A blonde foreign man is standing there. A young woman was there to pick him up. She turned her head and said to him, "Mr. Yushin, we'll take you to the hotel first." He took off his glasses and replied, "No, take me to the police station. I want to see Dao Weishan's case file as soon as possible. The head office needs the news at the earliest." Back at the hotel, Yushin immediately made a phone call to report, "It's me. I've arrived at the hotel where Dao Weishan was staying when the incident occurred, and I've also seen the police file." The person on the other end asked, "What's your judgment?" He replied, "The cause of death for minor number 16. The preliminary judgment is a normal accidental death due to a cerebral hemorrhage after bathing and drinking." The person on the other end said, "If it's normal, then wrap it up quickly. He was just an outer circle minor making money for us. Don't waste too much energy." Yushin added, "But Dao Weishan's death contains a hostility that makes me extremely uncomfortable. I request to investigate further. I need 2 types of documents. First, the credit card statements for the 6 months before the minor's death. Second, the mysterious person replied, "Fine, I can give them to you, but don't make any unusual moves. We don't want things to get more complicated when the long-planned national-level project has just begun. Dao Weishan was just the first person we sent. You must remember, we are the ones who should be hidden in the abyss." Also, the death of minor number 4 in country N is listed as a key investigation target. They need your help more over there. More than an hour later, Yushin looked at his laptop and called to report the situation. "I found a suspicious point. Before his death, Dao Weishan had frequent contact with a woman named Yang Xiaoi. She was also among the last people he met before he died. She is very beautiful and married." The person on the other end asked, "Are you suggesting this is a crime of passion?" That woman and her husband are both ordinary people. Ordinary people are not capable of killing a minor. "All right, in 3 days, if you have no other findings, you are to return. The country A side needs you." The next day, downstairs from Sun Keek's home, Chinua was riding a bicycle, with Kiki sitting behind him, her arms wrapped around his waist very naturally. Then he braked the bike, turned around, and placed his hand on Keek's head, asking with concern, "Why the sudden fever?" She replied, "The heater in my house is broken. I caught a cold last night." He helped her upstairs. Kiki turned her head and said, "My parents probably aren't home." Chinua thought to himself, ever since the debt collection incident at the school, Lao Tun has taken sick leave to avoid gossip. He must be at Brother Lei's place now, handling the loan procedures. The two entered the house, and Chinua felt that something was not right. He sensed someone was in the house. The two sat in the living room. The person inside was Yushin. Chinua raised his guard, breaking into a private residence in broad daylight. As for Kiki, because the two were sitting so close, her cheeks were slightly flushed. She closed her eyes, her mouth puckered slightly. Chinnuo reminded her, "Don't fall asleep. Where's your family's cold medicine? Take the medicine first." Kiki immediately replied, "In the drawer of my parents' dressing table." When Chinnu walked in, he had already left. Chinnuo thought to himself, "This person has some skill." Then he pretended to look for medicine in the drawer. That person had silently appeared behind him. Yuxian observed and assessed. Shoulder muscles are relaxed, completely unguarded. This is an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Chinnuo, while getting the medicine, sensed he's a master and a foreigner at that. So he's not an ordinary thief. A moment later, he said softly, "Found it." Then he slowly stood up and the shadow behind him vanished. Chinnuo walked out of the room, while Yuxian was clinging to the ceiling like Spider-Man. He gently closed the door, then went to the sofa to pour water and gave the medicine to Kiki. "Here, take your medicine." Chinnuo sensed that he had left. He gently stroked Kiki's head and said, "Go to sleep." She said, "I'm not sleepy." But her eyes could no longer stay open. After Kiki fell asleep on the sofa, he quietly entered her parents' bedroom and saw the door was ajar. He deduced, it seems he jumped in through the window. Chinnuo pulled open the window and quickly jumped down from the high floor. A while later, at the International Hotel, Yuxian was standing in front of a whiteboard, analyzing Dao Weishan's death and the people involved. He crossed out Director Sun's name, saying, "Could it really have been an accident?" Chinnuo was observing quietly from outside. Yuxian inadvertently turned his head to look, but there was only the wind blowing, nothing else. A while later, at noodle shop, Chinnuo sat down and called out, "Boss, 1 bowl of mixed noodles with extra meat and add a soft-boiled egg." The boss replied, "Just a moment." He sat there peeling garlic, preparing to eat his noodles. Then he smiled. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Yuxian from the Abyss organization. Should I bury him? After all, I already buried him once in my past life." Abyss, a B-level organization in the underworld, has been established for at least 55 years. This organization has a few extraordinary individuals with remarkable abilities and has carried out countless undisclosed secret missions. Some notable figures are a doctor who looks like a crazy pervert, a hunter whose appearance matches his name and specializes in hunting prey, and a blonde man named Yuxian. Among them, the strongest is their leader, nicknamed the Captain, a Viscount-level Esper. In addition, there is a type of person in the organization called miners, who are responsible for moving through the secular world, building social networks to make money for the organization. Dao Weishan was one of them. In the original timeline, Chinnuo was punished by Abyss in 2004, which is 3 years from now. In a fit of rage, he wiped out the entire Abyss organization. From then on, the name Yanluo became famous throughout the underworld. This time, the Abyss organization has once again provoked the reincarnated Chun Yanluo. Back in the present, Chinnuo was considering eliminating Yuxian, but it seemed inappropriate. If something happened to Yuxian, Lao Tun's family would definitely be implicated. As for destroying the Abyss organization again, he muttered, "To step into the underworld again, I'm tired of it. In this life, I just want to live a lazy life of pleasure and indulgence. If others don't mess with me, I won't mess with them." Since Lao Tun's name has been crossed off, then Yuxian, consider yourself lucky. The next morning, at school, Luo Qing threw the ball out, calling Chinnuo. He quickly caught it. A man in a green jersey ran up to block him, introducing himself with a smug smile. "I'm Zhou Wang. No one can break my dream shuffle." Chinnuo jumped up for a shot, not forgetting to give him 2 words, "You wish." A beautiful 3-pointer. Off the court, the female fans went wild for him, cheering nonstop. Chinnuo, invincible heartthrob, so handsome. Cuckoo stood there, blushing without a word, her heart pounding at that moment. The boy she had rejected last year now made her heart flutter, and she thought he was so cool. The game ended, and Chinnuo walked towards Cuckoo. She held a water bottle in her hand, handing him a pre-poured cup of water, which was goji berry water. Holding the cup, Chinnuo thought to himself, "I'm in the prime of my youth, and I'm already starting the middle-aged life of a thermos filled with goji berries." Cuckoo said, "My dad says you shouldn't drink cold water after exercising, or you'll regret it when you get old and have stomach problems." She blushed and added, "My dad also said, drinking goji berries is good for digestion." Just then, someone called his name from a distance, making him turn his head to look. Over there was a group of thugs holding steel pipes, baseball bats, and even iron chains. A song played over the school's PA system. "Oh, the storms of life, revealing heroic spirit, climbing high to look far." admired by thousands. The guy glared at Chen Nuo and said, "Pretty arrogant, huh? I've had my eye on you for a while." Chen Nuo wondered, "Who are you?" The lackeys answered, "Our school's one and only big brother, Haonan Zhang Linsheng, nicknamed the top dog of Causeway Bay." Chen Haonan. Chen Nuo raised both hands, feigning, "So it's brother Haonan. I've admired you for a long time." But in his eyes, this guy was just a delusional teenager. Zhang Linsheng laughed and said, "Chen Nuo, for today's fight, not even God can save you. I'm telling you." Just then, a familiar figure ran over and threw her arms around him. The beautiful Li Yingxian looked up at him and said, "I finally found you. Thank you, Lord Guan." On the side, Zhang Linsheng was so scared he dropped his iron chain, cursing inwardly. Damn it, another campus bell is about to be ruined. Chen Nuo was stunned, thinking to himself, damn it, why is this firefly here? Meanwhile, Cuckoo was also dumbfounded, thinking, am I being cheated on? Chen Nuo was getting anxious. Damn it, where did this long-legged girl come from? What do I do in this situation? A plan flashed through his mind. Tell her, I have a twin brother? Or shout for Geke to save me? Or yell that I'm being harassed? None of them would work. Too humiliating. He looked towards Zhang Linsheng with a sly grin. I get it, brother Haonan. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to suffer a little. He pushed Li Yingxian away, then glared fiercely ahead and started cursing. So what if you're a senior? Does being a senior mean you can act like a gangster? You think I'm scared of a gangster? As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. Today, I'll take away your dignity and your right to speak and let you know that what goes around comes around. Zhang Linsheng didn't have time to react. His lower body was hit squarely by a knee. He was immediately knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. The female spectators off the court were still watching intently. Chen Nuo squatted down and said in his ear, let me take you to the hospital where you might not be able to keep your family jewels. Zhang Linsheng's face turned pale and he shouted, quick, take me to the hospital. Damn it, I'm really hurt. He quickly carried him on his back and left, ignoring the two beauties behind him who were chasing and calling for Chen Nuo. The lackeys stood there, still not understanding what had happened, asking each other in confusion. Wasn't our big brother taken down in a second and then carried away? I saw it too. That bastard Chen Nuo is ruthless. At the school gate, the two girls lost track of Chen Nuo. One looked left, calling for Chen Nuo. The other looked right, calling for Appa. Li Yingxian stood there shouting, Appa, where did you run off to? Suddenly, a hand appeared from behind, covering her mouth and grabbing her, preventing her from screaming. Chen Nuo turned Li Yingxian around, gestured for her to be quiet, and said, it's me. As for Zhang Linsheng, he was lying in a nearby trash can. He let go of his hand, about to ask, why are you? Li Yingxian immediately spread her arms and ran to hug him. Shouting Appa, Chen Nuo put his hand on her forehead, pushed her away, and ordered, stand still. He said to Li Yingxian, stop with the Appa. You've caused me trouble. First things first. How did you find me? Li Yingxian snapped her fingers, winked playfully, and replied, I remembered the Chinese characters on your jacket, so I asked my mom to let me transfer to this school. She recalled, I was doing the enrollment paperwork in the principal's office, and then I heard a commotion on the sports field and saw you. Chen Nuo held his head. That actually worked, but I can't believe your mom agreed to let you transfer. He turned his head and asked, you don't want to cause me trouble, right? So, I'm going to set some rules. Can you follow them? Li Yingxian obediently said, I'll listen to whatever Appa says. Chen Nuo began to state his 3 rules. Good. First, you absolutely cannot reveal that I saved your family and country in. Li Yingxian thought to herself, doesn't that mean I'm the only one by the superhero's side who knows his true identity? Second, we need to get our story straight about how we met. Third, when other people are around, I won't speak the language of country in, so you have to learn Mandarin. That's all I can think of for now. I'll contact you later. After hearing this, Li Yingxian followed him and asked, Appa, are you leaving? Chen Nuo grunted in agreement, thinking to himself, there's still another pursuer. I can't just ignore her. Meanwhile, Cuckoo was sitting there, recalling the scene of the strange girl hugging Chen Nuo, sobbing. Her mind was filled with blame for Chen Nuo. How could you do this to me? A hand appeared, offering Cuckoo a tissue. Chen Nuo stood there and asked, what are you crying about? She snatched the tissue and blamed him. Why did she hug you like that? Chen Nuo pretended to be deep in thought. When a girl corners you with a question, it's best not to answer, because at that moment, any answer you give is wrong. You have to break out of that mindset and regain the initiative. The two began a rapid-fire conversation. Are you crying because of that? Do you know her? I guess you could say that. How do you two know each other? Chen Nuo asked. When I ran out, did you see anyone else? Cuckoo replied, no. I was just focused on chasing you too. Then she slowly stood up. Cuckoo turned her head and asked, "Where's that girl? Didn't she chase after you too? Did you see her? She was running even faster than me." He feigned innocence. "I didn't see her. She ran out too." She kept pressing him relentlessly. "Stop asking me questions. What is your relationship with that girl?" Chen knew it was in a tough spot. This girl is too straightforward. She's not falling for any tricks. Just then, Teacher Lu appeared, calling out, "Chen Nua, Cuckoo, I've found you too. Are you two okay? Come with me quickly. Principal Fong is very worried." Over here, Zhang Linxing's 3 lackeys were being scolded harshly. "What you did was very dangerous. Do you want to go down the path of breaking the law? You're so young and already talking about fighting and killing. What's next, carrying guns and knives when you're out in the world?" Teacher Lu turned and said, "Principal Fong, I've found them." Principal Fong saw Chen Nua and suddenly remembered, thinking to himself, "It's this kid again. I still haven't forgotten about the incident in Yanbian." He then turned and questioned him. "What just happened?" Chen Nua replied, "They wanted to beat me up. I couldn't fight back, so I ran." The principal immediately pressed, "Then why didn't they pick on someone else? Why you? Birds of a feather flock together. It'd be strange if you didn't have conflicts." Chen Nua retorted, "Principal Fong, by that logic, I should just let myself be bullied and take a few punches to be in the right." The principal roared, "Is that how you talk to the principal? Do you want the school to call your parents?" Chen Nua turned to leave. "No need to trouble the school. I'll go home and call them right now." Principal Fong pointed at him and continued to scold, "You undisciplined, lawless brat. I don't believe your parents can't control you." Teacher Lu whispered in his ear, "Principal Fong, Chen Nua's parents are divorced. His father is in America, and his mother is in prison." Kuka followed behind, thinking, "He's just leaving like that? I haven't even finished asking my questions." Chen Nua just walked away, praising himself inwardly. "I'm so damn smart." That evening, at Sun Kuku's house, Old Sun turned his head and asked, "Chen Nua, I didn't call you over for anything in particular. I heard a transfer student from Country M came to our school. Do you two know her?" Looking at Ku's expression, Chen Nua guessed. Her eyes are all swollen. She must have had a good cry when she got home. Pressed by Old Sun, he turned and replied, "It's quite a coincidence, actually. 2 days ago, I was learning to fix cars at Brother Lay's shop, and that girl's car happened to break down nearby. So I helped her fix it." Old Sun was suspicious. A foreign girl, not very old, out on her own? Chen Nua replied, "Of course not. She was with an adult. But they weren't fluent in the language, so they couldn't speak clearly. His father-in-law nitpicked, not fluent, and she was that enthusiastic towards you after just one meeting?" Chen Nua went along with it, posturing, "It's probably because I'm handsome." Old Sun looked at him, feeling a bit of approval. This kid Chen Nua is indeed quite handsome. Cook has said, "That girl from Country M is quite pretty, and they're about the same age, so it's normal for them to be attracted to each other." Then he chuckled, thinking to himself, "Let them get to know each other. If dry wood meets a raging fire, it'll save my own cabbage from being ruined." With that settled, he looked at Chen Nua and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, you can go home." Cook quickly said, "Dad, I'll walk him out." The two walked down the stairs without a word. When they reached the bottom, Chen Nua turned his head and said, "All right, you should go back up." Cuckoo took the initiative to rush forward and hug Chen Nua, her reason being, "I haven't hugged you like she did yet." The two looked at each other, very close, and Cuckoo blushed a little. What an interesting teenage romance. After the hug, Cuckoo shyly turned and ran upstairs, not forgetting to say she'd see him tomorrow. Chen Nua stood there, a little smug, thinking to himself, "A little chubby is actually nice." The scene changes to a small alley near the school, where there's a large trash can. Zhang Linsheng had now woken up, holding his dizzy head and asking himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What did I do?" He remembered, "That's right, I'm Brother Hao Nan. Chen Nua, you and I can't live under the same sky." While he was dazed, a hand swung out, slap. It hit Linsheng right in the face, making him see stars. It turned out to be his father, who was pointing at his face and scolding. "You bastard, you caused trouble and now you don't dare to come home. Is that it?" The principal came all the way to our house, he said as he dragged Linsheng away. "Let's see if I don't beat you to death today." Linsheng cursed inwardly. Chen Nua, the old score between us isn't settled, and now there's a new grudge. This slap from my old man, I'm counting on your head too. The next day, in the classroom, Teacher Wu, the homeroom teacher and head of the grade subject department, was introducing a new student. This is Li Yingxian, who transferred from Country E. She will be studying at our school for the time being and will temporarily join our class. Yingxian bowed her head and greeted, "Hello everyone, I'm Li Yingxian. It's a pleasure to be studying with you all." Teacher Wu looked around, found a spot for her, and said, Li Yingxian, you can sit in the last row, in the empty seat next to Chen Nua. Hearing this, Cuckoo immediately stood up and suggested, Teacher, the new student is a foreigner. Her Chinese might not be very good. Sitting in the back of the class might make it hard for her to keep up with the lessons, and she won't be able to see the blackboard clearly. Luo Qing turned back and said to Chen Nua, See, the smokeless war has already begun, brother. After you succeed, you'd better thank me properly. With that, he stood up. Teacher, let the new student have my seat. I'll move back one desk and sit with Chen Na. The teacher agreed after hearing this. That works too. Let's do that. As soon as Yingxian sat down, the person next to her turned to chat. Hi, I'm. Before the guy could finish his sentence, she immediately raised her hand and shushed him, signaling for silence. Then, she opened her pencil case, which had a picture of Guan Yu taped inside. Yingxian immediately clasped her hands and smiled. Thank you, Lord Guan, for your blessing. The other guy turned back and asked the two, Did you guys see that? Luo Qing smiled and said, We should respect the religious beliefs of our foreign classmate. As for Chen Nua, he could only hold his head. At lunchtime, in the cafeteria, Chen Nua was eating alone, muttering to himself, This food really has no meat at all. Just then, Cuckoo walked over with her food tray, handed him a bag, and said, Eat this 3 delicacy buns. You should eat less of the cafeteria food. I heard from my dad that even the rice is old and not fragrant at all. Chen Nua took a bun, took a bite, and praised, This is delicious. From the opposite side, her best friend's voice called out, Cuckoo, over here. Just as Cuckoo stood up, Yingxian walked over. Appa, so you're here. The slightly chubby best friend waved at Cuckoo. We're sitting here. Yingxian, wearing a sexy crop top, sat down and asked, Appa, what delicious thing are you eating? He replied coldly, Buns? Yingxian turned and whined, I want some too. Then she opened her mouth, signaling for Chen Nua to feed her. He felt an electric shock from behind him. It was Cuckoo's gaze. Yingxian leaned in closer, pleading, Appa, just one bite, don't be so stingy. Seeing no reaction from Chen Nua, she leaned in even closer, begging nonstop. Come on, please. On the other side, Cuckoo was trembling with anger. He was caught in a difficult situation, wondering what to do. Just then, a shout of Chen Nua made him sigh in relief, as if he had been saved. The person who walked in was Lin Sheng, his hair shaved bald by his father, roaring angrily. Chen Na, don't even think about running today. Chen Nua sat still, turned his head, and threw his chopsticks toward the door. Lin Sheng stepped forward threateningly. I won't let you. He didn't notice the chopsticks at his feet and was about to step on them. Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled. His front foot stepped on the chopsticks, and he slipped forward, immediately shouting, Mommy. Chen Nua grinned slyly. Looks like a double-banger firecracker. Then he walked closer and asked with concern, Classmate, are you hurt again? Lin Xing's face was pale. No, I'm not. Chen Nua needed a way out. So he leaned in close and said, No, you are. And so he took Lin Xing's arm and then swept him up into his arms. Classmate Lin Sheng, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the infirmary. Lin Xing's heart shattered. In the underworld, face is the most important thing. I've become a laughingstock again. Is my life of ruling the streets really over? At the same time, in a sea area of country, a small blue boat was floating on the water. A Xian stood on the boat, reporting over the phone. The body of miner number 4 has been found. Zai. He added, I know, my investigation has made some progress. I will send the investigation results back as soon as possible. No, there's no need for revenge. He's just a miner. But I think we still need to take action. A Xian threw his cigarette, but into the sea, and replied, We need to send a signal. Dare to touch our people, and you will pay the price. He put on his sunglasses, looked at the body that had just been recovered, and smiled, just a regular person. Meanwhile, Chen Nua was walking and laughing to himself. Old son, it's not that I want to skip class, but the gunpowder-filled atmosphere in that classroom is no place for a human being. I'm craving some pan-fried buns. I'll go for a walk. He stopped in front of the Xiangyang residential area. Chen Nua froze, thinking to himself, there's trouble. Looking at Lei's used car shop, Chen Nua knew someone had come to cause trouble. He crossed the street, handed the uncle selling buns a cigarette, and asked, Sir, where did the owner of this car shop go? The uncle replied, If you're here to pick up a car, don't wait. He was taken away early this morning. I heard it was Li Qingshan's man. If you fall into his hands, it's hard to come back. Chen Nua coldly muttered the name Li Qingshan. In a resort in Nansheng, a man was hung up by a rope, his face submerged in water. Above, another man was sitting and drinking tea, wearing a jade ring. This person was Li Qingshan. he said to his underling, asked him if he's thought it through. Another underling was pulling the rope to lift the man up. As soon as he was pulled out of the water, Delay said, Master Sean, what you're doing is against the rules. The underling turned to report. Big brother, he said. Li Qingshan replied, I heard him. If he hasn't thought it through, then let him soak some more. Delay quickly shouted, Master Li, no more soaking. Please be merciful. I don't dare to take that shop anymore. But you have to give me a way to live. My whole family, young and old, still needs to eat. He raised his voice. What right do you have to bargain with me? That big brother you knew in prison is back and again, sentenced to 25 years, and his crew has all scattered. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to touch your shop. Li Qingshan and his trusted man looked outside. Just then, someone fought their way in from the door, throwing several underlings inside. Chen Nuo stood there wearing his familiar helmet and asked, Oh, having so much fun? The underling holding the rope was startled and let go, and Delay fell into the water with a splash, his hands and feet still tied. Li Qingshan turned and asked, Who is it? It's been many years since anyone dared to play hardball with me. Chen Nuo walked in coldly. You don't have insurance either. So let's cut the crap and talk after we fight. He remained calm, drinking his tea, and ordered his subordinate, get him. Relying on their numbers, they immediately rushed forward. Before they could even touch Chen Nuo, they were sent flying with a single punch. One underling fell back onto the railing, almost falling into the water. As soon as he fell, several more from above were about to follow. At this point, Li Qingshan stood up, took a small step back, and said, My friend, there's no need for all this fighting. Whatever it is, I think we could talk it over. Seeing Chen Nuo fighting off everyone, a hint of fear flashed across his face. Chen Nuo landed a powerful kick on him, then stood there and replied, No, I don't want to talk. Then he shouted, Brother Lei, hang in there. I'm here to get you out. Back at the shop, Delay spoke up. If you hadn't saved me today, I'd be dead for sure. Chen Nuo asked, Your big brother's in prison. His leaderless crew has scattered. What are you going to do when Li Qingshan comes knocking? I can't be your bodyguard forever. He replied, I also want to get the brothers back together, but I don't have enough clout. I'm short on cash. Delay, with his bruised face, continued. Supporting this group of people costs several $100,000 a year, and you can't just feed them for nothing. They need work. We can't just be fighting all day. This little business of mine can't support so many people. Chen Nuo gestured for him to continue. I think continuing to buy and sell stolen cars is not a long-term solution. With this hanging over my head, if I get investigated one day, I might end up back in prison. So this year, I want to try to become a dealer for electric vehicles. After hearing this, Chen Nuo smiled to himself. The new century is in 2 years. The market for electric vehicles is getting bigger and bigger. It seems this brother Lei isn't brainless. He knows how to plan for the future. Then he said to him, I'll give you 500,000. Can you get the business going again? Delay said joyfully, yes. I'll add my own savings and we can scrape together 700,000, enough to take over the storefront next door and set up a dealership. I can also bring back all of my big brother's old crew. With this, we'll be fine. Although we can't fight Li Qingshan, if he wants to mess with me, he'll have to think twice. Chen Nuo decided, I'll give you the money tomorrow. It's settled. He also became excited. From now on, I'll follow you. You're the boss of this business. Chen Nuo waved his hand. No, this money isn't an investment. It's just a loan. Pay me back when you have the money. He turned around gratefully. Big brother, you're like my second parents. I am truly impressed. Chen Nuo asked, You're not borrowing it anymore? His voice echoed throughout the residential area. Big brother, I'll borrow it. The scene shifts to the school gate. Yingxian was about to get in her car when a male student walked up, holding a letter, and said to her, Li Yingxian, we were lab partners in biology class today. Do you remember? I wrote you a letter. She turned around and asked bluntly, You like me, don't you? Without waiting for the boy to answer, she put one foot on the car, then tore up the letter right in front of him, throwing the pieces on the ground, and said with an arrogant expression, But I don't like you. Luo Qing, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole thing and said to Cuckoo, Today, another heart was broken in this world. He turned to encourage son Cuckoo. You have to keep trying. She replied, What doesn't being popular have to do with me? Besides, isn't she trying to cling to Chen Nuo? But she doesn't even know where Chen Nuo is right now. She got on her bike, winking confidently. She doesn't know, but I do. The scene shifts to the front of Delay's shop. The two had just stepped out the door when Cuckoo rode up on her bike, calling out, Chen Nuo. He saw her and asked, Cuckoo, why are you here? She replied, out of breath. I heard from my dad that you found a part-time job, So I guess you skipped school to come here. Seeing her flushed face and how she was gasping for air, Chun Nuo felt a pang of heartache. It takes an hour to ride a bike here from Jiangning. In the early spring, weather was still a bit chilly. He immediately turned around and said, "Brother Lei, find me a thick jacket." The Lei smiled and replied, "Coming right up." Then he quickly took Kuku's hand, brought it to his mouth to warm it with his breath, and asked with concern, "Are you cold?" Kuku's face turned red, and she replied shyly, "No, not cold." Seeing someone come out, she quickly pulled her hand back. Delay brought out a brand new down jacket. Zegna brand, never worn. This one has a thick cotton lining, and it's windproof. He hesitated for a moment. This pretty little lady, Chin Nua, immediately introduced her. She's Cuckoo, old son's daughter. Hearing about director's son, Delay thought to himself, such a little beauty. No wonder Chin Nua helped old son, so he has his eyes on his daughter. Then he gently put the jacket on Cuckoo. "Here, let me put this on for you." She was a little shy because of the stranger. Delay understood, scratched his head, and said, "I have something urgent to do. I'll be leaving first." Chin Nua gently pinched Cuckoo's cheek, then got on the bike and said to her, "I'll give you a ride back." The two of them on the blue bicycle. The atmosphere was so warm. She gently placed her hand on his waist as a gentle melody played. "Maybe I can forget the whole world, but I don't want to lose news of you." The scene shifts to Hansheng, Li Yingxuan's home. A white car was parked in front of the door. A woman got out of the car. It was Mrs. Li, full name Jiang Yingzi. As soon as the butler saw her, he immediately stood up straight and greeted Madam. Yingzi slowly pushed the door open, then looked inside and sighed in relief. "I'm home." Standing in the grand hall, Jiang Yingzi thought to herself, "Although I've won back my husband's company, managing it well is still a difficult task. Now I need to hide my womanly weakness and become stronger." From behind, a Xian appeared, calling Mrs. Jiang Yingzi. She immediately turned and asked, "Who?" He began to introduce himself. "You can call me a game. My purpose for coming here today is very simple. I just want to ask you a few questions." Mrs. Li was a little tense, but she still replied firmly, "I don't care who you are. Get out of my house immediately, or I'll call the police." He took out a syringe and sneered. "It seems you don't intend to cooperate." Then he threatened, "But I have my ways to make you give me the information I want. My apologies. My next actions might be offensive to you." It turned out he had an accomplice. A girl in black appeared behind Jiang Yingzi, suddenly grabbing her and covering her mouth. "Don't worry, we'll be very quick." An hour later, Mrs. Li slowly opened her eyes. A Xian sat there and said, "A lone teenager saved her entire family, and her daughter transferred to that kid's school." As for Sun Shengli, in the social network of Mina number 11, Tao Weishan, coincidentally, he is a teacher at this very school. He recalled the day he searched old son's house and had met Chen Nua. "Perhaps I already know who that teenager is." Then he turned and ordered the person in black, "We're leaving immediately." She asked, "What should we do with her?" A Xian replied, "Before the new minor arrives, keep her for now. She can help us manage the assets He Jingzai left behind. Do it cleanly. I don't want anyone to know we've been inside her memories." Meanwhile, Chen Nua was leisurely taking Yi Zi for a walk. The little girl turned her head and asked him, "Do I count as your puppy?" While Chen Nua was still trying to understand what his sister was asking, Yi Zi continued, "Boys who walk puppies can win over girls. You walked me through 10 streets today, and 53 girls have already asked for your phone number." Chen Nua laughed and asked, "Where did you learn such twisted logic?" The little girl turned her face away and replied, "My friend told me. I have 8 boyfriends in kindergarten. I'm that amazing." Hearing this, he was startled and thought to himself, "It seems I need to take a trip to the kindergarten and have a talk with the principal about family values." While he was lost in thought, Yingxian waved from a distance, calling out, "Appa?" Then she ran over and asked, "Appa, is this your sister? I heard from my friends that you have a super cute little sister." Chen Nua looked down at Yi Zi, who was hiding behind him, and said, "Don't be afraid. This is my friend." The girl bent down and introduced herself. "Hi, my name is Li Yingxian. I'm your brother's future wife. Can I play with you?" The little girl peeked out and said, "My name is Chen Xiaoyi." What followed was an incredibly naive conversation. One said, "I'm 18 this year, born in the year of the ox, and I believe in Lord Guan." The other said, "I'm almost 5 this year, born in the year of the rat, and I believe in Guanyin Bodhisattva." Yingxian pointed at Chen Nua and continued, "I call him Appa. He's our head of household." He could only stand there, face-palming, thinking, "I really can't let kids watch post-New Year's gala skits these days. Let's go upstairs quickly." The light in the Chen siblings' room turned on. Somehow, the three of them ended up eating noodles together. Yingxian picked up some food for Yi Zi. This is from me to you. Yi Zi smiled and picked some up in return. Then this is from Xiao Yi to you. It was hard to understand the point of this back-and-forth food exchange. The girl looked very excited. Wow, a soft-boiled egg of love from my little sister. What do I do? What do I do? This is going to be the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Then she secretly glanced at Chen Nua. Yingxian boasted, "That's right, Appa. You told me to practice my pronunciation before, and I only dared to come see you after I finished practicing." Chen Nua replied, "That fast? Then let me hear it." The girl confidently clenched her fists and said, "I skipped eating and sleeping to learn this, you know?" Then Yingxian began to perform. Lunai zhao nanai my liulian yonai. But even 5-year-old Yi Zi could tell, "I think you're saying it wrong." Yingxian was startled. "How is it wrong? I studied so hard." Chen Nua patted his sister's head and said, "Yi Zi, tell her the correct way." The little girl innocently repeated what she had learned. Grandma Lu drinks cow's milk, buys durian. Look for Grandma Nyo. Yingxian stood up and asked, "Wait, is that how you all say it?" Xiao Yi replied, "That's how my brother taught me." Chen Nua added, "I'm not tricking you. All kids say it like that." Then he turned to his sister, Yi Zi. "Recite another one for her." The little girl excitedly recited, "The carrying pole is long. The bench is wide. The carrying pole is not as wide as the bench. The bench is not as long as the carrying pole." He kept saying, "Xiao Yi, keep going." Meanwhile, Yingxian could only cry out, "Lord Guan, save me." A while later, playtime was finally over. Yingxian went downstairs. The driver opened the car door. "Miss, please get in." Chen Nua stood there, smiled, and instructed, "Remember, don't come looking for me until you've finished practicing." He looked up as the car slowly drove away, muttering, "I should be able to get some peace and quiet for a while this time." Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. In the distance, someone was watching him with binoculars. The person reported the situation. Outer reporting, Li Yingxian has left. The target has gone upstairs. Nothing unusual. The other side replied, Outer, continue observation. Ignore Li Yingxian for now. Our target is this young man. A black car was driving on the road. A female voice asked, Are you sure this person named Chen Nua is the same teenager who appeared in Country Inn? The woman in the back seat asked again, Is there a chance we're mistaken? Xian replied, My judgment is not wrong. Get ready. Our investigation tonight is being upgraded to a kill mission. Regardless of his purpose or whether he's hostile to the organization, we'll capture him first and talk later. We'll get out of him one way or another. The girl behind agreed, understood. Doctor is at the back door. Leopard is at the 6 o'clock position on the street. Do we move now? Xian assigned to roles. Outer is on sniper duty. We'll handle the frontal assault. He continued, Tell Doctor and Leopard to get ready and wait for my command, in case the target tries to escape. We move in 5 minutes. She spoke to Outer through the communicator. Move in 5 minutes. Get your gun ready. But there was no response from the other side, only the crackle of static. Then, Chen Nua's voice came through. My apologies. He stood there, his foot on the lookout, and continued. The Outer you're talking about, I'm afraid he can't talk to you right now. Chen Nua provoked them. You all should hurry over. I don't have much time. I still have to go home and do the dishes. Outer, lying on the ground, said defiantly, You're dead today. You've messed with the abyss. Hearing that, he kicked the man in the chest. If you're weak, don't try to act tough. Got it? Not long after, the rooftop door clicked open, and 3 people from the abyss appeared. Xian spoke up. Let him go. Chen Nuo replied firmly, I won't. What are you going to do about it? He raised his hand and signaled. Leopard, go get that little girl. On the floor above Chen Nua's apartment, a black man who had long been in position received the order. And like a gecko, he clung to the wall and climbed down. Downstairs, Yi Zi was watching TV, completely unaware. Chen Nua tensed up. Are you threatening me? You've made a wrong decision. As he finished speaking, he stomped hard on Outer, who was on the ground. Seeing his pained expression, Chen Nua smiled. First blood. Xian, facing a tough opponent, could only stand there in shock. Then he yelled into his radio, ordering, Leopard, move, kill that girl. Chen Nua stretched out his hand and began to use his special ability. He aimed his hand towards Leopard, who was on the wall of his building. The man was completely immobilized, unable to move. Then Chen Nua pulled him over, grabbed his neck, and with a crack, double kill. Xian felt a flicker of fear, thinking to himself. From over 20 meters away, he caught Leopard in one move. What kind of ability is this? He shouted, Damn it, he's a controller. Jam him. The girl beside him received the order. and immediately used sound waves for a mental attack, making him a little dizzy. A flash of anger appeared in Chinhua's eyes, then controlled her, forcing her to her knees as fresh blood trickled from her eyes. He stood there and sneered, "Triple kill." A Xian charged forward with a knife. "Die?" Chinhua controlled him, but walked past him, saying, "Don't be hasty, you're the last one." On the other side, Doctor threw a scalpel, but luckily he tilted his head and dodged it. Then he pretended to be intimidating. "Doctor, long time no see." Doctor continued his attack, asking, "You know me?" He casually held out 2 fingers, controlling the scalpel in Doctor's hand, then used his ability to attack his hand, making him scream in pain. "My hand." Chinhua slowly advanced towards Doctor. Another scalpel came from behind, but he just leaned slightly to catch it, smiling. "Controlling knives, I already knew how to do that in my past life." Then he skillfully spun the scalpel in his hand, and then plunged it straight into Doctor's throat. Quadra kill. Chinhua stood up and looked at a Xian. "Now it's your turn." He sensed the danger, immediately threw a hidden weapon to create a distraction, and turned to flee. A Xian jumped onto the rooftop railing, preparing to leap off, thinking in terror, "My God, what kind of monster have I run into?" At that moment, Chinhua was already behind him, asking, "Trying to run?" As soon as he turned his head, Chinhua grabbed him by the neck, then snapped it, completing the 5-man sweep. Pin a kill. A while later, Chinhua loaded the 5 bodies into a car and drove off to an unknown location. He took out his phone and dialed a number. A voice came from the other end. "A game. Calling so soon. It seems the operation went smoothly." Chinhua smiled and replied, "Captain, I'm sorry. Your 5 subordinates, including a game, are all dead." After pushing the car into the sea, he continued, "If it's convenient, send someone to pick up the bodies of these 5 subordinates of yours, and remember to clean up properly." He didn't forget to threaten, "Then tell your people to take the bodies and get lost, somewhere in the Virgin Islands." The captain asked in shock, "Who are you?" The remaining eye of the one-eyed captain glinted upon hearing Chinhua's code name, Yinluo. Returning home, Chinhua was back and carried Xiao Yi to bed. He thought to himself, the captain has lost an elite team. He probably won't dare to act rashly for a while. But to be safe, I still need to secretly protect Xiao Yi for the next few days. Afterward, Chinhua took a shower. The water flowing over the wound on his back caused him some pain. Chinhua told himself, "I'm still far from my peak. I'm already getting backlash from my powers just by dealing with these small fries. But my recovery speed is faster than expected. I wonder how much I've recovered now." He smiled. "Whatever, my power was never meant to be in the calculation system they set up. I'm more like a BUG. It was like that in my past life." 2 days later, during the lunch break, seeing Chinhua dozing off at his desk, Yingxian ran down and said, "Appa." She happily took out a food container. "Appa, ginseng chicken soup. Hurry up and drink it." Chinhua said coldly, "I don't want it." Yingxian was still very persistent, sitting beside him and scooping up a spoonful, saying, "Appa, just 1 bite. My mom said you should drink chicken soup when you have a cold." She then asked, "Appa, what do you want to eat tonight? Should I buy you seafood tofu soup?" Chinhua smiled. "At a portion of crab sticks, I'm suddenly craving it." "All right, and a portion of cold noodles." The bespectacled friend upstairs saw the girl of his dreams being so attentive to someone else and was so angry he cursed inwardly. "Chinhua, you shameless bastard. You think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome? So arrogant. That girl from country, you should hurry up and beat him. She can't be his errand girl." But contrary to his expectations, Yingxian stood up, smiled warmly, and obediently replied, "Yes, Appa, I'll go prepare it right away." He ate and thought it didn't taste too bad. Kuka came down and handed Chinhua a bag. "Hurry and put this on. I kept hearing you cough during class. It's so cold. You're sick again? You need to dress warmly." Chinhua took the sweater out of the bag, held it up, and asked, "Kuku, you took old son's sweater? Does he know?" She replied, "My dad is sleeping at home. He won't notice one missing sweater. Just hurry up and put it on." He didn't dare to complain, but he thought to himself, this sweater is actually a bit ugly. Kuka looked like she was about to cry. "You'll drink her chicken soup." He quickly comforted her, accepting his father-in-law's sweater. She asked again, "Do you want to take a few sick days? You don't look well." Chinhua calculated the time, and it was indeed time to go to work again. Then he replied to Kuku, "It just so happens that Brother Lay's shop got a new batch of cars, and I need to handle the handover with the manufacturer. I plan to go on a business trip with them to learn how to do business." Seeing Kuku's worried expression, he patted her head to comfort her. "Don't worry. It's only for 3 or 4 days. I'll be back after the weekend. Just think of it as a trip. Maybe my sickness will go away. Please take care of Xiao Yi this weekend." She immediately agreed. "Okay." I'll pick Xiaoyi up next Friday. March 20th, 2001, Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. Chin Nua placed a stack of US dollars on the reception desk and said, I want to go to Lukla and then to EBC. He added, I'm in a hurry. Please help me make the arrangements. The receptionist replied, what a coincidence. I have a few old friends who are taking a private flight to EBC tomorrow. You know, the price isn't cheap, and I have to ask if they're willing to take on a strange passenger. EBC is short for Everest Base Camp. Chin Nua immediately put down another stack of money. The receptionist's attitude changed instantly, and he said with a smile, those friends of mine are all very easygoing people. I don't think they would refuse a young friend from the East who is passionate about mountaineering. 9:40 a.m., March 21st, 2001, Lukla Airport. A group of people was preparing to board the plane. A young man carrying a suitcase said to his companions, girls, let's get ready to go. These two girls were sisters. The younger one, Neville de Fonseca, 18 years old. The older one, Raka de Fonseca, 24 years old. Neville asked, Uncle, can we go now? Her father said, we still have to wait for one more guest. The uncle looked up at the helicopter above and replied, it seems our late guest is about to arrive. Let's get on first. Chin Nua stepped down and said, sorry, I'm late. The person in charge of checking tickets came out and asked, the guest introduced by Susan, please show me your passport. He immediately presented it. No problem. A fake passport made on the spot for $50. The person looked at the passport and asked, what's your name? Chin Nua replied, Chun Jiang, 21 years old, from Hong Kong. He returned the passport and praised, your English is very good. Your accent is very standard. Have you been to London before? Chin Nua replied, I've traveled there a few times. I'm an Arsenal fan. The uncle extended his hand and said, very good. Our whole family are Arsenal fans. Welcome aboard, Mr. Chun. As they shook hands, the uncle added, I'll say this first. You only paid for a ride on our plane. On the way, any consequences resulting from your actions have nothing to do with us. So once the plane lands at EBC, there will be no further cooperative relationship between us. Chin Nua understood and smiled. Of course, I'm just hitching a ride. Raka observed, thinking to herself, so he's a rookie. She glanced over, assessing him. Anyone with a bit of climbing experience knows not to waste battery because once you get to EBC, charging your devices is not easy. His body is also thin, not like a climber at all, right? And he was late. He doesn't seem serious. He must be here for the empty fame of conquering Everest without knowing the dangers involved. Both showy and ignorant. At this moment, Chin Nua took off his headphones and went up to strike a conversation. Hello, you look very familiar. May I ask if your nickname is Hummingbird? Raka replied, that's right. It seems you've read my magazine. He exclaimed, of course, you're very beautiful. Raka immediately thanked him. Chin Nua's gaze shifted to her younger sister, and he recognized her as Neville. He remembered Hummingbird, a nickname that would later belong to Neville in memory of her sister Raka, who saved her in the previous life. Tomorrow, the Fonseca clan will be wiped out, leaving her all alone. Recalling Chun Nua's past life, his story with Hummingbird had begun just like this. March 22nd, 2001, Lotse Face. At this time, the uncle leading the team was enthusiastically climbing upwards, shouting down as he climbed. Everyone, keep it up, we're almost at the rest point. Below were the two Fonseca sisters. They used a tool like an ice axe to hook onto the cliff and climb up. The bearded uncle took out a knife, thinking to himself, this custom-made knife. It finally has a use today. The woman above saw him cutting the rope and immediately shouted, hey, what are you doing? He stood there and roared, you two die, so that I can inherit your fortune. And so, the two people above fell. The two sisters witnessed this scene, their hearts breaking, and screamed, Dad, Mom. The evil uncle laughed sinisterly. Don't worry, your uncle won't let your family be separated. Raka looked up in silence. Neva below screamed, Uncle, don't. Raka looked at her sister, smiled, and called out Neville's name. Then grabbed the uncle, instructing, Neville, you have to survive. The uncle screamed in terror, you crazy woman. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. Raka used all her strength to push him into the cliff face, and then they both fell. She still tried to instruct her sister, Neville, you have to survive. 2 months later, the girl stood by the window, holding a knife, looking outside. She saw those people closing a deal. Neva muttered. You took everything from me. This manor is my family's only memory and connection. Why do you have to take it away? The girl tightened her grip on the knife, then stabbed the man in the back, shouting, Don't sell my house. The person opposite screamed in horror. Murder. And so, Neva was sent to prison. As soon as she arrived, she was noticed by a female guard. I hear you're a rich young lady. The head warden will definitely like you. At that time, Chin-Nua was on a mission and happened to be in front of the head warden's office. He thought to himself, killing a warden, such a low-level mission, I'd better not take these in the future. It's too demeaning. He kicked the door open with one foot and saw an incredibly horrifying scene. The perverted female head warden was licking a whip, holding an iron chain wrapped around Neva's neck, saying, Come on, sweetie, scream in pain for me. A gunshot went straight through the female head warden's chest. The head warden fell, groaning, Help. Neva stood up and shouted, You've tortured me for 6 whole years. She lunged forward and strangled the head warden, shouting again, You've tortured me for 6 whole years. Afterwards, he took off his cloak and draped it over her. Put this on. Chin-Nua carried Neva on his shoulder and asked for her name. After a moment of silence, he wondered, You don't want to say? She stammered, Hummingbird. Chin-Nua said at the time, Hummingbird? I'll remember it. But to him, in this life, she would not be Hummingbird. She would be herself, Neva. Back to this life. On March 22nd, 2001, the uncle waved goodbye to Chin-Nua. It was a pleasure. Good luck, young man. We'll be at Camp ABC for the next few days. If you need any help, don't be a stranger. He handed something to Neva, saying, This is a small gift. She held out her hand and found a chocolate bar inside. Neva thought to herself, What a coincidence. How did he know this is my favorite kind of chocolate? Raka beside her said bluntly, I don't like this guy. When her sister asked why, she put her hands on her hips and replied, Because he dared to ignore my beauty and was only nice to you. On the day of the climb, everything was very similar to the previous life. Neva's father was still at the head of the group. He turned back and said, Everyone, keep it up. We're almost at the rest point. Next was the scene of the uncle cutting the rope. Everyone panicked and shouted, Oh my God, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on to your ice axes. Don't let go. Then, Neva fell. But what was different was, Chin-Nua's hand appeared. He caught her by the waist, comforting her, Don't be afraid. He smiled and said, I've got you. After hearing that, she slowly fainted. In a red tent at the foot of the snowy mountain, Neva woke up and saw Chin-Nua sitting there. He scooped up a bowl of hot porridge, then turned and handed it to her, saying, Drink this. I had a hard time keeping it warm. Hurry up and drink it, or it'll get cold. Neva huddled in her sleeping bag, dazedly recognizing him. Then the girl suddenly remembered what happened during the climb and immediately sat up, shouting, Dad, Mom, Sister. Chin-Nua sat there and asked Neva, Are you still not awake? There's no one else here, not your father, not your mother, not your sister Raka, and certainly not your Uncle Benjamin. You imagined it all. It was all just you. The fragmented memories in Neva's mind shattered like broken pieces. On April 17th, 1997, her parents, the famous mountaineering couple, died in an accident while climbing Mount Everest due to extreme weather. On June 3rd, 1999, her sister Raka, in an attempt to fulfill their parents' last wish, fell to her death due to a broken climbing rope during acclimatization training on Lhotse Face. On February 7th, 2001, her Uncle Benjamin, due to heavy debts, forced her to sell the family home and was shot and killed by her in self-defense. Although she was later acquitted, Chin-Nua continued, But Neva, from then on, your mental state has had serious problems. You have split into 4 different personalities, namely your parents, your sister, and your uncle, imagining that the family tragedy never happened. Recalling, the scene on the plane only had him and Neva. She played the role of her father, shaking his hand. It was a pleasure. Good luck, young man. We'll be at Camp ABC for the next few days. If you need any help, please don't be a stranger. Then she transformed into her sister. It seems you've read my magazine. Then she looked in the mirror, imagining she was her uncle. All right, girls, let's get ready to go. Chin-Nua placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Last month, because you were absent from school for a long time, you were expelled from Westminster School. So, the day before yesterday, you used your sister's passport and identity to join the mountaineering team's training program and paid all the expenses, taking everyone on a helicopter to Camp ABC. Then, I paid to hitch a ride on your plane. This afternoon, you and your teammates had hallucinations while climbing, and you were about to cut the climbing rope with a knife. At that time, your companions were all terrified. Oh my God, what are you doing? Hold on, don't let go. We're about to fall. Ice axe. Chin-Nua thought to himself. In the previous life, Neva cut the rope, causing 2 team members to be seriously injured, and she was forcibly admitted to a mental hospital. And my commission mission was to kill Neva. But unfortunately, that perverted and evil warden was real. At that time, outside the warden's office, he thought killing a noble heiress, and in a mental hospital at that, such a low-level mission, I'd better not take these in the future. It's too demeaning. He said sincerely, all of this is the truth. I'm very sorry to pull you out of this dream, because, Hummingbird, what you are immersed in is a nightmare of your own making. It may look beautiful, but it is actually a dark abyss. Hearing these words, Neva was stunned, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She buried her head in Chun Nua's chest and sobbed. He remembered how, in her past life, after being tortured by the perverted warden for years, Neva's spirit completely collapsed, and she never escaped. In this life, I will help you dispel this nightmare. The next day, at a gravesite, a cross was inscribed, "The Fonsecas, forever resting on Mount Everest. May their souls rest in peace." Beside it, a climbing carabiner held a name tag. Neva slowly took the name tag from her neck and hung it with her sisters. She said, "Dad, Mom, and Sister all stayed on this mountain. This mountain is etched into my heart." The 2 turned to leave. Chin Nua comforted her. "I've taken care of everything. The climbing team you were with, I've already reassured them. After all, you suddenly cutting the rope with a knife really scared them to death. But luckily, no one was hurt." She interrupted, "Did they say I was crazy?" He replied, "I said you were probably hallucinating from altitude sickness. They've agreed not to press the matter. Of course, in exchange, I gave them some of the equipment from the supplies you brought." Neva turned back and thanked him softly. She added, "I plan to donate my parents' assets to set up a foundation to fund mountaineering activities." Chin Nua replied, "Good idea. Don't keep all the money on you, unless someone gets bad ideas." Neva asked him, "So, after leaving here today, we'll part ways and never see each other again?" He answered frankly, "I suppose so." Hearing this, she hesitated, wanting to say something, but stopping. He cut off her thoughts. "I know what you want to ask." She also replied, "I know you won't tell me." Neva confessed, "Actually, last night, if you had really done something to me, I wouldn't have refused." Chin Nua feigned regret. "Oh, then how about we stay here one more day?" She turned away. "Once you miss it, the chance is gone." He laughed loudly and waved goodbye. "All right then. Girl, see you around." She bit her lip, seemingly still wanting to say something. Chin Nua subconsciously stopped in his tracks. It turned out Neva had run up and hugged him from behind. She said loudly, "Just say the word now, and I'll follow you, no matter where. I won't ask who you are, and I don't care how many secrets you have." Chin Nua sighed, then turned around and said to her, "I hope you have your own life, a good, warm, normal life. Go be your own extreme sports expert." Neva. She wrapped her arms around his waist, hugging Chun Nua tightly. He placed his hands on her hips, thinking to himself, "As for Hummingbird, it's best to let her remain quietly in my memory." Neva felt something was not right. She blushed and turned her head to ask, "Are your hands on my butt?" Chin Nua quickly raised his hands. "Sorry, it was a subconscious action." So she turned and left. "In that case, goodbye." Chin Nua stood there watching her retreating figure. In this life, this is also very good. The scene changes to Keek's room. Tonight, she couldn't sleep and started lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 100 sheep. She tossed and turned, rolling over and over. "Why can't I sleep? Let's try again. 1 sheep, 2 sheep." A moment later, she counted to 31 sheep, 32 sheep, 33 sheep. As a result, her sleepiness vanished, and she only saw Chan Nua's face appearing on the white sheep. Kiki sat up and cursed. "Stinky Chin Nua, tomorrow is my birthday. You're far away and still not back, and your phone is out of service." Then she remembered, "But he probably doesn't know it's my birthday." Just then, there was the sound of a pebble hitting the window. Kiki looked over, puzzled. She gently pulled back the curtain, then looked down through the window frame. It was Chun Nua. Kiki took out her phone to text, their messages alternating. "In the middle of the night, open the window?" "I won't." "Open the window." Not opening it." Seeing no reply, Kiki looked out the window, thinking to herself, "Can't see anything. He didn't actually get angry and leave, did he?" Just then, her phone vibrated again. Seeing Chun Nua's happy birthday message sent right at midnight. Kiki was overjoyed, smiling as she said, "So he knew, and he even remembered." So she threw open the curtains and looked down, blushing. What caught his eye was Keek's soul, making him widen his eyes in admiration. Holy crap, they're huge. Just like that, in his distraction, he forgot to control the force of the pebble he threw and didn't watch where it was going. Kiki covered her mouth, looking at the shattered window of the room next door. She worried. That's my parents' room. Chenua stood there blaming himself. Forgot to control my strength and accuracy. The light in Old Sun's room came on, followed by a loud shout. Who's there? Have you no decency? Smashing someone's window in the middle of the night. He immediately turned and ran to avoid being discovered. A few days later, at Keek's apartment complex, next to teacher Liu, a man who looked like a high-level leader stood at the door and said, "Well then, Director's son, we'll take our leave today. You can think more about the conditions we've offered." After the two left, he closed the door and sighed. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door startled him. As soon as the door cracked open, Chen Nua's smiling face appeared. "Old son, I'm here." Seeing his face, he didn't want to let him in. Chen Nua pleaded, "Don't close the door. Old son, it's me. I'm here to fix your window. I've already called the glass shop owner. Can't let him make a trip for nothing, right?" The two sat on the sofa. Old son looked at Chen Na, cursing inwardly. This brat now dares to knock on Keek's window in the middle of the night. I have to teach him a lesson. He turned his head and asked, "When I came in just now, I saw teacher Liu." Old son replied, "He came with CEO Zhao from the education company to discuss something with me." He immediately asked, "The education company wants to renew your contract?" Director's son wondered, "How did you know?" Chenua replied, "Just a guess." He thought to himself, after this semester, the school will be completely restructured from public to private. Old Sun is the only teacher who has won a Distinguished Teacher Award and is still working at the school. The capitalists will definitely keep him as a recruitment gimmick. But looking at Old Sun's expression, something seems off. Chenua then asked, "You didn't agree? Were the terms they offered not to your liking?" He lowered his head and said gloomily, "The compensation increased a lot." He suddenly realized something was wrong and turned to scold, "You're just a snot-nosed kid. Why are you asking so much about money matters?" He didn't dare to talk back, only thinking to himself, "Don't be so stubborn, comrade son. You still owe me 200,000. Not only that, he also thought with a sly grin, "Besides a snot-nosed kid, if I were a little bolder, your daughter could be on maternity leave by now." Director Sun's eyes sharpened as he pushed up his glasses and asked, "Also, it's class time now. Are you skipping school again?" Chen Nua quickly stood up to explain, "Didn't I come to fix your window? I'll get going now." Out in the hallway, he stood there pondering. It seems it's because the loan shark incident last time caused too much of a stir. Old Sun is a man who cares about his pride, and people at school are still talking about it. Old Sun has lost face and can't go back to teaching. This Saturday, the school happens to be organizing a field trip for the students, and Old Sun is also a supervising teacher. It seems I have to help Old Sun gain some goodwill to put his mind at ease. Saturday, in the park, the female students were in short skirts. Xiaoye's voice rang out, urgent as a command. She stood in the middle, blindfolded, saying, "Sister Kiki, Sister Aoni, I'm coming to find you too." Over here, Luo Chung sat there enviously. "It's so great to have a good little sister. It makes chasing girls so much more convenient." Chen Nual waved his hand. "You're still young. You don't understand the troubles of a man with many women." The other friend immediately retorted, "You say that as if you have so many." 1 month later, Xiaoyi caught someone. "Got you. It's Sister Aoni." Kiki, on the other side, wasn't caught, but felt a little unwilling to accept it. Chenua thought smugly, "Good thing I was smart enough to bring Xiaoyi along. Otherwise, it would have been a hassle." Then he stood up and instructed Luo Chung, "By the way, keep an eye on them for me. I'll be back in a bit." He walked over, saw Lin Sheng cowering there, and greeted him. "Is that Brother Haonan?" He replied, "I'm not Brother Haonan anymore. I'm Zhang Linqing now. What's up?" Dao Ming Si, Huazhe Lei. Some female students stood there shouting, "We love you." Those four were called the knockoff F4. Lin Sheng looked over and sighed. "Being a gangster boss isn't popular anymore. Brotherhood is just a joke. I should wash my hands of it all." Chen Nua encouraged him. "Being sick is what's popular. That F4 thing will lose its hype soon enough. Let the little kids play with that nonsense." He smiled and continued to ask, "By the way, Zhang Linsheng, can you swim?" Lin Sheng replied, "No." Chen Nua muttered, "Can't swim, huh? Brother Haonan, I'll have to owe you one again." He restrained Lin Sheng, threw him into the lake, and said, "I'll pay you back when I get the chance." Then he shouted loudly, "Teacher Sun, come quick, save him." A student fell into the water. Director Sun heard the cry for help and immediately ran over, taking off his jacket as he asked, "Where?" Chen Nuo pulled Luo Chung back. pointed at the lake and said, "Over there. Old son, hurry up." The other friend stood there, confused, wondering, "Don't pull me. I can swim. I can go down and save him." He jumped in, not forgetting to instruct the students. "Don't come down, stay back." Old son quickly swam towards Lin Sheng and soon brought him to shore. "Student, hang in there." When it was old son's turn to climb out, he slipped. Luckily, Chin Nua's hand was there to pull him up. Kiki ran over in a panic, asking worriedly, "Dad, are you okay?" Chin Nua took the opportunity to raise his hand in praise. "Teacher Sun is amazing." The surrounding students also chimed in. "Long live Teacher Sun. Teacher Sun is the best. Teacher Sun is so cool." Luo Chang was still puzzled. "Why didn't you let me go down just now? Old son is getting on in years. An extra person is for safety." Chin Nua thought to himself, "That was a close call, brother." Then he patted his friend's shoulder and replied, "With me here, nothing will go wrong." Then he turned around and waved for Li Yingxian. She trotted over and asked, "Appa, what's up?" Chin Nua said, "Your family lives in the commercial investment zone. You must know some local media outlets, right?" A few days later, a photo of old son saving the student was on the front page of the city newspaper. And the television also reported, "Number 8 middle school teacher Sun Shengli at Qinghu Park." Afterwards, a commendation ceremony was even held. Model teacher of Jiangning District, Sun Shengli. And at old son's home, the representative from the private company came to announce, "Teacher Sun, the head office has given an order. We must keep you at all costs. We can slowly discuss the compensation, and moreover, we'll have you be the head teacher of the graduating class and the grade level leader, while also being in charge of the school's teaching research and serving as the principal's assistant." This position was already equivalent to a vice principal. "The contract is ready. You can sign it any time." Old son, in his 40s, had suddenly reached the pinnacle of his life. After school, Lin Sheng, having just bought a protective amulet to wear around his neck, walked out of the school gate thinking, "Every time I run into that bastard Chen No, I get stabbed in the back. From now on, I have to take a detour when I see him." He saw son Kiki. "Doesn't she live in the school's faculty housing? This isn't the way to her home." Lin Sheng quietly followed and saw her walk into Brother Lei's bike shop. "Is she here to buy a bicycle?" Inside, DeLay announced, "He went out to eat. He's at the snail noodle shop at the end of the street. He should be back soon. How about you give him a call?" Kiki quickly walked out, saying, "No need. I'll go find him." Outside, she suddenly remembered she forgot to give the gift in her bag to Brother Lei, as it was thanks to him that Chen Nuo got this job. Lin Sheng on the side was very awkward. "Crap, there's nowhere to hide. I can only use my ultimate move." He pretended to tie his shoelaces, muttering to himself, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." Kiki walked over and asked, "You're Zhang Linsheng, right?" He stood up, scratched his head, and smiled. "You remember my name?" Kiki replied, "You've been quite famous lately." Lin Sheng wanted to cry, but had no tears for appearing on the news with her father. She wondered, "Why are you here? You're not following me, are you?" He quickly waved his hands in denial. No, my home is nearby." In a nearby car, the bald man asked, "Is that them?" The person next to him replied, "Should be." The mole in Baldy Lay's shop said it was a student, and there's a girl who often comes looking for him. It's these two. So they immediately made their move. Two men got out of the car, their mouths instructing, "Be quick, grab them and go." One man grabbed Kiki, covering her mouth with a cloth. Lin Sheng, beside her, was startled and blurted out, "Kidnapping." The person in the car rolled down the window and shouted, "Kid, I hear you're a big shot, and you're a great fighter?" Lin Sheng thought to himself, "A big shot? A great fighter? My title as Brother Haonan of number 8 middle school is already famous throughout the district. I may not be in the underworld, but the underworld still has legends about me." He pointed to the back of the car and ordered, "If you don't want to make a scene, get in the car obediently. Our big brother wants to see you to have a proper talk with you. This little girl, you don't want anything to happen to her, do you?" Lin Sheng thought heroically, "Old son saved my life. I can't just stand by and watch. Although I'm no longer in the game, the honor of this Brother Haonan cannot be lost." He pointed at them and shouted, "Don't you dare do anything reckless." The person in the car demanded, "Then get in the car." Afterwards, the car drove away, leaving Keek's bag behind. A while later, Chun Newell returned after finishing his meal. Delay asked, "Brother Newell, you're back? Isn't Kiki with you?" "Kiki came looking for you just now. I told her you were eating snail noodles at the end of the street. She left. Didn't you see her?" "I guess not." Chun Newell replied after hearing this. "I went to the supermarket just now. I'll go back and look for her. A few minutes later, he recognized that this was Keek's bag. Chen Nua bent down to pick up the bag. It seemed he knew something had happened to her. The scene changes to the backyard of Raging Wind Hall. The kidnapping car from earlier was parked here. The person sitting in the chair was Li Qingshan. A group of underlings greeted in unison, Hallmaster. They brought the two in, saying, "We've brought the people." Seeing Kiki screaming, he threatened, "Shut up, scream again, and I'll kill you." Meanwhile, Lin Sheng was bewildered. "Where is this?" He gestured. "Since you're here, have a seat." After Lin Sheng sat down, Li Qingshan, beside him, picked up a teacup and said, "First, I really admire you. By my count, it's been 25 years since I've suffered such a big loss. I was in the hospital for a full 15 days and even got pneumonia. The 4 drips almost made my hands swell up." He asked himself in confusion, "Who is this? Why is he looking for me? Damn it, I don't know anything." He continued, "To this day, my stitches still haven't fully healed." "Young man, don't you have anything to say to me?" Lin Sheng replied blankly, "You should drink more hot water." Oldly spat out a mouthful of tea. Hearing this, the underlings rushed forward. "Kid, what are you being so arrogant for? Get him, cripple him." Lin Sheng was terrified. "Holy crap, are they going to chop me up?" Oldly took a towel to wipe his mouth, raising a hand to signal his underlings to stop. Then he picked up his teacup and continued, "Young man, actually, we haven't properly introduced ourselves." He introduced himself. "My name is Li Qingshan. My brothers in the underworld give me face, calling me Hallmaster. I wonder where little brother operates." Lin Sheng scratched his head. "I'm Chin Haonan of number 8 middle school." Oldly choked on another sip of tea, thinking to himself, "Chin Haonan? You think I haven't seen Hong Kong movies?" He continued, "If you're not willing to talk, no rush. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other later. Bring it up." An underling brought out a suitcase full of money. Oldly showed off. "It's not much, 500,000. Consider it a welcome gift from me to you, brother. But I want to buy something." Lin Sheng was thinking, "This much money? Is there really such a good deal?" He stated his condition. "I just want one of Baldy Lay's hands. If you agree, you can take the money anytime. Within 3 days. You bring me Baldy Lay's right hand." Lin Sheng was horrified. "What? A hand?" Oldly repeated, "Yes, one hand." Kiki was trembling slightly as she heard him say, "For these 3 days, I'll have to trouble your beautiful confidant to stay at my place for a few days. Don't worry, I'm a man of principles. These few days, I'll give her good food and drink, and guarantee not a single hair on her head will be harmed. 3 days later, you bring the hand to exchange for her." Lin Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, worrying inwardly. "What's the situation? Who is Baldy Lay? And he wants a hand? Big brother, I haven't even finished my homework. Wait a minute, did he just say son Kiki is my beautiful confidant? Could it be?" He swallowed hard. They must have gotten the wrong person. If they find out, these vicious thugs here will kill me. And maybe son Kiki too. I have to keep up the act. Lin Sheng was trembling a little, but right now he probably couldn't even stand steady. This is the end. He started to reason, right? Who did they mistake me for? Lin Sheng thought of Chen Nua, then wondered, could he make a real gangster boss like this treat him so seriously? Li Qingshan turned his head and asked, "Brother, are you hot? Why are you sweating so much?" Hearing this, he became even more nervous. Am I about to be exposed? Am I going to die? Speaking of which, Zhang Linsheng was born into an ordinary family. His father lost his job and later worked part-time at a garage to earn some pocket money, while his mother was a cleaner at a clothing market. As a child, due to his family's circumstances, he was often ridiculed by his peers. Zhang Linsheng playing with toy cars? He doesn't have any. His dad has no money to buy them. His family is dirt poor. Before long, he found a method that was both free and prevented others from looking down on him, using violence. He started with small fights. "Damn it, are you blind? Bumping into me?" The lackeys would constantly chime in, "Brother Chong, hit him again. I've been wanting to beat this guy up for a long time." Whatever Brother Chong says goes. How dare you talk back? Lin Sheng knew that behind his back, people still looked down on him, thinking he was just a thug, but at least they didn't look down on him to his face. The girls would whisper when they saw him. "See, Zhang Linsheng beat up Lin Tong." Lin Tong is always harassing girls. This time someone finally taught him a lesson. Another girl said disdainfully, "An eye for an eye. Neither of them is any good." At 16, he lost his weapon against the world, which was violence. Useless anger couldn't change anything. A girl confessed to him, handing him a love letter. "Zhang Linsheng, I've liked you for 3 years. You're not a bad person." He replied coldly, "But I don't like you. You're not my type." At that time, he thought, although I like her a little, dating would definitely cost a lot of money. Later, Linsheng met the girl he had a secret crush crush on. He put on his mask again, carefully hiding the pitiful person named Zhang Linsheng. His secret crush was Sun Kiki. His friend advised him, Zhang Linsheng, stop looking. She's the daughter of the Dean of Studies. She's out of our league. Then he told himself, from today on, I am Brother Haonan, and that is my little girl. Unfortunately, in the end, Brother Haonan couldn't protect his girl. Perhaps this is the only chance in my life to protect her. I'm tired of this sneaky, humiliating life. At this moment, Lin Sheng had figured everything out and spoke up boldly. Give me a cigarette. He lit it coolly, then casually blew out a puff of smoke and continued, 500,000 is not enough. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. Good. Guts, skill, and greedy enough. I like this personality the most. After the job is done, I'll give you double. Lin Sheng took the suitcase of money, then stood up and said, I'll take this job. I'll come pick her up in 3 days. She better not be missing a single hair. He walked up to her and said, Kiki, don't worry, I will save you. What I promised, I will definitely do. Hearing the 2 words promised, she was reminded of Chen Nua. Then Lin Sheng left the villa. As he walked, he thought about Chen Nua. I have to find Chen Nua immediately. Lin Sheng saw Chen Nua speeding towards him on a motorcycle. Seeing him stop the bike, he walked over and called out, Chen Nua. Seeing him, he asked, why are you here? You recognize me? Lin Sheng thought to himself, I'd recognize you even if you returned to ash. Lin Sheng took out the suitcase of money and said, they've taken Sun Kiki, an old guy named Hall Masterly. They mistook me for you. Kiki is fine, but they gave me 500,000 and want to buy the right hand of someone named Baldy Lei. Chen Nua asked, Kiki is in there? He nodded. She's fine for now. Hearing Chen Nua tell him to go home, Lin Sheng stammered. Is there anything I can do to help? Should I call the police? Or find some people? He just instructed, go home. What happens next is not something you should be involved in. Inside, an underling held a knife to Keek's neck and said, Big brother, this girl looks pretty tasty. How about? Li Qingshan replied, aren't there enough girls here for you to vent on? For the next 2 days, have a few people tail Baldy Lei closely and bring some good cameras. As soon as something happens to Baldy Lei, remember to film the kid making his move. The underling asked, and then? The old man smiled slyly. Then we call the police, of course. We are law-abiding citizens. You think this Li Qingshan's money is that easy to take? 500,000 yuan to buy one of Baldy Lei's hands, plus 15, 18 years of that kid's prison time. Now that's a fair price. Once that kid is in prison, this matter will be considered over. As for his girlfriend, you can play with her however you want. Hearing this, all the underlings praised him. As expected of our big brother, such a brilliant move. Not like us with our empty heads, only knowing how to chop and kill. Big brother is amazing. Big brother is brilliant. Li Qingshan sat there and said, the times have changed. You can't get ahead just by fighting and killing. When you have free time, use those walnut-sized brains of yours. A small noise at the door startled him. Chen Nua stood right at the door, wearing a helmet. Li Qingshan sat still and asked, Brother Haonan, why are you back? And you even changed into the exact same outfit as when we first met. Chen Nua rolled his shoulders and replied, afraid of being photographed. I was in a hurry last time we met, so I didn't get to observe your building carefully. I didn't see a safe. In this den of yours, there must be a safe, right? The old man smiled and said, I admit you're a good fighter, but you're not the best I've ever seen. Last time was a sneak attack. This time, with just one shout from me, the 50 able-bodied men in this room will be your enemies. Can you take on 50 men by yourself? This old Li really doesn't believe it. The old man sat there confidently, lit a cigarette, and continued. Chen Nua held up 2 fingers and said, 2 minutes. Let's see if you finish this cigarette first, or if your men fall first. Li Qingshan tilted his head back, blew a smoke ring, and said, arrogant. Today, this Li will have his eyes opened. The best fighter I've ever met in my life was the bodyguard of a big boss when I was in the jade business in Burma at the age of 40. The old man closed his eyes, reminiscing. Now that was a true master. The underlings immediately asked each other, brothers, should we go? I saw with my own eyes that man could fly over rooftops and walk on walls. His fists whistled through the air, and one punch could break a wooden stick as thick as a bowl. At the mines in Burma, that master single-handedly faced more than a dozen men with knives and beat them so badly they scattered like ducks. But so what? 2 years later, that big boss was trapped in a mine, and that master had 2 guns pointed at his head and was beaten black and blue. The old man took another drag from his cigarette and continued. So, no matter how high your martial arts, you still fear Cleaver. No matter how good your kung fu, one shot and you're down. In this day and age, what matters is power, connections, and brains. A lone wolf, no matter how good at fighting, is just a knife to be used by others. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingshan froze at the scene before him. Only Chen Nuo was left standing, while his underlings were all lying on the floor. The old man, terrified, reached into his coat and stammered, "How? How is this possible?" Chen Nuo walked over and said, "You're considered a big shot, so of course you have a brain to think with. If I don't let you pull out the gun you're carrying today, you won't be satisfied. Go on, pull it out." Li Qingshan pulled out the gun and pulled the trigger. Shouting died, but unexpectedly, Chen Nuo had caught the bullet with 2 fingers. He pushed the old man back into his chair and continued. For some people, the times have never changed because they themselves are the times. Chen Nuo asked, "Convinced yet? I gave you a chance to shoot, and I'll let you take your shot. Now it's time to end this. I don't meddle in the affairs of the underworld, and what's between you and that bald guy, Lei, has nothing to do with me. But you're not a fool. You should know what needs to be done." Li Qingshan hurriedly replied, "Yes, from now on, you are the heavens, and I will do as you command." Chen Nuo declared, "But that bullet you just fired at me, we can't just pretend it never happened. Spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." He placed his hand on the old man's thigh. Li Qingshan screamed in agony. Afterwards, Chen Nuo carried Ku to the vehicle, comforting her. "It's okay now. Don't be afraid." Lin Sheng stood by and watched, thinking to himself that in the end, he still couldn't do anything. Chen Nuo must protect son Cuckoo well. She is his girl. Cuckoo timidly asked, "Are you still Chen Nuo? You seem so strange that I don't recognize you anymore." He asked back, "Isn't changing a good thing?" She replied with some worry, "It's good, but your old self was too gloomy, always making people not want to get close. Now you're much more radiant as a person, but I'm very scared." He asked again, "Scared of what?" Cuckoo hugged Chen Nuo tightly, confessing, "Just now I saw you. You took down a whole group of people. What did you become so formidable?" "Chen Nuo, what on earth have you been through? Why do I feel like you're getting further and further away from me? You're like a mysterious tycoon, and I'm just an ordinary girl. I've always wondered what will become of us in the future. Even though you don't like studying and probably won't get into university, I like you. When I go to university, I'll come find you at Brother Lei's auto shop in my free time. After I graduate, I'll find a job near you and come cling to you every day after work." She even imagined a scene of her family visiting, with Chen Nuo fixing a car. The Lei would greet, "Cuckoo's here. Chen Nuo, don't work overtime today. Go hang out with Cuckoo. Were you two planning to get married? Don't waste the girl's youth." She also thought that if they got married, they would work hard to earn money, buy a small house, and live with little Yeezy. "Then I'll have a baby as adorable as little Yeezy." Cuckoo even dreamed of them sharing a bed, asking each other, "Why aren't you sleeping, just staring at me like that? I'm afraid I'll forget you in the next life, so I want to engrave your image in my mind. In the next life, no matter what you become, even a dog or a grasshopper, I will find you. You're the grasshopper. If we have extra money, we'll go shopping, go to the movies, and we can even walk hand in hand in the square. Time would pass like that until our hair turns white. Even if I grow old and senile, unable to remember anyone, I will still remember you." Then a scene of old age. One person with a cane leading another old person. "Old man, are you still going to Brother Lei's place to work today?" "Brother Lei? Who's Brother Lei? For that matter, who am I? You are Chen Nuo. What about me? Do you remember who I am? You are my woman." Returning to reality, she sobbed, "But now, I can't imagine a future with you anymore." After hearing this, Chen Nuo sighed and braked to a stop. Then he took off his helmet, turned his head, and called her, "Cuckoo." He put down the kickstand, then reached out, coolly pulled Cuckoo's head towards him, and placed a kiss on her lips. Cuckoo's eyes widened in shock, unable to react. Chen Nuo thought to himself, "Your simple life and family, that pure affection of yours, I will protect it with all my might. Don't worry, when you wake up, I will still be the Chen Nuo you once knew." Then the two of them just sat there, and Cuckoo leaned her head on Chen Nuo's shoulder and fell asleep. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes, then turned to him, looked at him, and said, "Chen Nuo, I just had a dream. I dreamed that you became a peerless hero and went to a very faraway place. I cried while chasing after you, but I couldn't catch up no matter what. I was so sad." He reached out to wipe her tears. and said, "Silly girl." Cuckoo stood up, asking blankly, "Why am I here? I remember going to Brother Lay's auto shop to find you." Shin Nuo replied, "You don't remember? You asked me to take you for a ride to get some air, and then you fell asleep." She asked again in surprise, "Really? I don't remember anything. Oh no, am I going to get senile when I'm older? I've decided. From today on, I have to keep a diary." Shin Nuo put on his helmet, then the two got on the vehicle, and he said, "Let's go home." Cuckoo immediately asked, "Your home or my home?" Then quickly deflected, "It's nothing." Shin Nuo was lost in thought. Hypnosis can't make someone completely lose their memory. It just makes them temporarily forget a segment of it. As long as Li Qingshan doesn't show up again, and there are no related people to trigger her, it's possible to make Cuckoo forget today's events forever. But Brother Haonan must also be hypnotized to prevent him from accidentally saying something to Cuckoo. 1 month later, at Jinling International Airport, Li Yingxian was there to pick up her visiting mother, waving and calling out, then running to hug Jiang Yingzi tightly. "Mom, I missed you so much." Her mother asked, "Have you done what I told you to do?" She replied, "Yes, I've told him. We're treating him to dinner tonight to thank him in person." Jiang Yingzi asked, "How far have you and him progressed?" Yingxian answered honestly, "We're still friends." Her mother was a little disappointed. In other words, no progress at all. "Well, let's prepare for tonight's dinner first." That evening, in a high-end residential area, Yingxian and her mother stood with a group of bodyguards. When she saw Chun Nuo arriving on a bicycle, she turned to her mother and said, "Mom, Chun Nuo is here." When they saw him, they immediately bowed their heads in greeting. Jiang Yingzi said, "Your identity is sensitive, so it wasn't convenient for me to go to the school with great fanfare. I could only ask Yingxian to invite you here. I hope you understand." Passers-by saw this scene and whispered among themselves, "Who is that? What are those country people doing?" Chun Nuo said, "Let's all go inside and talk." A VIP room had been prepared for this meeting. Jiang Yingzi poured a drink and said, "I heard from Li Yingxian that you don't like to drink country liquor, so I had someone prepare a specialty white spirit from our province, Yanghe liquor. I thought that inviting a local to drink local liquor wouldn't be too abrupt." Chin Nuo smiled and thought to himself, "This kind of reception looks like they have a favor to ask." She handed Yingxian a glass. "You'll drink a little today, too." Then turned to offer a toast to Chin Nuo. The three of them drained their glasses. After drinking, the daughter frowned and fanned herself with her hand. The mother exclaimed, "Huaxia's white spirit is really strong." Chin Nuo sat between them, his face full of helplessness. "Downing white spirit in one go on your first try. If you two get drunk, how am I supposed to carry you?" Jiang Yingzi stood up again. Then the mother and daughter knelt down and said, "This glass of liquor represents the gratitude of our Li family for your kindness. Logically, the men of the family should be the ones to express thanks, but my son has not been in good health recently, so I did not bring him." He was startled and quickly waved his hands. "There's no need for this. Auntie, please get up quickly. Li Yingxian and I are peers. You are an elder. This is not appropriate." Jiang Yingzi continued, "It must be so. I heard from Li Yingxian that you were the one who took care of He Zhengzai that day. You have avenged the bloody feud for my late husband. This meal is to thank you for avenging my husband. Moreover, if you hadn't acted that time, our Li family would have been wiped out. So this time, I came for 2 reasons. One is to sincerely thank you, and the other is that I have something to discuss with you." Regarding Yingxuan's matter, Chin Nuo stepped forward to help Jiang Yingzi up. "Actually, I also have something to tell you, Annie Li Yingxian." She interrupted, "Please let this child stay by your side." He was stunned, thinking to himself, "I was just about to ask you to take Li Yingxian home." She continued, "Please let her follow you. I know we might be aiming too high, but she can be a servant. She can work like an ox or a horse. This is a small token of our Li family's sincerity. Please, you must accept it." Hearing these words, Yingxian was a little stunned. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Chin Nuo asked her, "Are you sure you know what you just said?" She replied, "I am sure." He asked again, "Do you understand how ridiculous and absurd your words just were?" She still said honestly, "I understand very well." He asked again, "Have you run into some trouble recently?" Jiang Yingzi answered, "No. This is the only way our Li family can repay your kindness." As he helped her up, he said, "Repay a kindness? There's really no need for that." Chin Nuo looked at the lovely girl beside him, feeling a bit reluctant in his heart. He picked up the liquor bottle, poured himself a glass, and drank it all. Chin Nuo put the glass down on the table and said, "I accept this sentiment," then turned and left, leaving the mother and daughter behind calling after him, "Chun Nuo Appa." He walked to the door and waved goodbye. Jiang Yingzi continued to kowtow, saying, Mr. Chun, I am completely serious about this request. Please consider it. Chenhua stepped outside and slammed the door shut. She said worriedly, Mr. Chun is angry. Yingxian turned and called, Mom, and was immediately yelled at by her mother. Shut up. The delicate girl immediately burst into tears. Jiang Yingzi reached out her hand and said, Don't blame your mother for being cruel. Then hugged her daughter and said, Our family is like a drifting duckweed now. Since your father passed away, I've been carrying the family business alone. It's been too difficult and dangerous. Your brother is still young. Unless he matures, it will be at least another 15 years. Our family cannot be without a backer. If you can't become his woman, then obediently come back to our country with me, and I will find a way to rely on a tycoon. Our family's background is not good. You can't aim high with those tycoons. At most, you can only be a mistress. Do you want that? At least with this young man, he cares about you, and you like him too. Yingxian said with teary eyes, but you don't have to sell me off like a piece of merchandise. Can't I be with him like a normal couple? Why did you have to say those things about me, being a slave? A servant? Her mother stroked her daughter's head. Silly girl. He clearly has no intention of being with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left so decisively that night, without even leaving his name. If you weren't smart enough to remember that Chinese logo, we would have never found him. Then she placed her hands on Yingxuan's shoulders and said meaningfully, So we are the ones begging him. As long as we can succeed, even if it means giving up our dignity, we must desperately hold on. And hold on tight. Jiang Yingzi finally concluded with one sentence. For your brother's sake, you must do it. The scene changes to Caesar's palace, a playground for the rich, with luxury cars parked outside and long-legged girls surrounding the big shots. A girl saw a client off. Brother Yin, remember to come find me next time. He slurred, Definitely. Next time bring your sisters too. You alone are not enough. The young man felt tense, his heart filled with longing. Lin Sheng sat there, watching the girl see Brother Yin off. You said it. Don't forget once you leave. Seeing a young man peeking at her, the hostess seemed displeased. Lin Sheng also got up and went to the restroom, muttering as he walked, This place really isn't for me. A few hostesses found him familiar and whispered to each other, This is Annie Luo's son. He's quite handsome. You've taken a liking to him? I just want to take him home. Much better than those little wolf pups I had before. What nonsense are you talking about? Look, his face is all red. A girl named Xiao He appeared, cutting off their conversation. Stop bullying him. Look, he doesn't even dare to look this way anymore. Another girl replied, Xiao Hong, look, you didn't make a move, and let Xiao He get there first. Xiao He walked over, lifted Lin Sheng's chin, and instructed, Good little brother, don't run around. Just wait obediently in the break room for Annie Luo to get off work. Don't let your eyes wander. You're still young. Don't learn from those old perverts. Then they arranged to leave. Let's go, let's go. Brother Wang is still waiting. He watched their retreating figures, gulping hard. In the restroom, the image of Xiao He's full chest still lingered in Lin Sheng's mind. He quickly splashed cold water on his face to wake himself up. He walked out, thinking, her name is Xiao He. Just then, his mother walked over and called his name, Lin Sheng. She said, You go back first. A few people have booked a room for the whole night, so I'm working overtime to clean up. I can finally earn an extra 50 yuan. After I finish cleaning up at dawn, I'll rest in the on-duty room. He handed his mother a bottle of water, reminding her, Mom, don't work too hard. You clean at the wet market during the day and come here to do extra cleaning at night. You don't get proper rest. Annie Luo replied, I'm not tired. You should hurry back and sleep. You have school tomorrow. Leaving the KTV, Lin Sheng looked inside and sighed. It's great to be rich. According to my mom, the minimum charge for a room here is more than her monthly salary. He sat on the curb smoking, looking across the street. Then he stood up, wondering, what am I waiting for here? At the same time, a loud shout came from a distance. Why did she run off? Stop her. A bald man blocked Xiao He's path. I knew you'd try to run. What's wrong? You were so cheerful with me in the private room. I even gave you a double tip. You said you'd go with me tonight. Why did you sneak away? You're such a bitch. Xiao He resisted. Brother Wang, my sister is here tonight. I was in a hurry to go home and forgot to tell you. Next time, I'll definitely go with you next time, okay? He wouldn't listen, shouting, Cut the crap with me. I've booked a room at your place for 3 days. And you pull this trick on me every time. Xiao He quickly explained, It's not what you think, Brother Wang. How about tomorrow? I'll treat you to a meal tomorrow. He gripped her hand tightly and cursed. Fuck off. You've stood me up 3 times. Is it fun playing me? If I don't deal with you today, I'll have no face left in this town. Then that man surnamed Wong grabbed her by the hair and dragged her away. You damn slut. Despite Xiao, he's crying and pleading, Brother Wong, don't do this. Just then, a somewhat familiar-looking water bottle flew straight at his face. Then Lin Sheng grabbed Xiaohe's hand, pulling her as he ran, and said, let's go. Damn it. The lackeys beside him shouted, fuck, stop. After them. Lin Sheng and Xiaohe were surrounded. The man surnamed Wong stepped forward and cursed. No wonder you were pushing and pulling with me. So you're keeping a little wolf pup, are you? Come here. Let me see who dares to interfere with my business. Xiaohe immediately pushed Lin Sheng's hand away, scolding, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? This is none of your business. Go away. Go. Then she ran over to explain, Big brother, I have no relationship with him. He's just a delivery boy for me. Don't mind him, okay. Let's go for a late-night snack, shall we? He laughed and replied, it's not up to me. We'll have to see what Brother Wong says. She pushed Lin Sheng, telling him to go. Go, are you dead? Can't you move? What does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling? He stood there, stammering. The man surnamed Wong had already walked over, standing there and mocking. Oh, still talking tough. Let me see what your little wolf pup looks like. A glint flashed in his eyes. A lackey beside him asked, Brother Wong, what should we do? Should we take care of him? His expression suddenly changed, turning pale and full of fear, and he took a step back, then stammered as he cursed his lackey. Take care of your ass. All you know is taking care of people. He thought to himself, holy shit, why is it this little devil? I saw with my own eyes at Ru Feng Hall how this kid took down more than 70 people, and even crippled both of the hall master's legs. Baldy Wong dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother, no, this big brother, I really didn't recognize you just now. I'm sorry. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I really didn't know Xiao, he was your woman. I was wrong. I'll get lost right now. Lin Sheng asked coldly, you know me? He kowtowed and replied, I do. I might not have known before, but how could I not know you now? Brother Haonan, your brother Haonan, right? I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Then he turned and ran, reminding his lackeys, let's go. Are you trying to get killed? Lin Sheng still didn't understand what was happening, scratching his head and wondering, what's going on? Has my reputation as Brother Haonan reached this level? Xiaohe walked over and asked, who on earth are you? He couldn't answer, thinking blankly. I'm also a bit unsure of who I am right now. The sky over Jiangning suddenly thundered and lightning flashed and the rain poured down. The two of them rode a bicycle, Xiaohe leaning her back against Lin Sheng's shoulder, telling him, take me home. Elsewhere, there was a knock on the door. Chen Nuo opened the door, saw Yingxian outside, and asked, it's so late. Did your mother tell you to come? She nodded, then said, I wanted to come myself too. Chen Nuo pulled Yingxian into the house, asking, you didn't run here in the rain, did you? Where's the driver? She answered, the driver brought me, but when I got downstairs, I didn't dare to come up, so I paced back and forth downstairs for a long time. He took out his own clothes and gave them to Yingxian, saying, walking in the rain? Are you silly? Go take a shower, change into some other clothes. After Chen Nuo returned from Yingxian and her mother's place, he sat there eating instant noodles, full of regret. A table full of untouched food, only drank 2 glasses of liquor, and came back in a bad mood. Damn it, what the hell was that? After her shower, Yingxian, wearing Chen Nuo's clothes, the wide collar of the t-shirt revealing her sexy collarbone, the shirt now worn straight as a dress. She walked out thinking to herself, Mom's words tonight must have made Appa look down on me. He was eating noodles and said, what are you standing there for? Come sit over here. Then he handed her an apple, telling her to eat it. Chen Nuo turned his head away, speaking softly, don't take what your mother said tonight to heart. Yingxian was a little embarrassed. Appa, but my mom said if I can't follow you, I have to go back to our country with her. He looked over and replied, going back is fine too. It's not a long-term plan for you to stay in Huaxia. As soon as Yingxian heard this, she burst into tears. You don't want me by your side, do you? You don't like me? You like that girl with the surname Sun, right? You want to send me away, don't you? She cried and complained. Mom said, if you don't want me, Mom will marry me off to a tycoon. Chen Nuo patted her head. You're so grown up. Why do you cry so ugly? Then just lie to your mother. Tell her you're with me now. Yingxian sobbed. How is that lying? Appa, why can't I be your woman? In the hallway, coincidentally, Lin Sheng and Xiao, he had just gotten home. As she opened her door, he heard the girls crying from the opposite room. Chinua tried to soothe her. It's the middle of the night. You'll get a complaint if you disturb others. Ingxian continued to cry loudly. My heart is so sad. I'll just cry a little longer. Lin Sheng cursed under his breath outside. Scumbag, making a girl cry. Then he turned and said, shall we? I'll head back first then. Just as he turned, she called out, wait. Lin Sheng asked blankly, what's wrong? Xiaohe suddenly ran over and gave him a kiss, then went into her house, winking. Thanks. Next time you take me home, I'll invite you in for a sit. Good night. Lin Sheng blushed and also waved her good night. Having been kissed by the girl, Lin Sheng excitedly raised his fist and shouted. Yes, while shouting awesome, Lin Sheng accidentally slammed his hand on Chen Nua's door. In the room, Chen Nua said, Ingxian, see, we're disturbing others. We've got a complaint. As he opened the door, Lin Sheng had already vanished. Chen Nua scratched his head, looking at the familiar retreating figure. He went back into the room and asked Ingxian, are you done crying? Let's go. I'll take you home. She sobbed, hesitatingly saying, can I not go back today? Then continued, Mom asked me a lot of questions today, asking how long I've been here and how far I've progressed with you. How should I answer? I said I was practicing lip reading. She clenched her fists on her lap and asked, if I go back tonight, Mom will definitely ask a lot more questions. I don't want to hear it. Can I stay here tonight? Chen Nua pointed to the room behind him. You can sleep in Yizi's room tonight. She's at boarding school and only comes back on weekends. He thought to himself, the little firefly is as stubborn as she was in the last life. Ingxian stood up and called, Appa. Then she proactively ran into Chen Nua's room and quickly sat on his bed. Chen Nua stood there with his arms crossed and asked, did your mother teach you all this? Ingxian stammered, no. Chen Nua pressed, did she or not? She got a little agitated, her voice a little louder. So what if she did? Appa, why don't you like me? I'm not a child anymore. I'm not pretty? Don't you want to sleep with me? Chen Nua remembered his past life. The little firefly had asked him the same question. Am I not pretty? Why don't you want to sleep with me? Then he walked towards the bed, fine. Chen Nua leaned down, and Ingxian closed her eyes tightly and lay down, thinking to herself, Appa will be very gentle. Then she slowly opened her eyes, bewildered. What is Appa doing? Why hasn't it started yet? Ingxian saw what Chen Nua was doing. He stood up, dusting off his hands. Done. Ingxian was tied up, wrapped in the blanket. She shouted, what are you trying to do, Appa? Chen Nua stood there and said, stop shouting. Just sleep obediently tonight. If you shout or move around again, I'll throw you out the window and hang you with a rope. I mean what I say. Then came a series of dialogues interspersed in the darkness. Appa, am I not pretty? Why don't you like me? Some feelings are deeper than just liking. What kind of feelings? Love? Go to sleep. Appa, tell me. Appa, are you pretending to be asleep? The next day, Ingxian walked out, stretching in front of Chen Nua. Seeing this, he asked, you're awake? Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Then go home. She ran over and hugged his arm. But about my mom is very sharp. Nothing happened last night. I'm afraid I can't fool her. I don't want to go back. Chen Nua told her, there's a good way. Turn around. It'll hurt a little. Just bear with it. Then he gave her a smack on the butt. Ingxian blushed, letting out a small cry. Appa, that hurts. She rubbed her, but complained, it hurts so much. How could Appa be so cruel as to hit me? Looking at his hand, he remembered the feeling. It was still the same. In his past life, when teaching the little firefly a lesson, he had hit her quite a few times. Then he turned to her, smiled, and said, your mom will understand when she sees the handprint on your butt. All right, it's best to add another one. Do you usually have pain? When you go back to see your mom, find that feeling and pretend a little. Ingxian asked blankly why. Chen Nua replied, you'll understand this later. On Wednesday afternoon, Yizi walked out of the school gate, saying politely, goodbye, teacher. The teacher also bid a gentle farewell. Have a nice weekend. Everyone, don't forget to do your homework. Music plays. I'm just afraid I'll fall in love with you. I don't dare to let myself get too close. Before this, her teacher had advised, little Yizi seems to be maturing a bit early. Please don't let her watch movies at home that are not suitable for her age. Chen Nua understood the problem at the time. Yes, teacher, I will definitely pay more attention. He decided, it seems I have to lock up the TV remote. The little firefly called, and Chen Nua picked up the phone and asked, what's up? Did you fool your mom? Ingxuan's voice was a bit rushed and scared. Appa, come quickly. Something happened to my mom. He hung up, his face worried as he thought, how could something suddenly happen to Jiangingzi? Kuku has been taken by teacher's son for extra lessons, and teacher's son is very busy at school now and not at home either. I can only temporarily leave little Yizi at Brother Lei's place. Then he said to the little girl, little Yizi, I'm taking you to a very fun place today. I can only pick you up later. Is that okay? Little EZ obediently agreed. Then he went to the high-end hotel complex and headed towards room 888. There were 2 bodyguards at the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Yingzi lying there and asked, "What happened?" Yingxian replied, "Mom took a shower at noon and then rested, but she still hasn't woken up this afternoon, and she suddenly developed a high fever. We called the doctor to check, but they couldn't find the cause." Chinua bent down to observe. Her breathing was disordered, and there was a strange smell here. Why? He looked around and asked, "Was this room sprayed with disinfectant?" "No, I'll go check the bathroom." Chinua used a cotton swab to wipe a little from the shower head, then brought it to his nose to smell. It was indeed poison. He turned back and said to Yingxian, "She was poisoned by someone. This substance is water-soluble and was secretly applied to the shower head. When taking a hot shower, the hot water dissolves the poison and then seeped into her body through the water." She asked worriedly, "So what do we do now, Appa?" He comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Your mother's condition isn't serious right now. As long as she's no longer exposed to the poison, she can slowly recover. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to her." Then Chinua instructed, "But we have to pretend we don't know about this. From now on, besides me, you can't trust anyone, not even the bodyguards you brought with you." Yingxian obediently replied, "Yes, I only trust you, Appa." She asked, "Appa, so who exactly wants to harm my mother?" He replied, "That's something for me to solve." Chinua walked outside, telling Yingxian, "Take good care of your mother. I'm going for a walk around here and bury someone while I'm at it." He went downstairs, drank a can of Coke, and thought deeply. The assassination method is a slow-acting poison. To ensure success, the culprit must have left something behind to monitor the target's every move. That way, if anything unexpected happens, it would be easy to salvage the situation. In that case, the 2 bodyguards are the most suspicious. But after what happened with He Zhengzai, Jiang Yingzi is definitely not foolish enough to trust people of unknown origin. Chinua looked up at the hotel floors opposite them, the most suitable place for surveillance. Based on Jiang Yingzi's floor, the poisoner must be hiding somewhere between the 8th and 10th floors. 10 minutes later, he stood before a room. On the door was a rental advertisement with a phone number on it. He thought to himself, this is the only place left. The other rooms are either active companies or under renovation. Moreover, this room has the best angle to observe Jiang Yingzi. A perfect spot. Chinua placed his hand on the doorknob, channeling his power into it. He opened the door, walked in, and said, "Got you." There was a telescope there. Suddenly a dagger stabbed straight toward his head. Although every one of the opponent's strikes was lethal, Chinua continuously dodged them. He delivered a knife-hand chop to the opponent's neck, sending the dagger flying from his hand. A thin line of blood appeared on the assassin's neck. He clutched his neck and asked, "Who are you?" Chinua smiled and said, "Korean," and with a southern accent. He laughed and replied, "I'm Kong Ho-dong." The guy sat there cursing, "Damn it." While his words were meant to placate him, his hand was already unleashing his power. 10 minutes later, the guy was dead on the spot. After searching him, Chinua was a little disappointed. "What kind of luck is this? I didn't get anything useful. A fake passport, a hotel room, key card. I hope you left the good stuff at the hotel." In the hotel room, Chinua sat there holding a USB drive. He examined it and said, "It seems everything has come back to square one." A familiar symbol appeared on the USB drive. A line of text appeared on the screen. Official commission. Seeking to buy giant octopuses, the bigger the better, purchasing at a high price. Chinua logged in and said, "A dark web dedicated to the underworld. How nostalgic." Superpowered individuals in the underworld are divided into 5 tiers based on their strength. In his past life, Chinua possessed the strength of a controller-level user and was hired by the Weird Octopus Network as a security consultant for a staggering salary of $10 million a year. He only needed to act once a year to help the website deal with potential threats. Back then, the boss handed him a bag and said, "This is $10 million and the website's golden account. Yama, a pleasure working with you." He took it, but compared to the high-level golden account, Chinua preferred using a paid-for black iron-level sub-account. Back in the present, the username was Blade458. So uncreative, no personality. Let me change it to something else. Arsonist Maiden's Heart. You could tell it's a handsome guy just by looking. Request to add $2 million. The computer screen displayed the information. Arsonist Maiden's Heart, account level, black iron. Balance, 2 million US dollars. Available for withdrawal and transfer. Commission type, assassination. Target, Jiang Yingzi, with basic target information attached. Completion standard, target's death. Commission time, 15 days. 11 days remaining. Reward, 500,000 US dollars. Mission level D. Mission status, incomplete. Chen Nuo muttered. The mission to kill Jiang Yingzi has 11 days left. During the mission period, it won't be commissioned to anyone else. Jiang Yingzi is temporarily safe. Chen Nuo spoke up. All right, denizens of the underworld, your king of spam has returned. Let out a long line to catch a big fish post. Seeking to buy weapons grade enriched uranium, 97% U, 235 concentration. Need over 1 kilogram. Purchase price 500,000 US dollars per kg. Private message, arsonist, maiden's heart. Long line big fish, you're insane. Small village profits, intelligence consultant. Heard Country M is preparing to build a new military prison in Gatana Bay. Does anyone have specific info? Private message me. Can be exchanged for intelligence of equal value. Arsonist, maiden's heart. Planning a prison break, are we? Young man, never walk the path of crime. Quack quack. Intelligence consultant. Space commander level powerhouse. The Starry Sky Queen has left her mark at the Tower of London, suspected to be challenging the Knights of the Blade. Will the Knights of the Blade become the second level organization to be destroyed under Her Majesty the Queen's record? Arsonist, maiden's heart. Just arrived uninvited. Fresh off the plane, still in Country M. What's so interesting about news of that old hag, the Starry Sky Queen? I am a new era man of 3 virtues. Personal commission. Scandal file of Country M's presidential candidate. No need for sex tapes. Need an update to that 1.5-minute video. Arsonist maiden's heart. I don't quite get it. I have a friend who also wants to see that 1 minute and 30-second video. As he continued typing with his head down, a message popped up in the notification bar. Someone has replied to your comment. Chen Nuo recognized it was a golden level big shot and a rival from his past life at that. Arsonist maiden's heart just arrived uninvited. Fresh off the plane, still in Country M. What's so interesting about news of that old hag, the Starry Sky Queen? Starry Sky Queen. Bastard, who are you calling an old hag? Arsonist maiden's heart. I call him as I sin. Starry Sky Queen. Are you sick? Arsonist maiden's heart. You got the cure? Starry Sky Queen. I'll beat you to death. Arsonist maiden's heart. Come on, come and get me, old hag. He was truly a keyboard warrior, clacking away on the keyboard with a smug grin. Starry Sky Queen. I'm marking you, just you wait. Arsonist maiden's heart. This is the first time I've seen a request like this. You want to mark me? I've been lying here waiting for a while now. So what position do you like? I'll accommodate any of them. In some castle, a sky-shattering roar of anger erupted. The one screaming was none other than the Starry Sky Queen, Lu Gigi. She fired her gun wildly, yelling, I'll tear you to shreds. A little girl ran over and asked, Miss, why on earth are you so angry? Lu Gigi replied, a piece of trash insulted me on that damn weird octopus network. But due to the site's privacy policy, she couldn't find him. This little girl's name was Yu Yetong, nicknamed Oxhead. She sipped her milk and said, that's simple. I have a way. Chen Nuo's little classroom. A brief explanation. As everyone knows, the internet is a multi-layered structure divided into the surface web and the deep web. The dark web is often considered a subset of the deep web. The weird octopus network is the most mysterious dark web, requiring a special USB to log in. The color of the USB is divided by user level into black, silver, and gold. The weird octopus network has 3 major characteristics. First is its extremely high security, absolutely never revealing any client information. Lu Gigi called the weird octopus network. I'll pay 10 million, and I'll even catch a giant octopus myself. I want the information on Arsonist Maiden's heart immediately. The other party replied, don't try to bend the rules with me. No can do. Second is its power. A formidable technical team, plus a security consultant with a sky-high price. The website's strength is immense. It's impossible to hack. Moreover, they even wanted to hire him as a security consultant. Chen Nuo said, they want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, paying for protection and recruiting troops at the same time. The third is the website's interface hasn't changed in 15 years, while the operators are extremely obsessed with beating octopuses. Official commission, seeking to buy giant octopuses, the bigger the better, purchasing at a high price. This mission is pinned to the top of the login interface, something to look into later. Because of this, superpowered individuals like to deposit money into this website's accounts. as it's safer than any bank. It's a pity, if only I could hack it. Boss, don't be discouraged. All the money we earn is given to you. In his past life, on October 23rd, 2011, in a small town on the west coast of the Maple Leaf Country, a girl with white hair in a red dress sat there. From the other end of the phone came his final words. "Everyone be quiet. See you in the next life, Oxhead." She sighed. "All right, we're on a mission. No more talking." She held the phone, her eyes filled with sorrow. "So he's dead? And he liked to call me Oxhead. I really hate that name." This was the 20-year-old Oxhead. Oxhead sat there grinding ink and said, "A person like you, who has committed so many sins, now hides here painting, wanting to drop the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. But there's no such easy thing in this world. Of course, I don't want to be some messenger of justice either. I'm killing you because someone paid for your life. A small $1 million job. I took the initiative to accept it." The man kneeling on the ground said with a trembling voice, "I'll give you however much money you want. Just don't kill me." She continued to hold her brush coldly and write, "You have money. You've scammed billions from domestic fraud organizations. If it wasn't me who came today, perhaps spending a few tens of millions could have saved your life." Oxhead's eyes sharpened. "But that won't work with me." She wrote a few words on the paper and said, "Yama wants you dead. I'm in charge of reaping your soul." Then she pointed the gun at him. "Remember me in the underworld. I am Yama's soul-reaping emissary." Leaving a corpse behind, she got in her car and sped off. The small car drove along the coastal highway, the music inside blasting. Then a notification on her phone. Oxhead has gone offline. She looked at her phone and said, "With green mountains in my heart, why must I watch the cherry blossoms with someone? But the green mountains are gone. What's left to linger for?" After that, the car plunged straight into the sea. It slowly sank, along with the sounds from memory. "Yi-Tang, how about I call you Oxhead from now on? It doesn't sound as good as Yi-Tang." "No way, no one agrees. How can Yama's subordinate be missing Oxhead? Then who is Horseface?" Back in this life, Yi-Tang sat at the computer, typing away. "Look at this." Lu Gigi stood beside her, smiling so wide her eyes crinkled. "You truly are my smartest student." Arsonist Maiden's heart needs to buy. Seeking nude photos of the old hag Starry Sky Queen. Price $10,000 US. PM me if you have them. CRV Suicide Squad. Happy birthday. Is that whole lie? You should eat something good. Snow-filled tea garden. Can I say I want to see them too? Iron Egg Princess. I feel like the big boss has a crush on Her Majesty the Queen. Handsome E. OP. I want to see them too. AC Zone. Get together, get together, get together. Helen Y. This cute. Must be a girl. Arsonist Maiden's heart just posted. Like the wind, this is the best lead. I have nude photos of the Starry Sky Queen, but $10,000 US isn't enough. If you're interested, we can negotiate. Arsonist Maiden's heart. Am I stupid, or are you? The Starry Sky Queen is so righteous. How could her nudes possibly leak? Your fishing skills are too poor, old hag. Arsonist Maiden's heart. Blocked. You're welcome. Right and wrong. I am an enemy of the Starry Sky Queen. I can't stand that woman either. I have a plan. If you're interested, let's talk. Arsonist Maiden's heart. Is that all your fishing skills amount to? Go back and practice more. I'm blocking you. Yi-Tang said. I used 2 sub-accounts to deliberately fish in an obvious way, implying to him that the scamming level is very low, very easy to distinguish and deal with, to make him lower his guard. Next, based on the comments he replied to, I posted 4 new threads, including discussions on assassination, intelligence exchange on Country M's armories, analysis of the power development of commander-level powerhouses, and a post about the genetic decoding of superpowered individuals who have gone missing in recent years. Finally, this guy showed up in the assassination post, leading to the judgment that this person is very likely someone with object manipulation abilities. Blood Ancestor Dracula. How to use telekinesis to control the blood flow speed in a target's body, thereby causing reasonable damage to the heart valves. This way the target would be assassinated without even knowing. Arsonist Maiden's heart. Assuming the target has a history of cardiovascular disease, the difficulty of the assassination mission would be reduced. Just need to use psychic power to control the magnetic field, simulating a micromagnetic resonance effect, to change the morphology of the cardiovascular system. Blood Ancestor Dracula. Friend, a kindred spirit. Shall we chat privately? Arsonist Maiden's heart. Okay, let's chat privately. The master and apprentice looked at each other and laughed loudly. He took the bait. Yi-Tang continued. Not so fast, Mississippi. But we have successfully approached the target. Lu Gigi clenched her fist. Find a way to trick him into giving his personal information. Then I will definitely find this guy. and break his head? The little girl replied, yes. But everyone's identity on the site is anonymous. Everyone is very cautious. Tricking someone into giving real-life information takes time. I only used 9 sub-accounts, and he already took the bait. I don't know if I'm too smart or if he's too stupid. Yi-Tang continued, I'll just keep this up, slowly making him think he's met a kindred spirit and let his guard down. At most, in 1 or 2 months, we'll use the excuse of finding a way to carry out a mission and see if he takes the bait. Lu Gigi agreed. Good, you hurry up. I need to go out for a trip recently. There's a very interesting child. I have to go see them. Maybe I'll take on another disciple. The notification bar showed a message. Someone has replied to your comment. Yi Tang's eyes widened. He replied to me, Blood Ancestor Dracula. Friend, the idea of using psychic power to create a micromagnetic resonance effect is brilliant. But as for how to compress telekinetic power into a small area, we could discuss it. Arsonist Maiden's Heart. Of course we can. But when are you going to send me the nude photos of the old hag Starry Sky Queen? The little girl shot up, pulled out a gun, and shot the laptop, cursing, this bastard, how did he see through me? On the other side, Chun Nua stretched after a round of being a keyboard warrior. Trying to fight me? Oh, little Yi-Tang, little Yi-Tang. Even if you were reborn, your grandpa is still your grandpa. I know almost all of your sub-accounts. Timing-wise, little Yi-Tang should only be 9 years old now, probably having been the Starry Sky Queen's apprentice for less than a year. He muttered, speaking of the Starry Sky Queen. Then he recalled that full, supple soul and looked down at his hands. That feeling in his hands was truly unforgettable. Afterwards, he went to Lay's place to pick up little Yeezy. Brother Lay, thank for today. Was little Yeezy well-behaved? Delay rubbed his head and replied, very well-behaved. If I hadn't been such a troublemaker when I was young, my daughter would probably be this big by now. Master Luo, I want to ask you for a favor. Then he said shyly, I want to adopt little Yi as my goddaughter. Seeing Chun Nuo raise his fist, Delay quickly explained, I don't mean it like that. I just really like little Yi. Little Yi can call me Dad, and you can still call me Brother Lay. We'll keep our roles separate. Chin Nuo threw the school bag into Lay's face. He stubbornly continued, if it really doesn't work, she can call me Dad, and I'll call you Grandpa. We'll be on the same level. Then he took his sister home, telling her, say goodbye to Uncle Lay. Goodbye, Uncle Baldy, Delay shouted after them. Master Luo, bring little Yi over to play when you're free. He thought to himself, it seems little Yi quite likes Brother Lay. It'll be convenient to leave her at Brother Lay's place in the future. The two siblings chatted as they walked. Brother, why is your bag so heavy? What's inside? A laptop. What's a laptop? A type of computer. Where did you get it? Someone sponsored it. The next morning, during the second physical education class, Cuckoo sat there reminiscing, wondering why after that day, she kept dreaming about her and Chun Nua kissing by the river. So real it didn't feel like a dream. She looked at Chun Nua's lips as he lay there, thinking to herself, he must have felt the same way that day. Then she felt a little disappointed. Ever since she started tutoring, they couldn't be together on weekends. She told herself, no, I have to be more proactive, make Shinua my boyfriend, and absolutely not let anyone else succeed. She turned to him with a red face, taking the initiative to say, my dad is on a business trip today and isn't home. Shinua sat up and replied, you say that, but I'm not free. Cuckoo was very disappointed, but I have to go to my literature tutoring session tonight to listen to a literature lecture. Chin Nua had a mischievous idea. I'll go with you tonight. Cuckoo added, but I still have to study. He looked at her sincerely. It's fine. I could just watch you. The scene changes to the home of the literature teacher, Jianggang. He opened the door, smiling, and said, Cuckoo, you're here. So punctual this time. She replied, your home is on the 3rd floor. Mine is on the 5th. Of course I have to be on time, since it's so close. Chin Nua, standing beside her, also smiled politely. Hello, teacher. Teacher Jiang looked at him and asked, you're Chun Nua? What are you doing here? He thought to himself, the school celebrity. What a nerve, chasing Cuckoo all the way here. I was still too polite, which let this kid get a mile after I gave him an inch. He quickly said, I heard from Cuckoo that you're tutoring, so I came to visit you, and also to wish you a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Teacher Jiang thought, Dragon Boat Festival? It's only April. What nonsense is this? Then he asked directly, Chin Nua, just say what's on your mind. He said quietly, Teacher Jiang, can we have a word in private? In the kitchen, Chin Nua confessed, Teacher Jiang, Xiao He also introduced herself. My name is Chu Xiao Ling, but I prefer people to call me Xiao He. It sounds both clear and fresh. You're really something. You scared off Brother Wong last time, and now it's Chui Daping. Chui Daping is one of Xiao Guohua's men. He's got quite a bit of power. That Brother Wong is even more formidable. He's one of Li Qingshan's men. You know Li Qingshan, right? The one from Jiafeng Hall. Everyone calls him Hall Masterly. Hearing this, Lin Sheng was startled, his mind in chaos. He thought to himself, I feel like something's not right about today. Li Qingshan, Jiafeng Hall, Hall Masterly. His reaction also seemed strange to Xiao He, who didn't understand what was wrong with him, and asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, countless images of Li Qingshan flashed through his mind. He once said, Come to think of it, I haven't suffered such a huge loss in 20 years. In the scene of Ku Ku's kidnapping, I just want one of Baldy Lai's arms. If you agree, you can take the money anytime. 3 days later, you bring one of Baldy Lai's arms to exchange for this girl, and I'll return her to her rightful owner. And the time he met the man in the black helmet on the motorcycle and talked to him. So you're here? How did you recognize me? I'd recognize you even if you returned to Ash. And the time Chen Nua tricked him, erasing his memory. Trust me, you'll take a nap, and when you wake up, you won't remember a thing. Now, everything came flooding back into his subconscious. Because it was so sudden, Lin Sheng left Xiao He behind and rushed off. He shouted as he ran, I remember everything. Xiao He chased after him in confusion, calling, What's wrong with you? Where are you going? But she received no answer. Time flew by, and 2 days later, in front of the Emperor KTV, Xiao He stood alone and forlorn, muttering Xiao Hong's name. Lin Sheng appeared, and seeing him approach, Xiao He couldn't hold back the tears welling in her eyes. He quickly asked, What's wrong? Xiao He immediately threw herself into his arms and complained, Where did you run off to these past 2 days? I was so scared, I couldn't find you anywhere. I had no one to talk to. Lin Sheng hesitated. He was debating whether to tell her that for the past 2 days, he had been investigating what happened at Jiafeng Hall that day. Li Qingshan's leg had been broken. He was also afraid that Chen Nua would find out he had recovered his memory. He was worried about who this new friend of his really was. In the end, he decided not to tell her. Lin Sheng held Xiao He tightly, whispering in her ear, Xiao He, I missed you. My best sister is gone. I want to visit her family. Will you come with me? So the two of them went to the hospital together. On the way, Hao Nan walked and told the story. Xiao Hong's father is a gambler, and her mother has kidney disease, needing dialysis at the hospital every year. The girl had no choice but to work at the KTV, but the money still wasn't enough, so she could only turn to those blood-sucking loan sharks. I told her a long time ago, their money has to be paid back, but what could she do? In the end, she still didn't have enough money. They came to her home and workplace to cause trouble. A living person was just hounded to death like that. A while later, the two arrived at the hospital room, standing by the bed looking at the haggard woman lying there. Xiao He sighed, How pitiful. What a tragic girl. Afterwards, they waited for the auntie to wake up, and Xiao He chatted happily with her. Auntie, I'm a friend of your daughter. I know all about your situation. Please accept my condolences. Young lady, you look about the same age as my daughter. That child of mine had such a hard life. Don't cry. Auntie, if you cry, I want to cry too. This little bit of money is a token of my heart. Lin Sheng was about to go somewhere when, at that moment, 2 strange men walked into the hospital room. But he didn't pay them any mind, as his heart was heavy with worries at that moment. Suddenly, a loud shout from the hospital room made Lin Sheng turn back in shock. You people are not human. Someone just died, and you're already here to collect debts. When a person dies, their debts die with them. Don't you understand this principle? You still dare to demand payment? Do you have any regard for the law? The thug replied nonchalantly, A debt must be paid. 80,000 yuan is not a small sum. If you don't have it now, you can pay in installments. I'll even accept a few hundred at a time. That stack of cash on the table can conveniently be used to pay off a little. Xiao He angrily cursed at him. Where did 80,000 come from? I heard from Xiao Hong that it wasn't that much when she first borrowed it. Besides, loan sharking is illegal in the first place. Go ahead and sue. The guy stepped closer, saying coldly, I don't know anything about laws, little lady. I advise you, if you're not family, don't stick your nose in other people's business. If you're so righteous, why don't you pay the debt for them? Lin Sheng angrily rushed in and shouted, Don't go too far. Who collects debts like this? Even the code of the underworld doesn't work this way. The thug sneered contemptuously. The code of the underworld? For fuck's sake, what do you know about the underworld? The underworld is treacherous. Don't get involved in things that don't concern you. I made myself clear. I'll have someone come collect the money later. After saying that, they left. Xiaohe was afraid Lin Sheng would do something rash and quickly comforted him. Don't be impulsive. We have to think of a way. Lin Sheng probably wanted to be alone, so he avoided Xiaohe and said, I'm going out for a smoke. His heart was choked with emotion. He was sitting there, taking drag after drag from his cigarette, when a huge luxury car stopped right in front of him. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing the hateful face of the thug from before. He raised his middle finger and said arrogantly, "You little punk, talking to me about the underworld? You haven't even grown any hair yet. You think having a bit of a gangster look means you understand the underworld?" Although he was furious, Hanan still tried to stay silent. He thought to himself, "Are you angry? Of course I'm angry. But so what? Zhang Linsheng. You're not Chenua. What the hell are you? You can't do anything." He was so aggrieved that he bit his lip hard to keep from screaming, his heart always filled with self-loathing for his powerlessness. Suddenly, a collision occurred behind him. A huge fire erupted, causing the surrounding people to panic and shout, "There's been a car accident. Call an ambulance." Can they be saved? Even if they survive, they'll probably be crippled. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Lin Sheng saw a familiar figure and shouted, "Chenua! It's Chenua!" He had appeared here for Lin Sheng's sake as well. He thought to himself, "Lin Sheng, the things you want to do but can't, I will do them for you." The underworld is treacherous when you see injustice. Drew his sword to help. A few days later, at Teacher Jiang's house, it was already dark. Teacher Jiang gave a few instructions before dismissing the class. Today's lesson ends here. Oh, there's one more thing. Please tell your families when you get home. His words seemed a bit hesitant. There's a set of review materials that needs to be purchased, which can also be used at school next semester. One set is 50 yuan. I have an old friend whose workplace is related to this, and I can get a cheap price from him. If you agree, you can also buy them from me for 40 yuan a set. Chenua happily replied to the teacher, "I make the decisions in my house. I'll buy it. I'll pay for Sun Keeks as well." After speaking, he took out a few bills, making Teacher Jiang a bit flustered. "Let me give you your change." Wait a moment. He quickly took out more money and said, "Teacher Jiang, no need for change. I'll add another 20 yuan and pay for Zhang Linqing's share too." After that, the class was dismissed. Everyone cheerfully said goodbye to the teacher. "Teacher Jiang, we're leaving now." Be careful on your way." After seeing all the students off, Teacher Jiang stared blankly at the money from selling the materials in his hand and let out a sigh. Teacher Jiang's wife, Xiao Yun, saw this and ran in to ask, "What's wrong?" Teacher Jiang confessed his feelings. "I feel so conflicted. I've been teaching for so many years, and this is the first time I've done something like this, making money off students. I feel ashamed." Xiao Yun said gently, "This must be hard on you. But actually, the school sells that set of review materials for 50 yuan a set. You had someone buy them, so the students only have to spend 40 yuan, which is cheaper. I know you're unhappy. We won't do this again in the future. My illness, the medicine doesn't need to be that good. We can just switch to a cheaper kind." Teacher Jiang immediately interrupted. No matter what, I can't stop getting you treatment." Outside, while going downstairs, the student with glasses commented, "Teacher Jiang, really? Doing business with us?" The female friend next to him chimed in. "Their class has 60 people. If he sells a set of materials to each person, how much do you think Teacher Jiang is making?" Chenua suddenly put his arm around the other guy's shoulder, making him curious about what was going on. Chenua said, "I think we should stop arguing about this. Buying the review materials is a school rule. It's not like the teacher forced us to buy them. He helped us get them cheaper. If you don't like it, you can go buy them from a school." Linqing also agreed with him. Speaking up, "I think Chenua is right. By the way," Chenua also asked Linqing, "Right, where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you at all. I thought you sold the bike and ran off." "Oh, is that motorcycle comfortable to ride?" He answered vaguely. "There's been some family stuff recently. That bike, it rides okay." After that, his attitude changed slightly, and he looked at Chenua and began to thank him. Linqing's sudden thanks took Chenua completely by surprise, and he asked, Thanks for what? Wasn't it just a motorcycle?" He gave a slight smile and replied, "Anyway, thank you. I'm glad to be your friend." A few more days passed. In a hotel, Chenua was checking the mission list and saw that the assassination mission for Jiang Yingzi had expired. If nothing unexpected happens, the client will hire another assassin. I have to root out this problem completely. Mission posting. Target Jiang Yingzi with the target's personal information attached. Mission content: protect the target's life and safety. Mission location: China. Mission duration: 30 days. Mission reward: 550,000 US dollars. Mission completion standard: ensure the target survives for 30 days, preventing all dangers to the target. Additional description: maintain secrecy throughout the process. Try to conceal your identity and protective actions, and do not let others discover your movements. He thought to himself. Luckily, the security of the white-shouldered Starling Monster Network is good and will hide the client's information, otherwise the Starry Sky Queen would have already charged straight to Jinling. In a commission mission, the target is hidden from outsiders. Only the client can see it. Immediately, notification sounds rang out, not just one, but 6 in a row. Someone had accepted the commission mission. Chenhua saw his inbox fill up quickly and was speechless. Is the economy really that bad? It's only been a moment, and so many people have come to accept the commission. More people means more choices. He calculated who to choose. Among them was a person named Yifu Sheng Hixioyan. He looked it over and nodded. I'll choose you then. Proximity to power brings benefits. The specific content of the conversation was as follows. Yifu Sheng Hixioyan said, I am in China, so it's very convenient to carry out the mission. The client replied, look at the target's specific information. When can you start? Yifu Sheng Hixioyan replied, looking now, the target is in Jinling. Client, that's right. Yifu Sheng Hixioyan. I can be there within 24 hours. Client, good. You must protect the client well and not reveal your identity during the mission. After finalizing the mission, Chen Nuo requested, Yifu Sheng, add me. 1 in the light, 1 in the dark, 2 people protecting, ensuring no mistakes. Also, for the next few days, you stay downstairs from Jiangingzi, right below room 1108. If something really happens, you can get up there quickly. After saying that, he used his spiritual power to scan the area, monitoring the rooms on the floors near Jiangingzi, so that no movement would escape his grasp. 3 hours passed just like that. However, not a single suspicious movement or confidential word reached his ears. He only heard things like, hubby, you're so good. A little higher, the flag calls to the resort. It's over already, you useless thing. Why isn't it working again? Don't, I'm scared of the pain, ma'am. You wouldn't want something to happen to your husband, would you? And even some haggling. No way. It's that expensive for how many nights? Chenhua couldn't take it anymore and suddenly realized, good heavens, I forgot it's the weekend. They'll be battling for days. He immediately took out his phone and hurriedly reported to the police. As a good citizen with a conscience and a sense of responsibility, I would like to report that there are people engaged in prostitution in this hotel. Send someone to investigate. It would be best if all the comrades came. Just a few minutes later, the police arrived, causing chaos throughout the hotel. Just a room check. Get your IDs out. Damn it. Remember this. We're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. You, hurry up and hide under the bed. This is my first time. Stop, don't run. This scene made Chenhua visibly happy. The world is finally quiet. The next morning, he suddenly felt anxious, thinking to himself, I was still careless. The first half of the night was just a temporary ceasefire. The second half will be a declaration of vengeful war. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chenhua curiously went to see who it was, only to find a beautiful long-haired woman in a purple nightgown standing there. Seeing him, she smiled naturally and said, Appa, I brought you breakfast. Chenhua didn't seem to pay much attention to her words. His eyes were currently glued to her full chest. Ingwan saw him in a daze and asked, Appa, you have dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Suddenly, his state of mind became extremely excited, and he thought to himself, or maybe there's still time to have a little fun? The girl saw him like this and understood implicitly, feeling amused in her heart. Appa is looking at me with such a hungry gaze. Is that thing finally going to happen? But then, Chenhua just snatched the plate of breakfast and quickly slammed the door shut, leaving the girl standing outside in a daze. Appa, what's wrong with you? He sighed and said dejectedly, Sigh, 3 years suspended sentence. A teenager's body is just too hot-blooded. What a sin. Suddenly, a message notification sounded. It was from Yifu Sheng Hixioyan. The person messaged to report that he had arrived and everything was normal. At the same time, at Redminster Abbey in London, England, a teacher asked with great surprise, So, you've decided to drop out of school? Neva answered frankly, Yes. I don't want to stay in a school where I can't pursue my life's direction. The teacher sighed. Your illness has just recovered. I thought you would come back to finish your studies. Neva, your grandfather and I are close friends, and your father also graduated from here. I really don't want there to be a dropout in the family. But Neva remained firm in her thoughts. To me, pursuing my life's direction is more important. Please don't try to persuade me anymore. The teacher could only give a wry smile and agree. Right. In any case, it's a good thing that you can return to the sunlight. Have you found your direction? Where is it? She replied cryptically. The direction is where it should be. The teacher could only wish her luck. God bless you. The scene changes to Neva's room. She looked at herself in the mirror and said with annoyance, I've never liked this uniform. Suddenly, Neva's older sister appeared, reminding her, don't forget, everyone in our family has worn this uniform, my dear sister. Neva retorted unhappily, we've already talked about this. The daytime is my time. Her sister nodded and said dotingly, all right, as you wish, my lovely little pumpkin. So, where are we going for our next stop? She immediately said, to Hong Kong to find Chun Jiang. At the hotel where Jiang Yingzi and her daughter were staying, everything was still normal. The female secretary entered and announced, Chairwoman Jiang, you are still needed to preside over the meeting at the industrial park tonight. She nodded, I know, get ready to leave. Across from the hotel, a man was standing there on the phone. Seeing the two of them come down, he immediately said urgently, hello, I'm still working, don't you worry. The soup is simmering in the pot. Remember to turn down the heat and add the wood ear mushrooms. Yeah, got it, that's all, I'm busy. Tailing someone and still has time to worry about the soup simmering at home. But it was rush hour now, and the traffic was quite heavy. Seeing this, the man sneered. Foreigners really don't understand the local situation. He leisurely pedaled his bicycle and surged forward, pedaling while thinking smugly. See, a traffic jam. Not even as fast as me on my bike. The scene changes to the industrial park. It was starting to get dark, but the meeting hadn't ended yet. Inside, after getting a grasp of the situation, Chairwoman Jiang concluded, finally, I want to emphasize once again, China will become the future development focus of our group. All of you must do your utmost to do your jobs well. As for Ingwan, she was glued to her phone throughout the entire meeting, constantly texting Chinua, reporting her situation and schedule. It seems he's a man of few words. She would send 10 messages before he replied to one. Appa, Mom and I have left the hotel. Appa, we just passed an intersection. There's a traffic jam. Appa, I'm almost at Mom's company. Good job. Appa, Mom and I are both out of the car. Mom said she has a meeting tonight and will be back very late. Appa, where are you? Don't worry, I'm here. Ingzi saw her daughter tapping on her phone until it was about to break and asked curiously, who are you chatting with? Ingwan immediately replied happily, Chinua. Seeing her daughter so happy, she was also relieved. Okay, have a nice chat. Let's go. Let's get something to eat first. Just as the mother and daughter stepped out, Chairwoman Jiang couldn't help but continue asking, how have you and Chinua been lately? But Ingwan just pouted and huffed, ignoring her. Chinua was also there, tailing the two of them closely, not leaving their side for a moment. He thought to himself, Jiang Yingzi forcibly picked melons aren't sweet. Hasn't this Chinese proverb made it to your country? But then again, where is my $50,000 bodyguard? Suddenly, he sensed a killing intent. The elevator door opened, and inside was a masked man, looking at the two of them with dangerous eyes. He had a sharp knife hidden in his sleeve. However, before he could even make a move, another man in black grabbed his hand, startling him. The man in the black mask immediately pressed the close button, saying at the same time, the elevator is broken, temporarily not taking any more people. As he finished speaking, the elevator doors closed and continued to move. Inside, the two men began to fight. The man in the surgical mask angrily counterattacked with his other hand, shouting, I've had my eye on you for a while. What normal person dresses like this to go out? Were you waiting until you were discovered to make a move? The masked man didn't say much. He used a crane stance fist to block the attack, followed by an Iron Mountain lean, sending the man in the surgical mask flying and slamming him hard against the wall. The man realized the masked man was using Chinese martial arts. However, he still refused to give up, saying stubbornly, don't look down on me. I was just careless and got sneak attacked by you. The masked man raised his hands and performed a few martial arts moves, asserting, you want me to be scared? In your dreams. Next, all that could be heard from the elevator were the sounds of heavy impacts and breaking bones, along with a blood-curdling scream. The elevator door opened, and the man in the surgical mask quickly fled, shouting in panic, damn it, I ran into an expert, but it wasn't so easy to just run away. The masked man quickly rushed forward and grabbed his shirt, saying, Why are you running? I have to see the Buddha off to the western heaven. However, the other guy still had a trick up his sleeve. He leaped up and threw 2 hidden weapons, shouting, "Don't you know how to push people too far? At this close range, I don't believe you can dodge this." But the next scene made him unable to believe his eyes. The masked man quickly bent down and dodged the hidden weapons. Taking this opportunity, the man in the surgical mask fled for his life, his speed faster than an ex-girlfriend changing her mind. The other man couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, he runs fast." He was so cool when fighting, but after it was over, he just kept sighing, "Oh my god, my back." This 50,000 is really hard earned. Chen Nuo observed everything, pondering. This person is Yifu Shanghe Xiuyin, dressed like a street performer. He looks easy to fool. The scene changes to an internet cafe late at night. The masked man seemed to be here as well. To be precise, this masked man was Yifu Shanghe Xiuyin. He came here to report the situation. Protected the target from an attack today. Someone wanted to assassinate her in the elevator. I fought with the opponent, but couldn't keep him. The client immediately messaged back asking, "What are the opponent's characteristics?" Yifu Shanghe Xiuyin described. Male, speaks Chinese, thin and small build, wearing a surgical mask, so I couldn't see his face clearly. His skills are very good. He's good at dirty tricks and uses throwing darts as a weapon. The client told him to continue protecting the target. Yifu Shanghe Xiuyin asserted, "I think the person I blocked today definitely knows the target is being protected. The next time he makes a move, he will definitely be more careful." That was the official report, but privately he complained endlessly, "Boss, I'm a bodyguard, not a bounty hunter. My back almost broke today. This affects me going home to pay my dues. Who's going to cover this?" Suddenly, the client sent a message. The content was, "I will create an opportunity for him to make a move. You stay alert and find a way to hold him." Yifu Shanghe Xiuyin didn't quite understand and asked. The client repeated again, "Find a way to help me hold the opponent, or even just stalling him will count as your contribution. The reward is an extra 100,000. Money makes the world go round." Yifu Shanghe Xiuyin immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll follow your command." Who in this world would complain about having too much money? The next day, Jiang Yingzi and her daughter were leisurely strolling outside. Yingwan was feeling uneasy in her heart. Mom won't be in danger, will she? She recalled what Chen Nuo had told her. Li Yingwan, tomorrow, take your mother to the barbecue restaurant from yesterday for a meal. Huh? Appa, didn't you say we have to change places for every meal? So the opponent can't figure out our pattern, which will reduce the chance of them poisoning the food. Chen Nuo affirmed, "Just do as I say. At that restaurant tomorrow noon, and eat there again in the evening. No need to change." Although Yingwan was a little worried, she still trusted Chen Nuo very much. With him here, she and her mother would not be in danger. Appa must be secretly protecting me. Yingzi saw that her daughter was distracted today and asked, "What's wrong?" Yingwan immediately denied it. "No, nothing." Suddenly, Yingzi realized something was wrong. She quickly shouted and pushed Yingwan away. "Be careful." The girl also shouted worriedly, "Mom." In front of Yingzi was a motorcycle hurtling towards them at a terrifying speed. Just as it was about to hit her, someone suddenly rushed out to block it. That person was Yifu Shang. Seeing an expert, the motorcycle immediately turned around and fled. That block also took a bit of a toll on Yifu Shang, and he coughed a few times. It wasn't over yet. A nearby passerby suddenly pulled a knife from his clothes and rushed towards Yingzi, shouting, "Die." Yifu Shang saw that the situation was not good. So he used his ultimate move, the lion's roar, releasing a strong gust of wind that made the other guy stumble and unable to stand firm. Taking this opportunity, Yifu Shang rushed forward and kicked the knife out of his hand. The man was scared and ran away. Yingwan quickly ran over to check on her mother's condition. Yifu Shang also breathed a sigh of relief, because his protection target had not yet gone to meet the King of Hell. Luckily, the person is fine. Everyone is safe. Yifu Shang left quickly without a word, which also made Yingzi and her daughter watch his retreating back with confusion. The thug cautiously approached a suspicious red car. It was incomprehensible, a wandering ghost out doing bad deeds, and still driving such a conspicuous car. He looked around and thought to himself, luckily, no one is following. In the car, there was already a long-haired man puffing on a cigarette. As soon as he got in the car, he complained, "This place is tough. Let's get out of here quickly." The other person said nothing and immediately stepped on the gas. He asked, "Did you fail?" The short-haired man replied unhappily, "Yeah, old third isn't in the van either. He must have been lying in ambush here." He sighed and said, "We can only wait for news from old third. However, They didn't notice someone following them. A while later, they arrived at Jinxiang Auto Repair. In front of the door, a very familiar motorcycle seemed to be faintly parked. Two hooligans were sitting and smoking when they were suddenly startled by something. It turned out that the old third they mentioned had arrived. The other two were overjoyed to see him. Old third is back. So fast. But old third didn't look happy at all. Failed again. After second brother failed, the target was picked up by a special car and left directly. I had no chance to make a move. It seems the other side has an expert guarding them. Old fourth was also injured yesterday. We need to ask for more money for this job. The long-haired man agreed. Yeah, contact the client. Even if we can risk our lives, we have to get a corresponding reward. The short-haired man suggested, how about we go see old fourth first? We also need to change his dressing. Inside, a person was lying on the bed, completely covered by a blanket. Old third walked over, touched him, and said, Old fourth, we failed again today. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have listened to you. The opponent's skills are too strong. As he finished speaking, a current of electricity ran through his body, almost sending him to meet his maker. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, and the person on the bed at this moment was Chun Nua, holding a taser. He looked at the gun in his hand and praised it admiringly. This thing is quite useful. The other two saw this scene and screamed in terror. Who are you? Where's old fourth? What did you do to old fourth? Chun Nua replied calmly, under the bed. I'm only here to ask you one question. The short-haired man said stubbornly and unhappily, don't even think about getting us to reveal the client. That's against the rules. Chun Nua just smiled and replied, who asked you that? I want to ask, what level is your white-shouldered Starling Monster Network account? And how much money is in it? Hearing this, the blood rushed to the other two's heads. They pulled out their weapons and charged together, intending to beat Chun Nua to death. The short-haired man jumped up to attack first. Chun Nua just gently blocked with the taser, and the current immediately traveled along the small knife in the man's hand. The result was predictable. He was electrocuted and convulsed all over. Chun Nua sneered contemptuously. Idiots, metal conducts electricity. Don't you know that? With his accomplice down, the remaining one became vigilant. He realized the thing in his hand was also made of iron. It seemed this guy was a bit smarter. He threw the long sword aside and rushed forward with his bare hands. To say this guy was smart was a mistake. Chun Nua directly blocked his fist with the head of the taser, and the man was immediately electrocuted until his whole body went numb. He also enthusiastically told him, the human body itself is conductive. Not to mention this one of mine is an ability-enhanced version. Clench your sphincter. After taking down the three of them, he walked up to the long-haired man and asked again, you're the boss, right? Who is the client? Still stubbornly silent. The boss said in a panic, I don't know. We really don't know. If you know that website, you're definitely not an outsider. The client's identity is protected. How would we know? The second in command next to him also spoke up. Boss, don't be scared anymore. This guy has no intention of letting us live. The boss also understood that, facing him directly like this, there was no way they could keep their lives. He was sure the boss's words were true. Moreover, seeing their attitude, it seemed they had some last words. Chun Nua spoke up, and they didn't hesitate to beg. You're definitely going to cause trouble for the client, right? When you deal with him, help us brothers stab him a few more times. Chun Nua was stunned and asked, confused, why? The boss immediately shouted with grievance. That's swindler. The mission didn't say there was an expert like you guarding the target. If we had known earlier, would we have come here to die? Having heard their last wish, he also agreed out of respect. All right, I'll help you. I won't use the electrobaton anymore. I'll give you a quick death. The scene shifts to Fu Sheng's side. After unleashing a few powerful moves, his condition didn't seem good, as he was seen coughing nonstop. He unlocked the door to his house, thinking to himself, I'm getting old. Earning money is really not easy. I almost lost my old life. I never thought I'd have to come to a safe house to recuperate. He immediately called someone to report that he was safe. Hello? Yeah, I'm fine. Just letting you know, reporting that I'm safe. Everything was fine today. Huh? Braised pork with chestnuts? Sigh, I'm not even home. Why are you making that dish? All right, you go ahead and make it. If you can't finish it, put it in the fridge. I'll be back in 2 days and can still have a few bites, yeah. When you turn off the stove, add half a spoonful of sugar. Don't add too much. Didn't you see this year's health checkup results? My blood sugar is a bit high. All right, I know. At this moment, the mask was also taken off. Surprisingly, That person was Teacher Jiang. He looked at the mask and continued, "My dear wife, for so many years, I've made you suffer. 25 years ago, I said I would take you on a trip around the world, but 10 years ago, that had to be put on hold, burying you at the bottom of a ravine. The scenery of the martial world is beautiful, but some people, with just one smile, can make all the scenery of the martial world pale in comparison. Isn't that strange?" Fu Sheng Hibai Shua said, "What's wrong?" That night, Teacher Jiang and the client were talking. Fu Sheng Hibai Shua said, "Just to let you know, I'm injured and it's inconvenient for me to act for now." The client said, "The mission has been completed ahead of schedule. You can clock out." The client said again, "All right, go to Jinxiang Auto Repair at 444 Donglin Road. There are 4 bodies inside. You handle them." Fu Sheng Hibai Shua asked doubtfully, "Are they the opponent's men? You took care of them?" Client, "Yeah, I took care of them. I'll pay an extra 20,000. Teacher Jiang looked at the address and thought, it doesn't seem too far from here. A small Wame bird gently landed on a sign. Coincidentally, Chen Nua was also here, and he wondered, a wild Wame bird in the city? That's a bit novel. At this time, Fu Sheng had also arrived. He jumped inside, whistled, and the Wame bird immediately flew over. Chen Nua was startled. So this bird was the eyes and ears of Fu Sheng Hibai Shua. Luckily, I concealed my entire aura from the beginning and wasn't discovered. Next, he saw Fu Sheng take out a small, unlabeled bottle and pour it directly onto the bodies of the 4 thugs. In an instant, the bodies turned to dust. He recognized this as corpse-dissolving powder, a traditional method of the old martial arts sections. The mission was complete, and Fu Sheng leisurely went home. The job is done. Time to go home and collect the money. An hour later, the two started chatting online again. Fu Sheng Hibai Shuo reported, "It's been handled. The mission is now complete. It was a pleasure working with you." The client praised, "Very good." Fu Sheng Hibai Shuo got straight to the point. "Then pay up." We agreed on a price increase to 120,000. 100,000 for helping you catch the assassin, and 20,000 for disposing of the body. Just transfer it directly. The client agreed. "All right, I'm transferring it now. Keep an eye out for it." Teacher Jiang was sure he had earned quite a bit this time. He thought happily, "Although I almost lost my life, Xiaoyun's medical expenses are now covered. After getting the money, I can still make it home for some braised pork with chestnuts. Sweet." Just as the balance change notification arrived, Teacher Jiang immediately opened it to check. But something seemed off. What's this? Am I seeing things? Your account has received $12. The funds came from an anonymous account. The account balance is $10,012. Teacher Jiang was horrified and immediately contacted the client. Fu Sheng Hibai Shuo questioned, "The amount is wrong, isn't it? It's 120,000, not $12. Did you miss a few zeros?" The client replied, "It's not wrong. I said 120,000. I didn't say which country's currency." Fu Sheng Hibai Shuo pressed, "But it can't be $12, can it?" The client explained, 120,000 Vietnamese dong is about $12. I even rounded it up for you. Fu Sheng Hibai Shuo said angrily, "How can you be so dishonest?" Message failed to send. This user does not exist. Teacher Jiang was fuming and immediately started cursing. Shameless, shameless, shameless. Vietnamese dong. Why didn't you just say it was Zimbabwean dollars? Your account has received $500,000. The funds came from a system. The account balance is $510,012. At this, Teacher Jiang clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the mission payment was held in escrow by the system. Otherwise, my heart condition might have relapsed. Damn it, I was scammed out of 120,000 by that bastard. The next day, Chen Nua was deep in thought in front of his laptop, with Xiaoyu beside him. He muttered, "I thought 4 people would mean 4 USB drives, but unfortunately, there's only one." He plugged the USB into the computer to check, then sighed to himself, Qianjin Ding, worthy of being the 4 brothers from the auto repair shop. The account balance is $880,000. This time, I didn't lose out. Paid Fu Sheng Hibai Shuo 550,000, got back 880,000, an easy profit. A chat log between Qianjin Ding and the client caught Chen Nua's attention. Specifically, Qianjin Ding said, "The mission is difficult. The target has an expert protecting them. The difficulty is higher than expected. You need to add more money." The client refused. That's against the rules. Qianjin Ding felt something was wrong and wanted to back out. So they said, "Then find someone else." The client then said, "Are you sure you can't handle it?" Qian Jinding affirmed, "With the money in hand, of course we can handle it." However, the client was still unwilling to pay, saying, "The mission has been posted, the price can't be changed. I'll transfer the money directly to you after you complete the mission." Qian Jinding refused. "Do you take me for a fool? What if you don't acknowledge it later? Pay half up front." Reading up to this point, he rubbed his chin and thought, "No, I can make even more this way. Your account has received 250,000 US dollars. The funds came from the system. The account balance is 113 million US dollars. Chun Nuo stretched comfortably, his heart filled with joy. So many sponsors. The White Ghoul Network is truly a money tree. Maybe I should just post a bounty on myself, then kill them one by one as they come, or kill them in pairs." Then he turned to Xiao Yi and said, "Get ready. Uncle Sun said today is a holiday and told us to go to his place for a meal." The little girl happily agreed. Although Chinuo was going to someone else's house for a free meal, he didn't go empty-handed. He brought a bottle of liquor. Kuku's father saw it and said to him worriedly, "Just coming for a meal is fine. Why buy such expensive liquor? You work hard. Take it back to the supermarket for a refund later." Chinuo smiled brightly. "I've already opened it. Can't return it now. Let's drink it. Teacher's son will share between us." Seeing him so enthusiastic, Teacher's son didn't know how to refuse. Sigh, this kid. Just like that, they went glass for glass, draining and refilling, then draining again. One glass after another, they kept downing them. Teacher's son also enthusiastically tipped his glass back, downing it in one go. After a while, Director's son was a little tipsy. It was then that he confided, "Kid, you must not be useless." Chinuo replied politely, "Yes, Teacher's son, I'm working very hard to earn money." Director's son said again, "I don't have any expectations for your studies anymore. Your heart isn't in it. But you must walk the right path, earn clean money, otherwise. At this point, Director's son's voice choked up a bit, but he still said it. "Otherwise, how can I entrust Kuku to you in the future?" Kuku was startled and called out, "Dad." Kuku's mother also interjected, "Old son, you've had too much to drink." But Director's son waved his hand and continued, "No, Sai, I can't hide it anymore. This kid is cunning and mischievous, and my daughter is stubborn. She's just being led by the nose by this kid. What else can be done?" Speaking of which, Director's son paused for a few seconds, then slammed his hand on the table, asserting, "But let me tell you too, no dating before graduation." Chen Nuo cheekily teased, "Yes, so what about after graduation?" Director's son's tone changed slightly as he said, After graduation, Kuku will be in university. I can't manage that much." Director's son's words were exactly what Chen Nuo wanted to hear. He immediately raised his glass to toast. "Yes, Teacher's son, I promise you, before Kuku graduates, we will absolutely not do anything that crosses the line." Director's son was very pleased with that statement and replied happily, "There you see, this kid is no ordinary person. He's become a sly fox." Kuku's mother was also helpless. She said dejectedly, "Old son, you've drunk too much. You're talking too much. The kids are still young. What's the point of talking about this nonsense? Can you even be sure about the future now?" Director's son replied, "I don't understand. This kid is young, raising his sister, working to earn his own money, and not going down the wrong path. Our Sun family doesn't look down on the poor and favor the rich. As long as the child has good character and strives to improve, I won't look down on him." As soon as he finished speaking, Director's son collapsed. Kuku's mother stood up and instructed her daughter, "Kuku, you entertain our guest. I'll help your father to the room to rest. He's too drunk." Shinua understood and also took his leave. "Kuku, I'll take Xiaoyi home first then." Kuku, worried he would overthink it, said, "Shinua, my mom." However, he immediately cut her off. "I understand. All parents hope for their children to be successful, hoping they will have a good life in the future." Kuku assured him, "Shinua, believe me, I'm not afraid of hardship. I'm not afraid of anything." He didn't need anything either. Just having her by his side was enough. Chinua said softly, "I believe you." Leaving Kuku's house, Chinua and his sister stopped by Teacher John's place on the way. The one who opened the door was Aunt Song Xiaoyan. Seeing her, he greeted politely, "Hello, teacher's wife. I'm Teacher John's student. Today is a holiday. I just came from Teacher Sun's house and wanted to visit Teacher Jiang as well." Song Xiaoyan was very enthusiastic. "I remember now, you're the student who often comes for tutoring, right? Coming quickly, why spend money buying gifts? After they sat down, Song Xiaoyun said, Old Jiang went to the pharmacy to buy medicine. Hearing this, Chen Nuo asked with concern, Teacher's wife, Teacher Jiang, are you too unwell? Song Xiaoyun felt his address was too distant and said, Don't keep calling me teacher's wife. It's too formal. My name is Song Xiaoyun. Just call me Aunt Song. It's your teacher, Jiang. He strained his back moving things a few days ago. He went out to buy some pain relief patches. He should be back soon. He also noticed a large pot of medicine simmering in the kitchen and asked curiously, Aunt Song, are you brewing traditional Chinese medicine? Song Xiaoyan replied, Yes, my health isn't very good. I usually drink traditional medicine to recuperate. I don't dare to brew it at night when your teacher Jiang is tutoring for fear the smell will bother everyone. Actually, I've heard your name before. Chenua, right? The bold kid who's dating old son's daughter. Besides, why can't a 17 or 18-year-old girl be in a relationship? In our time, we could already get married. That old son can be really annoying sometimes. What's there to stop? I think you're already very good for your age. From the way Song Xiaoyan spoke, Chenua felt that Aunt Song was also very friendly. After chatting for a while, it was 1 in the morning. Seeing that teacher Jiang had been gone for a long time, Song Xiaoyan thought of an artistic way to liven things up so the two kids wouldn't be too bored waiting. But as soon as she started singing, the melody was bizarre, startling Chen Nuo and his sister. Her singing sounded more like scolding. Where do you think you're running, you demon? The unparalleled beauty of Hangzhou by the West Lake. Strange flowers and exotic grasses fragrant all year round. Chen Nuo felt a chill down his spine, thinking to himself, Oh, why did the Taiping lyrics suddenly become like this? That's not all. Song Qian's talent was even more remarkable. She could skillfully mix and adapt her opera singing. Esteemed guests, in our last chapter, we spoke of Zhao Zilong, who single-handedly charged in and out of Cao Cao's grand army 7 times. What is Zhao Zilong? Wielding his spear and spurring his horse, he pointed at Cao Cao and shouted, Old thief, don't you run. The two kids' faces turned pale with fear. Is this Lu Lanfang possessing her? It's over, what on earth is this? At this moment, the Wame bird in the cage flapped its wings and chirped. This caught Chen Nuo's attention, and he began to piece things together. Wame bird mask. Suddenly, Teacher Zhang's loud call came from outside the door. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan. He immediately took out a bottle and said, Xiaoyan, quick, inhale, inhale. Then he started blaming himself. It's all my fault going to buy medicine. I could have gone any time, but I had to go right when you had an episode. Song Xiaoyan had also stabilized. I'm fine now. It's because I forgot to take my medicine earlier. Chen Nuo worriedly asked Teacher Jiang, Aunt Song, she? Teacher Jiang said, It's an old illness. She's had it for several years. She used to be in an opera troupe, and it was because of this illness that she quit her job to recuperate at home. This illness is strange. It acts up once a day around 1 in the afternoon, lasts for an hour, and then goes away on its own. It can only be controlled by taking medicine on time every day. She forgot today. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. He smiled and replied, No. I even got to hear a free segment of The Legend of the White Snake. Teacher's wife's voice is truly authentic. Afterward, he and his sister took their leave. Well, Teacher Jiang, I won't disturb Aunt Song's rest any longer. I'll be heading home. I'll come visit another day and ask Teacher's wife to sing the whole piece for me. Teacher Jiang smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry for the poor reception this time. Bring your sister to visit again next time. Chen Nuo immediately agreed. The clock showed 2 in the morning. Song Qiaoyan lay in bed, asking worriedly, Old Jiang, did I embarrass you in front of your student? Not at all. Teacher Jiang comforted his wife. Chen Nuo said he wants to come back someday to hear you sing the whole piece. That kid is cunning and mischievous. Next time he comes, I'll have to make him buy a ticket. Song Qiaoyan chuckled. This child has a very good heart. Sigh. Old son is a lucky man. But Teacher Jiang sighed. Not necessarily. I heard that Yang Xiaoyi isn't happy with Chun Na. Our two families have been friends for so many years. Xiaoyi's personality, arrogant. She looks down on everyone. Song Xiaoyan then said this, I think this child Chen Nuo is very good. He made a special trip to visit for the holiday. That's very thoughtful. In the future, if anything happens between that child and Xiao Ku, if you can help him, you should. They are both good kids. Teacher Jiang nodded in agreement with his wife. Yes, I definitely will. In this day and age, how many students know how to respect their teachers? Song Xiaoyan took her husband's hand and said, Being with you all these years, I've been a burden to you. I also really like Nua's sister. She's very adorable. Teacher Jiang looked at his wife gently and said, don't overthink things. Her eyes were moist. With this illness of mine, I haven't been able to give you a son or daughter all these years. I see other people's daughters, and I just adore them. Teacher Jiang said lovingly, it's all right. It's been so many years. I've let go of that thought. Whether we have children or not, we're both old now. Let's not think about those things. Besides, since we don't have children, we don't have to worry about raising a precious daughter just to have her snatched away by some rotten kid. Look at old son. His hair has turned quite gray these past 2 years. Isn't it because he's worried about Coco? Song Xiaoyan teased. I think that Nua is a bit like you when you were young. Remember? Back then, when my father heard I wanted to be with you, he was dead set against it. Teacher Jiang retorted, how can that kid compare to me? Then he said proudly, back then, I managed to please him, and in the end, he still married his daughter to me, and even passed on his family's secret skills to me. I'm what you call a master of both pen and sword. Teacher John's happy expression also made Song Xiaoyan happy. Look at how pleased you are. He also told her, after this job is done, I can rest for a year or two. $500,000 is enough for our medical expenses for 2 or 3 years. Hearing this, Song Xiaoyan nodded, but still looked worried. When you went out to work a few days ago, I was on edge the whole time, so scared something would happen to you. Teacher Jiang affirmed, no more, no more. I ran into a tough opponent this time. I'm scared too. That client even scammed me. I'm still a little angry about it. But thinking about the bodies I disposed of today, one of whom I fought with, his neck was snapped directly. I can swallow that bit of anger. This underworld is too dangerous. Nua was walking on the street, munching on a bun, a little lost in thought. I never thought old Jiang would be Fu Sheng He by Shua. We kept to our own lanes, a family not recognizing its own. After returning from Teacher John's house last night, he had figured out Fu Sheng's true identity. So he used the ID Girlish Heart Arsonist to send him the payment. Girlish Heart Arsonist. Buddy, my account was hacked a few days ago. I've paid back the $200,000 I owed you. It's been transferred. Check it. Fu Sheng He by Shua asked, confused. Are you messing with me? Damn, it's a real transfer. Girlish Heart Arsonist immediately said, are you happy? Accompanied by a cute emoji. Fu Sheng He by Shua only replied with one word, scram. This left Girlish Heart Arsonist speechless. Nua also felt a sense of relief. Helping him was like helping his own family. Last night, he returned the money old Jiang was scammed out of. Old Jiang must be laughing secretly under his blanket. Suddenly, he spotted Teacher Jiang practicing his forms in the public square. He quietly approached to observe. After the teacher finished, he called out in praise, excellent, excellent. Then he came closer to flatter him. Teacher Jiang, that form was beautifully executed. Can you teach me? Teacher Jiang looked displeased, thinking to himself, this cunning kid is too sharp. If he follows me, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my secret skills. So he bluntly refused. I won't teach you. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Nua immediately put on a pitiful face, crying and begging. Sigh, I've been frail and sickly since I was a child. My body is weak. A fortune teller said, I won't live past 20. Teacher Jiang, can you bear to watch me die and not save me? But he knew full well this kid was the king of liars and said sarcastically, go on, keep making it up. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way. Nua immediately clutched his chest and let out a long, unending cough. Then he deliberately showed Teacher Jiang his hand, which was stained with something red, making the teacher worriedly think he was coughing up blood and ask, you're really sick? But he replied with a tone of resignation, no, it's nothing. Anyway, with this broken body, my dad left and my mom's in prison, reincarnating early might be a good thing. Living like this isn't fun anyway. Teacher Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and reluctantly agreed through gritted teeth. Fine, I'll teach you. I'm not skilled in medicine, so I can't help with your illness, but I can teach you some introductory martial arts and basic qigong to condense your internal breath, which will be good for your health. Then he stepped forward to help him up, asking with concern, Nua, what illness do you really have? He grinned, then turned his head to ask Teacher Jiang, do you have a tissue? The teacher didn't understand, so he answered casually, ketchup mixed with chili sauce. It's a bit uncomfortable on my hand. Teacher Jiang, let me tell you a secret. Steamed buns dipped in a mix of ketchup and chili sauce are super delicious. This made Teacher Jiang furious. You tricked me. I'm not teaching you anymore, Chinua said shamelessly. As a teacher, how can you go back on your word? Then he bid farewell to Teacher Jiang and quickly left. Teacher Jiang, I'm off to class. I'll be here on time tomorrow morning. Having settled this with Teacher Jiang, Chinua felt much more at ease. Having one more skill is better than none. Plus his own ability had a fatal flaw. Maybe Teacher Jiang could help solve it. The next day, Chinua met Teacher Jiang at the square as promised. But he didn't come alone. He also brought Lin Sheng. Teacher Jiang, you brought Zhang Lin Sheng too? Yesterday, he heard me talking about practicing martial arts and was drooling over it, insisting on following me. Seeing this guy making things up, Lin Sheng immediately retorted, Huh? I pestered you? Wasn't it you who called me at 12 midnight, demanding I come with you this morning? Without another word, Chinua kicked Lin Sheng hard in the leg, making him kneel on the ground. Then he said in a bossy tone, Anyway, teaching one is teaching, training two is also training. Look, maybe Brother Nan is also a martial arts prodigy. You could just take him in as well. As for Lin Sheng, he was currently dazed and muttering to himself. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Seeing him treat this like a joke, Teacher Jiang reminded him unhappily, a martial arts prodigy? Do you think they're cabbages of the market? You can just pick one up whenever you want? Chinua smiled. We're already here, whether he's a mule or a horse. Just take him for a spin and see. Teacher Jiang sighed. Whether he's got potential or not, I'll know after one try. Follow me and do a set of Tai Chi, and so the lesson began. Lin Sheng went first. Teacher Jiang demonstrated the fluid movements beside him, diligently reminding his student, pay attention to keeping your stance stable, breathe, according to the rhythm I just taught you. 3 long, 1 short, 2 wide, 1 narrow, 1 inhale, 3 exhales. However, in contrast to the teacher, Lin Sheng's stance was unsteady, his arms and legs flailing wildly. After a moment, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Teacher Jiang shook his head in disappointment repeatedly. What kind of martial arts prodigy is this? This is clearly a block of wood. Chinua, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, the teacher called him over. Chinua, you come here. But then again, you're not too bad. After observing him for a while, the teacher determined that Chinua was no martial arts prodigy either, just slightly better than Zhang Lin Sheng, but still very average, only knowing a few basic moves. Teacher Jiang left the 2 students and walked off on his own. You 2 practiced the basic stances first, horse stance. I'm going for a walk. He thought that if he stayed any longer, he'd get a psychological trauma from the anger. Before leaving, he turned back and shouted, No slacking off, you hear me? As soon as Teacher Jiang left, Chinua immediately relaxed. The teacher's gone. Lin Sheng also stopped holding his stance. Chinua reminded him, Don't get up, keep holding the stance. Lin Sheng retorted, On what grounds do you get to slack off while I have to keep practicing? He replied confidently, This depends on looks. I'm handsome, so I can get a head start. You're ugly, so just practice till you drop. His words left Lin Sheng speechless. That night, while Lin Sheng was having a sweet dream, Chinua appeared beside him. Then he directly transferred chi and internal energy into Lin Sheng's body, not forgetting to remind him, Kid, don't waste your big brother's efforts in the future. A few days later, Chinua practiced the newly learned techniques day and night. But in the end, he could only make the water in a glass tremble slightly. He pondered, This chi and internal breath technique from Teacher Jiang is a bit interesting. It's pure external projection of chi, but it's still too crude. Even if I practice it to the highest level, I can't break a glass from 3 meters away. That's true. It's just an introductory technique. How could it be as exaggerated as in martial arts movies? Suddenly, a series of fierce knocks on the door disturbed him. Chinua went out annoyed and complained, Who's so rude, knocking so hard? In front of him was a strange man with a buzz cut. He asked curiously, Who are you, uncle? The person introduced himself. My name is Gu Kong. We met once a few years ago. Realizing it was an acquaintance, Chinua immediately became more enthusiastic. From the Gu family. I remember now, Gu Kong, right? You're out. But the man immediately asked about something else. Where is my daughter, Gu Xiaoyi? That question made Chinua a little uncomfortable. Seeing this, the man didn't stand on ceremony and barged right in. What? Not letting me in? Let's talk inside. He sat down with a look of enjoyment, so soft. Life's not bad, huh? This TV, this air conditioner, they're not cheap. I can't believe that a few years ago, your mom had to secretly take money from our family to support you and your grandmother. I'd say I have a good temper. I knew about it and didn't stop her. This guy was talking too much nonsense. Chinua couldn't stand it anymore and asked, Cut the roundabout talk, just say it. What do you want? The man laughed loudly. Interesting, interesting. Then he said in a loud voice, I remember my impression of you a few years ago was that you couldn't even lift your head, timid and scared. I didn't expect you to have a bit of a fearless attitude now. I won't beat around the bush either. Where's my daughter Gu Xiaoyi? I want to take her away. Shinhua didn't back down. He asked bluntly, take her where? To the Gu family? You just got out of there. Can you take good care of Gu Xiaoyi? Or are you planning to leave your daughter at home when you go drinking again and hand her over to that scumbag brother of yours? Or that mother of hers who isn't dead? These words from Shinhua made the man jump up in anger and roar. Kid, watch your mouth. My brother is an honest man. I'm not like him. You dare to play gangster with me. It's useless. In contrast to the commotion, Shinhua knew very well what he wanted and asked directly, all right, I understand people like you. You don't care about your daughter at all. Just say it. How much money do you want? Having been hit where it hurts, the man immediately said, 3,000. His tone also softened, a fake smile on his face. 3,000 in my hand, and I'll leave immediately. Xiaoyi can continue to stay at your place, and I won't come again, won't bother you. Everything between us stays the same. Shinhua immediately agreed. Not only that, he even raised the price. 3,000, right? I'll give you another 1,000. The man named Gu Kong seemed very surprised. Shinhua explained, today is Wednesday. Xiaoyi gets out of school later. You come with me to pick her up. Then, in the capacity of a father, have a meal with her. After you've done that, I'll give you another 1,000. That afternoon, at Xiaoye's school, the little girl saw Shinhua coming to pick her up and ran over happily. He caught her and then asked, Yizi, look who's here. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then called out, Dad. The man named Gu Kong also called his daughter's name affectionately. Yizi, Dad's here. The little girl immediately rushed over to hug his leg, crying her eyes out. But he quickly pushed her away. All right, don't cry anymore. Yizi refused, hugging her father tightly, sobbing. This made him a little impatient. Stop crying. Yizi, stop crying. Shinhua felt sorry for the little girl and asked, how could she not cry? You, as a father, were absent. Do you know how much she suffered at her uncle's house? Through her sobs, Yizi poured out her grievances. Dad, Uncle hit me. Annie wouldn't let me eat. I wet the bed, and Annie locked me in the bathroom. Dad, why did you pour cold water on me? Where did you go? Where's Mom? I want my mom. Why did no one come to find me? Hearing these words, Gu Kong was also a little flustered. He gently comforted his daughter. Don't cry, don't cry. Okay, my dear. Shinhua also tried to comfort Xiao Yizi. Yizi, don't cry. Your brother and your dad will take you to eat something delicious. Okay? The three of them walked into the biggest fried chicken shop there. Yizi happily offered a delicious piece to her father first, but he refused. You eat it. Dad's not hungry. Seeing her father again, Yizi was overjoyed, chattering away about everything. Dad, I made a lot of friends in class. They all like to play with me. The teacher likes me too, and even gives me snacks. However, this man wasn't happy at all. Shinhua watched this scene, his heart aching for Yizi. The void left by her parents. No matter what he did, he could never fill it. Actually, in Chun Xiaoye's earlier memories, Gu Kong wasn't like this. Xiao Yizi's family once had happy days too. She lived in a family with both a father and a mother, filled with laughter. Our Yizi is so amazing. She knows how to walk now. Xiao Yizi, where are we flying to? Hold the child carefully. Don't let little Yizi fall. It's just that later, Gu Kong got addicted to gambling, gradually lost his humanity, and became less and less like a person. He was crazily immersed in gambling, turning himself into a state that was neither human nor ghost. Your gambling money is all gone. Who says it's gone? This is all my gambling money. After playing for a whole day, Yizi, exhausted, fell asleep on her father's shoulder, and this reunion trip came to an end. Immediately after, Gu Kong pushed the child into Chunhua's arms, saying, Are we good now? I've done what you wanted me to do. I have to go. Shinhua asked unhappily, You're leaving right away? He thought he had done what was required of him, so of course he had to leave. Shinhua continued, She is your biological daughter. Shouldn't you take care of her and make it up to her? He immediately roared angrily at Shinhua. You brat, you're raising one kid and you think you can lecture me? You haven't even grown all your feathers yet. What the hell do you know? Shinhua tried to restrain himself and said, If you weren't little Yizi's father, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. I'm telling you for the last time, if you have any conscience left, stay and take good care of your daughter, even if it's just for one weekend. He cut him off, weaken my ass. Do you have any idea how busy I am? I have an important friend looking for me tonight. All right, stop nagging. I'm taking the money and leaving. After speaking, he turned and left heartlessly. Shinhua watched his retreating figure, thinking to himself, Gu Kong, I gave you a chance. I even paved the way for you. I have not failed my sister. Then he took out his phone and called his comrade. Brother Lei, do me a favor, it's a bit urgent. Let's do it tonight. The scene changes to a KTV hotel. As soon as Gu Kong arrived, there was a person already waiting there. Seeing the man, surnamed Gu, the person called him Brother Yong. Xiao Yong saw him and immediately cursed. Damn it, you're so slow. I told you 10 o'clock. My big brother is about to leave. Gu Kong smiled obsequiously and begged. I couldn't get a car, my apologies, Brother Yong. Then, Xiao Yong led Gu Kong in to meet his big brother. That guy was tall and burly, with a gold chain around his neck and a beautiful girl tucked under each arm. Xiao Yong immediately introduced. Gu Kong, come and meet the big brother. This is Brother Wong, nicknamed Wong Lao Hu, the #1 general of our Jia Feng Hall's Hall Masterly. Go ahead and ask around in this entire Jinling city. Who doesn't know a big shot like Brother Wong? The man surnamed Gu immediately put on a fawning expression, bowing and raising his glass. Brother Wong, I toast you. Xiao Yong also introduced his friend to Wong Lao Hu. Big brother, this is a friend I met when we were cellmates. He's quite sharp, knows how to read people, and gets things done. The guy named Lao who didn't seem very pleased, but since the person was already here, he said a few words. All right, you're Xiao Yong's friend. I'll give him some face. Gu Kong respectfully raised his glass, taking the opportunity to ask for favor. In the future, I'll have to rely on Brother Wong to get by. Lao Hu immediately replied, making a living in the underworld isn't easy these days. The glass of wine Gu Kong offered, Lao Hu didn't even touch with his lips. Seeing this, Xiao Yong couldn't help but worry. It seems Brother Wong is unhappy because he was late. Lao Hu put the untouched glass of wine down on the table, took a beautiful girl by the arm, and prepared to leave. Gu Kong hurriedly said, Brother Wong, I've already paid for the room. This caused a slight change in Lao Hu's attitude. He happily turned back and instructed Xiao Yong, this friend of yours is not bad. Bring him to the company to see me tomorrow. Gu Kong hurriedly thanked him profusely. Thank you, Brother Wong. After that, Xiao Yong turned back and scolded. Damn it, you made me break out in a cold sweat. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon. Don't you dare turn off your phone. Gu Kong nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Brother Yong, I'll definitely perform well. Xiao Yong also left. Only then did the man surnamed Gu reveal his true, annoyed face, cursing inwardly. Damn it, a loss of 1,200. That brat Shin Nua seems to have some money. Looks like I'll have to find an excuse to visit his house in a few days. At this moment, a long-haired girl was still left in the room. He turned around, sized her up, and asked, Little sister, what's her name? The girl replied, My name is San San. And so, this man surnamed Gu invited her out. The big boss had spoken, so of course San wouldn't refuse. She replied in a seductive tone, Is it your first time here, big brother? As long as the price is right. Which of us sisters here wouldn't go out to play? Gu Kang's face gradually became sinister. Serve me well, and money won't be an issue. Arriving at a small nearby motel, the man surnamed Gu brought the beautiful girl here to have some fun. As soon as they entered the door, he was about to get straight to the point, but San told him to take a shower first. He naturally agreed. A little cleanliness would make it feel even better. He was now in a state of extreme excitement, because after being in prison for so long, he was pinned up beyond endurance. Tonight, he was determined to have a great battle. However, before he could even take a shower, a loud noise came from outside, startling him. Damn it, what's this trick? Before he could react, a tall and burly gangster from outside kicked the door open and cursed. Motherfucker, are you the one messing with my little sister? Gu Kong was scared stiff, thinking to himself, damn it, it's a scam. The gangster didn't say another word, rushing forward to grab the lecherous Gu Kong by the hair and drag him out. He cried out in pain, Big brother, did you get the wrong person? Sanson also spoke up to clarify. Big brother, I don't know you. I'm not your little sister. The gangster approached San and asked, Your name is Lai Lai, right? The girl was stunned and asked back, Huh? Isn't my name San? Before she could finish her sentence, the gangster slapped her hard across the face. The gangster then roared and asked again, What did you say? Say it again for me. San was terrified and immediately played along. Yes, you're right. My name is Lai Lai. I'm your little sister. Immediately after, the gangster turned to Gu Kong and said, I told you I didn't get the wrong person. Now let's talk about how we're going to settle the score for you, taking my little sister to a hotel. He could only grit his teeth and endure it now, cursing inwardly. Damn it, these scammers even have actors performing on the spot. I was in prison for over a year. Has the underworld become like this now? That gangster also had some calculations, recalling the instructions. Brother Lei said to just beat him to the standard of 4,000 yuan in medical fees. I really have to calculate this carefully. The scene changes to Monday afternoon at the city hospital. Gu Kong, covered in bruises, walked out of the hospital, constantly complaining. Damn it, I misjudged the person. I just got out of prison. How could I have any enemies? It must have been that brat who hired someone to get me. At this moment, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, Xiao Yo on the other end cursed him out. Damn it, where the hell have you been? You didn't answer your phone all afternoon. I vouched for you and took you to meet the big brother. Said I'd take you to the company for a visit, give you a chance. And what about you? With your disheveled appearance, don't blame me for not recognizing you as a brother. Gu Kong argued aggrievedly. Brother Yong, let me explain. I was tricked into a room last night and got beaten up. I just got out of the hospital, my phone died. Hearing his brother had been bullied, Xiao Yong hurriedly asked, a scammer tricked you? Who did it? He immediately said, it was a little brat. Damn it, I was wrong before. And so, he was summoned to Jiafeng Hall. After hearing the whole story, Wang Laohu summarized, I get it. It's your wife's ex-husband's brat? Damn it, you're this old and you got played by a little kid? Let me tell you, that brat has a lot of money, doesn't he? Gu Kong affirmed, definitely not a small amount. The air conditioner and TV in his house are all brand name. His maternal grandmother must have left him a lot of savings when she died. Wang Lao, who was very pleased to hear this, and he had his own calculations after the hall master's legs were paralyzed. He rarely comes to Jiafeng Hall, so I'm temporarily in charge. But this old man is too cunning. He won't let me touch the money. How can I get things done without money? Lao Hu leaned in close, speaking to Gu Kong with a fake friendly attitude. Brother, you were brought in by Xiao Yong. I will definitely help you with this matter. I'll have someone investigate him for you. Gu Kong was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Wang. In the park, in the early morning, after many days of practice, Lin Sheng was finally praised by Master Jiang. Not bad, you're starting to look the part. Seeing his diligent attitude, the master was also very satisfied, praising him inwardly. After practicing these past few days, I've discovered that this Zhang Linsheng really has some talent. His comprehension is a bit poor, and his mind is a bit dull, but his physical condition is truly not bad. His bones, blood vessels, and meridians are all top grade. Master Jiang then compared Lin Sheng to Chen No. Look at that brat Chen No like a dry twig, and he fishes for 3 days and dries the nets for 2. He didn't come again today. I must teach him a lesson. Chen Nua's voice came from a distance, calling, Master Jiang, I'm here today. Master Jiang scolded angrily. What kind of sloppy posture is that? Get into a horse stance for me. He happily complied immediately. Suddenly, Yizi's voice was heard. Uncle Jiang. The little girl's appearance immediately improved Master Jiang's mood. Is little Yizi here to play? She asked curiously. Uncle Jiang, why are you scolding my brother? Master Jiang laughed and explained. Uncle Jiang has a loud voice. I'm not scolding him. Little Yizi, don't be scared. And so, he completely ignored his 2 disciples and carried the little girl off to play. Come, Uncle John will take you to buy some delicious food. The old man and the little girl were seen walking and talking without another word of instruction. Yizi happily told Master Jiang about meeting her father a few days ago. Uncle Jiang, my dad came back last week. Master Jiang asked in surprise, your dad? Yizi nodded, yes, and then he left again. My brother said he went on a business trip to a very far away place and won't be back for a long time. At this moment, Chenua turned his head to tease Lin Sheng. Working hard, are we, brother? Lin Sheng paid him no mind. But after a while, he still spoke up. Yesterday, Master Jiang told me he wants to hold a formal initiation ceremony and give us an official status. I was going to tell you yesterday, but you didn't come. Chenua replied nonchalantly. It's just a discipleship ceremony. We'll have a meal. And then there's the tea offering part. Lin Sheng explained in more detail. Master Jiang said we don't need to have a meal, but we must pay respects to the founding master, light some incense, and he also mentioned offering tea. He also thought this was a normal thing. Then let's just have the ceremony. Lin Sheng suddenly said excitedly. Then from now on, we are fellow disciples. I am a senior disciple, and you are my junior disciple. But Chenua wouldn't agree so easily. He retorted, nice try. I'm the senior disciple. You're the second junior disciple. Lin Sheng was also unconvinced, but I'm older than you. Chin Nuo said again. I started earlier than you, and I was the one who brought you in. This statement left Lin Sheng speechless. It wasn't that he was out of arguments, but that he was too lazy to say more. Chin Nuo finally concluded, remember, from now on, you have to call me senior brother when you see me. Just then, Master Jiang walked over, and seeing his smug look, he got so angry his blood pressure rose, roaring his name so loudly it almost burst his eardrums. Yizi's eyes were now teary, and she looked at Master Jiang aggrievedly, saying, Uncle Jiang, you're mean, so mean. Master Jiang was startled and immediately adjusted his tone. Although he was very angry, he still had to smile. Chin Nuo, I was only gone for 5 minutes, and you're already not in your horse stance. That's not acceptable. He immediately said, I was discussing the discipleship ceremony with my junior brother. The master asked in surprise, Junior brother? Lin Sheng immediately said, Yes, I was discussing the discipleship ceremony with my senior brother. Hearing this, the master immediately reminded them, All right, I don't care what you discuss. But in my school, he can't be the senior disciple either. When I was young, before I came to Jinling, I took on a disciple back in my hometown. So he's your actual senior disciple. Chin Nuo immediately walked over and said to Lin Sheng, Second senior brother, from now on, I'm your third junior brother. He asked blankly, Huh? How come I'm not a senior brother anymore? Chin Nuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, inwardly cursing Lin Sheng for being as dumb as a pig. A pity his ability couldn't help him smarten up. At the same time, at the school, a person knocked on the security room door and shouted, Old Chin, open the gate, the car is here. In the car was the company's CEO, Zhao. Old Chin obediently opened the gate, but couldn't help but wonder. Strange, CEO Zhao is even coming to school this weekend. But what surprised him even more was that he saw CEO Zhao personally get out of the car to open the door, not knowing which big shot was inside. In the car, a pair of long legs slowly stepped out. Neva in a designer outfit, gorgeous and extremely eye-catching. Old Chin was stunned, thinking to himself, this big shot, in 2 words, is stylish. The teacher reminded the class, next week is the final exam. Today is Monday. You only have 2 weeks to prepare, so do your best. After class, the teacher added, I almost forgot, this afternoon the school is having a general assembly. At 2 o'clock you will line up like for morning exercises and gather at the sports field. The school will be reorganized next week. The leaders of the education group will come for an inspection. Chin Nuo found it troublesome and turned to ask for help. Cuckoo, can you ask the teacher for leave for me this afternoon? She asked curiously, Huh? Are you skipping class again? He quickly found an excuse. Brother Lei's shop is busy. I'm going over to help. He added, I'm going to deal with a little love rival for you. After handling Jiang Yingzi's matter, I'll let Li Yingwan go back to her country. He also thought to himself, luckily, I didn't let Li Yingwan come to school this month. Otherwise, who could handle it if she got attacked later? The scene changes to the afternoon. The teacher on stage was passionately envisioning the future. We will gradually expand the school's lecture halls and dormitories, rebuild the cafeteria, renovate the library, so that our school can hold its head high and step into a bright future. The students below applauded enthusiastically. Then, the teacher turned to Neva and asked, Would you like to say a few words? But she immediately refused. That's not necessary. Then, she gently took off her sunglasses, her eyes scanning around for something, thinking to herself, I thought I could use the excuse of being a supervisor to come and see that mysterious kid. Luo Chung, who had been paying attention to Neva all this time, this gossipy friend turned to Cuckoo and said, That woman is definitely a big shot. Look at the clothes she's wearing. Cuckoo asked curiously, That plaid coat? Luo Chung nodded affirmatively. That's Burberry. A coat like that costs at least over 10,000, 20,000 at the minimum. Cuckoo asked in shock, What kind of clothes are so expensive? Isn't that like wearing half a house on your body? Luo Chung explained to his friend, That's how world-class brands are. They're listed as supplies for the British royal family. Of course, they're expensive. Besides, have you noticed something strange? She asked, even more confused, What is it? Her friend immediately replied, According to my keen observation, although that woman is wearing sunglasses, I keep getting the feeling her eyes are scanning back and forth across our row, like she's looking for someone. Do you think it's Chin Nuo? After all, a tycoon from country N came looking for him before, so it wouldn't be strange for a British noble to cross 1,000 miles for love. Knowing he was teasing her, Cuckoo's face soured with annoyance, and she said, Luo Chung, stop jinxing things. At the same time, at Chin Nuo's house, he was checking his current missions when the system gently reminded him, Your mission has expired. He thought deeply. Before the assassination of Jiang Yingzi expired, I used the Kick account to contact the client twice to probe the situation, but there was no reply. If the other party discovered the mission failed and the account was being used by someone else, why didn't they cancel the mission first? Could it be? Suddenly, a notification popped up. What he had been waiting for had finally arrived. A new commission mission has appeared. It's time for the girl's heartburner to make a move. However, despite sending a message to the other party, no one replied. He thought to himself, the client isn't replying to messages again, nor are they asking about the status of the previous mission. They probably guessed that Kick's strength would be difficult to complete the mission with, but at the same time held onto a sliver of hope, so they waited until the mission expired. The specific mission content is assassination type mission, mission target hidden, can only be viewed after successfully accepting the mission. Mission duration 5 days. Reward $3 million US. Can be shared among multiple people. Note 1. The mission is a multi-person mission. The client limits a maximum of 6 people to complete it together. Successful assassination can receive 70% of the total reward, and the remaining 30% will be distributed based on the client's evaluation of the contribution level. Note 2. The mission reward exceeds $1 million US. Reaching a System B rank mission. Users are advised to carefully consider the difficulty of the mission to avoid mistakes. Based on this content, Manhwa was certain that the client would immediately repost the mission and raise the conditions to attract more powerful people. After confirming, the system sent a confirmation message. Do you want to accept the mission? He naturally chose yes. Then another notification appeared. The content was, girl's heartburner, professional assassin, 100% success rate. Everything was done, but he still seemed a bit hesitant. There was actually one more thing he wanted to say, but if he wanted to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, it was better to be a little more polite. Next was to wait to be selected. Half an hour passed just like that. Manhwa was dozing off when a notification sound woke him up. Your request has been accepted by the client. Click to view the mission documents. This time you have accepted a B rank mission. If completed, your account level will be successfully upgraded to a silver account. Manhwa was excited. It could be upgraded? Am I finally not a small fry anymore? The mission details appeared. Mission target Jiang Yingzi, with personal information attached. As if he had anticipated this. When he saw it, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile, and he said, as expected, entering the temporary group chat, he saw 5 other people, plus himself and the client, a total of 7 people. The client requested the mission to be completed in 5 days. I will distribute the reward based on everyone's contribution. Happy cooperation. Girl's heartburner immediately replied, Sponsor Daddy, rest assured. Mission completion guaranteed. Manhwa thought excitedly. This time, let's see how the game of catching a turtle in a jar plays out. 6 people on a mission to kill Jiang Yingzi. I'm afraid you never expected that the clown is right beside you. However, he also had some careful considerations to ensure the mission had no flaws. He still had to add a layer of double insurance. The scene changes to Master Zhang's house. The master was painstakingly typing on the keyboard. Today, someone sent a message to Kick again. My friend, interested in earning some extra cash? The mission location is in Jinling. It's the same protection mission as last time. Protect the target's safety. A fleeting life must speak asked suspiciously. Who are you? Kick replied, 20,000. Have you forgotten? A fleeting life must speak didn't say much. Just replied with 2 words. Fuck off. Kick immediately tried to placate him. My friend, don't be angry. This time the reward is 300,000 US. I'm not transacting through the website. I'll pay half in advance as a deposit. Master Jiang was still angry and was about to type a curse when the money really arrived in his account. A balance change notification appeared. You have received 150,000 US. Please check. Although he was still very angry, with money involved, Master Jiang's tone also changed. A fleeting life must speak asked cautiously. Last time you single-handedly dealt with 4 people. With you here, why do you still need to find me? Kick immediately said, No, your skills are good. Master Jiang was also quite suspicious. So generous this time? Just that my skills are good. That doesn't sound like a compliment. Nevertheless, the money was already in his account. How could he refuse? Master Jiang confidently decided, all right, I'll go ask old son for leave. Although the family has some money, we can't just sit around and eat it all away. This mission is local again, so it won't interfere with me taking care of Qiaoyan. The scene changes to another hotel. The beautiful Gigi was leisurely soaking in the bathtub. She was now full of anticipation. Girl's heartburner. I look forward to meeting you. How surprised will you be? Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Yi Tang calling. Gigi happily answered. My dear disciple, you've only been gone a few days, and you already miss me? Yi Tang got straight to the point. Master, they've agreed to our price. This time I've cleaned out their family fortune, so you must complete this commission. Don't let any mistakes happen. Gigi said excitedly. Baby, after we earn this sum, I'll take you to Las Vegas to play. We can buy a lot of wine, then go gambling, and we can also go see the girls' pole dance. Poor little Yi Tang, she sighed and said helplessly, Master, I'm only 9 years old. At my age, my worldview and values are still forming. Don't keep telling me those weird things. She was shameless, proudly recounting her achievements. Don't be like that. I was already secretly drinking wine when I was 9. For your birthday, I even secretly added some rum to the birthday cake. Didn't you think it was delicious? This statement of hers seemed to have angered the little girl, whose scream was about to break the phone. Lu Gigi, don't you ever do that again. I'm not going to be your disciple anymore. I'd rather go find that old witch. She even promised that as long as I'm willing to call her master once, she'll give me all her precious books. Gigi gently coaxed. Well, my dear disciple, don't be angry. You're my smartest disciple. Yi Tang added, secretly putting alcohol in my food will affect my brain development. Lu Gigi, you crazy woman. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Gigi sighed, looked at her phone, and said, she's angry. Well, this is a bit difficult. How do I coax her? Maybe I should go steal the unpublished manuscript of Harry Potter and give it to her? Suddenly, Yi Tang's phone called again. Gigi exclaimed happily, Little Tang, I knew you weren't really angry with me. A scream came from the other end of the line, the force of which almost blew away all of Gigi's elegance. I was just too angry, so I hung up on you once. I'm calling back, so you can hang up on me once too. Gigi was also startled. She quickly wrapped herself in a towel, preparing to get to work. This child is such a headache. I need to finish this quickly and go home. I hope the kid in Jinling doesn't disappoint me, my new disciple. At the hotel where Gigi was staying, she woke up from her drunken stupor, still smelling of alcohol, her head dizzy. She complained, hangovers really give you a headache. But how can I find a girl's heartburner with a headache? This is the top priority. After thinking it over and over, she couldn't come up with anything, so she decided to go out and play. Forget it, I'll go out for a stroll first. There's no new information right now anyway. On Jiang Yingzi's side, Ingwan kept insisting on going out. Mom, let's go out and play. I'm about to suffocate from being in the room all day. But in reality, Chen Nuo had already informed Ingwan in advance. The little girl calculated to herself. Appa texted me last night saying a group of people have started to assassinate Mom. I have to lure the assassins out so I can eliminate the enemy with my own hands. Unexpectedly, Gigi's room and Ingzi's mother-daughter room were next to each other. They met by chance. Gigi looked at Ingwan and started with a compliment. Little sister, you're so pretty. Are you going out to play? Ingwan replied innocently, but very pretty too, big sister. Yes, I want to go out and play with my mom. After speaking, she pulled Ingzi's hand and left. Gigi happily called after them from behind. Have fun, little sister. Watching their retreating figures, Gigi gave a very dangerous smile and said, what a coincidence. A pity for such a beautiful little girl. It was already dark, but everything seemed very peaceful. Chen Nuo, while munching on crayfish, was observing, and he also found it strange because everything was too quiet. These assassins are really patient. Li Yingwan has been walking around with Jiang Yingzi all day. Have they still not found them? Master Jiang had also released his painted bunting, but his vision was not as good as from his second floor position. Everything here seemed to be proceeding very normally. Master Jiang had been following Yingzi and her daughter all day and saw no movement. It was already past 8 o'clock. It seemed today would be a peaceful day. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The painted bunting circled around, then landed on a stranger's hand. That person spoke with interest. How interesting. That person was none other than Gigi. She admired the painted bunting, exclaiming, it's been a long time since I've met an ability user who can communicate with animals. Good bird. Tell me where your master is." The painted bunting, as if bewitched, immediately flapped its wings, leading her forward. Gigi followed smugly after Jiang Yingzi, thinking to herself, "As expected, I can find the girl's heartburner." Faced with Gigi's power, Master Jiang seemed helpless. He was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth, so strong. Just looking at her makes my body tense up, breaking out in a cold sweat. There was a feeling, an oppressive feeling like an animal encountering its natural predator. Gigi saw Master Jiang and thought he was the person she was looking for. So this is what he looks like. Today I was just on a whim and casually accepted a mission. I didn't expect you to accept it too. It must be fate. As she got closer, she launched a palm strike straight at Master Jiang and shouted loudly, "Old hag, did you enjoy screaming? My friend, the maiden's heartburner." Master Jiang was completely confused and asked back, "Huh? What? Who was the maiden's heartburner?" Before he could even react, he took the full force of an attack. At the same time, Chinua was still leisurely taking a sip of wine, saying decisively, "That should be it for today, Master Jiang." Right after that, a loud noise reached him, startling him into spitting out all the wine he had just drunk. He panicked. "Master Jiang. Oh my god." Then, when he realized who was attacking Master Jiang, he panicked even more. Why is this woman here? And targeting Master Jiang? Where are the 5 assassins? Only then did he hurriedly check the private chat group for the mission, and suddenly discovered that the first letters of their names spelled out Starry Sky Queen. Damn it. Chinua quickly sent a message. Run. Then he dashed out of the house like a flash. That shameless old demoness actually took on 5 by herself. Master Jiang took a hit and couldn't bear it, coughing up some blood. As Gigi was about to lift her leg for another kick, Master Jiang shouted to stop her. "Wait, are you mistaken?" But she wouldn't listen, her foot still stomping down hard, creating another violent explosion that destroyed the road surface. But luckily, Master Jiang dodged it. Otherwise, he would have already gone to meet King Yama. Gigi angrily stared into Master Jiang's eyes and said, "Today, I put aside my main business just to find you. You're dead for sure." Master Jiang still insisted, "You've got the wrong person." "I'm not." But this big sister wouldn't listen at all, rushing forward like a flash to grab Master Jiang, then unleashing a supreme set of continuous techniques. With the first move, Master Jiang saw the technique and guessed that the opponent's movement was as fast as a ghost and could only rely on his years of martial arts instincts to barely defend. But it seemed his efforts were in vain. The next move was a palm strike straight to his back. Following that, Master Jiang's shoulder was also clawed open. Then a fiery attack rose up. Just getting beaten like this wasn't a solution, so Master Jiang immediately counterattacked. Gigi lightly raised her hand and blocked Master Jiang's fist. Finally, she launched a palm strike that sent Master Jiang flying into the bushes. Thinking she had defeated the person she hated, she cheered happily. So satisfying, so satisfying. This time it was really satisfying. As she was preparing to finish him off, Master Jiang weakly stopped her. "It's not you." "Wait, be clear. What's this about the maiden's heartburner? What are you talking about?" She was stunned. "Huh? It's you. Who else?" "You are the maiden's heartburner." Master Jiang cursed internally. "Crazy woman, did I burn your sister's soul or something? I, old Jiang, have been upright my whole life, only loving my wife. When have I ever burned any woman's house or heart?" Though he was cursing up a storm in his head, he didn't dare say it out loud, afraid of being beaten again. Master Jiang said, "I've never heard of it." Gigi showed an innocent and confused look and asked, "Did I really get the wrong person?" At that very moment, a bottle flew towards where she was standing. Gigi suddenly sensed a foreign object flying towards her. She reached out and caught the bottle, saying unhappily, "You have accomplices?" Just showing off in front of an expert. Before she could finish her words, she felt that there was something wrong with this bottle. It suddenly developed cracks, and then it exploded. Gigi was startled and instinctively jumped back to dodge. This was not just a small explosion. Next, those glass shards seemed to have spiritual energy flying straight towards her. She hurriedly used her psychokinesis to create a shield, preventing the shards from hitting her. However, Another attack came from behind her, startling her. But she was no slouch and immediately created another shield behind her back. She shouted angrily, trying to feint to the east while attacking the west with me. The two sides were deadlocked for a long time, their spiritual powers evenly matched, making it hard to determine a winner. The place where Gigi stood was significantly affected. The paving stones under her feet couldn't bear the weight and cracked wide open. Suddenly remembering the hostage, she turned her head to look and found that Master Jiang had vanished without a trace. She shouted angrily, "He got away." Looking back at the target, Jiang Yingzi and her mother, that place was also empty. They had all run away. The mission had failed, and Gigi was so angry her face turned purple. "I'm not happy. I didn't catch the maiden's heartburner, and even a mission target got away. Who ambushed me?" At this moment, the phone clipped to her thigh, rang nonstop. Gigi answered, lowering her voice. "My good disciple, you finally decided to pay attention to me." Yi Tang yelled on the phone, "Gigi, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you come to Jinling for the big mission I accepted? Why did I just log into the sub-account and find that you took on a small mission without my consent? Are you crazy?" Gigi hurriedly begged for mercy. "That good disciple, don't be angry." In her heart, she thought, this kid is only 9. Why is she so naggy? Yi Tang continued to scold. "How can I not be angry? Do you know how much effort I put into building the golden brand of the Starry Sky Queen? How could you devalue yourself and casually take a small contract for 2,300,000? Who will be willing to pay a high price for you in the future?" Gigi explained, "But didn't we argue yesterday? I thought you'd be mad at me for a few days and ignore me. I'm here alone, and I'm about to run out of money. You usually manage my money, and since you were angry, I didn't feel right asking you for money. I just took one job to get some pocket money. Good disciple, Master knows she was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Yi Tang couldn't be bothered to listen to her anymore. She said one last thing and hung up. "This mission is not to be done. I've already canceled it. I worked so hard to raise your price to the top of the market. So finish your main business and come home. You're a grown-up. Don't just run around outside for no reason." Being scolded so harshly by her little disciple, Gigi felt extremely wrong. Because the kid was too fierce, she also forgot something important. "Crap, I forgot to tell little Yi Tang that I found the maiden's heartburner." But pissing off the little one at home is more dangerous. So she had to put this matter aside and prepare to go home. "Sigh, forget it. My good disciple being angry is more important. She's been very unhappy with me lately. I can't make her any angrier. Having a smart disciple is so hard." The scene changes to Chen Nua's side. Master Jiang had been brought home by him. He also called to instruct Ingxian. "It's okay. You and your mom shouldn't go back to the hotel for a few days. Find another place to stay. This assassin is very strong. I need to investigate what happened." Next, while healing Master Jiang, he thought, what is Gigi doing in Jinling? A mission like assassinating Jiang Yingzi is definitely beneath her. Losing an online argument and tracking someone down to beat them up isn't that extreme, plus we're half a world apart. After a period of treatment, Master Jiang was finally out of danger. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, Master Jiang's injuries are mostly external, but his lungs are a bit damaged, probably from the internal injuries of having to force himself to deal with a top master like the Starry Sky Queen. I've helped him regulate his internal energy. Once he wakes up and recuperate a bit, he should recover quickly." Master Jiang's consciousness had returned, but the trauma of being tormented by that crazy woman still haunted him like a nightmare. In his delirium, he kept protesting, "Damn it, I'm not some soul burner. You got the wrong person." Chen Nua felt a bit guilty. "Master Jiang, it really wasn't me who set you up this time." Suddenly, he became a bit suspicious. "No, that's not right." Gigi came to Jinling for something else. As a commander-level powerhouse in the top 5 of the combat power rankings, once she makes a move, she can easily destroy an A-level organization. She has no need to personally come out to crush an ant. I hope her visit this time has nothing to do with the person I have to protect. After all, I couldn't beat her in my prime, and with my current strength, there are only 2 words for it: very dangerous. But then again, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to fill my stomach first. Chen Nua went to a noodle shop and shouted generously, "Old Gua, 1 large bowl of braised pork noodles, extra egg, extra meat." The noodle shop owner, Old Gua, frowned and said, "The shop is about to close." So Chen Nua ordered a bunch of side dishes, including stir-fried lamb with scallions, less cilantro. With a big order, Old Gua couldn't bear to refuse. "Just got paid?" Eating so much, Chen Nua smiled as bright as a flower. and praised, "Olgwa, the noodles you make really suit my taste. I crave them every few days." Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching, which meant danger was near. The person he was worried about was Gigi. She leisurely strolled into the shop from outside. Chun Nua tried to pretend he was just a normal customer, constantly telling himself not to panic. This woman is definitely not here to find me. When I ambushed her, she didn't see my face. This is just a coincidence. I can't be too sure. I just need to feign the reaction of a normal person seeing a beautiful woman to avoid suspicion. Despite thinking this, the way he was staring at her was no different from a pervert's. Gigi saw a guy staring at her intently and asked, "Am I pretty today?" He grunted an uh-huh. So Gigi also casually said a few words. "You're handsome too. Are the noodles at the shop good?" He tried to force a smile and replied, "They're okay. It's just that the owner is a bit stingy with the meat." Gigi also replied cheerfully, "This kid is quite cute. Hurry home after you finish your noodles." At this moment, the owner came out and impatiently said to Chinua, "We're out of scallions. Can't make the stir-fried lamb with scallions. Finish your noodles and go home." An hour passed. Neither of them had any intention of getting up to leave. Olgwa sat next to Chinua, frowning, and said, "Why are you eating noodles so slowly today? Hurry up, I need to close the shop." Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Gigi sighed in boredom. Olgwa also noticed her attitude. Gigi then asked, "Boss, aren't you going to ask me what I want to eat?" Olgwa bluntly replied, "You're not here to eat noodles. Why should I ask?" Gigi asked in surprise, "Can I pay? Your customer seems to be enjoying his food. I want to try too." Olgwa replied impatiently, "Can't you wait until my customer is done eating?" "Can't you wait?" She immediately retorted, "I have to go to the airport. It's getting late." So Olgwa agreed. At the same time, he used his internal energy to pat Chinua, causing him to dizzily slump onto the table. Seeing this, Gigi said, "You're just as they say, very interesting to work with. A few years ago, I heard you." Olgwa cut her off. "What you heard was surely nothing good." She shook her head. "No, very interesting." Then she continued, "I heard the Snowy Domain sect produced a person of great talent who dominated in his youth. The old sect master gave both the sect's treasure and his daughter to that person. In the Snowy Domain sect's triennial martial arts competition, this son-in-law defeated everyone and then became a disciple of the sect. I heard that person's surname is Gwa." Olgwa didn't want to hear anymore. He lit a cigarette and frankly admitted, "All right, stop talking. The person you're talking about is me." Gigi asked curiously, "But why did you run away? The old man in your sect wanted to groom you as his successor, yet you ran away before the competition and even injured 7 or 8 of your fellow disciples. Your Snowy Domain sect suffered heavy losses, lost that competition badly, and even lost several mineral veins. Wasn't that a bit much? If I hadn't heard about your bad deeds, I wouldn't have accepted this commission and come here." Hearing this, Olgwa roared angrily, "What the hell do you know? They forced me to get married." Gigi said tiredly, "But you were supposed to marry into the family anyway." Olgwa complained bitterly, "They have 6 daughters. I only like the 4th one, but they kept forcing me to marry the 5th one. Is that 5th one even marriageable? Do you know what she looks like? 160 kilograms. I, your old man, am exceptionally talented. I entered the sect for less than 3 years, and even the master who guided me into the profession was no match for me. After being accepted as the sect master's disciple, in 15 years, I achieved glorious feats, brought glory to the Snowy Domain sect, and won many benefits. I was originally living a glorious life, repaying grudges with grudges, repaying kindness with kindness, with a bright future ahead. Who are they to grab me by the neck and force me to marry a woman I've only met a few times since childhood, whose hands are bigger than mine, whose appetite is 10 times mine, who looks like a combination of Tyson and Liu Jixin? I'm even emphasizing it. If it were you, would you fucking run? Wouldn't you want to beat someone up?" Chinna, pretending to be unconscious and slumped over, heard this melodramatic story and was afraid of being exposed, not daring to laugh out loud. He thought to himself, "Damn, I'm dying of laughter." Gigi stood up and said, "But I've already accepted the mission. I can't just let you go. I can only let you suffer a little." After speaking, she immediately rushed up to attack. Olgwa said, "Fighting is fine, but if you break anything in the shop, you have to pay for it. Let's go somewhere else. Don't wreck my shop." And so, the two masters arranged to have a duel on Nyosho Mountain. It seems Olgwa was no match for Gigi. He was beaten black and blue by her, and even coughed up blood. She flew in front of him and asked, "You still won't surrender?" Just come back with me. Old Gwa wouldn't agree so easily. He said decisively, I had a hard time escaping the hellhole. I'm free and easy here. Do I need you to meddle in my business? How much did the Snowy Domain sect pay you? GG didn't hide it, saying directly, a mineral vein. Old Gwa laughed loudly. Not a single person in that sect is good. I went through life and death for them back then, and I never saw them be so generous. Now they're using such a high price to capture me. GG tried her best to persuade him. You should just surrender obediently and save yourself the physical suffering. However, Old Gwa refused. He suddenly stomped his foot hard, gathering his strength to charge forward, attacking with full force. He said decisively, give me liberty or give me death. The two sides engaged in a peerless martial arts confrontation. The two continuously exchanged blows. GG blocked one of Old Gwa's punches with one hand, holding the position for a long time, not moving at all. GG said, surrender, you're no match for me. Old Gwa refused, roaring, get lost. Then, he let out a great shout, simultaneously channeling his energy to create a massive attack, putting all his strength into one punch, striking straight at his opponent. It seemed like it might injure GG a little, but no, she blocked this attack with just one hand. GG still patiently advised, if you don't surrender, I'll have to get serious. I don't want to hurt you. But Old Gwa remained stubborn and refused to submit. Determined to fight to the end, you shut up for me. Old Gwa's fist arrived, and GG just tilted her head slightly to dodge it. She used just a little strength and easily threw the fat Old Gwa far away. GG walked over, once again affirming, you are not my match. Your strength is quite good, but I am commander level. You're still one step away from this realm. Then, she took out something that looked like an electric whip from her hand and continued, surrender. I don't want to injure you badly. I'm taking you back. It's just to have you marry the daughter of the Snowy Domain sect, not to go to your death. Old Gwa retorted stubbornly, I'll marry her sister. GG lost her patience, swung the whip and scolded, insolent. As the electric whip struck, Old Gwa reached out and grabbed it. In an instant, the purple flame spread up his entire arm. Old Gwa shouted, not good. It's the Jade transformation art. GG said to him, the Snowy Domain sect's Jade transformation art can't withstand my flames. You're wasting your energy. Burning any more will ruin your foundation. Old Gwa said nothing more, calculating in his head. She's right. I only have one option now, to temporarily run away. With that thought, he turned and ran for his life. Seeing this, GG asked doubtfully, you think you can escape? And so, Old Gwa desperately ran to the nearby riverbank and jumped in with a splash without a second thought. And so, one on the bank, one in the water, they argued up a storm. You come up here. You come down here. They went back and forth like this for half a day, neither giving in. As for Chun Nual, after the other two left the noodle shop, he also quietly followed behind. Witnessing the entire event just now, he confirmed, Old Gwa's strength is on par with mine. If it were me tonight, the result would be the same. But this Starry Sky Queen has a fatal weakness, so staying alive wouldn't be a problem. I just don't know if Old Gwa has discovered it. Chun Nual knew this woman had a severe fear of water and would absolutely not go into the water. In the water, Old Gwa shouted up, hey girl, don't tell me you can't swim? GG retorted, so what if I can't swim? Old Gwa smugly splashed around in the water, laughing loudly. Then you can forget about catching me. This made GG lose all her patience. She turned angrily and said, fine, you've completely pissed me off. She went to the edge of the forest and then used her strength, lifting a large tree as easily as lifting a piece of firewood. And as it happened, Chun Nual was hiding in that tree. At this point, he was also helpless and could only hug the tree trunk and lament. This woman, of all the trees, why did she have to pick mine? I told you, angering a woman only brings you harm. At this moment, Old Gwa realized the danger, but it was too late. The large tree was thrown at him by GG. Luckily, he was in the water, and he also had some skill, so one tree couldn't kill him. Old Gwa shouted, crazy woman, don't give me a chance. See how I drown you in a pig cage. Chun Nual, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, quietly swam away. The matter didn't end there. One tree wasn't enough to vent her anger, so she uprooted half the forest, glared and shouted, keep cursing, I'm listening. The two started fighting again, one on top throwing trees, one below splashing water. The thrown trees nearly drowned Old Gwa. But just at this moment, a figure flew over and slapped GG hard across the face, knocking her stumbling into the water. Luckily, Gigi had thrown quite a few trees into the water earlier, which saved her from drinking a bellyful of river water. As soon as she surfaced, she saw that fat woman rushing over, shouting, "You bitch!" Gigi fearfully hugged a tree trunk, thinking to herself, "This is bad. I can't do anything in the water. I can only try to hold on." The fat lady rushed over and struck Gigi hard with her palm, yelling, "How dare you hurt my husband?" She asked in pain, "Who are you? That slap you just gave me is a snowy domain sec technique. I recognize it." However, the fat lady completely ignored her, ran to Old Gua's side, hugged him, and asked caringly, "Hubby, are you okay?" He nodded and replied, "I'm fine." Seeing herself being ignored, Gigi continued, "You're the fifth miss of the snowy domain sect? Then why did you hit me? I came here to help you capture this man to be your husband." The fat lady turned and scolded, "He's already my husband. Do I need to capture him? Besides, I'm not the fifth. I'm the fourth miss." Gigi asked, confused, "What's the difference between you two sisters?" Angered, the fourth miss threw her husband aside, rushed in front of Gigi, and continued to scold. "How is it not different? My husband only likes me. We ran away together back then. I heard from my family that the sect master sent 10 masters to capture my husband." Suddenly thrown into the water, Old Gua had no strength left to struggle. He gurgled, "Help me. I'm out of energy to swim." The fourth miss not only scolded, but also attacked Gigi again, cursing nonstop. "It's you, you bitch, who hurt my husband. I'll beat you to death." Gigi's head was grabbed by the fourth miss like a chick, and she could only say unclearly, you people. The fourth miss yelled in her face, "What about us? You hit my husband, I'll kill you. It's only natural that I cripple your martial arts." The situation was not good. Danger was imminent. Gigi also realized this and quickly raised her hand to defend, but was unsuccessful. The fourth miss's hand had already touched Gigi's head. She immediately collapsed, unconscious. After that, all three of them got onto the shore. Gigi lay there, her life uncertain. Old Gua and his wife were only concerned about each other. The fourth miss asked, "Hubby, how are you? Does it hurt?" Old Gua complained bitterly, "Don't pat me anymore. A few more pats and I'll really die." Nonsense. How can it not hurt after being beaten and injured? The fourth miss remembered and hurriedly reached for something, saying, "Ah, hubby, I brought medicine for you." "Oh no, hubby, I was hiding in the water. The medicine got wet and is ruined. I'm so stupid. What do we do now?" Old Gua replied, "It's okay. Let's deal with this bounty hunter first." The fourth miss's meaning was just kill her and be done with it. Old Gua nodded in agreement. "That works. This woman is very skilled. I'm no match for her either. I don't know which master the family found. We've made an enemy today, so let's just kill her to avoid future trouble." After the couple finished their discussion, the fourth miss immediately began to act. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed in the quiet night, repeating, "Killing is one thing, but one should spare those who can be spared. You too have escaped danger. You can just leave like this. Why must you take a life?" The fourth miss angrily scolded, "So if there's an accomplice playing tricks and pretending to be a ghost, you come out and talk to me." Old Gua sensed a powerful force coming and immediately warned his wife, "Get down, just a little closer," and the fourth miss could have been seriously injured. Old Gua carefully warned, "Don't talk anymore. It's a master." The couple tensed up, standing back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Old Gua spoke up and asked, "Who might this be? Friend, where are you from? Please show yourself and talk." The fourth miss also remembered something and said, "Hubby, I heard that Nyosho Mountain is a Buddhist holy land or the founding place of some sect. Could it be?" It turned out this trick was Chun Nua's doing. Hearing what the fourth miss said, an idea flashed in his mind, and so he spouted a stream of Buddhist scripture and reasoning. "Ba, heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. It is of no benefit for you two patrons to create too much karma. Listen to this old monk's advice. And stop here." The fourth miss said in confusion, "The sound is coming from all directions. I'm afraid the other party doesn't want to show themselves." Old Gua then asked, "Which venerable monk of Nyosho Mountain might this be? Please reveal your identity." The mysterious voice rang out, "It is just that I was cultivating in the mountains today and was disturbed by you all. This patron should quickly return." The two didn't want to cause more trouble and decided to follow the advice. "All right, we will listen to this venerable monk. Let's go." Chun Nua stood before the body of the abandoned girl and sighed. After checking her vital signs, he came to a conclusion. This is troublesome. Her spiritual force was heavily attacked and is in chaos. I'm afraid that in such a deep coma, it will be a long time before she wakes up. And so, Chun Nua carried the Starry Sky Queen home. As he walked, he scolded this foolish girl. If that fourth miss was on land, you could have crushed her with a single breath. She hit you. Why didn't you know how to fight back? You even used your back to take the blows. Are you so afraid of water that you don't even care about your life? If this isn't stupid, what is? He said again, if I carry you like this, are you going to fall for me? Maybe I should change the way I'm carrying you. An hour later, he carried GG back home. He looked at one of his t-shirts and said, this should fit. Then, he skillfully unbuttoned her shirt, his movements practiced, while his mouth spoke righteous words. I'm really not trying to take advantage of you. You were soaked in water for too long. You're completely drenched. Besides, who knows if natural water is clean or not? That's definitely not okay. Chen Nua's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and his voice started to stutter. I really didn't do it on purpose. Since her clothes are already off, being a little more shameless won't hurt. So he carried the boss lady to the bathroom. You're a bit dirty. How about we get you cleaned up before changing your clothes? It's unknown what he did in there. Only a few strange noises were heard. It's probably just a bath. We shouldn't overthink it. A moment later, the door opened. GG was wearing his t-shirt, all clean, with her hair neat and tidy. Chen Nua held her in his arms, sighing, I don't know what kind of grudges I had with this woman in my past life. I really can't bring myself to not care about her. He carried her to the bed so she could sleep more comfortably. Tonight, you'll sleep in little Yeezy's room. Teacher Jiang is in my room, so I'll have to make do with the sofa. Afterwards, Chen Nua checked on GG's condition again. Her spiritual energy was recovering very slowly. At this rate, she'd probably have to sleep for 2 or 3 days to wake up. He looked at the girl before him and chuckled. The renowned Starry Sky Queen almost lost her life tonight. Who would believe it if I told them? Chen Nua thought to himself. Her biggest weakness is her fear of water. I already knew this secret in my past life. He recalled that time they went to the South Pole on a mission together and ended up encountering a massive cracking glacier, causing them to fall into the sea together. Chen Nua risked his life to save her. But her appearance at that time was utterly pathetic, without a shred of her usual image. Seeing the situation, he conveniently inquired, this pathetic state, is it because you have a fear of water? For experts of our level, being soaked in water for a few hours shouldn't be a problem. However, he didn't receive any thanks, but instead a sharp question from GG. Did you touch my butt just now? Chen Nua asked back in surprise. Huh? When I was saving you, you were clinging to me like an octopus. I couldn't pull you off, so I must have touched it by accident. She insisted, so you did touch it, before Chen Nua could even react. GG landed a kick right on his face. Even though he tried to explain it was just an accident, she wouldn't listen. If I say you touched it, you touched it. That kick sent him flying backward, leaving a footprint on his face. That misunderstanding made Chen Nua hold a grudge to this day, carrying it from his past life into this one without forgetting. He fumed. How unreasonable. She kicked me just for accidentally touching her, and I was the one who saved her life. Lustful thoughts arose. Chen Nua very naturally placed his hand on GG's, but provoking, I'm touching it again, go on, kick me again. Not only that, he also gave it a firm squeeze to test its firmness. I'm not just touching, I'm squeezing too. He was having too much fun squeezing her, but to notice his surroundings. When he snapped out of it, he discovered that GG had opened her eyes and was staring at him, though he didn't know for how long. He let out a shout. Damn it, when did you wake up? Taking advantage of her not being fully awake, he sneakily withdrew his mischievous hand. GG suddenly opened her mouth and called out to Chen Nua, husband. He jumped and asked, what did you just call me? GG said blankly, did I just call you something? She asked again, where is this? Who are you? Why can't I remember anything? Suddenly, her head throbbed as if it were splitting. GG clutched her head in confusion and said, I don't remember anything. Who am I? I just dreamed of a woman's voice constantly calling husband. Was that me? Perhaps while she was unconscious, she had subconsciously heard the words the fourth young miss said to old Gua. Husband, how are you? Are you okay? Husband, are you in pain? Husband, I brought medicine for you. Oh no, husband, I hid underwater. The medicine got wet and is ruined. I'm so stupid. What'd I do now? GG continued dazedly. Then I opened my eyes and saw you, and you were touching me. Her condition made Chen Nua a little worried. Has this woman really lost her mind? Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and asked urgently, you know me, you know who I am, right? Where's this? Chen Nua asked in a low voice. You don't remember anything at all? Seeing him remain silent for a long time, she angrily tightened her grip on his hand, causing sparks of electricity to arc from her body. You tell me, Where on earth is this? Gigi lost her patience and immediately launched a palm strike, sending Chun Nua flying. Tell me, he roared, you can't just... You change your tune way too fast. The angrier she got, the more powerful the energy radiating from Gigi became. She kept asking the same question over and over. Hurry up and tell me, who am I? She lunged forward and grabbed Chinua by the throat. Who are you? Where is this? Gigi shouted. Why were you touching me while I was sleeping? Chinua struggled to answer. How can I talk when you're choking me like this? So she stopped choking him and switched to grabbing his wrist, and with one move, slammed Chinua flat onto the table. As a result, the table broke in half. She asked again, who are you really? Who are you? Are you a bad person? Were you trying to harm me just now while I was sleeping? Unable to take it anymore, Chinua roared in admission, I'm not a bad person. I'm your husband. He cursed inwardly. This crazy woman is so ruthless. Is she trying to strangle me to death? Upon learning the man before her was her husband, Gigi's anger instantly vanished, and her overwhelming aura dissipated. Husband. Chinua felt aggrieved. He, a man who had lived 2 lives, was being pinned down by this woman. What a great humiliation. Gigi asked blankly. Then who am I? Where's this? Chinua smiled reassuringly. Wifey, don't rush. Just listen to me make up. Oh no, listen to me explain. Chinua began his story. Your name is Lu Yi. This is our home, and we've been married for over a year. At first, we lived very happily until one day. At this point, his face showed a pained expression as he continued. You have a problem with your mind. Every few days, you have an episode, forget everything, treat me like a stranger, and even smash all the furniture in the house. After hearing this, Gigi also felt bewildered. Chun Nua's acting was too convincing. There was even a tear on his face. That's right, you're that unreasonable. But I've never blamed you, really. A day as a couple means 100 days of grace. Except for cheating, I can tolerate anything. On the outside, he was crying pitifully, but his heart was full of wicked intentions. Go ahead and torture me. Once her guilt reaches its peak, it will be even easier to lead her by the nose. He pointed at the furniture in the house and continued. Look, this furniture is all new, right? But look at our room, how dilapidated it is. Why would we buy new furniture for such an old room? Because you smashed all the old furniture during one of your episodes. Hearing this, Gigi's face turned pale with horror. The bed in the room just now, I smashed that too? Next, Chinua took her hand. Come, I'll take you to see Dad. He's been sick for many days. Old Jiang, lying there, couldn't escape his fate as an extra in his act. He had a stroke. To pay for his treatment, our family was already struggling, and you kept smashing things. Our family wasn't rich to begin with, and now we're in even deeper trouble. However, Gigi was still half believing, half doubting. You still don't completely believe me? That's right, if we're married, we must have photos and documents, right? Chinua sighed, gently stroking her head as he said, all of those things are gone. A few months ago, you had an episode and burned them all in a fire. Gigi still didn't believe him and asked again, then how can you prove we're husband and wife? He leaned in her ear and whispered, on your body, right there, there's a red mole. These words made Gigi's face flush and her heart pound. She thought to herself, he even knows about such a private spot on my body. Could he really be? She stuttered and asked again, husband, what's your name? Chinua smiled and replied, Louis. He rejoiced inwardly. Let's see you be picky now. At this moment, Gigi seemed to completely believe what Chinua said. She burst into tears. Husband, I'm sorry. I smashed things in the house again, and I almost strangled you. He gently wiped the tears from her face. It's okay. A day as a couple means 100 days of grace. Just don't do it again next time. Chinua turned aside, secretly delighted. When strength is lacking, acting makes up for it. Although it was a bit scary just now, I finally managed to fool her. The night was late. It was now 1 in the morning. Because the bedroom was smashed, this newlywed couple could only sleep on the sofa. After a while, seeing that Gigi's breathing had become steady, he breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally asleep. To be sure, he used a bit more of his energy to make her sleep more soundly. After that, he carried Gigi outside again. Lu Gigi, I've been very merciful. Tonight, I truly saved your life. Half an hour later, at Neosho Mountain, Chinua threw Gigi down by the riverbank. It's not that I'm abandoning you. This whole thing has spiraled out of control. In a moment of desperation, I tricked her into thinking I was her husband, and to make her believe me, I even revealed the location of a private spot on her body. If she suddenly wakes up, 10 lives wouldn't be enough for me to lose. He stood up coldly, turned to leave, and said, If you're a reasonable person, I saved your life, you spare mine, and we'll be even. It's a pity you're crazy and unreasonable. You might even harm the people around me. No more talking, let's go. In this life, I just want to live in peace. I've saved the person I needed to save. I don't want to be chased to the ends of the earth by you for the rest of my life. Although he had abandoned her. All sorts of scenarios played out in Chun Nua's mind, like her being eaten by wild beasts, wolves, or crushed by a large rock. As he was flagging down a car on the highway, his mind was a mess. Nothing will happen to that woman, right? Although she's the Starry Sky Queen, she's a fool now. How about this? If the next car doesn't stop, I'll go back. The next car's light is on, it's occupied. So he decided to go back. I'll go back and check just a quick peek. Shinua thought to himself, based on what I knew from my past life, that woman is crazy and completely relies on the little nun as her nanny. Now she's injured, has amnesia, and has been abandoned in the wilderness. Returning to the original spot, he found no one there. Damn it, where did she go? He immediately shouted for her, Lu Yi. Fearing she might have drowned, he dived into the deep water, but it was no use. She wasn't in the lake either. So Chun Nua climbed the tallest tree there to observe. Neosho Mountain seems to be only about 4 or 5 kilometers from the new university district. There are no large wild animals on the mountain, so she couldn't have been dragged away by a beast. There are no footprints on the ground, so no one else could have taken her. After looking for a long time and seeing nothing, he jumped down from the tree in frustration. I practically turned this mountain upside down. Could she have woken up, regained her memory, and left on her own? I hope so. I'll go home and post on the Bai Clan's Weirdo forum to provoke her. If there's still no reply by tomorrow, I'll have to ask Brother Lei to have his people search all of Jiangning. If not in Jiangning, then search in Jinling. Half an hour later, downstairs from Chun Nua's apartment, Gigi was already waiting, but he was lost in thought and didn't notice. Damn it, if I knew I'd be this worried, I wouldn't have abandoned her in the wilderness. It would have been better to just drop her off at the airport and call the little nun to pick her up. 100 plans and still one mistake. Why didn't I think of that then? As he was thinking, Gigi's voice-calling husband rang out. Chun Nua looked up and met her pitiful gaze. His heart skipped a beat. It's over. She's tracked me to my doorstep. So Chun Nua continued his act, feigning worry. Where did you run off to? I woke up in the middle of the night, and you were gone. You had me searching everywhere for you. Gigi said in confusion, I don't know either. I woke up and found myself by a lake. I was so scared, and then I just ran back on my own. Seeing her return in one piece, without a single scratch, he was relieved. It's good that you're okay. Wait, that's not right. Am I going crazy? Chun Nua asked, how did you find your way back home? Gigi answered honestly, I don't know either. I woke up by the lake. I was very scared, and I cried for a while. Then I searched for your aura. I just kept searching, and then I found my way here. Hearing this, his hands and feet trembled, and his heart pounded wildly. Aura? She remembers me? Damn it, there's no escaping this time. How is this playing husband act supposed to end? At this moment, Gigi's stomach rumbled incessantly. Chun Nua said, you're hungry, right? Come on, let's go home, and I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. In the middle of the night, there's nowhere else to get food. Once inside, he asked again, do you remember anything now? Gigi replied while eating her noodles, I don't remember anything from before I woke up. She was also a bit curious. Can I ask you something? Chun Nua nodded. Go ahead. She then asked, are we both normal people? We fought in the room last night, and although I don't remember what happened before, can normal people fight like that? I woke up by a lake, but I was quickly able to sense your aura. I don't know how to describe that kind of power. Also, I was very fast on my way back home. I don't think a normal person could do that, right? Right? She looked at Chun Nua with an imploring gaze. Can you tell me? He frowned and thought, this is a long story. Gigi replied happily, don't rush. Husband, just take your time and tell me. I'll listen while I eat. Chun Nua screamed internally. I have to start making things up again. If I make up a bad comic, I'll just get yelled at. What can they do to me? But if I mess this up, I could lose my life. After much deliberation, a heart-wrenching love story was born. It was 10 years ago. In a season of blooming flowers, a 10-year-old boy was being chased by villains and got lost deep in the mountains. Damn it, help. Where is the fairy sister? Save me. Master Nua, don't run so fast. I haven't had breakfast today, my back is sore, and my legs are tired. I have no energy to run. This muscular body doesn't look 10 years old at all. A young girl who was raising bees alone in the mountains saved the boy, kindly took him in, and even taught him martial arts. My name is Little Dear Maiden. From now on, I am your master. Master, please accept this disciple's bow. In a lonely mountains, a lone man and a lone woman, feelings grew over time, and they finally crossed the line of morality and entered the forbidden zone. The two fell deeply in love. Andy, Noor, I don't want to be your master, and I don't want you to call me Annie anymore. From this day on, you'll call me Luer. Gigi listened intently, then shared her thoughts. Husband, what you're saying, why does it feel a bit familiar? Chen Nua affirmed, it's all things we've been through. Later, you got sick, and my father also needed someone to take care of him, so we retired from the world. He was pleased with himself. Luckily, I knew her in my past life, and know she's a fan of wuxia novels. It's just that Luer sounds a bit strange. Lu Gigi's beast-eared lady doesn't sound too bad. Then, a scene appeared in his mind of Gigi in a sexy fur dress, trying her best to seduce him. Let's break free from the chains of morality and enjoy the Garden of Eden together. Gigi excitedly grabbed Chun Nua's hand. Nur, it's been so hard on you all these years, having to take care of our father. His illness, he also played along. Luer, as long as I can be with you, it's all worth it. At this moment, this good disciple finally remembered his master. That's right, I have to get old Jian to the hospital quickly. If he wakes up, I'm done for. The next morning, Gigi was fetching water while thinking about their beautiful love story. Luer Noor. Suddenly, she heard a woman's voice talking. It was Yinging on the phone. Appa, I'm still so scared. Is the assassin who wanted to kill my mom taken care of? Appa, I miss you so much. Can I come to your place to find you? Chinua said fearfully in a low voice. Don't be hasty. It's not convenient for me right now. Wait until I've handled things. Suddenly, he let out a scream. Gigi had appeared behind him at some point. He thought to himself, damn it, the top commander is as formidable as they say, moving without a sound. Gigi asked gently, Husband, who are you on the phone with? Why do I hear a girl's voice? Chun Nua immediately made an excuse. It's the neighborhood management office calling to collect the electricity bill. What are you doing? She said, Husband, I finished cleaning up the broken things in the house last night, and the rice is cooked too. I feel so useless, so I want to take the initiative to help you with something. I'll wipe Dad's face. I can't do much else, but I can help you take care of the patient a little. Chinua thought, forget it. What if you wake old Jiang up while wiping his face? Besides, boss lady, you've never taken care of anyone before, have you? Who uses cold water to wipe someone's face? No, I have to get old Jiang out of here quickly. With that thought, he snatched the basin from Gigi's hand and ran off. No need to go to all that trouble. I was just about to take him out for a checkup at the hospital and then for treatment. Our family doesn't have much money, so we can't afford a hospital stay, so we have to keep going back and forth. Gigi also wanted to go. I'll go too. But Chen Nua said, your illness gives you a psychological aversion to hospitals. That environment might trigger you and easily cause an episode. It's better if you don't go. He was also afraid his wife would get bored, so he found something for her to do. If you really want to do something, then peel all the potatoes in the kitchen today. Gigi said happily, okay, no problem. I'll definitely do a good job. Then he carried old Jiang out the door, and before leaving, he carefully reminded her, stay at home and don't run around, okay? If you're bored, watch TV. I'll be back soon. Elsewhere, Xiao Yin was extremely worried because she couldn't find her husband. This Mina bird is old Zhang's eyes and detector when he's on a mission. The bird came back last night, but he didn't come home. So Xiao Yin decided to take the bird cage and go find her husband. The Mina bird flew ahead, and she followed on her bicycle. It was the same with his phone. At first, no one was picking up. For someone with old Zhang's cautious and family-oriented personality, this was very unusual. The Mina bird led her to Chen Nua's house. Xiao Yin stood in front of the door thinking. The Mina bird flew to this apartment's balcony. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yin still knocked on the door. Inside the house, Gigi was engrossed in peeling potatoes. Hearing the knock, she thought her husband was back and excitedly went to open the door. Husband, you're back. Seeing a beautiful young woman open the door, Xiao Yin flew into a rage. Truly a woman with the face of a seductress. She asked, where's my husband? Gigi didn't understand and asked back, what did you say? Xiao Yin just barged straight into the house, repeatedly asking, where's my husband? Gigi, not understanding what was happening, asked back, what husband? Who are you? Why are you barging into someone else's house? The girl's attitude made Xiao Yin a little flustered. I'm sorry. Perhaps I've come to the wrong place. I'm so sorry. She thought to herself, could I be mistaken? Impossible. Gigi didn't blame her. It's okay. But it's almost 1 o'clock. Why isn't my husband back yet? Gigi saw Xiao Yun throw the birdcage to the ground and asked worriedly, Annie, what are you planning to do next? Her state was very strange. She paced back and forth, doing somersaults, leaving Gigi at a loss. And so, Xiao Yun's performance began. Speaking of the great trends of the world, what has long been divided must unite, and what has long been united must divide. In B, Zhou County, there were 3 heroic heroes, the eldest brother surnamed Liu, with the given name Xuanda. The 3 brothers hit it off immediately. Though not born on the same day, in the same month of the same year, they wished to die on the same day, in the same month of the same year. The 3 brothers kowtowed and became sworn brothers, and from then on, they worked together with one heart for mutual benefit. The 3 brothers joined forces to protect Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west to retrieve the scriptures. Gigi looked at the Annie performing a play in her house, and a sense of empathy arose in her heart. So her mind has problems too, just like me. She's having a relapse now. On the journey to the west, there were 99 and 81 tribulations, encountering demons and monsters, beautiful painted skin demons, and trial after trial. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me tell the tale in detail. Gigi watched Xiao Yun's every move, convinced that she looked very pitiful, suffering from the same illness as her. No, I can't just leave this Annie. So she followed Xiao Yun, wanting to help. Annie, where do you live? Can you contact your family? Can I take you home to rest first? Xiao Yun said, My family is waiting for me to pick them up. Gigi was puzzled. Where are you trying to go? Xiao Yun pointed to a school and said, to pick up my daughter from school. Gigi followed her gaze and discovered it was a kindergarten. In a car parked nearby, a man named Old who slowly took out a cigarette case, then turned back and asked, a daughter goes to kindergarten here, right? Gukong immediately nodded. Yes, that's right. Old who ordered, good. In a bit, you go in and bring the girl out, and we'll take her away. Your wife's son, doesn't he have a deep brotherly bond with your daughter? Once we have a girl, are you still afraid we won't get the money? Xiao Yong asked worriedly. Big brother, we be considered kidnappers? If they call the police, none of us will be able to escape. Old who scolded. Idiot, what kidnapping? Gukong is the biological father, the legal guardian. A father taking his own daughter. No matter where he takes her, it's not kidnapping. One of the henchmen in the car saw a beautiful woman and shouted, Big brother, look, damn, that girl is gorgeous. Old who roared angrily, women, 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 all you ever think about is what's between your legs. We're out on official business today. Stop looking where you shouldn't. He said that, but upon seeing the beautiful woman, his own eyes were about to pop out. Damn, she really is gorgeous. So the whole group immediately got out of the car. Old who impatiently urged Gukong, hurry up, stop dawdling. On the other side, Xiao Yun told Gigi to wait there while she went to pick up Easy herself. Then I'll wait for you here, Auntie. On Old who's side, his eyes were glued to Gigi. She's even more beautiful up close. All the girls at Jiafeng Hall combined can't compare to the one in front of me. A true masterpiece. He thought to himself, it's a pity there are so many people around since kindergarten is letting out. Otherwise, I'd snatch this girl too. Yi was let out by Gukong, and she looked around asking, Dad, where's brother? Didn't you say we were going to eat together? Old who coaxed her with sweet words. Your brother's waiting for you. We'll take you to eat. Your brother will be there soon. Xiao Yun saw Yi with a stranger and stepped forward. Yi, the little girl cheered. Empress song. Xiao Yun reminded her. What empress? Didn't we change how you addressed me a long time ago? Yi immediately changed her tune and called out, Godmother. Old who asked suspiciously, what's going on? Gukong shook his head. I don't know either. Old who charged forward and roared. Who are you? Xiao Yun roared back. What do you want? Who are you people? They introduced themselves. We're friends of the girl's father. Right, I'm her godfather. Xiao Yun was stunned. The girl's godfather? She rushed forward and grabbed Gukang's shirt, making him roar in annoyance. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Yun shouted. I've never met you. You can't go. Yi, is this your father? The little girl nodded. Yes, godmother. This is my dad. So the two of them started to struggle. No, the girl can't go. I want to take her home. I also want to take her home. Yi cried out, oh, our godmother and dad playing tug-of-war? Little Yi is being stretched into a noodle. She said to Xiao Yun, Godmother, Dad has taken me to see my brother. The woman asked in surprise, Your brother? All right, your brother. Right, where's your brother? Old who immediately rushed forward. Hey, are you looking for trouble? Xiao Yun refused to back down. No, my daughter is coming with me. The moment Old who touched Xiao Yun, he knew she was strong. He thought to himself, there are too many people watching here. I can't make a big scene. So he invited her to come along. The girl's godmother, right? Come with us. Gigi, on the side of the road, saw the commotion and came over to see what was happening. Wait a minute, she said. I'm worried about this Annie. I'll go with you too. With a beautiful woman wanting to come along, how could old who refuse? Okay, get in the car. It's just a meal. The more the merrier. Everyone get in. Gigi also felt a little suspicious. I was just curious about what they were saying, but for some reason, it was like the wind blowing past my ears. I couldn't hear anything. Old who was ecstatic. Isn't this a double blessing? I came here and struck gold, and even got a stunningly beautiful woman as a bonus. Damn it, I'm going all out today. Whether it's by soft or hard means, or by drugging her drink, I'm going to take a bite of this piece of meat today. The scene shifts back to the house. Chenua cheerfully pushed the door open, calling out loudly, Louis, I'm back. But the house was empty. He sat down and said to himself, where did she go? The potatoes aren't peeled, and she's not home. Did she go to take out the trash? After waiting for a long time without her returning, he hurriedly went to look for her. Louis, where are you? Chenua thought to himself, damn it, she didn't regain her memory and run away, did she? Impossible. If she regained her memory, she would definitely stay here and wait for me. Suddenly his phone rang. As soon as he picked it up, the person on the other end asked, Kid, do you recognize my voice? He immediately replied, Gukong. He continued, I'm taking little Yeezy out to eat. You get what I mean? Chenua was incredibly smart and knew what he wanted. He said, Gukong, oh, Gukong, what can I even say to you? Forget it. I don't even want to waste my breath calling you inhuman. Just tell me, what do you want? Gukong immediately quoted a price. 5 fingers. Chenua instantly agreed. Fine, I'll give you 50,000. I'll deliver the money to you in person. You know Jia Fengtang, right? Go there and give them your name. Someone will naturally lead you to me. Kid, don't try any tricks. Chenua said softly. Jia Fengtang, I know it. Looks like Uncle Gu has latched onto a big shot. Huh. The other side said impatiently. All right, cut the crap. I'll give you 1 hour. He stated firmly. No need for an hour. I'll be there in half an hour. It seemed this Gukong had truly angered Chenua. Gukong, I spared your life out of respect for you being Yi Zi's biological father, but it seems I was wrong. Even the king of hell can't be too merciful. In the backyard of Jia Fengtang, as everyone walked in, Gigi was a little worried. Auntie, wait for me here. Lao enthusiastically invited them. Come up to the 3rd floor. There's a private room for dinner there. Before getting into the elevator, he even instructed his underling. Later, no matter what you hear upstairs, don't come up. Just stand guard here. The underling replied decisively, Don't worry, Brother Wong. Arriving at the private room upstairs, Lao said enthusiastically, Beautiful lady, and this godmother of the child, order whatever you want to eat. At our place, we have everything from things that swim in the water to things that fly in the sky. Whatever you want, we have it. Immediately, everyone started ordering. Gigi said happily, I want a drink. Xiao Yun asked cautiously, Is this meal on you? Yi, however, asked, Where's my big brother? But he was only interested in what Gigi said. Drinking? Good. Drinking is good. Where's your big brother? Of course you're in my place, so of course it's on me. So Xiao Yun said, I want steamed lamb, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roasted spring chicken, roasted gosling, salt-boiled duck, sauce chicken, cured meat, preserved eggs, small tripe, air-dried meat, sausages, assorted cold cuts, smoked chicken, white tripe, 8 treasure steamed pork, glutinous rice stuffed duck. Even Gigi was stunned after hearing that. Little Yi said, Godmother, I know this one. He didn't bring any money. So Xiao Yun said to Yi, Oh, then you order your food. Lao was so angry he thought, what the hell is this? Giving me a whole menu recitation. Are you messing with me? This old woman is here to cause trouble. I have to separate them. He then told Gukong to go outside and make a call to hurry things along. You know what to say, right? Also, take your daughter and her godmother to another room. Prepare a table just like this for them. We'll be smoking and drinking over here. It's not good for the kid. Then he turned back and asked Gigi, Beautiful lady, what would you like to drink? Beer, wine, white liquor, spirits, we have every kind here. She immediately replied, Then a little of each. Is that okay? Lao loved it. Straightforward. Gukong came forward to flatter him. Brother Wong, you should be here in about half an hour. I've had the kitchen press some watermelon juice. It's so hot. It'll quench your thirst and cool you down. Lao said with satisfaction, Cool me down. Xiao Yong was right. You got a good eye. I was just thinking about it, and you've already done it. Gukong brought the watermelon juice to Gigi. have some of this first. However, she refused. I only like to drink alcohol. Lao was excited. Good, then let's drink. He thought smugly. Just drink. It's easier to get drunk. The faster you're drunk, the better. I can't wait another second. Gigi turned and asked Gukong, you just made a call. You have a phone, right? Can I borrow it for a moment? On Chun Nua's end, he received another call. Gukong just called, and now he's calling again. Does he want to raise the price? He answered the call, and a very familiar voice came from the other end. Hubby. This left him speechless. Gigi continued. Hubby, I'm sorry. I came out. Are you home yet? I've run into a little trouble here. Can you come pick me up? Sorry, hubby. I disobeyed you and ran around again. Hubby, I met some people. They seem like bad guys. One of them keeps staring at me. It's so creepy. Can you come pick me up quickly? I'm so scared. Lao Hu, sitting beside her, heard every word clearly and thought to himself, you've got to be kidding me. Beautiful lady, you're telling your husband we're bad guys. Can't you be a little more discreet? Just sitting right next to us. It's not like we can't hear. Hearing the call, Chin Nua's legs went weak. I'm the one who's scared. Gukong brought little Yi Zi, and Lu Jiji used Gukang's phone to call, which means they're together. Speaking so casually, won't she blow her cover? He stammered in reply, Miss Gigi, are you okay? Are they okay? Is everyone okay? Gigi turned to look at the two men, then continued, it's fine, everyone's fine. Hubby, Chin Nua instructed. Then I'll come pick you up? Pick you up, I'm coming right now. Miss Gigi, before I get there, you absolutely must not do anything rash. Absolutely do not do anything rash, okay? Gigi thought for a moment. Oh, I'll try. At this moment, all kinds of alcohol had been laid out. She said, Hubby, I'm not talking anymore. I have to drink. Suddenly, a terrifying scene of Gigi after getting drunk appeared in Chin Nua's mind. She beats the group of men to a pulp, then pulls EZ to drink with her. Hey kid, drink with me. If you don't drink, I'll snap your neck, just like them. Chin Nua was horrified. Lu Gigi, this drunkard, she's capable of anything when she's drunk. So he roared, Lu Yi, you are not to drink. Give the phone to Gukong. Gukong, if you don't want to f***ing die, if you don't want all of Jia Feng Tang to be reduced to rubble, you absolutely cannot let her drink. Don't let her drink. I'm f***ing coming to save you guys. Just as he was about to tell Gigi to give the phone to Gukong so he could talk to him, Lao, who had already snatched the phone from her hand. The alcohol is here. What's the point of making calls? Scram. He then asked, beautiful lady, how do you want to drink this? Gigi held up the glass disdainfully. This glass is so small. Is it for a mouse to drink from? Lao was excited. Get a big bowl. The underling immediately went to do it. Yes. Brother Wang. Chin Nua immediately called back. Lao said impatiently, damn it, Gukong, turn it off. Then he turned to Gigi and said, we have 3 ways to drink this alcohol. The first way is to drink only one type, called being faithful to one. The second way is white, red, beer, then foreign liquor. First drink the white liquor, then the wine and beer, and finally finish slowly with the foreign liquor. The third way is to fill a jar. Pour all the alcohol into this jar. Gigi was excited. There's a way to play like this? Which way is the most fun? Lao was thrilled. Good. Then let's play bottoms up from the jar. Gigi said magnanimously, however much I drink, you all drink the same. No one is allowed to be short by a single drop. Whoever dares to be short by a single drop, I'll take their life. He then teased, little sister, how do you plan on taking my life? She replied, take you upstairs and throw you down. The whole group burst out laughing, not expecting this beautiful lady to be quite humorous. 20 minutes later, Gigi was seen shaking the jar of alcohol, then pouring herself a full bowl, drinking with great gusto, needing no one to urge her. As for Lao Hu's group, they collapsed one by one. Damn it, Brother Wang, I need to rest for a bit. One bowl after another, and on an empty stomach, their stomachs were about to vomit blood. They thought if the girl isn't drunk, the guy has no chance, but before they could even get her drunk, they were already done for. He then moved closer. Little sister, don't drink anymore. You're really drunk this time. I have a lounge at my place. Let me help you up there to sit for a while. Gigi asked back, you're saying I'm drunk? He was rushing to embrace her, but she quickly turned. I'm not drunk, but you are. Little sister, talk to me for a bit. Don't drink anymore. Let's call it a night. Gigi turned back, and with a casual slap, she made his nose bleed profusely. Did I say we could stop? Lao was stunned, while Gigi was nonchalant. I've finished drinking. It's your turn. Xiao Yong, seeing his boss get hit, roared angrily. You damn bitch. Are you f***ing looking to die? Being cursed for no reason. Gigi asked back, so you're not drinking either? Xiao Yong went berserk and lunged forward. I'll f***ing kill you. These people won't listen to reason. They just have to force me to get rough. She reached out and grabbed the loudmouth's leg. She asked him one more time, "You're really not drinking anymore?" The guy was thrown to the ground and roared in anger, "Ouch. Drink what? You don't want to live anymore." Lao, who still hadn't recovered from shock. "What's going on?" He looked down and saw Xiao Yong being dragged away. "Am I so drunk I'm seeing things?" Gigi lifted the guy up with one hand and brought him to the window. "You said it yourself. You're not drinking." After saying that, she casually threw him down. Then she turned back and said to Lao Hu, "What a buzzkill. Thrown from the 3rd floor. I wonder if he's completely dead. Come on, let's keep drinking." Lao Hu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking nervously, "Damn it, this is the 3rd floor." Gigi continued, "I hate people who are wishy-washy at the drinking table the most. Come on, let's keep drinking." Lao Hu picked up a bottle. "I'll smash you to death, you she-devil." But he was all talk and no action, and shoved the bottle into Gu Kang's hand. "Hit her." The man surnamed Gu didn't dare either. "Brother Wang, I'm really scared." Lao Hu urged from behind, "What are you afraid of? Go on." Ji waved her hand, and the wine bottle in Gu Kang's hand automatically flew into hers. But she wasn't happy, because this bottle was empty, no more wine. "Continue." She snatched the wine bottle from Lao Hu's hand. "This bottle is empty too? What's wrong? What are you guys doing holding empty bottles? Not drinking anymore?" Gu Kong said worriedly, "Brother Wang, why don't we slip away? This woman is a bit terrifying." Gigi crushed the bottle with a crack, saying angrily, "Not drinking? Then I'm not happy. And once I'm not happy..." Lao was dumbfounded. Holy FCK. She crushed a wine bottle with her bare hands? Gu Kong was so scared he turned to run. "Brother Wang, I'm gonna get help." But it wasn't so easy to leave. Gigi grabbed old Gu's leg, then dragged him to the window. "Nobody is leaving today. If you leave, you can't drink anymore." Gu Kong screamed in fear, "Let me go. I'll drink with you." Hearing this, Gigi immediately stopped. So he and Gigi sat back at the table to continue drinking. He downed one bitter glass of wine after another, not daring to utter a single word. Gigi said happily, "Wouldn't it have been better if you'd said so earlier? You were scared, weren't you?" Gu Kong forced himself to drink, but there was still a mouthful left in the glass. Seeing this, Gigi slapped him hard. "Trying to raise fish in there?" He fearfully gulped it down. "Big sister." "See, not a single drop left." Lao Hu, sitting up, hadn't dared to speak. What is the background of this woman? Could she also be a super expert like the one who crippled our hall master? After dealing with the man, surnamed Gu, it was the turn of the man, surnamed Wang. "It's your turn." Wang Lao, who was startled and shouted, "Men?" The underlings downstairs heard the commotion. Was that Brother Wang's voice? One of them remembered what their boss had said. Brother Wang instructed, "No matter what we hear upstairs, we are not to go up. Just stand guard here." Another one nodded. "Oh, looks like Brother Wang wants to have some real fun up there today." Upstairs, Ji angrily slammed her palm on the table, cracking it. "Who are you calling for? You're not trying to get out of drinking, are you?" Lao Hu thought fearfully, "If that slap had landed on my face." He said in a low voice, "Big sister, what are you talking about?" In the world of martial arts, the most important things are trust and righteousness. Am I the kind of person who would run from a drink? I was calling for a few more people to drink with you, big sister. I toast you. I'll finish mine first. You can drink as you please. Gigi said excitedly, "Go tell someone to prepare another jar." In the hotel, Teacher Song was resting. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and woke up from his daze. "I'm not a destroyer of young girls' souls." He looked around. This is a hotel? How did I end up here? Oh no, Qiao Yun. Teacher Song hurriedly ran home, but no one was there. He immediately called his wife. "Honey, Qiao Yun, where are you?" "I'm home. Why can't I find you?" "Where did you run off to?" "Oh no. I see your medicine box for today hasn't been touched. Hurry up and tell me where you are." A voice came from the other end of the line. The general reports for duty. Teacher Song was horrified. "It's over. She's having an episode again." "Qiao Yun, it's me, your husband, old Song. Listen to my voice. Listen carefully." Song Qiao Yun replied, It sounded a bit familiar. Sing a couple of lines for me to hear." Yeezy's voice also came through. "Godmother, is that Godfather on the phone?" So the little girl took the phone. "Hello? Hello, Godfather. This is little Yeezy." Teacher Song was overjoyed. "Yeezy. Oh, Yeezy. Heavens, are you with your godmother? Where are you two? Quickly tell Godfather." The little girl obediently replied, "Godmother and I are at Jiafeng Tang. Are you coming, Godfather?" "Godmother and I are eating." Teacher Song immediately said, Okay. I'm coming right away." Teacher Song wondered to himself, "Jiafeng Tang? What kind of trick is Chun Nua playing? Why did he run off to Jia Feng Tang to eat? And he even brought his master's wife and his sister along. Is it a place for ordinary people to go? At the same time, Chenhua also rode his steed to Jia Feng Tang. The gatekeeper quickly stopped him. Who goes there? Stop the vehicle. Barging into the backyard of Jia Feng Tang. Are you fucking looking to die? Someone recognized Chenhua and shouted loudly, "Damn it, get out of the way. Everyone get the hell out of my way." They quickly moved to the side. The others asked, "Brother Mao, who is that? You're telling us to get out of the way?" "That's right," daring to barge into our Jia Feng Tang's backyard so arrogantly. The man immediately said, "You guys are new, so you don't know. He's the one who crippled our hall master. I still have PTSD from the color black." Chenhua walked in, asking everyone he met, "Let me ask you guys something, a great beauty with a child." He hadn't even finished his sentence, and the lackeys, all trembling with fear, immediately answered, "Third floor, big brother. I'm changing careers tomorrow. Please spare me." Chenhua went up to the third floor of Jia Feng Tang, but the door was locked. At this moment, the two people in the room had faces ashen, while Gigi was still excited. "All right, it's your turn again." Lao Hu thought fearfully, "How long has it been?" And another half-caddy of liquor is down the hatch. Is she trying to drink someone to death? Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening. Someone's finally here. He rushed to the door like a flash of lightning, shouting, "Men, get in here and save me." However, the person who appeared was Chenhua. The man surnamed Wang collapsed to his knees, wailing in despair. Even though Chenhua was wearing a helmet, Gigi recognized him instantly, calling out happily, "Hubby?" Lao Hu asked blankly, "Hubby?" The man surnamed Wang's limbs instantly went limp, cursing in his heart, "Damn it, her husband is this god of death. Why didn't you say so earlier, you she-devil?" Chenhua asked Gigi, "Where's the little girl?" She didn't understand and asked back, "What? Say more clearly." "The little girl who was with you, right?" About 5 or 6 years old. This tall, looks very cute." Gigi remembered. "Oh, she's eating in the room next door." Chenhua immediately instructed, "Before she finishes her meal, don't do anything rash, you hear?" Gigi replied shyly, I know, but someone tried to skip a drink, so I just threw him down from here." Hearing this, Chenhua walked over to Gu Kong, who was lying on the ground. "Threw him down? That's a good idea. Life and death are up to fate." As he said it, he casually threw the piece of trash, Gu Kong, out the window. Next, he asked Gigi, "What about this bald guy kneeling here? What did he do?" Gigi giggled and said, He wanted to get me drunk, wanted to take advantage of me." This man surnamed Wang was so scared he crawled in front of Chenhua and begged, "I didn't. Big brother, I didn't. If I had known this was sister-in-law, you could give me 1,000 guts, and I still wouldn't dare to touch her." Chenhua asked sternly, "You know me? Where's Li Qingshan? You were there last time too." He hurriedly kowtowed, "Yes, I was there last time too. Big brother, I didn't touch a single hair on sister-in-law. Big brother, I really didn't." Chenhua walked over, patting Lao Hu's head comfortingly. "You were scared today, weren't you?" He immediately said, "It was all that bastard Gu Kong who tricked me." Chenhua's voice softened a little. "It's better for you to suffer a little pain than to lose your life. Are you going to jump yourself, or should I do it?" Lao Hu immediately replied, "I'll jump myself." He thought to himself, "If I jump myself, I can at least choose my landing position. My chances of survival are greater." After dealing with the thugs, Chenhua turned back to talk to Gigi. "Lu Yi, you're a patient, you can't run around." She asked in surprise, "Huh? Lu Yi? I'm Gigi." Chenhua was startled. Then Gigi, "Do you know what your nickname is?" She replied happily, "Starry Sky Queen." Chenhua took a few steps back and asked again, "Then who is your disciple?" "It's little Ni Tang." Chenhua had retreated to the door, ready to bolt if anything went wrong. He asked again, "Then do you know who I am?" At this moment, Gigi swayed, unable to stand steadily. "You're Nur. You're my husband. I recognized you even with the helmet on." She fell to the ground, acting cute. "Hubby, pick me up, I can't walk." Chenhua said cautiously, Let's start over. I'll ask again, what's your name?" Gigi didn't understand. "Why are you asking?" Chenhua thought to himself, "If I don't ask clearly, I fucking don't dare to go over there." He began to ask, "What's your name?" Gigi obediently replied, "My name is Lu Yi, hubby." "Then who is the Starry Sky Queen?" "Huh, hubby, that name sounds like something a middle schooler would come up with." "Last question, do you know Little Ni Tang?" Gigi said decisively, "Hubby, I don't like to eat candy. I like to drink. Chinua was slightly relieved. All right, it seems she's temporarily recovered a bit from being drunk, but she forgets in a flash. The drunk G kept demanding a hug. Hubby, hug. Chinua picked her up. That little girl is in the room next door, right? G was no longer lucid, not understanding what he was saying. What are you trying to say, hubby? Chinua sighed. Wife, this is quite a coincidence. Didn't you meet a little girl today? I'll tell you later when we meet. There are many things you don't remember. I haven't had time to make up. Bah, I haven't had time to tell you. When we get home tonight, I'll slowly make up, explain it to you. G suddenly remembered. Right? Hubby, there's an Annie inside too. She's that child's godmother. Chinua was horrified and didn't dare open the door. Godmother? Song Xiaoyan heard the noise and asked, "Who's outside?" Chinua was so scared he slammed the door shut. Damn it, why is Master Song's wife here? How am I supposed to make something up now? Master Song's wife is little Yeezy's godmother, so naturally she's my godmother too. Then what about that biological father who was at my house last night? Wife, you probably won't believe it. Our godmother and our biological father are actually husband and wife. Is that even something a human would say? Inside, Song Xiaoyan's voice came out. I call your name. Do you dare to answer? G asked curiously. Hubby, why aren't you going in? I don't dare. Wait, this is a bit chaotic. Very quickly, he thought away. I've got it. Take Lu G home first, then come back to pick up little Yeezy. I can't let Lu G and Song Xiaoyan meet. Although Song Xiaoyan is crazy, when she's not crazy, she won't help me lie. Suddenly, he heard Teacher Song's voice approaching. Xiaoyan, where are you? Xiaoyan, Chinua. Chinua was horrified. Damn it. Another biological father. Am I supposed to tell Lu G that our father has a hobby of strolling through the hospital in the morning and getting a massage in the afternoon? With no other choice, he pulled G back into the old room. Old Song arrived and heard Yeezy calling. Godfather, we're here. The teacher immediately ran over. I'm here. Chinua nervously listened to the commotion. Teacher Song asked Yeezy, where's your brother? The little girl immediately replied, brother didn't come. I'm here to pick you up. Song Xiaoyan also said, something strange inside. G asked, not understanding, hubby, what are you doing? Chinua replied, wife, if I said I suddenly have to use the bathroom, would you believe me? When Song Xiaoyan passed by that large room, she stopped walking, something strange inside. But Teacher Song thought she was having another episode and pulled her along. What's strange? Let's go home quickly. The alcoholic G's eyes lit up Kondo. Hubby, can we have a drink? Chinua saw the watermelon juice and gave it to her to drink. Drink this. Drinking this will make the alcohol taste better later. Be good. At this moment, Chinua's phone rang. Hello, Master. Teacher Song immediately asked, Chinua, where are you? He immediately made up a story. Master, I'm busy with something at Brother Lay's place. Teacher Song worriedly informed him. Do you know your sister was picked up from kindergarten by someone? He also pretended to be panicked and played along. Easy was picked up. The obedient G hugged the bottle of juice and drank it all in one go. Teacher Song, afraid he would worry too much, said, that's right. But don't worry, Yeezy is with your master's wife now. Yeezy said her father came to pick her up. What's this all about? Chinua gave a forced laugh. Master, I don't know about that either. Master, the matter of Yeezy's father is very complicated. I'll tell you two about it when I get back. Where are you two? Gigi's condition was not good at this moment. She even unbuttoned her shirt. Hot. Hubby, it's so hot. She just threw herself into Chinua's arms. On the other end of the line, Teacher Song continued. I've taken Yeezy home. You should come back soon too. Tonight's events were too chaotic and too outrageous. How could you take Yeezy to a place like that? Chinua, currently holding the woman in his arms, was a mess inside and replied perfunctorily, yes, master, I'll be right back. The teacher said sternly on the phone, tonight, I'm taking Yeezy home. When you get off work, hurry over and pick her up. Hanging up the phone, he pushed Gigi away and asked, hey, what's wrong with you? Her breathing was ragged. Hubby, I'm so hot. He immediately sniffed, was utterly horrified, and cursed angrily. Damn it, for God's sake. They even drugged it. Gigi's face was flushed at this moment. Looking at Chinua with infatuation, hubby, Chinua was suddenly held and kissed by Gigi, catching him off guard. He could only stand there making MMPH sounds. Afterwards, he turned his face away, his face slightly red, thinking she's playing with fire. When she recovers her memory, isn't she going to beat me to death? She still hadn't stopped and continued to press closer, panting softly. Hubby, I can't stop. So, Chinua put his phone in his pocket, then quickly grabbed Gigi's waist and said with a smile, "This isn't a suitable place, and this isn't the way to go on. Let's hurry home." A moment later, Chinua carried her on his shoulder, put the helmet on her with his other hand, and then jumped down from the window, thinking to himself, "This is faster." This jump caused Gigi's skirt to fly up. He landed lightly on a gangster's hand, causing the man to scream in pain. "It's broken. It's broken. FCKU. Ouch. Big brother, sorry, I bumped into your leg." Afterwards, Chinua walked to the trash can next to him, where the bald Wong was lying. He said, "I'm taking the phone." The scene shifts to Tangshan, in the eastern suburbs of Jinling City. Li Qingshan was soaking in a hot spring, thinking to himself, "These 3 legs of mine are probably completely useless." The doctor said soaking in hot springs can promote blood circulation, relax the muscles and bones, and is somewhat beneficial. Since it has come to this, there's nothing to be upset about. This is the best time of one's life. Suddenly, the phone rang, the screen showing the name Wong Lao Hu. He removed the towel and picked up the phone. "Hello?" A clear voice came from the other end. Li Qingshan. He stammered, recognizing that familiar voice. "You are Zhang Haonan?" "No, young master Haonan." "You're looking for me? For what?" Li Qingshan was terrified in his heart. It was too familiar. These days he would wake up from nightmares in the middle of the night, his dreams filled with this voice. Chinua, on the other end of the line, replied, "It's me. This is the phone of one of your underlings, right?" He hurriedly replied, Yes. He's an underling who often eats with me. His name is Wong Lao Hu." "Master Haonan, did this underling of mine cause some trouble at your place?" Chinua replied, "No." Hearing this, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. That's good. Chinua continued, his voice a bit loud. "But today he abducted a woman from the main street and brought her to Jiafengtang, and even drugged her wine." Li Qingshan asked nervously, "Then that woman is—" Chinua roared into the phone, "My wife." After hearing this, he was so scared his phone fell into the water, and he muttered, "His wife. It's over. Wong Lao Hu, you're digging my grave." The underling on the shore ran over in a panic to report, "Boss, something big has happened." He roared, "What else could be bigger? Is the sky falling?" The underling leaned into his ear and whispered, "Our man got beaten up. Wong Lao, who was thrown from the 3rd floor, right at Jiafengtang." He immediately asked, "Is he dead?" The underling quickly replied, "Not dead. He's been taken to the hospital, no major issues, just a few broken bones. You could say he has a tough life." Li Qingshan roared angrily, "Why isn't he dead yet? Why isn't he dead? A tough life? A tough life my ass. He's not dead, right? If he's not dead, then kill him. Beat him to death right now. What? Get going." After that, he said to his underlings, "You guys go back first. I still have something to assign." Old Li began to give instructions about Wong Laohu's matter today. He dragged a woman back. You understand what he was planning. That's his character. He's useless when he sees a pretty girl. The underling, not understanding, asked, "Is there a problem with that woman's identity? Who is she?" He turned around, his expression serious, and said, "She's that person's wife." Just hearing the 2 words, "that person," made the underling's face turn pale. Li Qingshan twirled the jade ring on his hand and arranged things. "Right now, go and investigate clearly what exactly happened today. Find the key points and clarify everything. I'll give you half an hour. Can you do it?" Although the underling was worried, he didn't dare to disobey. "Yes, boss." "Second, bring Wong Laohu here to me. Even if he's about to die, you have to drag him here." He immediately accepted the order. "Yes, I'll go do it right away." He told his underlings to hurry, but before they left, he called them to bring a spare phone. The scene shifts to Chinua's house. Gigi was lying on the sofa, and Chinua was holding a large bottle of water, pouring it into her mouth. She kept gulping it down, her mouth trying to say, "Hubby, I don't want water, I want kisses, I want hugs." It got to the point where he had to coax her. "Be good. Drinking lots of water will help with the alcohol and the drug." At the same time, Baldy Wong's phone on the table vibrated. As soon as Chinua picked up, Li Qingshan's voice came from the other end. "Mr. Haonan, it's me." Chinua immediately asked, "I only got half a sentence out before you hung up." He explained, "I've made a fool of myself. Just now, after hearing what you said, my hand trembled and my phone fell into the water. Hearing this, Chen Nuo thought to himself, this Li Qingshan guy has some sense. Whether this was true or not, this soft attitude was very clear. All right, then let's continue. He shrewdly asked, let me ask one thing first. Is your wife all right? Chen Nuo replied, she's fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to be calling me. Sitting in his wheelchair, he tried to appease him. Mr. Haonan, I really didn't know about this. Even if I had the guts of a tiger and the gall of a bear, I would never dare to anger you. I've been recuperating outside recently, not managing affairs at home. Look, how about you give me one night? I'll get to the bottom of everything and give you an explanation. Whether you want to kill or cut, it's all up to you, right? Over here, Chen Nuo smiled and replied, sure. Today's matter, you'd better ask about it in detail, especially about that Wang Laohu who captured my wife. You must question him thoroughly. Old Li respectfully said, yes, I'll await your news. Gigi lay there, tied up, trying to wriggle her body, pouting as she called, hubby, I'm so hot. It was the same old trick. Chen Nuo stuck the water bottle in her mouth. Drink water, you won't be hot if you drink water. Her power erupted. The aura she emitted sent the water bottle flying and also snapped the ropes. Gigi shouted, I won't drink. Then she hugged Chen Nuo's head, buried herself in his arms, and said in a seductive voice, hubby, hold me. Please hold me. Chen Nuo looked troubled, not daring to say anything, only thinking to himself, big sister, I really don't dare to hold you. Dry wood near a fire, something is bound to happen. Chen Nuo tried to struggle, but couldn't get free. Lu Jiji's body was stiff. He could only sigh. Is being strong that great? She slowly fell asleep, still mumbling, hold me. Chen Nuo looked up. She's asleep? I can't believe this position. My waist is definitely going to go numb. Then the two of them naturally laid down on the sofa. He accepted his fate. A hug is a hug. It's not like I haven't hugged her before. An hour later, Gigi woke up, shaking Chen Nuo and calling, hubby. His hand was on her waist. Chen Nuo asked, you're awake? But his hand was still around her waist, and his legs were still wrapped around her. Gigi said softly, can you let go of me first? Then she slipped away and ran into the bathroom, squinting with a smile as she said, I'm all smelly. I'm going to take a shower first. Chen Nuo scratched his head in confusion. Go on then. Then he thought to himself, wasn't it because she drank a lot of water? The sound of the shower started. Gigi poked her head out from behind the door and called, hubby, I don't have any clothes. Can you give me a set? Chen Nuo broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. Where would I find women's clothes in the house? Chen Nuo said with a bitter smile. Okay, wait for me a moment. A few minutes later, he brought his own clothes to the bathroom door. Gigi shouted from inside, don't come in. She was only wrapped in a bath towel, revealing her full figure, and reached out a hand to take the clothes, saying softly, thanks, hubby. After changing and coming out, she looked a bit unnatural, wondering to herself, why is this underwear so small? It doesn't fit. The two sat on the sofa, and Gigi suddenly spoke up, hubby, can we do it another day? Hearing this, Chen Nuo was a little surprised. She turned around, a hint of sadness on her face, and continued, I'm sorry. I know you're my husband. You can do whatever you want, but I'm not ready yet. Can you give me a little more time, please? He smiled and patted her head, replying, don't overthink it. Go to sleep. The scene shifts to another place, a hot spring resort. Li Qingshan sat there smoking and spoke up. How should I put it? Wang Laohu took on a subordinate named Gu Kong and then helped him out, wanting to extort money from that kid's older brother. He went to the kindergarten to pick up the kid, and then at the kindergarten gate, he kidnapped that woman. The underling pushing the wheelchair continued. That woman and the child's godmother were together. Old Li cursed. This Gu Kong is really no good. Wang Laohu is also crazy for money, taking on such a worthless person. He said again, this matter is more or less clear now. Meaning, Wang Laohu met the child's godmother at the kindergarten. The godmother's friend was also there, who is Brother Haonan's wife. Wang Laohu was overcome with lust and tricked that woman to Jiafeng Hall as well. Then Brother Haonan arrived in time, beat up several of Wang Laohu's men, and took the woman, the child, and the godmother away. The underling added, boss, not entirely. According to Wang Laohu, that woman is not simple, whether Brother Haonan came or not. Wang Laohu would have been dealt with anyway. He mused, It's not strange that she's not an ordinary person. A jinx goes with a jinx. You can only say Wang Laohu's luck is bad. Oldie didn't forget to curse. But damn it, if his luck is bad, he shouldn't drag me into it. The underling then asked, Boss, Wang Laohu has been brought back. Do you want to see him? Li Qingshan replied, No need to see him. Keep a close watch on him. Don't let him die. I still need to give that person an explanation. The wheelchair stopped. He called out, Old 7. The person stepped forward and asked, Boss, what is it? Old Lee was puzzled. There's one more detail. Think about it. That Jinx's wife knows the child's godmother. What's their relationship? This matter is probably not that simple, especially when that person called me. He used his words to test me. Li Qingshan deduced. Wasn't it that Gu Kong wanted to kidnap his daughter and extort the kid's older brother? What's the identity of that kid's older brother? Old 7 immediately understood the issue. I'll go ask right away. Gu Kong is still breathing. 10 minutes later, Old 7 hurried back. He reported, Boss, I found out. The child's older brother is named Chen Nuo, a student at number 8 middle school. Li Qingshan stroked his chin in deep thought. This is the root of the problem. Gu Kang's daughter's older brother, which is Chen Nuo, is a schoolmate of Brother Haonan. Brother Haonan's wife is friends with Chen Nuo's younger sister's godmother. This relationship is making them even closer. Oldie picked up his pipe. Old 7 hurriedly leaned over to light it. In that case, not only Wang Laohu, but Gu Kong can't be spared either. Handing over Wang Laohu is just an apology. Adding Gu Kong can make this apology more substantial. After hearing this, Old 7 hurriedly replied, Boss is brilliant. I will definitely handle it properly. Li Qingshan instructed, You must do it well. This could be the turning point for this leg of mine to get better. 3 in the morning, a drunk Xiao, he staggered home. As soon as she entered the room, she tossed her shoes aside, walked in heavily, and sighed. I'm dead tired. Accidentally, Xiao was startled to realize something was wrong. The clothes in her closet had been rummaged through. She thought to herself, could there be a burglar in the house? She scanned the room, pulled open a drawer, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the gold necklace in the jewelry box isn't gone. That's the only valuable thing in the house. Xiao felt it was very strange. That's not right. If a burglar came in, what would they take if not the gold necklace? She began to take inventory of her belongings. 10 minutes later, she stood there furious, cursing, damn pervert, stealing my underwear. I just bought it and haven't even worn it. It still smells new. What's so good about stealing it? The next day, Delay was fast asleep when his phone rang. He sat up, asking sleepily, Master Nuo, what's up so early? Shin Nuo replied, did I disturb your sleep? Delay, his voice still sleepy, replied, It's fine. Calling me this early must mean something's up. Just tell me. Shin Nuo was a bit embarrassed, but still spoke. Help me find a few sets of women's clothes. He added, Don't get new ones. Get used ones. The style shouldn't be too old. Something pretty. Outerwear. No need for underwear. As for the size, about 1.70 meters tall. Also, shoes size 37 or 38, leather shoes, high heels, sneakers. Get a few pairs of each, all used, no new ones. Delay thought to himself, following Master Nuo, life is getting stranger and stranger. Last time it was calculating hospital fees for a beating. Today, it's looking for women's clothes. Then he repeated the request for Chin Nuo to confirm. Women's clothes and shoes, no underwear, young and pretty style, about 1.70 meters tall, shoe size 37 or 38. Need used ones, not new. I understand. I'll get it done quickly and send it over to you. He scratched his head, wondering, 1.70 meters? That girl's son, Cuckoo, doesn't seem to be 1.70 meters. Shin Nuo returned after buying things, looked at the apartment next door, and said to himself, just taking a few sets of clothes, the people across the hall probably won't call the police, right? While Gigi was brushing her teeth and washing her face, Chin Nuo's voice came in. I bought breakfast. There are fried dough sticks and soy milk, and also congee. Her mouth was still full of foam, but she replied happily, I'll be right out. The two sat eating in the living room. Gigi looked at him and said, Hubby, yesterday's incident was so strange. That Annie came looking for her husband, but went to the wrong door. Then I found that her mind wasn't right. I was worried, so I followed her. Sorry, I troubled you again. He replied while eating a fried dough stick. I know. When you saw her, you thought of yourself, so you sympathized. She agreed. That's right. I don't know when my memory will recover, so I find her very pitiful. Let me tell you what happened next. Then we met some bad guys, and then you came. Gigi rubbed her full stomach, let out a small burp, and asked curiously, quickly. But afterwards, why didn't you push the door open to see that Annie and the child? Her husband came later too, right? Why did you hug me and run away? Shinua sat up straight, his expression turning serious. Actually, I was about to talk to you about this. She also leaned over and replied, go on. He began to explain, although we are martial artists, it's not like we didn't have enemies back in the Jianghu. Now, we're living incognito, living a peaceful life here, so we still have to be a bit careful. If we're too high profile and someone with ill intentions finds out, if the news gets out and people from our Jianghu past come looking for us, it'll be a lot of trouble. Staying alive is important. You can't just do whatever you want. Do you understand? Gigi turned her head and asked, so yesterday you wore a helmet and didn't show your face because you were afraid they'd find us? Shinua patted her head and replied, that's right. You were the one who said before that you were tired of the feuds and turmoil of the Jianghu, and then we decided to return to the life of ordinary people, to live here incognito and live peaceful days. She blinked and asked curiously, huh? I said that? Shinua replied, you're the one who said it. Gigi thought to herself, I was tired of those passionate Jianghu affairs. It's obviously very exciting. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Why would that be? Afterwards, the two of them went out to the street together. The girl turned to her husband excitedly and asked, hubby, where are we going to play next? Shinua carried several bags, thinking to himself, I have to find a way to escape quickly. On the way to teacher Zhang's house to pick up Ez, he saw a beauty salon ahead, and an idea sparked in his mind. Then he turned and said to Gigi, wifey, I've noticed you've been looking more and more haggard lately. Your complexion isn't great. You're a girl. You always have to take good care of yourself. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised and asked, have I gotten ugly? The receptionist stood there, smiling, and said, welcome. The staff member asked, is this your first time here? If it's your first time, let me introduce you to our salon's beauty treatments. Shinua waved his hand. No need for introductions. Give my wife a full treatment package, as long as there are no knives or needles involved. The receptionist, having met a big spender, immediately praised, sir, you truly love your wife so much. Gigi pouted from behind. You didn't even ask me? The consultant said, sir, it's like this. Our shop is having a promotion. If you top up 1,000 yuan, you get an extra 200. He replied, then top up 1,000. The staff member said, top up 3,000 and get. He cut her off, then top up 3,000. At this moment, all Chinua wanted was for Lu Gigi to do as many treatments as possible. She ran over and asked, hubby, are we that rich? Fearing that Gigi would talk Chinua out of it and ruin this big sale. The receptionist thought to herself, can't let this pretty girl ruin things. So she immediately waved over another staff member. One, come over and attend to this beautiful lady. The consultant continued, sir, you're truly young and promising. So let's go get the car made. Chinua nodded. When you're working on her, just do the full package. Take your time, be thorough. Half a day or a full day is fine. On the other side, Gigi was pulled away by another staff member. Beauty, please have a seat here. Would you like tea or soft drink? Leave her no time to react. After finishing the paperwork, Chinua walked over, smiled, and announced, the card is all set. Wifey, you stay here and get beautified. I'm going to market to buy some vegetables first. She was startled. Let's go together. He quickly walked over, gently placed his hands on her shoulders, and said, don't be scared. I'm just going to buy some vegetables. Your beauty treatment will take quite a while. I'll be back later and we'll go home together. But you have to stay put here. Don't run around. Call me if anything happens. Do you remember the phone number? At the same time, a staff member walked over. Beauty, please follow me upstairs to enjoy today's beauty journey. Let's go. A while later, at Teacher Zhang's house, Chinua stood at the door, scratching his head and calling out, Master. He immediately let him in. Seeing her brother, little Yi ran out happily, calling, Brother. Teacher Qiao Yun smiled and reminded her, wait a moment, your hair isn't combed yet. If you don't hurry, you'll be late for school. Teacher Jiang said, Chinua, follow me to the kitchen. I have something to ask you. He turned back to instruct his sister, Yi, be good and get your hair combed. He stood there with his arms crossed and asked, what's the situation with little Yi's father? Chinua explained, Master, just mentioning this makes me furious. In the hallway, Teacher Qiao Yun was taking Yi to school. Little Yi, let's go to school. The little girl turned back and said, Godmother, I haven't seen my brother yet. She explained, your brother is talking to your godfather. You'll see him this afternoon anyway. Over here, Teacher Jiang nodded. Hearing you say that, This Gukong guy is really no good. Chinua took the opportunity to rant. That's right. We absolutely cannot hand little Yeezy over to him. All right, master, what happened yesterday when you picked up little Yeezy? I was working at Brother Lay's place, so I didn't know anything. He began to recount. Yesterday, your master's wife had another episode. I happened to not be home. She wandered off to the kindergarten to pick up Yeezy by herself and ran into Gukong. But when your master's wife has an episode, she doesn't remember anything, and Yeezy is too young to explain clearly. But that Gukong definitely had bad intentions. He even took Yeezy to Jiafeng Hall. Is that a place for a child to go? Teacher Jiang turned to ask him. You said he came to you before asking for a few thousand yuan? Chinua replied, yes. He continued, let's do this for the time being. Don't let little Yeezy go home with you. Let her stay with me. That bastard named Gukong sounds like a gangster. If he comes to your place again, demanding to take Yeezy, I'm afraid a young lad like you can't handle him. Teacher Jiang mused. We won't send her to the kindergarten dormitory either. Anyway, I'm free after class. I'll just get off work a little earlier each day and pick up Yeezy with your master's wife. We'll do this for a few days. If nothing happens, you can take her back. If Gukong comes looking for trouble, just tell me. Chen Nua happily grabbed Teacher Zhang's hand. Master, you really are my good master. I was just worrying about how to arrange things for little Yeezy. He said, a little embarrassed. Don't get all handsy. Don't forget, she's not just your sister. She's also my goddaughter. Watching him leave, he added, go do what you need to do. Don't worry anymore. A master is like a father. If you run into trouble, just tell me, don't hide it. He smiled and waved goodbye, saying, yes, master. Chen Nua took out his phone. Li Qingshan has mistaken me for Brother Haonan again, which is good. I can help that Haonan guy show off a bit. Let's just go with that. The screen showed an incoming call from worker Lu, which was his teacher Lu. As soon as he answered, the other end asked, is this Chen Nua? He asked back, yes. Teacher Lu, why are you calling me? Teacher Lu continued, where are you? You haven't come to school, have you? No matter what your reason is, come to school right now. Chen Nua asked, puzzled, is something urgent, teacher? He replied, the new foreign chairman of the board said she wants to see you. Don't ask me. I'm not sure what's going on either. He was a little surprised. The foreign chairman of the board wants to see me? The scene shifts to Jiangning Middle School. Teacher Lu and Chen Nua are walking down the hallway. He turned his head and said to him, you have to perform well. Help the school seize this opportunity. He replied with a calm expression, what's it got to do with me? Hearing that, he immediately turned back to question him. What kind of talk is that? They're a big foreign capitalist. If you can make them happy, they might pour in a huge investment. Would our school's status still be the same? As a student here, would your status still be the same? You tell me if it has anything to do with you. Chen Nua cleaned his ear, smiled, and said, I'm just a poor student scraping by to finish high school. Besides, I'm working now. I don't even need a diploma. Teacher Lu said sternly, why can't I get through to you? He glared at him, making him shiver instantly. That salaryman, surnamed Lu, haven't seen you in a while. Has the scar healed, so you've forgotten the pain? Have I been giving you too much face? He said with a bitter smile, oh my, it's me who is too hasty. Chen Nua, my little ancestor, can I please beg you? You help the school out, and in the future, if anything comes up, I can still cover for you. Chen Nua pondered, that's not a bad idea. Then he snapped his fingers and added, deal. You go tell my homeroom teacher from now on, if I don't come to school, it'll all be considered approved leave. Teacher Lu hurriedly agreed. Okay, leave this to me. Standing in front of the chairman's office door, he reminded him again, Chen Nua, on your way here, I heard that the chairman is looking for an assistant, preferably someone her age. In our school, your spoken English is the best. You're the most suitable. He nodded, I know. Then Teacher Lu gently stepped forward and opened the door with a click. As soon as he entered, a female voice said, Mr. Chen Nua. He also replied politely, hello, Chairman. He thought to himself, this age is my age. In front of him was a female housekeeper. She explained, the young miss is the chairman. I am her housekeeper. The young miss has changed her mind. She's changed the location to meet you. He was a bit puzzled. Young miss? Which family's young miss? What's her name? She replied immediately. You'll know when you get there. Chen Nua sat in the car, his mind full of questions. My age, rich, and a girl. Do I know someone like that? A moment later, the scene shifts to an extremely luxurious hotel in the city. The female housekeeper and Chen Nua stood in front of a room and said, the young miss is inside. You go in. I'll wait outside. He gently pushed the door open and entered. In front of him was a blonde girl who looked a bit familiar. She was wearing a yoga outfit. Seeing that sight, Chen Nua could only curse inwardly. Damn it, she looks so familiar. The girl looked up, startling Chun Nua. He didn't expect it to be Neva. She immediately said, "Have you looked enough? Go and shut the door tight." Chun Nua exclaimed in shock, "Neva, damn it, how did you find me?" She replied immediately, "The liar Chun Yang. Right? I looked for everyone with this name in Hong Kong, and then I confirmed you were lying." He went out to close the door, thinking to himself, "I should have thought of hummingbird sooner." Neva continued to perform seductive yoga poses, adding, "Susan Hotel, I went and asked for your check-in time, then checked the list of all male passengers entering Kathmandu within a 48-hour window. I went to so much trouble, and I finally found you, you liar." Chin Nuo replied, "Didn't we already say we would never see each other again in this lifetime? You agreed back then." Neva turned, contorting her body similar to the pose she was holding. "I changed my mind. I'm a girl, and girls are always changing their minds." She crawled closer and handed him a cat bell. Chin Nua asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Is there a yoga pose like this too?" Neva shook the bell, which jingled a few times. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "I don't know if you'll like it." Neva pounced on Chin Nua, leaving him a bit confused. She whispered in his ear, "I've booked this room. There are still 2 hours left." Then she put the cat bell around her own neck and continued, "2 hours is enough for us to do many, many things. I'm wearing this bell. Is that okay?" Her words were full of implication. Later, the louder the bell rings, the more it proves you like me. Chin Nuo sat there, swallowing hard, thinking to himself, who could possibly resist this? The scene cuts to a tree branch outside, where a flock of pigeons are performing the act of procreation. In the classroom, Kuka looked out the window, thinking, I don't know why, but I've been feeling uneasy these past few days, a very strong sense of danger. She looked at the seat next to her. Chin Nuo didn't come to school again today, and when I called him, he said he was busy and hung up after a few words. Li Huangchong didn't come either. No, I have to go to his house after school today to see what's going on. The scene shifts to a restaurant specializing in coffee and Western food. Inside, President Jiang asked her daughter, "Hasn't Shinua contacted you these past 2 days?" Ing Xian replied, "No." Hearing that, she said, "Then you can take the initiative to talk to him." She replied with some sorrow, "I send 10 messages. He replies to 1 at most. I say 10 sentences, and for 8 of them, he just replies with 2 words, either I'm busy or I don't want to talk to you." With him being like that, what's the point? Brother Z, while reading the newspaper, said in a provocative tone, "So you don't like him anymore?" Ing Xian said, a bit stubbornly, "Whoever still likes him is a puppy." President Jiang pretended to look behind her and said, "Brother Chin Nuo." As soon as Ing Xian heard this, she immediately turned her head and called out, "Brother," but there was no one there. Brother Z smiled and said, "Puppy, hurry up and finish the rice in your bowl. If you really miss him, then go find him." She immediately replied, "You won't let me go back to school," saying Mom's matter isn't resolved and told me to stay by Mom's side. Brother Z suggested, "Then you can go to his house to find him." Ing Xian asked, puzzled, "But if I go, wouldn't I be disobeying him? Is he angry?" President Jiang whispered in her ear, "You don't understand. Boys this age all say one thing and mean another. I don't believe that when faced with a beautiful girl like my daughter, who is so devoted to him that she's actively seeking him out, he could still be angry." Hearing this, Ingwan immediately stood up. "I'll go right now." Ing Zi smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Finish your meal first. Wait until Chun Nuo gets home from class before you go." Back at the hotel, Neva was hugging his neck, whispering in his ear, "At ABC, I felt that you were very interested in my body. Now it's just the 2 of us here. You can do whatever you want of me." At this moment, he looked troubled, only able to think to himself, "Damn it, this is karma." Chin Nuo took a deep breath, then replied, "We have plenty of time." Then he used a grappling move to throw Neva to the ground, and continued, "So let's take it slow." She lay sprawled on the ground, shouting, "You're a man. Are you sick or something?" "You heard me again." He quickly explained, "Miss, don't talk nonsense. If someone else heard that, it would be very easy to misunderstand." She demanded, "Help me up." But Chin Nuo immediately backed away. "You'd better not move, or I'm afraid I'll hurt you again." Neva then asked, "Isn't my body beautiful? Or am I not charming enough?" Chin Nuo clutched his head and asked, "Tell me, what on earth do you want?" She pointed at him, smiled and said, "I want you to be my man." He thought with disgust, "Seriously? Is everyone like this? It's not like I'm a Tang monk's flesh." Chin Nuo quickly waved his hands. "No way." Neva retorted, "Nothing is impossible. Besides you, no one else catches my eye, and I don't want anyone else. You saved me from the Grim Reaper. That's why I came to find you." What followed was a conversation between the 2. "No way, I'm not interested in you at all. I already have someone I like." "Nonsense. I don't believe you. Then find someone else. I can't. Why? Is she more beautiful than me? More charming than me? Or richer than me? This is just unreasonable. Chinua closed his eyes and offered his last resort, asking, Big sister, if I told you I was gay, would you believe me? Would you let me go? But Neva replied with determination, No, even if you really are gay, I'll turn you straight. Chinua's face darkened as he asked, Am I that special? She boldly stepped forward, then hugged him and continued, I have no one left in my family. I just want to stay quietly by someone's side. Besides you, I really don't know who else I can find in this world. Chinua, I'm so lonely. You held me and brought me back from the Grim Reaper. So in this world, you're my only family, only you. Neva shed tears and sobbed, Don't leave me. Let me stay by your side, okay? Chinua took her hand, then stepped back a distance. He braced his hands and said to Neva, Staying by my side is impossible. She still tried to bargain. Even temporarily is fine. He said decisively, You are not to spy on me or reveal my secrets, and you are not to disturb my life. Neva immediately agreed. All of that is fine. So will you be my man, okay? He didn't answer, but instead requested, You should still leave. She agreed. I won't force you, but you can't deliberately avoid me either. Chinua turned and demanded, Don't ever repeat what just happened. If it happens again like today, you know the consequences. Neva argued, As long as I don't do those things in front of other people, it's fine. At this point, he turned back and asked, All right, what's with the president over there? She replied, After finding you, I spent over $3 million to invest in this education company. Chinua sighed, I really don't know if you're blind. I'm not a good person, and I'm certainly no prince. Neva immediately interrupted, What's a prince? Even if he met me, he'd have to call me big sister. He's just a little kid who follows me around. He thought to himself, You're good, you're impressive. The Devonshire family is indeed an ancient and noble clan. Chinua clutched his head. And another thing, if I have to call her miss from now on, just thinking about it gives me a headache. Scene change at the same time at Jinling International Airport. At the international arrivals exit, a familiar girl with long white hair appeared. Yitang stood there, thinking with suspicion, Lu Gigi, you dare to go out for a stroll? Just wait until I find you. You're dead for sure. A man called Old Yu appeared beside the girl, saying, This is truly unexpected. I never thought I'd run into you in such a remote place. He patted Yi Tang's head and asked, Did you come alone? So where is the person who's usually with you? The girl's eyes widened as she answered in surprise. She's not here. I came for a vacation. I'm Chinese. Old Yu nodded. All right then. I wish you a pleasant vacation. Yi Tang turned back and asked, So what are you doing here? The great cleric will lead the gods, but I'm afraid the people here don't believe in your gods. He replied, I also plan to rest for a bit and do a few small tasks on the side. The clerics guild needs funding too. Old Yu smiled and continued, On second thought, talking to a frail girl with no future like you, my offer still stands. You're always welcome to become my disciple, little genius. Then he left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to the little girl, and encouraged her, Don't disappoint my expectations. Yi Tang watched him leave with some gratitude, calling out softly, Old Yu. He took out his glasses to wipe them, and said, The captain shouldn't be like a turtle hiding in its shell. It seems this time she's really been pushed into a corner. She must have paid a hefty price. Then Old Yu put his glasses on, and said the name Chunua. Meanwhile, Chinua was walking down a hallway, thinking to himself, The hummingbird side is temporarily settled. I need to quickly finish things with Li Qingshan. Then he took his phone out of his pocket, called Hao Nan, and said, Hao Nan, I'm sending you an address. Go over there and check it out first. Hao Nan asked doubtfully, Is something up? He smiled and said, I'm taking you to meet everyone to show off your prestige. Then he hung up with a click. A while later, in a Taoist temple, the two were sitting at a tea table. Chinua said, Hao Nan, let's talk for a bit. It's about time. He asked bluntly, Brother Hao Nan, your memory is actually recovered, right? Hao Nan stammered, You figured it out? Chinua smiled, poured a cup of tea, and said, I figured it out a long time ago. I also know you went to Jia Fengtang to ask about what happened inside that day. Hearing this, he immediately asked, So are you going to erase my memory again? Hao Nan's face now showed fear. You're not planning to silence me by killing me, are you? Second brother, I haven't offended you these past few days. I did whatever you told me to do. You told me to learn boxing from old Jiang, and I obediently went to learn. I'm also your senior brother. Chinua drank his tea and said, You're the second senior brother. Hao Nan cowered and replied, A second senior brother is still a senior brother. Fellow disciples can't kill each other. Seeing him like that, he comforted him. Don't worry, I called you here for something else. I told you from the start, just do as I say later. An hour later, someone stood there and pushed the door open, accompanied by a rough voice. Old Lee, sitting in a wheelchair, reminded his subordinate, knock on the door first. Old Seven obediently knocked a few times. A voice came from inside. Come in. Seeing the two people sitting there, Old Lee spoke first. Mr. Haonan, long time no see. When Haonan saw him, he reminded himself, don't be scared, don't be scared. Chen Nua said all I have to do is nothing. Li Qingshan said to his subordinate, Old Seven, go guard the door. Come in when I call you. Haonan, sitting there, opened his mouth and said, just let him sit. Then he pointed to his side and introduced, this is my classmate, named Chen Nua. He's also my junior brother. Seeing this, Old Lee immediately clasped his hands in greeting. A pleasure, a pleasure. He thought to himself, they're not just classmates, but also senior and junior brothers. No wonder his wife and godmother are friends with him. And no wonder this Mr. Haonan got involved in Gu Kang's business. However, this junior brother wears his heart on his sleeve, easy to deal with, unlike the deep and unfathomable Mr. Haonan. No problem. It turned out Chen Nua was sitting there, deliberately acting annoyed, like someone who wears his heart on his sleeve. Old Lee continued, I haven't slept a wink since yesterday. I've taken care of the matter you instructed me on. Haonan said in a low voice. Let's hear it. Li Qingshan began to explain. First is definitely to assign blame. I absolutely did not go easy on them. That bastard Wang Laohu offended sister-in-law. Although the specific situation is unclear, he is my subordinate after all, so I must apologize to you. Fortunately, sister-in-law is fine. Chen Nua pretended to be angry, stood up, slammed the table, and roared. Fine, fine, just settles the matter. Old Lee quickly waved his hands with a bitter smile. Trying to explain, of course, it can't be put that way. He thought to himself, he really is a hothead, unlike Mr. Haonan, who doesn't show any emotion, making it impossible to guess what he's thinking. Li Qingshan said, he offended sister-in-law. Even if you don't pursue it, I can't be so tactless. So I came today to make amends. Chen Na maintained his attitude and roared, how will you make amends? Haonan, appearing very calm, raised a hand to stop him. Junior brother, calm down. Let's hear him out first. So he sat down, still looking displeased. Old Lee quickly added, right. Let me finish and you two can see if it's acceptable. Besides Wang Laohu, there's also a guy named Gu Kong, who also offended this little brother Chen Nua, right? I've thought about it for a long time. What happened yesterday seems like two separate incidents. But actually, there's only one key point, and it all revolved around this little brother Chen Nua's younger sister. So Gu Kong and Wang Laohu are both injured now, covered in wounds. Although they're still alive, they've suffered a lot. Once their wounds heal, I'll arrange for those two to be sent to Hao Zi's place. Hearing this, Chen Nua immediately questioned, send them to prison? For how long? Besides, can you just send them if you say so? Do you own the prison? Li Qingshan took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and continued, I naturally have my ways to make them take responsibility and turn themselves in. If they refuse, it's not hard either. Get them drunk, stuff them in a car, then dump them on the roadside and plant some contraband in the car. As for how long, it's entirely up to you two. After speaking, he shifted his gaze to Haonan, thinking, Mr. Haonan isn't saying anything. What does he mean? Chen Nua, sitting there, said in a loud voice, Old man, what my senior brother means is this compensation is barely acceptable. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief, chuckling softly. That's good. Then he tapped on the table a few times and called out, Old Seven. The subordinate outside brought in a bag. Old Lee smiled and said, a small token of my sincerity. I offended sister-in-law before. I don't have anything else, so consider this for buying sister-in-law some clothes or cosmetics to soothe her feelings a little. While Haonan sat there enjoying a cigarette, Chen Nu once again acted as the spokesperson. My senior brother says to leave the things. Hearing this, he immediately replied, then I, Li, will take my leave. Haonan still said nothing, just stood up and extended a hand, gesturing for him not to see him out. His attitude remained very calm. Old Li quickly grabbed his hand, saying in a fawning tone, I hope Mr. Haonan will look after me. He also didn't forget to shake Chen Nua's hand. Brother Chen Nua, it was my fault for our first meeting. I didn't prepare a gift for your sister. Please forgive me. While shaking hands, Chen Nua gently sent a wisp of spiritual energy into his body. Sitting in the car on the way back, Old Seven turned around and asked, Big brother, That guy didn't say a single word. Li Qingshan replied, I couldn't find a chance to speak. The timing wasn't right. Old 7 comforted him, but he took the money, and his attitude softened a bit. He'll at least remember your favor. When we bring up that matter later, it should be easier. Old Li nodded. That makes sense, but I'm worried. Old 7 asked again. That Hao Nan, he has a junior brother, which means they have a sect. Big brother, do you want to investigate? Li Qingshan's face turned pale as he waved his hand. Are you crazy? Fool. A sect that can produce a little poison dragon. How powerful must the other seniors be? Is a sect like that something we can investigate? As they were talking, there was a sudden screech of brakes. The car stopped abruptly, and the inertia sent Old Li and Old 7 lurching forward. Old 7 said angrily, What kind of driving is this? Are you blind? The driver quickly explained, 7th brother, a car ran a red light. I almost hit it. Old Li clutched his head and yelled, Shut your mouth. All of you shut up. His whole body trembled with excitement. And he said, My leg can move. Not long before, the other two had just left the room. Hao Nan sat there, letting out a sigh of relief, thinking, it's finally over. Then he picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go. Seeing this, Chen Nuo turned and asked, That tense? Hao Nan wiped his sweat and replied, What do you think? That's Li Qingshan, the big boss that no one in all of Jinling dares to offend. Then he asked curiously about the bag. What's in here? Chen Nuo said calmly, Open it and see. As soon as he unzipped it, Hao Nan's eyes lit up. He asked in amazement, This much money? The brand new bills looked dazzling. Chen Nuo said, Count how much there is. While Hao Nan sat there, engrossed in counting the money, Chen Nuo sat beside him with his legs crossed and asked, That's the 5th time? Are you done counting yet? Hao Nan replied, 888,800. He remarked, The number is pretty lucky too. He closed the bag, saying with some doubt, I feel like something's off. Thinking about it, it's not that much. A big boss like him offended you and only compensated with a little over 80,000. I thought it would be several 100,000, close to 1 million. Chen Nuo sat up straight and said, For the matter of offending me, he's sending Wang Laohu and Gu Kong to prison, which counts as compensation. This money is actually to show a bit of sincerity. If he had given 1 million right from the start, what would he have to give later if he really needed my help? You retreat one step at a time. A man like Li Qingshan is already a seasoned gangster. After hearing this, Hao Nan nodded. So that's how it is. I get it. He stood up and walked to the door, waving his hand. All right, it's getting late. I'm leaving. I have to hurry back to buy groceries and cook. Hao Nan held up the bag of money and asked, You haven't taken the money. Chen Nuo turned his head, smiled, and said, If you're going to act, you have to see it through. Brother, just keep it. Don't spend it recklessly. He was a little touched. This is for me? Hao Nan thought to himself, but I don't have a wife. So what about son Kiki? The next day, Delay walked over carrying 2 large suitcases, smiling as he said, Brother Nuo, I've finished the task you gave me. All the stuff is here. He smiled and asked, So fast? He immediately replied, It's Brother Nuo's business. How could I dare to be slow? Chen Nuo noticed something was wrong and asked, What happened to your face? Delay replied, sheepishly, She scratched me. I saw that her height and shoe size matched the task you gave me. So I barged in her house and cleared out her entire wardrobe. I also grabbed a set of cosmetics and skincare products and ended up getting scratched like this. He patted his shoulder and comforted him. You've worked hard. You've done me a huge favor with this. All right, go find Li Qingshan in the next few days. Just go alone and say that Brother Hao Nan sent you. Brother Hao Nan, remember, don't mention my name. From now on, it's Brother Hao Nan. Old Lei asked doubtfully. So what am I going to find Li Qingshan for? What do I say? Chen Nuo walked away with the 2 suitcases and turned back to answer. Just say, Brother Hao Nan sent you to collect protection fees. Inside the beauty salon, the consultant's voice rang out. Honey, you have to start maintenance early. Our salon has an eternal youth package. Don't worry about the price. We have a promotion right now, a huge discount. A girl has to know how to love herself. A beautiful face is a girl's greatest asset. Our feminine charm package. At the same time, Chen Nuo was standing at the door. Before he could even enter, Gigi ran out, grabbed his shirt, and pulled him away. Hubby, run. While Chen Nuo was still confused, Gigi explained, They were recommending the TAM 2 to me. I was afraid you'd get scammed. She turned her head and continued, Hubby, I remember you said we don't have money. Let's not go to places like this in the future. Chen Nuo gave a thumbs up and replied with a smile, That's right, we're very poor. My wife still knows how to manage the household. Afterwards, the 2 of them walked home together. Let's go home and cook. I'll make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and stir-fried vegetables. Gigi linked her arm with his. Okay, I didn't eat anything at the TAM 2 Institute at noon. Back at home, in the kitchen, Chen Nua was washing dishes when a voice called from outside. "Hubby, come here quickly. I feel like something's not right." He poked his head out and asked, What's not right?" Gigi, wearing the outfit, said, "The clothes are too big. The people at the Tam2 Institute said this outfit doesn't suit me." Chen Nua quickly explained, "Before, when you were sick, I was taking care of you, so I just changed your clothes casually. Go pick an outfit you like and wear it." She peeked into the wardrobe and asked, "Hubby, are all these my clothes?" He nodded. "That's right." Gigi turned around again and asked, "So do we have any skincare or makeup at home?" Chen Nua immediately took out the pre-prepared bag and gave it to her. "Of course. Before, when you were sick, you liked to smash things. I was afraid these things were fragile, so I put them all in a bag for you." Chen Nua thought to himself. Thankfully, Brother Lei was so thoughtful. She took the makeup bag and said to him, "Then you can go out. I want to change into another outfit. It's not good to keep wearing patient clothes these days." Chen Nua smiled and agreed. "Okay, then I'll go back to washing the dishes." Turning away, he was not happy at all, thinking to himself, "I, the mighty king of hell, have been reduced to doing housework. I remember in my past life, I had so many people from different countries cooking for me. British, French, Japanese, Brazilian. I've tasted the delicacies of every country." Lost in thought, Gigi called out, "Hubby." Then she walked out and asked, "Are you sure I used to dress like this? This lovesick pixie style?" Then she herself felt embarrassed, thinking, "Is this my sense of style?" Chen Nua turned around, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. "It's quite beautiful. You used to love wearing it." He thought excitedly, "If I took a few pictures and posted them on Octopus Monster, how much money could I sell them for?" Then he turned and said to Gigi, "Now that you're ready, let's go. We're gonna buy a bed. We can't keep sleeping on the sofa." Hearing this, she was a little surprised. "Going out? Then I'll go change into another outfit." She changed back in her old clothes. Gigi leaned into his ear and asked, "Hubby, where are we going?" Chen Nua opened the door and replied, "Tongzi Street. There's an old furniture shop there." The two went out, and the door slammed shut with a bang. At the same time, two other girls, Ingwan and Kiki, had the same thought. "Let's go. Chen Nua should be home by now." As soon as Ingwan stepped out the door, she saw a taxi parked there. She looked to the side and saw the little girl, Yi Tang, sitting there looking around. Seeing the little girl crying, Ingwan thought to herself, "Is she lost?" She sat down next to Yi Tang and asked with concern, "Little sister, what's wrong with you?" The little girl covered her face and sobbed, "I can't find my way back to the hotel." Ingwan continued to ask, "Did you come out alone?" The little girl replied, "No, I came out to play with my older sister. I fell asleep on the bus, and when I woke up, she was gone. I got off the bus to look for her, but couldn't find her." She thought to herself, "Such an adorable little sister. I absolutely can't just leave her." With that thought, Ingwan was about to pat the little girl's head and offered, "Then I'll take you back." Yi Tang immediately tilted her head to one side and replied, "My sister said not to go with strangers." She tried to explain, "But I'm not a bad person." Then Ingwan made a cute face, smiled, and said, "How can someone as pretty as me be a bad person? Bad people all look very ugly. Don't you watch TV?" Little Easy replied, Then I'll trust you." She bowed her head and asked, "Do you remember which hotel you and your sister are staying at?" Yi Tang took a black card from her pocket and said, "I remember, this is the room card." Ingwan said gently, "As long as you have the room card, it's fine. I'll take you back then." In the taxi, the two chatted. "How old are you?" 8.5. "Why is your hair white? Did your family dye it for you?" "It's very pretty. Thank you, big sister." "Big sister, what's my name?" "My name is Little Tang." A while later, they arrived at the hotel on the room card. The two stood in front of a room. Yi Tang pointed and said, "This is it." While Ingwan was ringing the doorbell, the little girl stood there and said, "My sister doesn't seem to be back yet." She then turned around and said, "Then you should go into the room first. I can't let you sit in the hallway." Yi Tang took the initiative to ask, "Big sister, can you wait with me for my sister? I'm scared to be alone." She enthusiastically agreed. "Of course." Suddenly remembering something, Ingwan asked, "Oh right, do you remember your sister's phone number? She must be worried if she can't find you." Yi Tang turned and closed the door, replying, "Wait a moment." Then she looked at Ingwan with a somewhat strange gaze and asked, "Big sister, has no one ever told you not to easily follow strangers?" She was stunned by this question and suddenly turned her head, at which point a wave of spiritual energy rushed towards her. Yi Tang used her power, smiled, and said, "Go to sleep for a while." Ingwan clutched her head as a wave of dizziness washed over her. Looking at the girl lying on the floor, Yi Tang thought smugly, "Adults are as simple-minded as Lu Gigi." Lu Gigi used a side account to accept a mission to assassinate her own mother and then disappeared. "I need to take her to a remote place to interrogate her." So the little girl called the front desk for help. Sir, can you help me carry a suitcase to the hotel entrance? It's too heavy for me to carry. Seeing that this little girl was harmless, he readily agreed. Of course, little sister. Thank you, sir. At the same time, at the old furniture shop on Tongzi Street, Gigi was standing there stroking a cat, while Chun Nua was haggling over every penny. Boss, can you lower the price a bit? The boss said firmly. I can't go any lower. It's a Simmons, a brand name. If it weren't secondhand, how could I sell it to you for 400 yuan? At this moment, his phone buzzed with a message. He took out his phone and saw a message from Brother Lei. Brother Nual, where are you? Kiki said you weren't home, so she came to the shop to find you. Chin Nual cursed inwardly. Damn it, Brother Lei's shop is less than 200 meters from here. He secretly glanced to the side. Luckily, Gigi was distracted by the cat. If she had seen this message, Delay messaged again. I lied to her and said you were on a business trip. Don't you slip up. I'm telling her to go back right now. He immediately replied, good job. I'm on Tongzi Street. It's a bit inconvenient right now. Brother Lei replied, got it. I will definitely ensure Brother Nua's safety. But immediately after, there was another message. Brother Nua, this is bad. I was about to send her away, but there's a blabbermouth in the shop who said he saw you at the furniture store. Kiki is on her way to find you. After reading the message, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. So he hurriedly pulled Gigi's hand to leave, turning his head to say to the owner, boss, your price is fine. The driver will deliver the bed to the address I send. She asked doubtfully, we're leaving already? Just as they stepped out the door, they saw Kiki walking towards them from the front. He glanced at Gigi, thinking, if these two meet, the level of horror will be indescribable. Sun Kiki and Li Ingwan would at most have a war of words. But if it's Lu Gigi, there will be a murder. At the same time, she turned her head and asked him worriedly, hubby, why are you sweating so much? Chen Nuo quickly turned and ran, saying, wifey, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Wait for me here. Just then, Kiki walked past Gigi, thinking to herself, this big sister is really pretty. Then she paused for a moment, realizing she was comparing herself again. She walked past Gigi, thinking, but I'm still in my growth phase, I still have chance. Kiki glanced again and discovered, but the clothes she's wearing, Chen Nuo has an identical set. I miss Chen Nuo so much. 5 minutes later, Chen Nuo peeked out of the bathroom, thinking, Kiki must have gone into the shop by now. I have to take this chance to get Gigi away. Then he stepped out and pulled Gigi's hand. Let's go home. This time it was her turn. Wait a moment. Hubby, I need to use the bathroom too. Chen Nuo stood in front of the bathroom, clutching his head. Don't torture me like this. Waiting here is definitely not safe. Should I go inside and hide? Before he could figure out a plan, Keek's familiar voice rang out, calling for Chen Nuo, which made him jump. She ran over and hugged him tightly, smiling as she said, I haven't seen you in 2 or 3 days. In contrast to Keek's expression, Chen Nuo's face was pale as he thought, damn it, what kind of scare tactic is this? She wrapped her arms around his neck, looked up, and asked, why haven't you been to school these past 2 days? Chen Nuo made an excuse. Brother Lei's shop has been too busy. He thought with some anxiety, damn it, if La Coco comes back, this place will explode. Chen Nuo turned his head and asked her, why didn't you reply to my messages? Kaka immediately retorted, nonsense, I did reply. I sent lots of messages, and you only replied to one all day. Then he placed his hands on her shoulders and continued, Kaka, we're still students, hugging like this in public. Indeed, a few people around were looking. Chen Nuo thought to himself, we can't stay here, we have to move. So he took her hand and led her away. I'll take you for a walk through the Tongzi Street night market. It's very lively. Kaka pulled her hand back. Then you wait for me here. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. You have to take me for some good food later. Chen Nuo's face turned pale. Wait here? Can I wait? Is this something I can wait for? In the restroom, the faucet was running. Coco saw Kaka applying lipstick. Hesitating a little, she turned and complimented. Your lipstick color is really pretty, and it looks very beautiful on you. Kaka replied, you're very beautiful too. She thought to herself, she's completely barefaced, truly beautiful. Then she asked Coco, do you want to try some? Gugus my gani, is it okay for me to use it? You don't mind? Kaka said cheerfully, it's no problem. Go ahead and use it. You're really so beautiful. It'll definitely look even better on you. The two of them stood there, endlessly complimenting each other. You're so beautiful. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you. Not at all. You're very pretty too. Are you here to buy furniture too? No. I came with my husband. He's waiting for me outside. Outside? Chen Nuo shivered. What's going on? I suddenly got goosebumps all over. Inside, the two girls were still chatting. I came to find my boyfriend. He's also waiting for me outside. Is that so? And so, the two of them walked out arm in arm. Kaka even complimented, "The outfit you're wearing is really nice too. My boyfriend has the exact same one." Coco asked in surprise, "Really?" She replied, "Yes, but it's a trend for girls to wear guys' clothes now anyway." Once outside, Coco called out nonstop, "Hubby, hubby." Kaka also looked confused. Where did he go? Chinua was hiding to one side, cursing to himself. Holy crap, what is this situation? They become sisters? He took out his phone and messaged frantically, thinking, "I'm so dead. Son Kaka absolutely cannot call out my name." Kaka raised her hand. Just as she was about to call out the Chun part of his name, the phone in her pocket rang. She held up her phone to show Coco, "My boyfriend." On the other end of the line, Chinua said, "Kaka, Brother Lay's shop has an emergency and call me back. I'm leaving first. When you come out, hurry back to the shop to find me." Then he hung up abruptly, leaving her a bit confused. He just hung up? Kaka waved goodbye to Coco. "Sis, my boyfriend had an emergency and left first. I'm leaving too." She also smiled gently and waved. Okay. Chinua peeked out, breathing a sigh of relief, and thought to himself, "So thrilling. I almost had a heart attack." Coco stood there calling loudly, "Hubby, hubby." He appeared from behind, holding 2 ice creams. Here. She asked curiously, "Where did you go?" He replied, "To buy this for you." Then the two of them walked off arm in arm. Let's go home. The bed has probably been delivered by now." Okay. After Ka got back to Big Lay's shop. She looked a little surprised. Big Lay scratched his head sheepishly. "Couldn't be helped. It was too urgent. The supplier was rushing us. Little Nuaw just got back, and I had to send him out again. This shipment has to be inspected and picked up today, or we'll have nothing to sell tomorrow." Although Kaka was a bit disappointed, she still accepted it. "I see." Just then, she received a message from Chun Nuaw. "Kaka, I'm sorry. It was too urgent. I didn't have time to tell you." Kaka replied, "Although I'm very unhappy, I can't get in the way of your important work." Chin Nuaw comforted her. "Just wait until I'm done with this busy period." Kaka texted back, "You have to go out with me once you're done. I'll let you off the hook this time." He immediately complied. Meanwhile, in the car, Chinua put his phone in his pocket, breathing a sigh of relief, and thought to himself, "Got through that smoothly." Just then, Coco was staring intently at her phone. He curiously pinched her shoulder and asked, "Who are you texting?" She replied, "I met a very pretty girl in the restroom just now. She even let me borrow her lipstick. We had a great chat, so we exchanged phone numbers." Hearing her answer, his entire body turned to stone. Coco asked worriedly, "Hubby, what's wrong?" He clutched his head, thinking anxiously. They even have each other's numbers. If they really become best friends, I'll have to face a raging storm. It'll be the death of me. He pretended to turn around, playing the part of a petty husband, and said, "Lock YY, messages cost 1 yuan each. That's expensive. You should text less." She obediently listened. "I'll be done after this message. I'm asking her to go shopping with me. Then we can go home and eat." Chin Nuaw was startled when he heard this. "You didn't tell her our address, did you?" She replied, "Not yet. The message ran out of characters. I'll tell her another day." He quickly agreed. "Another day, we'll talk another day." When they got home, the bed was already assembled. He turned to Coco and said, "Lock YY, go take a shower. You must have sweat a lot being out for so long today. Take off your clothes, and I'll wash them for you." She said happily, "We can sleep on the bed tonight." While she was showering, Chin Nuaw was outside, laughing strangely, and threw her phone into the washing machine. Time passed quickly, and it was time for bed. Chin Nuaw sat there, grinning foolishly. Coco lay there thinking, even though we've slept together on the sofa, sleeping on a bed still feels different. Chin Nuaw lay down, turned over, and called softly, "Lock YY, wifey, are you asleep?" She squeezed her eyes shut, thinking to herself, "He's so close, could it be that he wants to?" Chin Nuaw was seen reaching his arm over her head, as if preparing to embrace her. Coco's face flushed red, her eyes wide with a hint of shyness. Then she shot up, swung her arm, and a bolt of electricity shot out, flinging Chun Nuaw to the side as she yelled, "No." The impact caused the entire bed to collapse. The two of them stared at each other, stunned. He pointed at the light bulb and explained, I was just reaching to turn off the light. It's on your side." She said hurriedly, "I'm sorry, hubby. When I get nervous, I can't control myself." Chin Nuaw sighed, "Looks like it's the sofa again tonight. We'll go buy another bed tomorrow." The next morning, Chin Nuaw was clearing the dishes. Coco rubbed her stomach. "I'm full. Hubby, where's my phone? I have a date to go shopping with my new friend today." He feigned innocence and said, "Oh no, yesterday I left it in the clothes you changed out of and then threw them in the wash. Could it still be in there?" He took the bowls to wash, and a frantic scream came from inside. "Hubby, my phone is broken." Coco was in a panic. "It's really broken. It won't turn on. Chinua pretended to be sad. It's all my fault for being so careless. He thought to himself, I washed it twice on purpose. It'd be strange if it wasn't broken. Then he sat down to comfort her. If it's broken, it's broken. We could just buy a new one. It's just a shame about your new friend. It seems it wasn't meant to be. The phone is broken, and the number inside is... Coco was also a little sad. It was so hard to make a new friend. She turned and asked, Hubby, let me borrow your phone. He was startled. What do you need my phone for? She replied, I got my new friend's phone number. He hesitated, but the phone number? Coco looked very clever. It's just a phone number. I remember it. I memorized it when she read it to me. Another piece of news that turned him to stone. Remembered it? He thought to himself, Big sis, your character setting is amnesia. You don't even remember who you are. You don't know your own name, but a stranger reads you a phone number and you remember it? Big sis, your character setting is collapsing. This heart of mine is about to explode. Coco turned and asked, Hubby, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Where's your phone? Chinua smiled, but his mind was racing. If I give her the phone, the moment she types in the number, Sun Kaka's name will pop up. I won't be able to explain that, big sis. She turned and whined, Hubby, hurry up. Chinua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My phone's in the room. I'll go get it for you. He stood up and walked in. Calculating in his head, back then, Chao Ji composed a poem in 7 steps to escape death. Today, Chinua must in the time it takes to walk from the living room to the bedroom. Think of a way to stop Locke, YY, from making that call. Hurry up, this is killing me. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chinua felt like he'd been saved and immediately said, Locke, YY, someone's knocking. I'll go see. He ran to the door, smiling. I'll use this chance to slip away and call Sun Kaka to tell her to change her number urgently. Whoever is knocking, they're my savior. Chinua smiled and asked, Who is it? Outside was old Manhwa, waving, Hello, M. Before he could finish, he slammed the door shut with a bang and said loudly, Wrong house. Then he ran in, grabbed her hand, and fled. Lock YY, let's go. Coco asked, confused, Hubby, what's wrong? Old Manhwa broke down the door and stormed in, laughing coldly. Mr. Chun, stop hiding. I remember your face. The scene changes to an abandoned house in the suburbs. Yi Tang stood there, questioning Ying Wan, who was tied to a chair. Still not talking? Who exactly is the person protecting you? The little girl held up a photo of Coco and said, The first thing I did when I came to Jinling was to look for Bosqua, since Bosqua is my main mission this time. Shuejiang Yingzi was just a temporary task, but Bosqua's shop was empty, so I could only start with the second paw on you. Yi Tang continued, Why must a woman make things difficult for another woman? I have no grudge against you. I just hope you'll tell me who is protecting you, and maybe I'll find out Coco's whereabouts. I've wasted a whole night. Don't you know that not letting a child sleep affects their development? Ingwan remained silent. The little girl prepared to open her small suitcase to get something, and threatened, You're forcing my hand. A snake crawled out of the box, accompanied by Yi Tang's cold smile. If you still don't open your mouth, this 6-headed, 3-headed snake will crawl up your clothes. You should know, it wasn't easy for me to catch it. After knocking you out and carrying you here, it took me over 2 hours to catch it. The little girl added, The 6-headed, 3-headed snake is also called the hard-headed snake. It's venomous. Ingwan screamed in fear. Take it away. Take it away. Help! The snake tried to explain. Actually, I'm a blackback flower snake. I'm not venomous, and I'm quite delicious. But it couldn't speak. Yi Tang laughed coldly. If you're scared, then talk. I have tens of thousands of ways to torture people. Ingwan shut her eyes and screamed. In your dreams. I won't talk even if I die. Appa, I will never betray you. If I die, Appa, you must never forget me. The little girl stepped forward and scolded. So stupid, choosing death over submission. In that case, not only is your protector not free from suspicion in Coco's disappearance, but he also has a close relationship with you. You successfully sold out your teammate. Ingwan stammered you. No matter what you say, I won't talk. Yi Tang took out Ingwan's phone, swiped through it, and said confidently, I don't need you to talk anymore. If the relationship is close, his phone number must be in your phone, right? Do you know why I didn't capture your mother, but captured you instead? Because your mother looks quite brainless. She'd be of no use. The little girl looked at the screen and deduced. Chinu, although there's no special content, he's the most frequent contact. It must be him. Ingwan was also quite surprised by the little girl's intellect. However, when she pressed the call button, Yi Tang was a bit stunned. The call won't go through. Meanwhile, he was busy running away with a girl. He didn't have time to answer the phone. Chen Nuo made the kitchen utensils float in the air and opened his mouth to ask, "Who is it? Barging into a private residence like this? I'll call the police." Old man, you charged straight in, replying, "Why say such things? No need to pretend anymore. Mr. Yama." He blocked the knife in front of him, smiling faintly. "Not bad telekinesis. A pity this is all you've got." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man, you smiled and pushed the objects back into the kitchen, saying, returning to sender, "Come on out. There's not much left in the kitchen, too." Before he could finish, a refrigerator blocked his path, making him curse. "Damn it." Flipping the refrigerator over, Old Man, you quickly charged in, his face a little heated as he scolded. This cunning brat. He stepped lightly into the kitchen area, looked at the open window, and muttered, but he probably didn't get far. Outside, Chinua was holding Ko's hand tightly, using his powers to float in the air. She turned and asked, "Hubby, who is that person?" He frowned, replying urgently, "An enemy." A moment later, the two of them jumped to the opposite building, sitting on a railing. Ko asked, not understanding, "Then why do we have to run?" Chinua continued to pull her hand and run, replying, "It's not convenient to fight there. We have to lure him to a deserted place." The two of them stopped, and she looked back and said, "Hubby, he's catching up." Chinua let go of her hand. "Let's split up. I'll lure him away. You find a place to ambush him." Ko agreed upon hearing this and ran in another direction. As he ran, he thought to himself, after rebirth, "Master, you shouldn't know me during this period, so why did this guy come looking for me?" And he even broke down the door to get in. I can't help but suspect it was intentional. "Master, you, age unknown, nationality unknown, an Esper, control type, gold member of the Octopus Monster website, a level security consultant." Seeing Chinua trying to control rocks to attack him, Old Man, you said nonchalantly, a futile effort. He created a shield around himself and looked down, saying, "We are both telekinesis types. Your telekinesis isn't bad, but under me, you will be suppressed." Shinnuo recalled his past life. This guy was a powerhouse on par with himself. They had fought for many years, one of his most familiar opponents. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and called out, "Wait." Old Man, you tilted his head and asked, "What? Not running anymore?" He then asked, "Who on earth are you? Why are you looking for trouble with me?" He smiled and replied, "Kid, are you kidding me? The rules of this industry, you don't disclose the client's information." At the same time, Old Man Yu's feet touched the ground. Chin Nuo continued to ask, "So, someone commissioned you to find trouble with me?" He took off his glasses and looked at him with a frown. "Are you stalling for time? You have an accomplice, don't you? Where are they hiding? Planning to ambush me from some corner? It's useless against me." Hearing this, Chun Nuo provoked, "You're so confident. Can you even beat me?" Old Man, you gently took out a cloth to wipe his glasses, then looked at him and said, "Beating you is less trouble than wiping the dust off my glasses. I think you're well aware, powers of the same type, but different levels will all be defeated by me. You're no match for me." He asked bluntly, "So what? You want me to surrender?" The glasses were clean. He put them on and laughed coldly. Surrendering would make this game boring. But if you want to suffer less, that's not a bad option either. Chun Nuo lifted his foot, gathering power in his leg, and said, "Then can you give me a few seconds to think about it?" Old Man, you asked with some suspicion, "What trick are you trying to pull now, Mr. Yama?" Chinua thought with some anxiety, "Yama, this is the second time this guy has called me Yama. In this life, the only person who knows I'm Yama seems to be just one." He leaned slightly and said, "No, I've thought about it. Surrendering isn't my style. Let's just fight. The distance to that pit should be safe." Old Man, you stood there, full of confidence. "This little pit? Mr. Yama, in the face of absolute power, all tricks are just child's play." He smiled sinisterly. "What if that pit becomes a septic tank? Does Master you happen to be a neat freak?" Hearing this, he looked down in alarm, shouting, "What?" Chen Nuo shamelessly yelled, "Explode." The stuff that erupted from the pit gave off a foul stench, accompanied by Old Man Yu's curses. Shameless, filthy, despicable, disgusting. He stood there smugly. Creating the concrete block was just a feint. The real purpose was to maximize the explosion's power, while also stalling for time, using telekinesis to draw a large amount of molecules from the sewage pipe on the roof. This way, Master Yu will face two difficult choices. Either go take a shower and change his clothes first, or endure the stench and continue to chase me. Old Man Yu stood inside his protective shield, watching Chin Nuo run away, while a few clumps of feces were stuck to the outside of the shield. He could only shout angrily to himself, Yama! For a neat freak, this was truly unacceptable. No way. Old man Yu stood there sniffing, feeling like he was about to pass out from the overwhelming smell. He could only scream, damn it. Then he immediately rushed off in pursuit of Chen-Nua. I'm definitely going to kill you. Seeing Old Man Yu's appearance, he was a little surprised. Holy crap, did he just snap? The scene changes to Nyosho Mountain. Old Man Yu was in hot pursuit of Chen-Nua. Chen-Nua ran below, thinking to himself, past this forest is the abandoned tunnel of Nyosho Mountain. There are many mine shafts inside the tunnel. His feet touched the ground. Then he looked up, using branches to attack him, and calculated, as long as I can hold Master Yu off for a moment, once I enter the maze in the mine shafts, I'll escape Master Yu's pursuit. Above, Old Man Yu smiled and held the ring in his hand, and a thin yellow layer of bone appeared around him, blocking the incoming branches. He clenched his fist and said, Mr. Yama, I'm really angry now. Chen-Nua continued to flee, shouting, that's ridiculous. All I did was blow up a septic tank. Is it necessary to hunt me to the ends of the earth? He threw the ring out, smiling. I already know what you're thinking. The ring flew straight into Chen-Nua's back. A powerful blow, sending him falling and coughing up blood. Old Man Yu looked down from above. Chen-Nua face down in a large crater. He gently retrieved the ring, put it back on his hand, and then stood in the air, saying, Mr. Yama, I originally intended to have a gentleman's battle, but your schemes have angered me. I will give you a quick death. Magical runes surrounded him. He rushed towards Chen-Nua, shouting, kneel. Instantly, a wave of pressure bore down on him. Then, a giant boulder controlled by him flew to a spot above Chen-Nua's head. He knelt there, panting heavily. Old Man Yu approached, remarking, not bad strength, but you're too green. Actually, your potential is very good. Given time, you might become a powerhouse like me. The giant boulder flew over, and Chen raised his hand to block it. The boulder shattered, but at the same time, he was also sent flying backward. Seeing Chen-Nua lying there, Old Man Yu walked over, mocking, but you really shouldn't have angered me. He still managed to open his mouth to taunt. So what if I angered you? If I hadn't angered you, would you have let me go? He replied, I wouldn't have, but you could have died more comfortably. He asked curiously, how much did that guy pay you to kill me? He replied, since you already know. Chen-Nua thought to himself, redundant. In this life, I've only revealed the name Yama to one person, and that was when I called to threaten the captain after wiping out Anderson's team. He continued, a person like you, why would you take on this mission? To deal with an opponent who is very likely a control type. Aren't control types supposed to try to avoid conflict with each other? Old Man Yu stood there and replied, firstly, you are not yet a controller. With your telekinetic strength, you can only intimidate that captain. You can't fool me. Secondly, telekinesis-type powerhouses have a great appeal to me. That's the real reason I took this mission. Chen-Nua lay there struggling, thinking to himself, in my past life, when Master Yu took on commissions, the targets were indeed often telekinesis types. This guy really has a thing for telekinesis types. The old man stood there, laughing coldly, and cast a spell on him. Well, let's stop here. The reason I said all this to you was to see if your runaway accomplice would show up. But never mind, I'm not interested in non-telekinesis types. The old man said again. Of course, I'd also be happy to see you struggle in despair, but unfortunately, the rune on your back is what seals telekinesis, so I guess you won't be able to perform. The old man taunted, don't be a telekinesis type in your next life. Suddenly, Chen-Nua burst out laughing. The old man was a bit confused by this. What are you laughing at? Chen-Nua replied, I'm laughing because this transformation technique of yours really works on you. He recalled his past life. The first time he met the old man, he had also used this trick. Immediately after, Chen-Nua's entire body emitted a green spiritual energy. He asked the old man, who told you I was a telekinesis type? Then he slowly sat up, and other colors appeared besides the green spiritual energy. Chen-Nua rushed forward, preparing to throw a punch at Old Man Yu, saying, the first taboo when faking being a telekinesis type is not to let the enemy get close. It's too late, you sinister old man. He used the elemental force Rising Dragon Palm to send the old man flying, then continued, if I hadn't pretended to be seriously injured on the ground, exposing all my weaknesses to you, you wouldn't have come near me. The palm strike had sent the old man flying, crashing into a cliff. Chen-Nua stood there smiling, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the old man, adding, everyone in the entire underworld knows you're a sinister old man, but I see you're quite naive. Old Man, you lay there struggling. coughing incessantly. You're not a telekinesis type. Chen Nuo stood there, rolling his shoulders, and replied, I never said I was a telekinesis type. The old man used a rune, and the wounds on his body healed quickly. He turned and asked, what power did you just use? Chen Nuo replied, kidney tonifying, yang strengthening. But he thought to himself, that's right, the lake on Yudo Mountain is nearby. Then he raised his hand to the sky and said, I have one more move. The lake water was mobilized by him, and he shouted, this move is called Who is the Murderer? Old man, you screamed, waving a flag. You think I haven't watched Naruto? The pit was now submerged in water. Shinua had jumped up at some point. He sat to one side, resting wearily, and said, I'm at my limit. If I can't finish off Master Yu, I'll have to call my wife to save me. Old man, Yu is currently submerged in the water, a defensive shield preventing the water from touching him. He stood there cursing. Damn it, why can this thing emit such powerful energy? Cracks appeared on the shield. Old man Yu was horrified. This is bad. Immediately after, the shield shattered, and the water instantly submerged his body. On the shore, Chun Nual looked down, thinking to himself, is it over? But there seemed to be some movement under the water, which made his eyes light up. The familiar golden light appeared, and Chun Nual exclaimed in admiration. As expected of a powerhouse on the same level as La Coco, Old man Yu stood there, controlling a water spout with one hand, thinking to himself, to think I'd fight to a draw with a kid whose strength is a level below mine. His glasses were shattered. He looked up at Chinua and said, Kid, what other schemes do you have? Chinua asked back, if I said I still have a trump card, would you be scared? The old man immediately replied, then bring it out. Chinua raised his middle finger in provocation, then come and get it. Hearing this, Old man Yu hesitated, not daring to act rashly, thinking to himself, this sinister brat wants to trick me into getting close again. I, Master Yu, will not be fooled a third time. He raised his hand and said, do I need to go over there to deal with you? Chin Nual was controlled by a rune and lifted off the ground. He shouted, Master Yu, if you've got the guts, put me down, let me come over, and we'll have a grand battle. As soon as he finished speaking, his chest was hit by a powerful blow, and he fell into the pit, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Chinua thought to himself, I'm screwed. Master Yu has finally realized the correct way for a long-range mage to fight. Chinua sat there and said, all right, I have no more trump cards. If you don't make a move, she's about to become a widow. Old man, you still didn't approach. Saying from a distance, call out your accomplice. You should know, against a telekinesis-type controller, sneak attacks are useless. At the same time, Coco appeared. A bolt of lightning struck straight towards Old Man Vu. This powerful strike made it impossible for the old man to defend, sending him flying backward. The ring on his hand developed a crack. Old man Vu looked down, his expression changing. My soul artifact. GG appeared above, looking down and said, you dare. Before she could finish, she grabbed the lightning in her hand and continued to strike down. This blow pushed Old Man Vu back again. He knelt on the ground, slowly got up, then looked up bewildered. Starry Sky Queen? Why are you here? GG didn't stop, continuing to attack with purple lightning while shouting, you dare hit my husband. Hearing this, Old Man Vu's eyes widened in confusion. What husband? It seems this woman is crazy. Just dodging like this isn't a solution. So the old man decided to fight back, immediately rushing forward to engage in battle. Risking his life, two immense spiritual powers collided, causing a huge explosion in the forest. The two grabbed each other's hands. The old man looked at GG and cursed. You lunatic, do you really want to perish together? She used her other hand to continuously attack the old man. Old man Vu shouted, stop it, you crazy woman. At this rate, we'll all die. GG seemed to pay no mind to his words. Her sharp gaze fixed on him, cursing inwardly. Damn it, he's really going all out. Then the two finally let go, falling into a pit together. The old man cursed again. Are you crazy? If this goes on, I'll risk my life against you. Let's all die here today. GG said resolutely. You hit my husband, I'll beat you to death. The old man thought to himself, husband? Crazy woman, where did a husband come from? How could this cunning and scheming brat be your husband? Seeing the situation was not good, Chinua thought worriedly. Lu GG is fighting so desperately. Will she be all right? She rushed forward again, using lightning and shouting, I must kill you today. Old man Vu tightly gripped the ring in his hand, preparing to use it. He raised the ring, and the runes on it emitted a dazzling golden light. You damn woman, you made me lose a soul artifact. Chen Nuo shouted anxiously. Don't be reckless, Lu GG. But it was too late. The recent collision generated immense power, throwing him to the side. Chen Nuo was sent flying, trying to turn his head back to look, calling Lu Jiji's name. Through the dust and smoke, a hand reached out and grabbed Chen Nuo's wrist, calling, "Hubby." Jiji looked up, her body somewhat battered, and said, "I've caught you." Chen Nuo slowly landed on the ground. He hugged Jiji, and she leaned on his shoulder, saying, "Hubby, that guy is too strong. I can't beat him." Chen Nuo immediately comforted her. "It's okay. You're already very powerful. You forced the Vu sorcerer to shatter one of his soul artifacts. He's severely injured this time. He won't be able to recover for several years." Jiji smiled and asked, "So I'm also very powerful, right, hubby?" Chen Nuo replied, "Yes, you are very powerful." Suddenly, she burst into tears. "Hubby, my left hand hurts so much." Chen Nuo looked at her hand, deep in thought. The Vu sorcerer had left a stream of power that was corroding Lu Jiji's body. Chen Nuo guessed, is Lu Jiji using her own power to suppress it? She continued to whimper, "Hubby, I'm so tired." Chen Nuo tried to coax her. "It's all right. You'll recover after a short rest. The runes of that sinister old man will quickly disappear after leaving his soul artifact." Jiji no longer had the strength to speak. Her eyes grew hazy, about to close. The image of Chen Nuo in her eyes gradually blurred, then slowly disappeared. Night fell. It was still the same pit in the forest. Chen Nuo sat there, transferring his energy to Jiji, thinking to himself, "After exhausting my energy, the incessant pain in my head has indeed returned." A moment later, he clenched the rune in his hand. Lu Jiji's consciousness space had been severely injured a few days ago, and this battle was a reckless one, so her spirit was now even more wounded. He looked down at the unconscious girl lying there and called out, "Hey girl, I'm sorry. I've been deceiving you these past few days. Actually, there were many times I wanted to wake you up and then take you away from here. Deceiving you for so long, I was actually deceiving myself too. I really can't bear to let you go. It's not that I'm afraid you'll beat me up when you wake up, I just can't bear it. I seem to have become infatuated with the feeling of having you by my side, just like in our past life. This is the second time you've slept on my lap." He reached out and caressed her cheek. Continuing, "Lu Jiji, in this life, I won't provoke you anymore, okay? Jiji, in this life, I won't call you a lunatic anymore, okay?" Chen Nuo shut his eyes tightly, tears streaming down. A man who had lived 2 lives was now on the verge of tears, saying, "Lu Jiji, in this life, I'll take you fishing again. Okay." He choked up, his tears falling on Jiji's face, carrying his sorrowful words. "Jiji, in this life, don't die again, okay?" The next morning, Chen Nuo was still sitting there, continuously transferring spiritual energy to heal Jiji. He thought to himself, after one night, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. Suddenly, Jiji opened her eyes, staring straight ahead. Chen Nuo called out joyfully, "You're finally awake." She turned her head and asked blankly, "Who are you?" Chen Nuo gave a forced smile and replied, "It's a long story." He looked at her, musing. She's lost her memory again. "I saved you, pulled your spirit back, and was already mentally prepared to be beaten to a pulp by you after you regained your memory." Jiji stood up, pointed at him, and said, "I don't know about other things, but I'm sure you saved me. I can see that your consciousness space has a very strong mind force, and that stream of power is on you. I can feel it." Chen Nuo sat there, not refuting, "That's right, I saved you." Jiji immediately asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" "I don't clearly remember what happened before I woke up." "Wait a moment, let me trick. Oh no, let me tell you in detail." A moment later, Jiji stood there pondering, then asked again, "So, you're a reclusive, ancient martial arts cultivator? Last night, you were cultivating on this mountain, saw me fighting with someone else, and then saved me?" Chen Nuo replied, "That's right. I live nearby, and came here at night to practice. As a result, I heard the sound of fighting. Then I hid in the shadows to observe, and then I saw you." She frowned and continued to ask, "Who was I fighting with? Why don't I remember anything?" Chen Nuo also scratched his head evasively. "I don't know. I don't know either of you. By the time I arrived, your opponent had already fled. Then I saw you lying unconscious on the ground." Jiji pondered. "Unconscious?" Then turned to question him. "Hey, you didn't do anything to me while I was unconscious, did you?" Chen Nuo explained. "Big sis, do I look like that kind of person? I am a successor of communism, kind-hearted and virtuous." Jiji was a bit suspicious. "Really?" Chen Nuo replied, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have wasted my energy saving you?" She immediately changed her attitude, smiling and saying, Then, thank you very much. It seems you're a good person. Chinua said smugly. Of course, I'm a 3 good student at school. This big sis, who are you? She extended her hand, looked at him, and replied, my surname is Liu. My name is Liu Gg. Chinua blushed shyly and introduced himself. My name is Chinua. So, big sis, you must be a very powerful master, right? Gg waved her hand, gave a dry laugh, and said, I can't tell you that. By the way, how old are you? 18. She mused. 18 years old. A bit old, but your strength isn't bad. You were able to use mind force to wake me up. Then she clapped her hands, looked at Chinua, and invited, little brother, do you want to become this big sister's disciple? Gg appeared extremely confident. But I'm very powerful, you know? Become my disciple, and I can tell you who I am. Let me tell you a secret. Being my disciple will give you a lot of face when you go out. After hearing this, Chinua broke out in a cold sweat. Huh? He exclaimed, his mind reeling. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, a husband has become a disciple? That's not right. When I tricked her before, I used the story of Yanghua and Xiaolong knew. He really was a disciple. He hastily tried to flee. Let's just forget it. I already have a master. Ah, big sis, if fate brings us together again in the martial world, I will definitely lend a hand. Goodbye. Gg asked, stunned. You're leaving just like that? As Chun Nua walked away, he thought, it seems the starry sky queen might have recovered her memory. Suddenly, she ran up behind him and called out, wait a moment. I see your steps are unsteady. Perhaps you used too much energy saving me. You said your home is nearby, right? I'll take you home. Chinua tried to refuse. Is that really necessary? But Gg seemed very insistent. Of course it's necessary. You saved me. I must repay you. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's go. A moment later, at the gate of a residential complex, a yellow taxi stopped. Inside the car, Chinua spoke up. All right, I live here. He got out of the car and said with a smile, you don't need to get out. Just let the driver take you straight home. Gg, sitting in the car, said, how can I do that? Help a person all the way, see the Buddha to the Western heaven. I have to see you to your doorstep. Chinua immediately replied, it's really not necessary. Then he said to the driver, go, hurry, and take the beautiful lady home safely. Watching the car drive away, Chinua thought to himself, this is the residential complex where little Yizi used to live. It's a bit far from my place. He chuckled softly. Liu Gg, you've recovered your memory. So, let's say goodbye here. Some things are better left forgotten. Returning to his apartment, it was a mess. Chinua picked up the broken door panel and said, this door needs fixing. Luckily, it held up for one night. I'll call someone to replace it tomorrow. Then he sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette, suddenly feeling the house was empty, a bit unfamiliar. He glanced at the bathroom, and the image of Gg standing there, peeking her head out and calling hubby, appeared again. Chinua blurted out, Liu G, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Her image and voice gradually faded. Hubby, you don't want me anymore? He muttered to himself. Turns out my eyes were playing tricks on me. It's really over. This period of time, let's just consider it making up for the regrets of my past life. Chinua mused. Having had a period of time like this, I'm already content. Liu Gg, don't you follow me. Otherwise, the tragedy of our past life might happen again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. He looked out in surprise, thinking, the Vu sorcerer? Impossible. That sinister old man was so severely injured. He's on the brink of death. He should be hiding somewhere to heal. Chinua went to the kitchen and grabbed a cleaver, then called out, who is it? So late at night? The person outside knocked on the door a few times, and the already broken door immediately crashed down. He stood there stunned. Gg, wearing a crop top, stood at the door and said sheepishly, I didn't do it on purpose. Then she walked in and asked, so this is your house? Your place seems a bit messy. Chinua took a step back and asked her, what are you doing here? Gg said nothing, just stared at Chinua. He thought to himself, if you have something to say, just say it. Staring at me like this without saying anything is very stressful, you know? She pointed and asked, why did you lie to me? Thinking of an excuse? Gg stepped forward and questioned, you're holding a knife. Are you planning to chop vegetables or chop someone? Why aren't you saying anything? Chinua slumped onto the chair, smiled and replied, what can I say? I'm dumbfounded. Big sis, why don't you tell me first? Why did you come back after you clearly left? And even came to my house? She stood there and retorted, why don't you tell me first? Why did you give me a fake address and get out of the car at a place that isn't your home? Chinua just opened his mouth to say, you see, big sis? Gg immediately raised her hand to stop him. Wait, why do I feel like whenever you start with you see, big sis, you're about to lie to me again? She sat down on the chair, grabbed his wrist, and said, all right, now you can talk. Gigi asked, why did you lie to me? Your house clearly isn't there. Chun Nua broke out in a cold sweat and said, we're people of the martial world. The most important thing is to be wary of strangers. You guys were fighting like that in the middle of nowhere. You're really powerful. I didn't want to get dragged into any trouble. Gigi smiled. All right, second question. Then why? Why is your heart beating so fast? Chun Nua blushed and replied, because you're too beautiful. You're so beautiful and you're holding my hand. I'm a man too. A great beauty. She leaned closer to him and asked again, then one more question. Why did you pretend we were meeting for the first time when you clearly know me? Chun Nua was surprised. Huh? Didn't you not remember me? Gigi looked at him and said, at that noodle shop we met. I remember you were eating noodles and you got very flustered when you saw me. But why? After I woke up, did you pretend it was our first time eating? Don't tell me you forgot. You just said I was very beautiful. I shouldn't be that easy to forget, right? Chun Nua replied, all right. I admit I saw you at the noodle shop. You and the owner got into a dispute, and out of curiosity, I followed to watch you fight, which is how I caught up to you on the mountain. Gigi said, I definitely remember I fought with that owner up to a lake, then I was sneak attacked and knocked out, and then you saved me. Chun Nua waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to be so polite, I just helped you out in passing. Mainly because your opponent was injured and ran away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to save you. Gigi replied, so that's how it is. Chun Nua thought to himself, it seems Lu Gigi only forgot the few days she spent with me. It's good that she forgot, better than being hunted down by her later. Suddenly, Gigi's whole body radiated mind force, and she continued to question. Then can you explain, before I woke up, why was I wearing a man's t-shirt? That wasn't your clothing, was it? Chun Nua stammered. This. She immediately pressed on. Can't explain it? Chun Nua screamed internally. I suddenly missed the silly, cute, amnesiac Lu Gigi so much. She spoke again. Then I'll give you a hint. See for yourself, and then tell me why I have this in my pocket. She took out a piece of paper. Chun Nua asked blankly, what is it? He saw the receipt and immediately froze. I'm screwed. It's the order form for the double bed from Tang C Street. No wonder Lu Gigi found her way to my house. She looked at him, smiling but full of anger. Have you thought of an explanation? Go on, tell me. Chun Nua turned his head and asked back, if I tell the truth, will you beat me to death? Chun Nua began to make up a story. You were unconscious at the time. Your clothes were all torn. Everything was exposed. For your own good, I took off my shirt and put it on you. After you woke up, I was afraid you'd misunderstand and think I took advantage of you, so I lied to you like that. After all, we're just strangers who met by chance. It's better to have one less problem than one more. Big sis, I'm sorry. After hearing this, Gigi said, although there are still many questionable points, I'm sure you didn't harm me, and you even saved me. So I'll believe what you said is true. Then she let go of Chun Nua's hand, stood up, and continued. The interrogation is over. In short, I still have to thank you. By the way, I'm keeping the order form. The phone number on it is yours, right? Chun Nua was puzzled. What do you want my phone number for? Gigi leaned close to his ear and said, to find you next time. You saved me once, so I have to repay you. Besides, there are many things I don't remember now. Maybe I'll have to ask you when I remember them. Chun Nua blushed. All right, as long as you're happy. She stood up and walked to the door. Then I'll be going. Your door is really broken. Chun Nua waved. Go on. I know. Walking out of the corridor, Gigi muttered, that brat only knows how to lie. As soon as Gigi left, Chun Nua let out a sigh of relief. Then he panicked. Crap, I have to pack my bags and run away somewhere else. Lu Gigi is like a ticking time bomb. Who knows when she'll remember everything? He immediately went into the room to pack his clothes, thinking, Ms. Lu will handle my leave of absence from school. Old Jiang will take care of little Yizi. I just need to hide until Lu Gigi leaves Hua country. I'll just treat it as a vacation. How about Canada, or Brazil, or even further, Antarctica? Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and looked puzzled. It's so late. Why is Lingwan looking for me? He had just answered the call when a voice came from the other end. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chun Nua? Before he could answer, he thought to himself, damn it, don't think I won't recognize you just because you're pinching your nose and changing your voice, you dark-skinned, white-haired lowly. Over here, Yi Tang was using Ingwan's phone and calling repeatedly. Mr. Chun Nua, why aren't you saying anything? Hello, is the signal bad? Hello, hello. Ingwan, who was tied up there, shouted, Appa, don't answer. Don't answer. On the other side, Chun Nua replied, this is Chun Nua. Hearing this, The little girl gave a sinister laugh, then threatened in a loud voice, "If you still want to see Ingwan next to her kept shouting into the phone, "Appa, don't worry about me, I'm fine." At the same time, Yi Tang's phone rang. "Good disciple, hurry up and answer master's call. Good disciple, hurry up and answer." So the little girl put the other phone aside, took out her own, and said, wait a minute. The little girl took out her phone, which showed the caller's information. Yi Tang casually hung up Ingwan's phone. As soon as she opened her own phone, Gigi's voice came through. "Hello, my good disciple. There are many missed calls from you on my phone. You come to Jiling too? Where are you? Come to the hotel quickly and let master give you a hug." The little girl cried out in alarm. "Lu Gigi, where the hell have you been?" "Wait there, I'm coming right now." Seeing the little girl about to leave, Ingwan asked, you found your person, aren't you going to let me go?" Yi Tang turned her head and said, "I'll call your appa to come pick you up." The scene changes to an international hotel. Master and disciple reunited after a long time. Gigi kept kissing Yi Tang, making the little girl push her away impatiently. "That's enough." The little girl sat there and asked, "Lu Gigi, tell me where you've been these past few days?" The little girl wiped her face, muttering, "It's all saliva." Before the master could answer, the disciple spoke first. "How old are you?" Disappearing without a word. "Is this something a person your age should be doing?" Gigi replied, "It's not." Yi Tang cut her off. "Don't you know that disappearing suddenly would make me worry? Do you know where you've been these past few days?" She put her arm around her disciple's shoulder and said, "Me? I met an interesting man." Hearing this, the little girl frowned and said, "Hey, Gigi, what's with that shy look on your face? Have you fallen for someone?" Yi Tang said loudly, "No way. You've only been gone for a few days, and you've met another scumbag? The clothes you're wearing aren't the ones I bought." "Lu Gigi, don't tell me you've lost your chastity." She blushed and repeated, "Lost my chastity?" Then asked, "How do you know if you've lost your chastity or not?" Yi Tang shouted in shock, "You really did something with that man? Let me check for you. And also, who is that guy? Tell me the truth." "Over here." Chen Nua came to rescue Ingwan. While untying her, he asked with concern, "The other party didn't do anything to you, did they?" She smiled, "No. I was very scared at first, but then I thought of Appa and I wasn't scared anymore. It was as if I gained courage." Chen Nua stood there and patted her head. "It's good that you're okay. Next time, don't say things like 'don't answer' or 'don't worry. I don't want you to get hurt." She nodded, saying yes, then looked at him with an adoring gaze, calling, "Appa." Then she threw herself into Chen Nua's arms. "Appa, I was so scared. I was really scared." Chen Nua tried to comfort her. "Don't be scared, it's over. It's all over now." Ingwan looked at him and continued, "Appa, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of not being able to see you again. That's even more unbearable than death." Chen Nua wiped her tears and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if you really had to go to hell, I would save you and bring you back." She stammered, "Appa, I. Chen Nua smiled and said, "Are you so moved that you're stuttering?" Suddenly, Ingwan wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a passionate kiss on his lips. Unable to react in time, Chen Nua could only curse inwardly. Damn it, a stolen kiss. Then she smiled. "Appa, I'm sorry. I don't want to die one day without ever having kissed you. I want to do many things with you. In this life, I only like you." Chen Nua sighed. "I know how you feel. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a Miss Gua from a prominent family. On her 16th birthday, everyone in the martial world gave her birthday gifts. Although she was very happy, she also knew that those people only valued her family background, not her. That was until a great hero Yang appeared and specially gave her 3 great gifts. The value of these 3 gifts was far greater than all the others combined. Miss Gua once again became the center of attention in the martial world. That day was the happiest day of Miss Gua's life. Ingwan turned her head and asked, "Miss Gua must have fallen for great hero Yang." Chen Nua smiled. "It's just that meeting someone too amazing when you're young is both a blessing and a misfortune." She asked again, "So what happened after that?" He replied, "Unfortunately, great hero Young only saw Miss Gua as a junior with no romantic feelings. After that, their paths never crossed again for the rest of their lives, and Miss Gua never married, always living in the memory of that 16th birthday." Ingwan naively raised her hand and looked at it. "Why didn't Miss Gua go look for great hero Yang? If it were me, if I liked him, I would go find him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't like me, as long as I can see him every day. I wouldn't just pine for him like that." Chen Nua interjected. Because great hero Yang had gone into seclusion, no one could find him. Besides, not everyone is like you. She asked, "Appa, tell me, if great hero Yang knew that Miss Gwen never married because of him, would he feel guilty? Chunnuo replied, perhaps. After all, Miskwa made her own choice. She said, frankly, I don't like great hero Yang. Then she glanced at Chunnuo. Ingwan sat up and asked, Appa, did you want to be great hero Yang before? Chunnuo lay there and smiled. You're a bit slow on the uptake. Only now do you realize what I was trying to say. He added, it's all my fault for leaving that uniform behind, causing you to run to Jinling. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. She immediately put her arm around Chunnuo's and said, Appa, I won't let you be great hero Yang, and I don't want to be Miskwa. Wherever you go, I'll go. It's fine if you like me, and it doesn't matter if you don't. I'll stick to you forever. Then she slowly pulled at his shirt, and Ingwan lowered her voice. Appa, I know you like Sankiki, I don't mind. Where we're from, it's normal for outstanding men to have many women. It's abnormal if they don't. As long as Appa doesn't chase me away and treats me well, that's enough. Hearing this, Chunnuo felt a bit of a headache, thinking to himself, why does it feel like she's forcing me to be a scumbag? She asked again, Appa, can you promise me? Chunnuo replied, all right, I promise you, you could be my little tail, but you can't cross the line, especially with stolen kisses like just now. Then he turned his face away, thinking, it's just a delaying tactic. It's not good to harshly chase her away right now. Hopefully, Li Yingwan can meet a worthy man in the future. Hearing this, she smiled. Appa, I'll remember. She also had her own calculations. There's a saying in Hua country, familiarity breeds fondness. As long as I'm by Appa's side all day, Appa will eventually like me. The scene changes to the school the next day. Chunnuo appeared, waving and calling, Kiki, Kiki. Kiki saw Chunnuo and pretended not to see him. Thinking to herself, he always says the shop is busy and doesn't come to school, doesn't even make a single phone call. How outrageous. I swear I will absolutely ignore him today. Then the bell for the end of class rang. Kiki stood up and thought to herself, I'm just giving him something. I'll leave right after. That doesn't count as breaking my promise. She walked over to Chunnuo's seat and handed him a book. Here, this is the study guide the teachers talked about these past few days. The final exams are next week. Remember to study hard. If you don't pass, you'll have to repeat the year. He smiled and asked, are you not mad at me anymore? Let's go home together after class. She immediately refused. No, I'm not going with you. Seeing Kiki leave, he quickly packed his books and chased after her, calling out loudly, wait for me. Chunnuo thought to himself, this little girl is sulking again. Just watch me. Just as Kiki stepped out the door, Chunnuo caught up and suddenly hugged her from behind. She was startled, her face blushing as she said, are you trying to get killed? This is a school. People will see. He grinned slyly. So it's okay if no one sees? She quickly tried to explain. It's not okay even if no one sees. Chunnuo took a step back, clutched his chest, and asked pretentiously, Kiki, are you planning to abandon me? She replied flusteredly, I'm not. You're the one who ignored me for days, didn't answer my calls, and didn't call me even once. He gently reached out and took her hand, then looked in her eyes and said, I was busy and tired. But in his heart, he thought, I almost died. I tricked my wife home, and as a result, she was almost lost. Cuckoo replied, then let's go to your place. I'll give you a massage. Chunnuo quickly refused. No, I have to go to Brother Lei's shop later. I still haven't reported to Brother Lei since coming back from my business trip. In reality, he was worried and didn't dare let Cuckoo come over. Lu Jiji's things hadn't been cleared out yet. The two walked outside, and he took out a box of pastries, saying, here, your favorite rice cakes. You look so happy. Did something good happen? You're not telling me. Come on, tell me. I'm not telling. As they were talking, his phone rang. Chunnuo took it out and saw it was a call from Lu Jiji. Truly a persistent ghost. He turned and lied to Cuckoo. Brother Lei is calling to rush me back to the shop. I have to go. She asked, a little disappointed, you're leaving again? The scene changes to a restaurant in the city. At the dining table now were the master and disciple pair, Lu Jiji and Yitang, along with Chunnuo. He sat there drinking tea, silently calculating in his heart. Lu Jiji asked me out. Could it be that she's remembered something? Yitang stood up and asked, so you're Chunnuo. Tell me the truth. Have you ever had feelings for my master? Hearing this question, Chunnuo spat out a mouthful of tea. The young girl frowned and continued, what's wrong? Is it that strange? My master is so beautiful. It would be abnormal for a man to see her and not want to pursue her. Chunnuo said in a loud voice, little brat, hasn't anyone told you that talking like this will get you a spanking on the bottom? The girl trembled and asked, you want to hit me? Chunnuo smiled and thought, it's not like I haven't hit you in a past life. He turned to Lu Jiji and asked, hello, miss. I was wondering why you asked me out here. She interrupted. It's nothing special. Lu Gigi stood up, walked over, and said, my good disciple won't let me drink alcohol, so I'll have to substitute it with tea. Then she sat down next to China, picked up the teapot to pour, and added, I asked you out, firstly, to thank you for saving my life. Secondly, to apologize on behalf of my disciple. She kidnapped your friend to save me. I only learned about this misunderstanding after I returned, so I wanted to apologize to you. And thirdly, there's a third reason? Lu Gigi continued. My disciple said I was missing for several days, but why was it that when you saved me last night, you said you had just found me? Chun Nuo feigned surprise, his face innocent as he said, I don't know. Last night, I really just happened to run into you, and seeing what was happening, I lent a hand. I don't know anything about the other matters. In his heart, he was a little scared. If what happened these past few days is discovered, I don't know if I'll make it out alive. I don't know what I don't know. If you ask me, who can I ask? Recalling the other day, Yi Tang had said excitedly, Master, if you can't get it out of him, let me. I'll cough once, and it'll be my turn to ask. You don't say anything. If something really happened, how can we not find out? A man's words can't be trusted. You're too naive. You don't understand, man. Back in the present, Yi Tang raised her hand and pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, ahem. Then the girl smiled and asked Chinua, your relationship with your friend Li Yingxian is quite good, isn't it? He froze and thought, trying to set a trap for me? I'm tired of these games. The girl continued, yesterday, I captured Li Yingxian. So I saw the messages with Chinua on her phone and felt that you two were a couple. He glanced at Lu Gigi, who was twirling her chopsticks, and said with a forced smile, not really. It's just that young people are close and don't have barriers. We just like to joke around. Yi Tang asked suspiciously, is that so? So things like my love, I miss you, do you miss me are also just jokes? Chinua's face turned pale, cold sweat broke out, and he was speechless. He looked over at Lu Gigi and saw her glaring at him, having even snapped her chopsticks in half. Immediately after, Yi Tang asked again, if this isn't love, then is she secretly in love with you? The girl sneered. Why aren't you saying anything? Chen Nua pretended to be calm, as composed as an old dog, picked up a piece of food, and then asked the girl in return, little brat, are you that curious about my love life? Who I like? Who likes me? Why should I have to tell a little brat like you? You're so young. Why are you so nosy? Do I have to report to this little brat what I eat every day and what color underwear I'm wearing? Yi Tang frowned and thought, one old fox. Lu Gigi interjected to mediate. All right, stop asking all these questions. It's very rude to question someone like that. She turned to Chen Nua and said, Mr. Chen Nua, it seems you're very popular with the ladies. He smiled. It's just SOSO, Miss Lu. I hear you're from out of town. I wonder how long you'll be staying in Jinling? Lu Gigi thought for a moment, then replied, probably not for long. I still have to find someone. Once I find them, I'll leave. Bosqua? No, the mission failed, so forget it. I'm looking for a bastard who offended me. She recalled, I met him the day I killed Jiang Yingzi. I won't touch your Yingzi anymore, you can rest assured. But that guy is also in Jinling. I have to see if I can find him. Chen Nua's expression darkened, and he thought, could it be that arsonist? Lu Gigi noticed and turned to ask Chinua, why are you sweating so much? Is the air conditioning not cool enough? He touched his head. Yeah, it's a bit hot. Why haven't the dishes arrived yet? I'll go out and hurry them along. At this moment, he was very anxious, just wanted to finish eating quickly and leave, unable to stay any longer. Outside, Li Qingshan and a group of his underlings were walking, saying, during the time my leg couldn't move, I thought once my leg heals, I must travel everywhere, using these legs to measure every nook and cranny of Jinling. Lao Chi next to him flattered. Master Shan has such spirit. That word measure is used so well. Master Shan, look, he saw Chen Nua and greeted him with a beaming face. Isn't that brother Chen Nua? Chen Nua silently prayed, absolutely do not come over here. Meanwhile, Lu Gigi looked over a little confused. A voice sounded from the side. This young lady is... Li Qingshan hesitated. How? Chen Nua cursed inwardly. Damn it, look at my eyes. Has your brain turned to mush just because you want to suck up to me? Has the observational skill of a gang boss been fed to the dogs? He smiled and cut off Old Li. This is a good friend of mine. Seeing this, Li Qingshan immediately changed his expression, pursed his lips, and calculated in his mind. Brother Chin-nua's gloomy face and that strange look in his eyes. Yes, the eyes. It's not a holiday, and it's nighttime. Why is he eating alone with Brother Haonan's wife? Could it be? Oldly thought of the scene of an affair with his sister-in-law, an image of the two of them in bed appearing in his mind. On one side, Lu Gigi was saying, "What if Big Brother catches us?" On the other, Chun-nua was replying, "Don't worry, as long as we hide it well. He won't find out." Just the thought made Oldly dizzy. He staggered back a step, thinking, this affair, this case of brothers turning on each other. Damn it, I'm not going to be killed to be silenced, am I? Lao Chi at his side saw something was wrong, supported him, and asked, Master Shan, what's wrong with you?" Li Qing Shan immediately changed his tune. "Brother Chin-nua, I was just passing by, saw you were here, and came over to say hello." Chin-nua asked, "It seems Hall Master Li's leg has recovered?" He was a bit tense and hurriedly denied, Not yet, my leg still hurts. I don't even know why I came out for a walk today." Chin-nua said with a hidden meaning, "If it's not healed, then go home and rest. Don't run around." He quickly replied, "Yes, you're right. I'll go back right away, stay in bed for a few days." "Brother Chin-nua, I'll take my leave." After returning home, Oldly worriedly asked Lao Chi, "Feel my leg? Is my leg still there?" "It is, Master Shan." He sat on the steps, his whole body trembling. "It's still here now. I'm afraid it won't be after tonight." Lao Chi didn't understand. "Master Shan, what are you joking about?" Oldly continued, "Damn it, am I crazy? Why didn't I go home after dinner late at night? What was I doing walking around? And you guys, why didn't you stop me? I've caused a huge disaster today. Damn it." He took out his phone and called a Luo. "CEO Xiao." The other side replied, "Master Shan suddenly called me. What's the matter?" Oldly continued, "I'm asking you about something. I heard you organized a tour to Malaysia and Thailand before. Now, I also want to..." Back on the other side, Lu Gigi turned her head and asked, "Who was that person just now? I have a feeling he knows me." Chin-nua replied, "Oh, a friend of mine." Yi Tang added, "That old man just now kept staring at me. So strange." Chin-nua gave a bitter smile. "Not at all. That old man is just like that, very lecherous. When he sees a beautiful woman, his eyes are glued to her, wanted to get to know her. I can only say that Miss Lu is too beautiful." Lu Gigi turned her head and asked, "Really?" He immediately replied, "Why would I lie to you? If you want to get to know him, I can give you his number." She immediately replied, "That's not impossible." At this point, he felt a little regretful, thinking, why did I have to run my mouth? Fortunately, at this moment, Chin-nua waved his hand. "The car is here. Ladies first, you two get in. We'll part ways here." Watching them leave, he let out a sigh of relief. I've finally sent this great Buddha away. At the same time, his phone rang again. Chin-nua answered, "Hello, Haonan, what's up?" The other person said, "Chin-nua, can I come over for a drink? My heart is in a mess." Haonan's heart is in a mess. Could he be heartbroken? The car was moving, and Lu Gigi spoke up. "Master, stop the car up ahead. I want to get out." Yi Tang didn't understand. "Lu Gigi, why are we getting out here?" She prepared to get out, turning her head to instruct, "I have some business on the way. Good disciple, go back to the hotel and wait for Master first. Master won't be back late." The girl replied, "Great, Lu Gigi. Now you even dare to hide things from me. Good disciple, your master is an adult. I have to have some secrets too." The scene changes to Jiafeng Hall. Oldly sat smoking, wondering whether he should leave or not. Lao Chi beside him asked, "Master Shan, do we really have to go abroad to hide?" He replied, "It's still not right. I've never met Brother Haonan's wife. I was just guessing based on her appearance that she was Brother Haonan's wife. If I leave, it'll be seen as having a guilty conscience, not only confirming that she is Brother Haonan's wife, but also confirming that they are having an affair. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse, and if it's a curse, you can't avoid it. Besides, hiding abroad might not be safe either. I can only bet that they won't kill me to silence me." After hearing this, Lao Chi nodded and flattered. Master Shan makes sense. If Chin-nua had that intention, he would have already shown up at Jiafeng Hall by now. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Both of them jumped in fright, thinking, "Don't tell me, speak of the devil." And the devil appears. Lu Gigi broke down the door and walked in, standing there asking, "You know me, don't you?" Oldly sat there, trembling with fear, and replied, I don't." Lu Gigi interrupted, "No, you do." Li Qing Shan stammered, "I can pretend I don't. I really didn't see anything today." "You saw." What should I do with you?" Hearing this, he immediately knelt before her, his whole body trembling as he said, "I absolutely wouldn't dare to speak nonsense. The matter between you and Brother Chinua will forever be buried in my stomach. I wouldn't dare say a single word." Oldly said fearfully, "Sister-in-law, I really don't know anything about the matter between you and Chinua. Meeting today was just a coincidence. My lips are sealed, not a single word. No, I wouldn't even dare to say a single punctuation mark." Lu Jiji asked directly, "What matter is there between me and Chinua?" Li Qingshan kowtowed to the ground, saying, "You and Chinua are a family. I don't know about your affairs. I'm not clear, really not clear. I don't know anything." Lao Chi gently placed a hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder, comforting him. "Master Shan, it's me she's gone." It seems she just came to probe. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. "She didn't kill me. Looks like I get to keep my life." The scene changes to a late-night food stall. Seeing Hao Nan sitting there, the table full of empty beer bottles, Chinua walked over and teased, "Oh ho, is Hao Nan heartbroken?" As soon as he sat down, he heard Hao Nan confide, Xiaohe is cheating on me. I saw her going in and out of a hotel with another man. I thought that if she was with me, she wouldn't." Chinua picked up a beer bottle, opened it with his teeth, and said, "I thought you were joking. Is it for real?" Hao Nan replied, "What joke? I'm serious." He put on an experienced air. "It seems you don't understand a certain principle." Hao Nan asked, "What principle?" Chinua replied, "Women are heartless. Actors are faithless. Everyone is in it for the money, but you're in it for love. That's too much of a waste of money." He slammed the table excitedly. "I won't allow you to talk about Xiaohe like that. Xiaohe is not that kind of person," he said while drinking. "Why get so worked up? Whether she is or not, you have the final say. Seeing as you're my brother, I'll arrange something for you." Then he took out his phone and called to Lei. "Brother Lei, help me send some people to the KTV to arrange for a few girls. Let him get a taste of the world." The other end of the line asked, "Sure, Master Newell, what about the cost?" He replied, "No limit. Let him play however he wants." The scene changes to a KTV building. The receptionist inside asked, "Sir, have you booked a room?" Room 888. In the room, Delay put his arm around Hao Nan's shoulder and said, "Brother Hao Nan, relax. You're Master Nua's brother. Master Nua has given instructions. We must make proper arrangements." He thought to himself, "It's my first time in a place like this. I'm still a bit nervous, just like when I first started working in the main hall." Hao Nan mumbled, Not nervous." Delay said to the staff, "Make the arrangements. Hurry up and bring the people in." A moment later, a girl ran in waving. "Brother Lei, I haven't seen you in days." She sat down next to Delay. He said in a loud voice, "Cut the crap. The person livened things up I told you about on the phone. Is it arranged?" She leaned close to Delay and said, "Don't you worry. How could I dare to delay your request?" A few girls walked in and stood in a line. Delay turned to ask Hao Nan, "Brother, what are you doing? Admiring the beauties? If you like one, just say the word." Then he turned to the staff beside him. "Quick, change to another batch. Don't let my brother be disappointed. Don't bring any riff-raff into my room." She quickly replied, "Yes, sir. I'll change them right away." 5 minutes later, Delay had chosen a girl in purple to sit next to him, turned to pat her head and asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Several rounds have passed, and you still haven't picked one?" Hao Nan said a little awkwardly, "Brother Lei, I can't get used to it. I really don't need one." Brother Lei replied, "I get it, still not satisfied." Then he turned and made a demand, "I don't care if you don't bring a goddess for my brother today. It's all your fault." She was still very firm. "Brother Lei, you're really making things difficult for me by doing this." The girl beside him poured a drink, playing her card. "Brother Lei, you didn't call me last time you came. You're penalized one drink." Delay laughed loudly, picked up the glass and said, All right. I'll penalize myself with 3 glasses." Hao Nan sat to one side, drinking beer by himself. Hao Nan put down the beer bottle, thinking, none of them are Xiaohe. How can they compare to Xiaohe? Then he stood up and sang loudly, "I'm always too soft-hearted, taking all the problems." The Mamasan brought in a new person. "Brother Lei, sorry to keep you waiting. This is the most beautiful girl under my wing. Her name is Xia. She wasn't supposed to see clients today, but I called her and told her to rush over. If you're still not satisfied, then you won't be satisfied with anyone in all of Jinling." Hao Nan stared without blinking at the newly arrived girl, his mouth still singing the part about being too soft-hearted. Seeing his expression, Delay replied, "This time it's good." He pointed and said, "Good, it's her. I'll decide for my brother." "Little sister, my brother is an introvert. You must cheer him up today." He thought to himself, "This little sister is top-notch. I suddenly feel that the girls next to me are no longer appealing." Xia sat down, put her arm around Hao Nan's and asked, "Handsome, how should I address you?" Delay next to him answered for him, Little sister, just call him Brother Haonan. The girl appeared very sharp and replied, No, you all call him Brother Haonan if I call him that too. What's the fun in it? She turned around, her hands and feet restless as she thought. This Brother Lei not only has money, I heard he's also a recently famous figure in the underworld. For someone Brother Lei calls brother, he must be very formidable too. Then Xia Xia whispered into Hao Nan's ear, Can I call you Little Big Brother? Can I, Little Big Brother? He blushed, but then he froze, thinking, That's not right. Is this how it was when he was working? Hao Nan picked up the beer bottle again and took a swig, recalling, I understand Shin Nua's meaning now. It's fake, it's all fake. Acting for money, just going through the motions. For them, it's all just a daily routine. Xia Xia beside him continued trying to entice him. Little Big Brother, it's boring to drink alone. Let me drink with you. He glanced over, deep in thought. I've never understood. I was just completely avoiding it, just deceiving myself. Thank you, Shin Nua. Thank you for making me face reality. I won't hesitate anymore. Xia Xia saw his gaze and felt a little shy. Little Big Brother, you're looking at me like that. You'll make me shy. Hao Nan asked directly, Can you leave with me later? Xia Xia laughed out loud and leaned coquettishly against him, saying, Little Big Brother, your words are so naughty. He asked in a serious tone, Cut the crap. I'm asking you, are you going or not? She put on an act and replied, I can't. I have something to do today. I live with a little sister. She's sick. I have to go back and take care of her tonight. Recalling that He had used a similar excuse before, he turned and asked directly, Are you trying to say next time? Next time I come looking for you, we'll talk then? Hao Nan took a stack of cash from his pocket, placed it on the table, and asked, I don't like to beat around the bush, and I don't like nonsense. This is 8,000, you tell me. Yes or no? Xia Xia was completely captivated by the money and immediately replied decisively, Little Big Brother, then you wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. He blushed as he looked at the girl. Hao Nan pushed her aside and said, Take the money and go. The money on the table is for you. I don't need you to accompany me. Just consider the question I just asked and your answer to be worth that much money. He looked up at the sky and asked himself, Is there not even a final reason left to deceive myself? Delay stood there confused and asked, Brother Hao Nan, what's wrong? If you're not happy today, how am I supposed to explain it to Master Nua? Look, how about we call a car and go somewhere else? He replied, The task Shin Nua asked you to do, you've done it. Tell Shin Nua I understand. I thank him. Back at Shin Nua's house, he was sitting on a chair, studying. This talisman belongs to the sorcerer. It contains the sorcerer's power. He looked at the talisman in his hand, thinking, I can feel the powerful mental force surging within the talisman. But no matter how strong the mental force is, it can't hide the complex flavor within. Shin Nua closed his eyes. The commonly accepted rule in the cultivation world is the purer the power, the better. The purer the power, the easier it is to control its operational laws. But such a complex mental force. Chen Nua smiled. Damn it, sorcerer, you must have learned the star-devouring grandmasters Huagong Dafa, or the Xiaoyao Sex Baiming Shingong, or maybe the Shixing Dafa. He copied the talisman, muttering, such a complex mental force. It clearly comes from different power systems. But in the hands of the sorcerer, he can mobilize and use it so powerfully. It's clearly all thanks to this talisman. He clenched his fist, sitting there smugly. Sorcerer, now watch my skills. I'll be able to erase it too. The next day at school, Shin Nua walked into the classroom, thinking, the vacation trip has been postponed for a few days. The final exams are coming up. I can't be absent. It's a good thing I learned the sorcerer's skill. Even if Lu Jiji really fights me, I won't have to be afraid. Running away won't be a problem. Walking past Kuku's seat, he looked over in surprise and saw that one of his wife's eyes was bruised. He immediately asked, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you? Kuku sat there and replied, don't overthink it. I fell on the stairs when I went home last night. The staircase light was broken again, so my face hit the ground. Shin Nua placed his hand on her forehead and asked, are you sure you just fell? Kuku still insisted, it's true. It hurt so much I couldn't sleep well last night. He channeled spiritual energy into her, coaxing, let me rub it for you. It'll feel better. Kuku blushed and reminded him, there are classmates here. He smiled, it'll be quick. A minute later, he thought to himself, Even if you applied ointment for half a month, it might not have healed. I'll use the sorcerer's technique to heal you. It'll be done in a minute. But to avoid being too conspicuous, I'll just reduce the effect a little for you. Then he asked her, how does it feel? Cuckoo replied in amazement, it's much better. By the way, Chinua, next Tuesday is Teacher Jiang's 50th birthday, did you know? He replied, I didn't know. I haven't seen Teacher Jiang these past few days. It just so happens I need to go to Teacher Jiang's place after class to see how little Yizi is doing. Cuckoo said happily, then we're on the same way after class. He thought to himself, next Tuesday, the final exams will be over by next Monday. So he went and knocked on Teacher Jiang's door. Chinua walked in, scratching his head with a sheepish smile and calling out, Master. He waved his hand. I don't dare accept it. You haven't come for several days. I almost forgot I had a disciple like you. Chinua quickly explained, don't be like that, Master. You might forget, but how could I? He stood there scolding. That brat Zhang Hao Nan is the same. He's like a lost soul when he's practicing. What kind of disciples have I taken on? Chinua put the things on the table, turned back and said, Master, calm down. I was busy on a business trip. As for my two senior brothers, I heard they're heartbroken. They'll get over it in a few days. Teacher Jiang sat on the chair with his arms crossed and said, only my eldest disciple gives me less to worry about. He also sat down and said with a grin, I must meet my eldest senior brother when I have the chance. He must be a genius. Chinua turned his head and asked, has Louise been good these past few days? Has she caused you any trouble? He replied, better behave than you. Her godmother took her out to play. She'll be back later. By the way, how is Gu Kang's matter? It's fine. He hasn't come looking for me these past few days. This kind of street punk, there's nothing new to them. They won't live peacefully even if they go elsewhere. This is for the best. The final exams will be over in a few days. Let's have a meal together. What meal? Nothing. I just want to find a time for everyone to meet and have a meal together. Just make sure you come. Next Tuesday. After talking for a while, Teacher Jiang suggested, well, stay and eat at Master's house today. I'll go buy some good food. On the day of the exam, after everything was over, Chinua and Cuckoo were walking and chatting while drinking. The exams are finally over. How'd it go? Was it smooth? It felt pretty good. We can finally relax. Where are we going this afternoon? To buy things. Tomorrow is Teacher John's birthday. I can't go empty-handed. Yizi has also been at Teacher John's house recently. I must repay this debt of gratitude. Okay, then I'll treat you to McDonald's. Cuckoo turned to look at him and thought, Chinua will surely spend a lot of money on the gift. If I treat him to a meal, he won't have to pay. I can help him save a little. And so, the two had a relaxing date after the exams. First, they went to eat, then they went to the amusement park, had a lot of fun, and even went roller skating together. On the way, Chinua said, we bought the gift. We can go home now. Cuckoo said excitedly, today was so much fun. His phone rang. As soon as he answered, he heard Teacher Sun's voice asking, Chinua, is Cuckoo with you? Yes, she is. That's strange. Where's her phone? Why can't I get through? It's off. It probably ran out of battery. Pass the phone to her. Cuckoo took the phone from Chinua's hand and asked, Dad, what's wrong? She listened silently to her father on the phone, the two of them not saying a word. Cuckoo returned the phone to Chinua with a gloomy face. He asked what's wrong. She said on the verge of tears, I didn't do well on my exams. The teachers finished grading the first and second day's exams. My dad saw them and scolded me. He said if I don't study properly, he won't let me see you anymore. Chinua asked, didn't you say you did pretty well on the exams? Cuckoo replied, I don't know either. My dad said he saw many mistakes on my papers. For the highest point math problem, my entire process was correct and I calculated the right answer, but I wrote one sign wrong. And for the multiple choice questions, I clearly did them all correctly, but I filled in the answer sheet wrong. I wrote the answer for the question above in the space for the question below. So a whole series of them were wrong. Then she rummaged through her bag. I can't find my phone either. Today was supposed to be so happy. How did it become so unlucky? Chinua immediately comforted her. Don't cry, don't worry. We'll solve things one by one. Let's go buy a new phone. Cuckoo was still crying loudly. How can I be so unlucky? A Taoist priest standing behind them smiled. This benefactor, buying a phone is not in accordance with feng shui. In a few days, the phone will be lost again. Chinua immediately turned his head and asked, Who are you? He replied. This humble Taoist saw this benefactor crying so heartbrokenly that I paid more attention and came over out of curiosity. I had no intention of eavesdropping on your conversation. He turned to Cuckoo and said, This female benefactor, you have a bad omen. Chinua said impatiently, I think you're the one who's sick. What era is this? To still have this kind of superstition. Then he pulled Cuckoo to turn away. Don't mind him. let's go. Brother Lay's shop was busy the past few days, and he gave me a decent bonus, enough to buy a phone. Wanting to save money for him, she said, I don't need it. You should keep your money. There will be many things to spend on later. On the side, the Taoist priest was still trying to hold him back. Wait, benefactors, please don't go. He chased after them and grabbed the female benefactor. Have you been encountering many unfavorable things recently? Kuko asked. How did you know? He said again, this benefactor's forehead palace of fate is shrouded in dark clouds. If it's not resolved soon, once this black chi takes form and creates a black cloud covering the peak formation, I'm afraid something extremely dangerous will happen. Chen Nuo smiled and asked, Taoist master? This humble Taoist is Wu Daozi. After hearing this, Chen Nuo thought to himself, has the painting demon given this fake Taoist permission to use its name? He was originally a little curious, but upon hearing this name, he could tell this was no master. What true master would take such a name? He continued to turn away. Let's go. We believe in bodhisattvas. The Taoist master called out loudly from behind. Wait. Then he took off his Taoist robe, revealing a Buddhist kasaya underneath, and removed his wig. Please wait, you two. He then transformed. Amitabha, this humble monk is Wu Dao. You two benefactors, Buddhism and Taoism are one family. This humble monk also believes in the Buddha. Chen Nuo's jaw dropped in astonishment. This is truly shameless, a real eye-opener. If I said I believed in Jesus Christ, what would you turn into? He sighed stubbornly. I have a cross too. This humble monk is not deceiving you too. This female benefactor is plagued by bad luck. The incidents aren't major, but these little things will keep happening, right? And that's right. Chen Nuo interrupted. Don't believe him. This is just a scam. It doesn't prove anything. He pinched his fingers and muttered incomprehensible words. Z, Cho, In, Mao, Chun Si, Wu Wei, Shun Yu Su, Hai. Everyone has experienced hardship. Let's be realistic. Everyone has been troubled by their career or studies, and has probably faced difficulties, right? Chen Nuo smiled in appreciation. You make it sound so real. He glared. It seems this humble monk was right. Today, Chen Nuo suddenly grabbed his wrist, twisted it, and bent his arm back, asking, Speak, how many days have you been following us? How did you tamper with the stairs? And how did you sneak into the school to change the exam answers? He cried out loudly, Heavens, I've been wrong, brother. He asked again, How many of you are there? We're your accomplices. The Taoist denied it flatly. Brother, you've really wronged me. I get it. It seems I've hit the nail on the head this time. Chen Nuo interrupted. Isn't that just stating the obvious? You did all of it. First, you mess with people, then you show up at their door pretending to be a master. He took out a piece of paper to explain. No, this is my first time here. I don't have any accomplices. If you don't believe me, I have proof. The Taoist shrugged and said, My friend, I understand your suspicion, but I'm truly wronged. This young lady has probably only been running into trouble for the past few days, right? But I only arrived in Jinling this afternoon. Chen Nuo looked at the train ticket and said, The ticket is indeed for this afternoon, and it doesn't look fake. Then, the two of them said, So tell us, what do you want? I wish to form a good karmic bond. Good deeds will be rewarded. Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. All right, I have a protective talisman. I can give it to you, give it to this young lady to ward off that bad luck. I guarantee it's extremely effective. Chen Nuo asked directly. It's not free, is it? The man was also frank. We in the Buddhist path value fate. If there's a connection, the amount of money doesn't matter. The price is based on fate, 800. Chen Nuo glared, huh? He grunted. The man immediately lowered the price to 500. I made this protective talisman myself, and it was consecrated by both the Bodhisattva and the 3 pure ones. 500 yuan is an absolute bargain for you. Chen Nuo then asked, Your Bodhisattva and the 3 pure ones consecrated it together? Chen Nuo took out some money and said, Fine, I'll trust you this once. But I'm telling you now, if you're scamming me, I'll make you pay it back tenfold. On his side, the man also pulled the talisman from his robes and said, A man of the cloth does not lie. Its effectiveness is guaranteed. Kuka felt a bit pained about the money and pulled his arm, saying, Chen Nuo, what are you doing? That's 500 yuan, he said decisively. I can see you haven't been doing well lately. Let's buy some peace of mind. After that, the man handed the protective talisman to Chen Nuo. We're all settled then. Chen Nuo patted the man's shoulder, conveniently infusing a trace of spiritual power into him, and said, All right, I've got it. If you're scamming me, it's not too late to admit it now. The man put his palms together and chanted Amitabha, A man of the cloth does not lie. This humble monk will take his leave. Chen Nuo thought to himself. After obtaining Old Wu's talismanic power, my mental power has reached a new level. As long as this person doesn't leave Jinling City, I'll be able to find him. Then he handed the talisman to Cuckoo. Take it, keep it safe. It was 500 yuan. Cuckoo was still a bit regretful. Your monthly salary isn't that much. How could you spend money like that? Chinua said sweetly. You've really been a bit unlucky lately. It's to buy some peace of mind. 500 isn't expensive. Even if you lose a single strand of hair, my heart aches. She reached into her pocket, fumbled around, and then handed something to Chinua, saying, I only have 100. You take it. Chinua pushed it away. No need. I'm not short on this little bit of money. Cuckoo pouted. I'll be angry if you don't take it. Money is saved up bit by bit. Later on, for getting married, buying a house, there are many places where we'll need money. The better you are, the more at ease my dad will be. Hearing this, Chinua asked, At ease about what? Cuckoo blushed with embarrassment, turned, and walked away, in nothing. I'm going now. My dad is rushing me to go home. I won't see you off. Chinua chased after her. I haven't taken you to buy a phone yet. Cuckoo turned her head and replied, No need. I'll let my dad buy it. Chinua, you listen to me. You have to save every penny you earn carefully. She smiled, her cheeks flushed, thinking to herself, but not saying it out loud. I'm waiting for you to marry me. Chinua stood there, thinking of his future father-in-law, teacher's son. If I hadn't promised him before to not date Cuckoo for the time being, I would have made our relationship official long ago, and I wouldn't have had to erase her memories. Then he said to Cuckoo, Let's wait until after graduation. I can't let my future father-in-law be displeased. He scratched his head and remembered, all right, there's one more thing. I have to find a way to launder the money at home. Otherwise, I can't let Cuckoo use it. Inside a restaurant on the street, everyone was chatting lively. Old Jiang, happy birthday. Old son, why did you buy so many things? Godfather, happy birthday. I wish you good health and happiness every day. Oh my, our Ziyi is so well-spoken. Maotai, Chinua, what are you doing? What did you buy this? Take it back. The whole family gathered around a large table, and old Jiang spoke up. Sit down. Hurry and sit. Teacher's son, sitting opposite, saw the two of them sitting together and pretended to cough as a signal. Cuckoo said softly, My dad is very angry. I'm going to go sit next to my mom. Chinua agreed. Go on. You have to be good right now. Old Jiang stood up and said, Then let's raise our glasses. The waiter beside them also announced, All the dishes have been served. Please enjoy your meal. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and entered, saying loudly, Master, I'm here. I come to wish you a happy birthday. Chinua recognized the person and exclaimed, Oh. Teacher Jiang saw him and said with some delight, Wu Dao, why are you here too? Chinua, Hao Nan, this is the person I've told you about. He's the disciple I took in Huicheng. You should call him senior brother. Chinua said sarcastically, Senior brother is truly a dragon among men. Hao Nan, not understanding, just greeted him. Hello, senior brother. As for Wu Dao, he awkwardly turned his face away. Wu Dao sat down between the two of them. Chinua raised his glass and asked, Where does senior brother work? He replied, I wouldn't dare say it's anything grand. Just in my hometown. Then he took out a business card and pushed it in front of Chinua. I mainly research Buddhism and Taoism, basically all national studies. It read, Qingyun Institute of National Studies, Director Wu Dao. Chinua picked up the card to look at it, then turned his head and asked, Senior brother is so multi-talented, you're too modest. So how's the pay? He scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and replied, Junior brother, don't joke around. Chanting foreign scriptures doesn't pay well. Then Wu Dao took out some money, holding it in his hand, and said, Oh right, master. He stood there and offered it to Teacher Jiang, a small token of my appreciation. Teacher Jiang waved his hand, refusing. No, it's not easy for you to earn money. Just come and have a drink with me is precious enough. Wu Dao tried to persuade him. Master, really, please accept it. Today is your big birthday. It's different from usual. Chinua, with quick eyes and hands, took the money from his hand and stuffed it into old Jiang's. Then he stood between the two and said, Master, it's a token from senior brother. We're all martial artists. Let's be straightforward. Senior brother, I'm guessing it's not much, just 500, right? Wu Dao gave a pained smile and raised his hands in reply. Junior brother is smart, truly smart. Master, please accept it. Teacher Jiang took the money and reminded him, All right, but not again. Is everything all right back home? Wu Dao stood there reporting to his master. Everything is fine. After master came to Jinling, I went to Miyun Nunnery to become a monk. After the old abbess passed away, because I had been managing the nunnery's affairs, I soon also became the head of Qingtian Temple, as there was no successor. I merged the two places into one and named it Qingyun Institute. He scratched his head humbly and said, I guess you could say I've established my own sect. Chun Nuo stood there listening and glanced over, thinking to himself, nice, isn't this the founder of the Qingyun sect? A while later, the banquet ended, and everyone's face was red from the alcohol. Wu Dao raised his hand to take his leave. Master, mistress, I'll be heading back first. Aunt Xiaoyan waved and asked, aren't you staying for a few days? Your master, and I haven't seen you in a long time. He replied, I still have things to do. I'll come visit master and mistress again when I'm free. Teacher Jiang seemed drunk, supported by his wife, and managed to say, all right, be careful on your way. On this side, Cuckoo was also standing there, supported by Chun Nuo. Then I'll head back first. He replied, it looks like your dad will be angry for a few days before he calms down. In the distance, teacher's son seemed very impatient and called out loudly, Cuckoo, what are you dawdling for? Go home and study. Chinua led Xiao Yi over to ask a favor. Master, mistress, I'll have to trouble you to look after Xiao Yi for a while again. It's summer vacation, and Brother Lei's shop is busy. I can't take care of Xiao Yi. Aunt Xiaoyan smiled and said, you go and take care of your business. Leave Ziyi here with me for as long as you need. I'd be sad to see him go. Xiao Yi said cheekily. Godfather's face is so red, just like an apple. On this side, Wu Dao was standing by the road hailing a cab, pondering. Master's face is full of fortune. He can resolve any matter smoothly. It seems he's met a benefactor, so I can rest assured. Suddenly, Chin Nuo ran over, grabbed Wu Dao's hand, and asked, Senior brother, what's the rush to go back? Let's have a chat, just as brothers. Wu Dao hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. No more drinking. No more drinking. Chin Nuo put an arm around his shoulder and led him away, saying, just a little. Otherwise, senior brother would be disrespecting his junior brother. Master also said I should learn more from you. Wu Dao was flustered. Learn? Learn what? My petty skills are just cheap tricks, not worth mentioning. And so, the two sat on a park bench drinking. Chin Nuo handed him a bottle. Wu Dao praised. Junior brother, you're quite formidable yourself. It seems you've done well training with teacher Jiang. Not like your senior brother here, who has no talent and doesn't even know basic kung fu. Chin Nuo pressed. Senior brother, about yesterday, tell your junior brother. Wu Dao immediately replied, those words of mine. Did you really believe them, junior brother? Chin Nuo was also frank. I didn't believe it at first, but after thinking about it, it seems to be true. Tell me, is your misfortune reading real or fake? At this point, he confessed under the influence of alcohol. Fake, fake, it's not real. Chin Nuo was a little suspicious. The real can't be fake. Senior brother isn't planning on telling the truth, is he? Wu Dao didn't answer, but instead tilted the bottle back and chugged. This liquor is strong. Chin Nuo sat beside him, still pressing. What do you mean by that? You're not going to tell the truth? He burped, slumping over. Can't say. Junior brother, you're a good guy. Get your senior brother a plate of roasted peanuts. Wu Dao swayed, his words slurring. Formidable. Junior brother, you could still kill me. Maybe? We're all fellow apprentice brothers. Chin Nuo sat there, stunned in disbelief. Holy crap, is he messing with me? He looked at his drunk senior brother and thought to himself, if the mental power imprint on this guy hadn't disappeared, I would have really treated him as a scammer and let him go. But now he's playing games with me. I'm the grandmaster of this trade. The next morning, Wu Dao slowly opened his eyes after a night of heavy drinking. He was in a car. In front of him, 3 fierce-looking men turned their heads and asked, "You're awake?" A whole day has passed. He thought to himself, why is it so cold? It turned out his clothes had been stripped off, leaving only a piece of cloth to cover him. The car was stopped by the roadside, surrounded by a bustling crowd of passers-by. Wu Dao's scream echoed in the car. "Holy crap, you guys." DeLay turned his head, rubbing his chin, and said, "Buddy, we won't make things hard for you. A friend asked me to ask you something." He said, "You can think about whether you want to talk or not." He asked back, "What if I don't talk?" While thinking to himself, "A 1,000 blessings, my chrysanthemum doesn't hurt." A twisted look appeared on DeLay's face. "If you don't talk, we won't touch you. We'll just open the car door and push you out into the middle of the road." After hearing this, Wu Dao provoked with some confidence. You think I'm scared of that? Delay let out a cold laugh. That's fine. If once doesn't work, we'll do it twice. If twice doesn't work, we'll do it 10 times. We got plenty of time anyway. There are lots of main roads in Jinling City. We can play on them one by one. If we can't finish in a day or two, we'll play for 10 days. How about it? Then he turned to the driver. Open the door. Yes, sir. Wu Dao was a little scared and immediately shouted, Don't. Absolutely not. I'll lose, okay. Get Shinua out here. I'll tell him whatever he asks. A while later, Delay brought him to a place, not forgetting to remind him, behave yourself, you hear? Wu Dao could only reply with a pained smile, yes. Shinua sat there pouring tea. Senior brother, have some tea to cool down. My boss here didn't make things difficult for you, did he? He sat down and said, Boss? Yesterday, junior brother, you said you worked at car shop. Is this it? But from your physiognomy, you're the boss, and that bald guy is your underling, right? You've hidden it well. Does master know? Shinua ignored those words and asked directly, Have you thought it through, senior brother? No more pretending? Wu Dao picked up the pack of cigarettes on the table and lit one. He sat there and confided, Junior brother, we all have our own secrets. How about we go our separate ways? Shinua was blunt. Senior brother, the situation has changed. I don't have the patience to play games with you anymore. I received a call this afternoon. Sun Cuckoo was in a car accident. He continued, To be honest, I don't believe in all that stuff about misfortune, retribution, and ghosts. The protective talisman was just nonsense. But during this period, there must be some kind of mysterious power that I don't know about, causing these things to happen frequently. Wu Dao turned his head and asked doubtfully, Junior brother, there's one thing I still don't understand. Why do you assume I know? Shinua replied, You arrived in Jinling the afternoon before last, and only went to Master's house to wish him a happy birthday yesterday afternoon. I guess in the time in between, you must have discovered something strange, so you want to deal with it. He smiled and said, I see. So that was Junior brother's trick. Shinua continued, Since we've come this far, I'll be clear with you. I'm very worried right now. Sun Cuckoo is my life. If you don't talk today, you will see blood. I've said it. I'm very serious. Wu Dao propped up his arm, sat there, and asked with a smile, Junior brother, do you believe in something called luck? Legend has it that when heaven and earth first opened, chaos split into clear chi and turbid chi. The clear chi rose to become the heavens, and the turbid chi sank to become the earth. Clear chi and turbid chi are mutually generative and destructive, balancing yin and yang, and affecting the existence of all things in the world. According to our ancestors, if a person is affected by clear and turbid chi, it will give rise to fortune and misfortune. But generally speaking, a person's fortune and misfortune are balanced. One won't be unlucky forever, nor will one be lucky forever. This is also known as the balance of prosperity and decline. Shinua immediately asked, What you mean is, Sun Cuckoo is plagued by misfortune? Wu Dao replied, That's right. If a misfortune doesn't dissipate, she will continue to encounter bad luck. In mild cases, she'll be disabled. In severe cases, she'll die unexpectedly. Shinua continued, That's not right. You just said that misfortune and fortune are balanced. For Sun Cuckoo to encounter bad luck so frequently is absolutely not normal. Wu Dao explained, For this situation to occur, there are only two possibilities. One is that she was born with a constitution of misfortune. This type of person is called a heavenly fiend lone star. Sun Cuckoo hasn't been unlucky from childhood to now, so she's clearly not this type. Then it can only be the other type. I suspect someone has cursed her. Shinua hurriedly asked, How is she cursed? Wu Dao listed, Curses, goose sorcery, Kimenthon. There's so many sects. How would I know? Shinua immediately asked, Is there a way to find out who it was? He took the cigarette from his junior brother's hand and continued, These so-called rituals, many are just to add a sense of ceremony, to deliberately create an air of mystery. But if you really want to curse someone, there is one crucial step, which is direct physical contact. Therefore, as for who cursed Sun Cuckoo, you should ask that young lady who she came into contact with 1 or 2 days before her first bout of bad luck, and investigate from there. Wu Dao added, Let me be clear, don't expect me to help. I've seen the misfortune on Sun Cuckoo. For it to be so much, the person behind it is definitely more powerful than me. I don't dare to mess with a master of that level. Shinua took a drag from his cigarette, then replied, All right, I won't make things difficult for you, but I'll still have to ask senior brother to stay here for a few more days. We'll talk after I resolve Sun Cuckoo's matter. At teacher Sun's apartment, Shinua sat on the sofa, massaging Cuckoo. Luckily, it was just a minor injury. She blushed a little and stammered, Chun, Chinua, have you touched enough? He smiled wickedly and said, then how about I switch to a place I haven't touched? Kuka said honestly, you shouldn't, I'm not. Not ready yet. Chinua pinched her cheek and said, just teasing you. I promised teacher son I wouldn't do that. She cursed silently in her heart. Annoying. Chinua asked curiously, Cuckoo, have you come into contact with any strangers recently? You only go from school to home every day, so you probably don't come into contact with many strangers. Think carefully. Cuckoo thought for a moment and replied, if it's physical contact, then there were two people. One was a beautiful older sister I met in the bathroom at the Honda car dealership on Tongzi Street. That time I want to find you. Chinua thought to himself, let's just forget about Lu Gigi. She kills without batting an eye. Cuckoo continued to recall. The other person was on Lin Xiaona's birthday. I went to have a meal with her and happened to meet a friend of hers who was also there. It was a girl, not a boy, so don't overthink it. At school, I don't interact with other boys at other times. Chinua smiled and said, I know. He asked further, did you guys just eat? You didn't do anything else? She immediately replied, what else could we do? We just ate, talked, and then watched TV, and then I went home. So what's that girl's name? Her name is Hiro. Kuka looked very confused. Huh, why are you asking this? Chinua placed his hand on her cheek and replied, nothing, just asking casually. Are you sleepy? Kuka held her head. I'm not sleepy. Huh, why am I suddenly so sleepy? It turned out that Chinua had secretly channeled spiritual power into her head. He helped Kuka lie down on his lap, thinking to himself, if luck can be controlled by others, then it proves that it is also a type of power. If I sense it carefully, I might be able to detect the power that exists in Sun Kuku's body. Chinua was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was stunned, a worried look on his face. Huh? He grunted, then slowly pulled something out from Kuku's head. A mass of black chi fluctuated on his hand. Chinua looked at it, puzzled. What is this thing? It's as if it has a life of its own, and it's still growing at an imperceptible rate. Moreover, it's clearly not something from Sun Kuku's spiritual consciousness. It came from the outside. Chinua clenched the thing in his hand and said with a smile, since you can release misfortune, then I'll call you the seed of misfortune. Behave yourself in my consciousness space and wait for me to find out what you are. The next morning, at a factory complex, several people were chattering. It's rare that we don't have overtime today. Want to go shopping? Not going, I have to pick up my kid. Want to go ice skating? A new place just opened nearby. Let's go see a movie tonight. Chinua sat at a roadside stall eating snacks and said through the glass window, she's out. According to Sun Ku's description, Hiron was short and fat, with blonde hair and a tattoo on her arm, so she was quite easy to recognize. She was looking at a car's rearview mirror, whistling. Then she took out a bunch of keys and scraped a line along the car's body, muttering curses. Damn rich people, it's definitely dirty money. Suddenly, a girl on a bicycle called out, Sister Rome. Hiron turned her head and asked, it's you? School's out? Yes. Then the little girl waved goodbye. I'm heading home. I have a lot of homework today by Sister Rome. Hiron also smiled and waved. Bye. As soon as the person left, she cursed, showing off, are you? Then punctured the little girl's bicycle tire and continued on her way, whistling. Chinua saw this and sneered. Truly a terrible person. In a residential area, Hiron sat at home, her feet propped up on the table, watching TV and complaining. The TV is so boring. Then she laughed despicably. Luckily, there was a lot of fun today. She recalled keying the car, then letting the air out of the middle schooler's tire, and then the uncle in the wheelchair. At that time, she had asked, Uncle, how are your legs? He had replied, the doctor said I can only be in a wheelchair from now on. Such bad luck to fall on flat ground and end up like this. There was also the matter of her throwing a cat and the people who gloated over others' misfortune. She had spoken with a woman with a covered face. Sister Rome, I heard that plastic surgery abroad is very advanced, the wound on your face. That person replied, where would I get the money? I broke up with my boyfriend, and a fire took everything. Hiron sat there thinking, right, what was the name of that girl I met at Nana's house a few days ago? Sun. Sun what? Kuku. Then she smiled sinisterly, right? Sun Kuku. Not only is she beautiful, but her dad is also the school's director of education. I heard he's about to become vice principal. She spat and cursed. Why don't people like her just die? Pretty good figure, popular at school, dad's a school leader. All the good things in the world are taken by people like her. It would be better if people like her died. Her eyes lit up. How about I go see how she's doing tomorrow? Just thinking about it made her unable to contain her excitement. In Hiron's world of consciousness, a dark creature with blood-red eyes also spoke up. You're very excited too, aren't you? It stood before a giant tree, the top of which was blood red. From a very young age, I felt a very strange power in my body. It wasn't until 3 years ago, in a dream, that I entered my consciousness space and realized I possessed extraordinary power. At first, in that consciousness, she wondered, where is this? What is this thing? This tree can absorb my evil thoughts and produce a kind of seed, which can even be summoned from the real world, and then planted into other people's bodies. She laughed sinisterly. From now on, anyone who displeases me can just go and die. Go and die. Unfortunately, until now, I've only managed to cultivate 3 seeds. There's so many lucky people in the world. I really want them all to have bad luck. She stood there praying, oh tree, you have to work hard. We still have a great goal to accomplish. At this moment, a giant white hand appeared and grabbed the tree trunk. The figure of Chin-Nua appeared and uprooted the tree. She asked in a panic, who are you? She glared, then asked again, who are you? Chin-Nua stood before her, holding the evil thought tree. She charged forward, screaming, give it back to me. Give me back my treasure. Chin-Nua gently squeezed her neck, replying, give it back to you? To let a malicious person like you continue to harm people? Hiram still tried to reach for the evil thought tree. Who on earth are you? Give it back to me. That's mine. Mine. Chin-Nua cursed. For people like you, death is too light a punishment. But dying like that would be too simple. So he used his eyes to launch a mental attack, striking her spirit, leaving her lying there in a daze. He turned and left, saying, from now on, just live as an invalid. Returning to his place, Chin-Nua sat there in deep thought. Does this count as robbing her of her special ability? In Chin-Nua's consciousness space, he had planted that tree. Although you greedily absorb my mental power, this absorption rate can't keep up with my growth rate. From now on, my consciousness space will be your prison until I can neutralize you. He slowly opened his eyes, recalling the moment he took out those evil thought seeds. He said to himself, compared to the luck-stealing tree, these 3 seeds are much simpler. Chin-Nua clenched it in his hand, then channeled his spiritual energy into it. After placing the luck-stealing tree in my consciousness space, my perception of this world has gained another layer. There's a very weak existence, but it's still perceptible. But as for how to use it specifically, I still need to explore. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Chin-Nua took out his phone to answer. It was Kuko. She announced, Chin-Nua, the P-show you gave me is broken. Broken? Yeah, I just found out it might have broken yesterday. That was 500 yuan. That hurts. Chin-Nua thought to himself, son, Cuckoo injured her leg. She keeps this thing in her upper pocket. Then he comforted Cuckoo. It's okay. Think of it this way. Maybe that P-show helped you block a disaster. On the other end of the line, she sighed. I can only comfort myself like that. By the way, Chin-Nua, no one's home today. Chin-Nua understood her meaning, but immediately dodged. Brother Lay's shop is busy today. I have to go help. Oh, then you go be busy. I'll come find you after you're done. I won't forget you said it. Don't you forget. Chin-Nua pondered. The P-show is broken. This senior brother of mine has some skills. I should repay him a little. With that, he ran to the Lay's car repair shop. As he entered, carrying 2 bags, he saw Wu Dao sitting there and said with a smile, oh, senior brother, what are you watching? He replied, learning how to escape. Aya. Chin-Nua beamed, taking out 2 bottles of Mao Tai, and said, come on, senior brother, let's have a drink first. I also bought some snacks and even ordered mutton soup. It'll be here soon. He asked suspiciously, what's up, junior brother? It seems you have a favor to ask? Chin-Nua said while pouring the drink. I'm free today. Wanted to have a few drinks with senior brother. We're from the same sect. It's only right to get closer. Wu Dao, having gained an advantage, feigned annoyance, lightly scolding. Junior brother Chin-Nua, you're really the type to turn hostile in a flash, and then humble yourself in the next. Impressive. Full of schemes, decisive in action, and yet able to lower yourself. But you change too quickly. Your senior brother can't keep up. Chin-Nua laughed and replied, what are you talking about, senior brother? There's really nothing. He raised a hand to stop him. No rush. Let the wine sit. Let me do a divination. After pinching his fingers, Wu Dao continued. Junior brother, I predict that the protective talisman of that little girl's son, Cuckoo, is broken. Am I right? Chin-Nua gave a thumbs up in praise. Senior brother is truly divinely perceptive. That protective talisman, you must still have more, right, senior brother? Can you give your junior brother a few dozen? Hearing this, Wu Dao pressed his own philtrum point, sighing, oh, I'm having a heart attack. I need to treat myself for a moment. Chin-Nua said with a smile, senior brother, don't be like that. If a few dozen is too many, a few is fine too. Wu Dao tried to refuse. Don't have any, not even one. Do you think my protective talismans are some wholesale goods from the street? It takes a lot of effort to refine them. Chinua held something in his hand, turned his head, and asked, "Senior brother, then what is this?" He touched his neck and asked in a stern voice, "You brat, when did you take the life-bound talisman from my neck?" Chinua replied with a smile, "Just now. Luckily, my hands and eyes are quick. I saw a string on senior brother's neck. Wu Dao tried to snatch it back. Not this one, no. That's my life-bound artifact." Chinua also pulled his hand back, asking, "A life-bound artifact? Even better. Senior brother, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll pay double the price from last time, 1,000. He said loudly, 1,000? My stuff is rare. The jade alone is worth 8,000. This is authentic Hitian suet jade. Besides, I spent half a month carving it." Chinua stuffed it into his pocket and said, "Senior brother, don't try to fool me. Suet jade is white, yours is green. It's just an ordinary piece of jade." Wu Dao rubbed his chin. "So you know your stuff." Chinua walked over and put an arm around his senior brother's shoulder, saying, "I can't let senior brother suffer a loss. 3,000. If you still don't agree, then consider it a meeting gift from you to me." He sat down and sighed. "Forget it. I admit defeat. 3,000 it is." Chinua said happily, "That's more like it. This is how family should be. Haggling any more would be too formal. I'll have brother Lei give you the money later." By the way, Wu Dao stood up and asked, "Junior brother, the matter is settled. You don't need to lock me up anymore, right?" "What are you talking about, senior brother? I just wanted to get closer to you. Invited you to stay for a day. What's this about locking you up? Then can I go?" "Of course. Senior brother, feel free." Watching him get into the car, Chinua said cheerfully, "Senior brother, come visit when you're free." Wu Dao waved his hand in refusal. "No thanks. I can't afford to play with you." "Junior brother, it's best we don't meet again." Entering the shop, Delay and Chinua started talking. "Nuagu, is that person really your senior brother?" "I guess you could say that. This guy talks a lot. He was in my place last night, talking nonstop, almost made my head spin. This guy is not easy to deal with. Very cunning. You have to be careful around him." "It's fine. I can still handle him." Chinua asked curiously, "Did he do anything strange in the last 2 days?" Delay thought for a moment and replied, "Not really." "Oh, right, there was one thing. This morning, he asked someone in my shop to go buy a random piece of jade. I looked at it. It was nothing special, just a normal piece of jade worth about 100 yuan. Chinua realized he'd been tricked. His face darkened and said, 100 yuan? Delay scratched his head and asked, Uncle, what's wrong?" Chinua, with 2 streams of tears, wailed, "Son of a bitch. I really want to hit someone." Entering the back room, he sat down angrily, muttering, "This senior brother is a real son of a bitch." Then he noticed a piece of paper on the chair, a letter left by Wu Dao. The content was as follows: "Junior brother, I've received the money. Thank you. Don't be angry. The item may be fake, but its effect is real. As for you getting me drunk and having people strip me, let's call it even." Senior brother Wu Dao penned. After reading it, Chinua chuckled. This guy, he had already figured out a way to play me. But this senior brother of mine is quite interesting. In the taxi, Wu Dao scratched his head, thinking, this time before coming down the mountain, I did a divination for myself and saw that I would encounter a great opportunity, but I can't see through this junior brother's fate. It's better to avoid him if I can. Best to lie low for now, lest I get dragged into something. Then, he turned to chat with the driver. "Hey driver, let me do a divination for you. If I'm right, you waive my fare. If I'm wrong, I won't charge you." The scene shifts to Jiangning Mental Hospital. Hirong was gagged and tied tightly to a hospital bed. "Is this the disciple you were planning to take? She's a bit old. There must be some mistake. I heard from friends before that while traveling in Jinling, they accidentally met someone with great talent. I didn't expect her to be this old." It turns out the 2 people outside were acquaintances. Yitang stood there and said, "I don't care if she's old or young, but she's a lunatic." Gigi immediately replied, "I don't know. I heard she had an episode this morning and was sent here." The nurse walked over and asked, "Are you 2 really the patient's family?" Her attending doctor has already left for the day. If you want to know about her condition, please come back tomorrow. Gigi asked, "Can I go in for a quick visit?" The nurse replied, "No, the patient is in an active phase and has a tendency to harm others. According to regulations, no contact is allowed." As the nurse left, Gigi had already secretly sent her spiritual energy inside. After sensing for a moment, she said, "This woman, her consciousness space has been invaded. It's like it just went through a violent storm. Only ruins are left." Gigi recognized that this was the trace of Chun Nua's psychic power. Back at the International Hotel, the housekeeper stood there reporting to Miss Neva, "I have thoroughly investigated the information about Mr. Chun Nua." She handed Neva an envelope. adding, inside are Mr. Chinua's hobbies, social circle, and family background. She took it with a smile. You've worked hard. Go and rest. Neva took it out to look, thinking to herself, 2 people? Then, she slowly approached a mirror covered by a black cloth. Neva reached out and pulled down the cloth. The personality in the mirror asked sharply, My dear sister, you're finally willing to let me out. She loudly questioned, Why did you do that? Do you know that doing so would make him think I'm a promiscuous woman? I'm a noble lady. But the other personality replied, You're too naive and adorable. Don't worry, men love this type. Love? After our last meeting, he hasn't contacted me at all. It's as if I don't exist. Then we'll just have to take the initiative. But I promised not to disturb his life. Silly girl, you were the one who agreed, not me. The sister personality asked, Are you worried now? You must have just found out you have 2 love rivals. Jealousy doesn't suit a noble lady like you, does it, my dear sister? Neva stammered, This matter, you know. I'm not very good at this. The sister immediately offered, It's okay, little sister. Just let me handle it at critical moments. How about we ask him out tomorrow? She recalled Chun Nua's appearance. It's time to take the relationship to the next step. The next day, Neva, dressed in a mysterious black outfit, sat down and began. Let me introduce myself. My name is Neva, the sole heir to my family, and also one of Chun Nua's pursuers. All right, some time ago, I invested in your school, so I was able to view all the student files. That's how I found you. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Ingwan sat there and asked bluntly, So what do you want from me? Neva replied, As far as you and I know, Chun Nua only likes Sun Cuckoo. We can only be considered as shamelessly tagging along. For some reason, Chun Nua won't be cold to us. Ingwan was suspicious. You want me to back off? Neva proposed, No, cooperation. She added, The summer vacation has been going on for a while. Chun Nua is with Sun Cuckoo every day. Do you know, in a few days you won't be able to resist looking for him, and neither will I. But Chun Nua can't be in 2 places at once. So this summer vacation will eventually turn into a tug of war. Ingwan immediately said, If that happens, Appa will find a way to hide so that neither of us can get a date with him. Neva gently pushed down her glasses and continued. So to avoid failure, we need to share Chun Nua's time together when he's not with Sun Cuckoo. During this summer vacation, let's use our own abilities to make Chun Nua's heart flutter. Just like that, the summer vacation of Chun Nua, who was completely unaware, was divided up. First day, Neva asked him out and seduced him. Chun Nua, let's watch this. While watching the movie, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, You saved me just like this before. Second day, this time it was watching with Cuckoo. She screamed, It's about to fall. And he was grinning from ear to ear, feeding her snacks while saying, It's just a movie. Do you have to be so tense? She turned her head and complained, Stop feeding me. I'm getting fat. Why don't you focus on the movie? Chun Nua argued, I prefer movies with a bit more artistic value. Then he thought to himself, Can I say that I've already seen this movie 3 times? Once in my past life, once yesterday and again today. Third day, it was Ingwan's turn. She dragged Chun Nua to the movies again. Appa, a new movie called Limit just came out of my country. I heard it's great, come watch it with me. He was sick of it to his core and refused, not watching. Why not? Because it's terrible. Extremely, extremely terrible. She tried to persuade him. It's only been out for a few days. Have you seen it already? Who did you see it with? Unable to explain. He had to make something up. I heard it from someone else. Let's go see it. Hearing is believing. Seeing is the truth. You're really good with idioms now. In the end, he still had to go. And so, the 3 of them divided Chun Nua's schedule. 4th day, Chun Nua, you're with me today. 5th day, Chun Nua, my dad's not home today. 6th day, Appa, let's go shopping today. He was about to go crazy, yelling, Damn it, even a medical team isn't as busy as me. He held a queue ticket with the number 13 in his hand. Chun Nua carried a cup of milk tea, muttering, I knew something was wrong. The Times Kukuli Ingwan and Neva asked me hour like a queue, with no gaps and no cutting in line. He thought to himself, could it be that the 3 of them know each other and are hiding it from me? But I can't ask about this, or I'm dead. He looked towards a shadow in the alley and jumped. It was the noisy chatter from the noodle shop. Yo, Olgwa, you moved your shop here? Why are you here? Business wasn't great before, wanted to change locations. The usual? The usual, braised pork noodles with thin noodles, extra meat, extra egg, and extra spring rolls. Chun Nua looked at the auntie in the kitchen and asked Olgwa, Is this your wife? Olgwa nodded. Yeah. He immediately praised, Great, a perfect match. He turned his head and asked curiously, Why did you come all the way here? Your home is far from here. Chin Nuo replied while eating his noodles. I'm meeting a friend here. Your noodle-making skills are truly top-notch. Ever since that other shop closed, I've been craving it. Lucky I ran into you today. Olgwa pried. A girlfriend? Seeing his wife bring out a large bowl of noodles, Olgwa asked, confused, what are you doing? Bringing him such a big bowl of noodles. No need to be so generous with this kid. The lady boss said politely, what are you talking about? It's not easy to run into a regular customer. Eat up, son. Thank you, ma'am. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. It was Ingwan's voice. Appa, I'm at the ice cream shop. Where are you? He replied, okay, I'm coming right now. Outside, Hao Nan was with his girlfriend. Ingwan saw this and said to Chin Nuo, hey, Appa, I see your friend, and there's a pretty girl next to him. Xia Xia held up the ice cream to feed Hao Nan. Open your mouth. He took a bite and praised. So sweet. She smiled and asked, you don't like it? I like it. Chin Nuo peeked his head out and asked, where? Ingwan pointed outside. Turn around and look. Hey, there's another pretty lady. Just as she said they're about to come over. Look quick. Chin Nuo had disappeared from his seat. It turned out he had hidden under the table. Ingwan asked, confused, Appa, what are you doing? Chin Nuo made a shushing gesture. Just pretend you came alone. Don't let my friend know I'm here. Remember to report the situation outside to me. You mean eavesdrop? Yeah, outside. Gigi stopped the two and asked, you're Zhang Haonan, right? Yes. He thought to himself, isn't this Chin Nuo's wife? Chin Nuo must be nearby. Xia Xia next to him asked Hao Nan, who is she? He replied, a friend of my friend. Hao Nan asked her, did Chin Nuo send you to find me for something? Gigi replied, I have something to ask you. Let's go inside and talk. Ingwan immediately warned, Appa, they're coming in. He picked up a newspaper to cover his face, replying, I see them. No need to report anymore. Then he chanted to himself, this bookstore has no back door. They can't see me. They can't see me. He curiously peeked out. What are they talking about? Damn it. Lu Gigi put up a sound barrier. A voice echoed in his head. Do you really want to hear what they're saying? Chin Nuo subconsciously replied, yes. He snapped back to his senses. This wasn't Li Ingwan's voice. Then he turned his head and saw Gigi sitting next to him, acting cute. Chin Nuo's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap. He sneakily dropped the menu on the floor. Hello. Gigi crossed her arms and looked over. What a coincidence. Gigi plopped down on the chair opposite, right next to Ingwan. Ingwan immediately asked Chin Nuo, Appa, do you know her? Who is she? Then she thought to herself, is this another new pursuer? And so beautiful too. Gigi took the initiative to ask, you're Li Ingwan? She replied, I am Li Ingwan. Who are you? Gigi looked towards Chin Nuo and said, me? I'm Chin Nuo's relative, right? He quickly nodded, yes. But in his heart, he thought, if a wife counts as a relative. Ingwan naively believed it, stood up, and said politely, so you're Appa's relative. I was rude just now. She was a little worried. It would be bad to leave a bad impression on Appa's relatives. Gigi remained seated, her aura powerful. Actually, I've always wanted to meet Miss Li Ingwan. She asked in surprise. Why? Ingwan suddenly remembered something and continued, I remember now. I've seen your photo. The white-haired girl who kidnapped me last time showed me your picture. Gigi explained, I'm very sorry. That child is my student. She likes to cause trouble. The last incident was a misunderstanding. I apologize to you. Then Gigi picked up the menu and continued. I haven't eaten either since we've met. Let me treat you two to a meal as an apology. Actually, we've met before, last time at the hotel entrance. Ingwan sat down and replied, I remember now. We're really fated. Gigi looked at the menu and said, then we can't skip this meal. Chin Nuo snatched the menu and said, actually, there's no need to spend money treating us to a meal. Li Ingwan isn't angry anymore, right? She replied, yes, it's in the past. It was a misunderstanding, right? You're Appa Chin Nuo's relative, so it's okay. She thought to herself, Appa is so thoughtful. The food here isn't cheap. I can't let her spend so much. But Gigi spoke up. Your word doesn't count. Ingwan still tried to explain. We really don't need to have a meal. You don't have to be so polite. I was wondering which side of Appa's family you're from. Gigi replied, let's just say I'm his aunt. Then she looked at Chin Nuo for confirmation, asking, right? Noya? His face twisted as he thought. Aunt and Lu Gigi has probably memorized it all. Then Gigi stood up, making Chin Nuo jump, thinking, is she going to make a move? Gigi looked at Ingwan. If we're not eating, I'll be leaving now. Hope to see you again. Ingwan said politely, oh, okay, take care. She patted Ingwan's head, then said to Chin Nuo, this little girlfriend of yours is really cute. Her tone was full of threat. Chinua thought defensively. Is she really going to make a move here? But unexpectedly, Gigi really left, even turning back to wave goodbye. I'm off. Look how tense you are. It's as if I'm going to eat you. Ingwan sat down and asked naively, Appa, your aunt won't hate me, will she? Did I behave well? She probably won't object to us being together, right? Appa, why aren't you saying anything? Chinua sat there as if his soul had left his body. He was thinking. She pressed, what are you thinking about? He asked worriedly, tell me, which is faster, jumping off a building or jumping into a river? That night, he tiptoed home, gently closing the door. There was only one thought in Chinua's mind, grab the luggage and run. After all, the bags were already packed. But unexpectedly, Gigi was already sitting there, a laptop on the table. He slowly turned on the light, and seeing her sitting there, he was so scared he covered his mouth and cursed under his breath. Holy crap. The two began to greet each other. You're back. Yeah, I'm back. I gave you a lot of face just now. Thanks. She turned the screen towards him, her whole body radiating a murderous aura, and said, so now let's settle the score between us. What should I call you? Should I call you sir? Or as your little darling calls you? Username, Ran Xinja. She used her powers to make objects float, her voice full of threat as she asked, or should I call you husband? Chinua trembled, forcing a smile to explain that, how should I put this? Welcome home, wife. Xiao Air in the opposite room was sleeping after drinking 2 beers. The commotion next door made the whole building shake like an earthquake. She ran over and knocked on the door, yelling, can you be a little more considerate? Are you making a bomb in there? Are you going to let others sleep? As Gigi kicked him out, she asked and answered her own questions. Speak. Why did you lie and say I was your wife? Chinua replied, to be fair, you called me husband first. How did you even know about the mole on my back? I accidentally saw it when I was treating you. What were you planning to do when you said you wanted to buy my nude photos? Did you want to use my pictures for something disgusting? Big sister, it was a moment of impulse. I was wrong. Let's just call a misunderstanding. Damn it. This morning you were holding that little girl's hand so intimately. Weren't you enjoying yourself? I was because... What the hell does that have to do with you? What are you angry about? Not long after, Gigi kicked Chinua, sending him flying to Nyosho Mountain. Gigi stood there and asked, who said I was angry? Chinua lay on the ground groaning. Big sister, I saved your life. After all, if it weren't for me, you would have died that day. She added, so you follow me to watch the show and only saved me when I was about to die. You weren't trying to save me. You were just there for the spectacle. He argued, but I saved you nonetheless. She grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, asking, so that gives you the right to undress me and then lie that I'm your wife? He tried to explain. It was fake. I didn't touch you. Gigi clenched her fist and said loudly, are you a man or not? You dare to do it, but not admit it. Chinua, his face bruised and swollen, was stunned. Huh? Why does that sound so strange? She looked at him passed out on the ground and scolded. You pervert. Serves you right. Who told you to go hold someone else's hand? The next day, on a flight leaving the city, Yitang turned her head and asked, hey, where did you go yesterday? You came home without saying a word. Gigi replied coldly, I want to kill someone, but in the end, for some reason, I couldn't do it. Back on Yosho Mountain, Chun-Nua had just woken up, holding his head and thinking, she really holds a grudge, knocking me out and leaving me here all night, and at the very place where I saved her. He stood up and dusted himself off, muttering, this woman hits hard, but she didn't really want to kill me. It's like being slapped a second time, just as unpleasant. When I recover my strength, I'll definitely capture her and spank her. He yelled, no, if I don't let out this anger, I'll die. It's all that captain's fault. It's time to settle the score with him. The captain appeared and asked, only good at bullying the weak? His resort island is in the South Pacific, the place where Chin-Nua fell in his past life. He set foot on the island, standing there nostalgically. I have returned. Chin-Nua looked at the castle before him, thinking to himself, in my past life, I completed my final transaction with President M here, then drew my last breath. In this life, that will absolutely not happen again. Everything seems unchanged. Of course, entering the bar, he said to the bartender, give me that thing. The man replied, young man, you have good taste. I dare say this is the finest liquor you can buy on this island, and the price, of course, is not cheap, except that the old man buyed in front of him wasn't bald like he would be 25 years later. He replied, don't worry, I can afford it. Then he thought to himself, even if this is the last of my money. Lu Gigi took all my money before she left, but luckily, there's still the captain. The bartender brought out the liquor, smiling as he said, my friend, I hope you have a good time. Half an hour later, Livingston Manor, Area 4X0, is accessible. Shinua looked into the camera and greeted. Hello, let the captain know that Yama has personally come to collect his debt. The captain, with his legs crossed on a chair, said, East Asia is the largest emerging market. How can I give it up so easily? It's been so long without any news. Could it be that old man Vu couldn't handle that Yama? A subordinate entered and reported, Leader, there's someone outside claiming to be Yama. He exclaimed in astonishment. What? Then he opened a secret room and ordered his subordinate, You lead some men to hold him off. As long as I don't die, the abyss will not be destroyed. The subordinate accepted the order. Yes, leader. The captain went down a secret tunnel, thinking to himself, Beneath the manor is a natural karst cave. I'll lure him there. From above came the sounds of crashing and the tragic screams of his subordinates. Leader, the leader will avenge us. Shinua stood there and said, In my past life, the captain didn't get a chance to avenge you. I'll spare your lives. Perhaps you'll be useful later. Then he also followed him down. When he arrived, the captain was already standing there, saying, You still caught up. Yama, I didn't expect you to be so young. Shinua replied, I also didn't expect you to be able to invite Old Man Vu. He added, It seems that Old Man Vu didn't tell you. His mission failed, and he was also severely injured. He retorted, Old Man Vu has so many enemies. If others found out he was injured, it would be very dangerous. Did you really injure Old Man Vu? Shinua threatened, Are you scared? If you're scared, you can beg for your life. He charged forward, shouting, We'll have to fight to find out, so I can accept my defeat. Shinua rubbed his head, thinking to himself, Just like in my past life, the captain still has this stubborn attitude of not giving up until he's faced with death. He used the triple water mirage body. Shinua closed his eyes in contemplation. The mirage body may deceive my eyes, but it can't deceive my mind's deduction. As expected, only the captain at the back is real. Then he rushed forward, grabbed his throat, and asked, Surprised? The captain asked, confused, How did you know? Then he launched an attack at him, shouting, Show me your real skills. He knocked him into a wall and warned, If you don't go all out, you won't get another chance. He suddenly landed lightly on the ground, water energy gathering at his feet. The captain used the water-stepping enhancement technique, then looked at Shinua, as expected of the one who could seriously injure Old Man Vu. Very strong. But you're not a control type. Shinua replied, Your combat intuition isn't bad. I am indeed a destruction type, like you, but we're of a different caliber. Then he teleported in front of him and said, I can still beat you to a pulp. The captain was at a disadvantage, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I powered up, and he powered up too, and he's even much stronger than me. Shinua stood there and said in a loud voice, I told you to use your full strength. Is this all you've got? He knelt there, spat out a mouthful of blood, and replied, Don't underestimate me. I am a powerful water element destruction type. He raised his head and sneered, Wherever there is water, I am invincible. Even a control type can't do anything to me. Advanced water stepping enhancement technique. Shinua spoke. I almost forgot you're a turtle king who can play with water. The more water there is, the stronger you get. With his body as the center, a water tornado was created. He raised his hand and pulled the tornado towards himself, asking, How about this? The captain asked in shocked stutters, What did you do? Shinua replied, Sucking up the water is cheating. He recalled that when he fought Old Man Vu before, it was taken from him. The repaired talisman just happens to be usable. Although it's not as authentic as Old Man Vu's, I can borrow this spiritual artifact's power, and the water will be quickly drained. Of course, this talisman also consumes my energy, so I must end this quickly. So he quickly rushed forward to attack the captain. Shinua launched another powerful blow, sending him flying into the wall. Shinua stood there and asked, Have you accepted your defeat? The captain lay there and said, I never thought you could control my ability. If I had known earlier, I should have gone to the seashore. Using your mind to create a space that sucks up all the water, besides Old Man Vu, you're the second person I've met with this special ability. Although I'm very unwilling, I have to admit, I've lost. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the control talisman. The protective shield shattered, and water flowed out. Shinua was slightly worried. Damn it, did I accidentally suck that in just now? The talisman is broken too. The captain laughed loudly at this moment. It seems I haven't lost yet. The water flowed out again, submerging the entire cave. He stood there confidently. As long as there is water, I can quickly recover from my injuries. and my combat power will remain at its peak. As for you, I can clearly feel that you've started to weaken. The captain gripped the weapon formed from water and shouted, even if you have abilities, there's one thing I'm sure of. I will not lose. Shinhua said calmly. You think you have a chance to win? He leaped forward, swinging his arm down to strike. At worst, it'll be a draw between us. Shinhua couldn't be bothered to react. He snapped his fingers and said, time's up. He was immediately paralyzed and asked, what did you do to me? What's in my head? Shinhua replied, something that can absorb divine power until your brain is crushed to death. I put it in during our earlier fight. He thought to himself, I thought I wouldn't have to use this Songyun. Then he asked, do you want to live or die? He stammered, I want to live. He took out the Songyun and said, then work for me from now on, and you won't be treated poorly. Shinhua smiled and said, I've already taken it out. I trust your loyalty. He withdrew his hand and instructed, don't disappoint me. Yes, Lord Yama, from now on, you're the leader of the Abyss organization. Shinhua thought to himself, if you dare to have any second thoughts, that Songyun in your head will let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Shinhua crossed his legs and listened to the report. Currently, the Abyss has a total of 15 gold diggers. North America has 2, South America has 3, East Asia has 2. But after being threatened by you, sir, we have temporarily cut off contact and entered a silent phase. Shinhua praised. Very good, you're not lying. He recalled 15 people. This number is exactly the same as the number of people when I destroyed the Abyss in my previous life. Shinhua continued. Second thing, do you have an account for the Octopus Network? Give it to me. All right, give me all the accounts you have. The captain didn't dare to hide anything. My account USB is in the first drawer on the left, and there's also an electronic passcode lock. Shinhua smiled and took it out. The password is got it, I know the password. Witnessing all this made him turn pale with fear. Cold sweat breaking out. I've seen a ghost. Just how much does this guy know? He knows everything about me. Shinhua thought to himself, it's a new cover, a silver account, not bad. Then he held up 3 fingers and continued. Third thing, I know you have connections with the government in this region. I need an ID card and all related documents made as soon as possible. And they must be real, searchable on the official system. After the ID is done, book me a plane ticket to Tokyo. Then he stood up and instructed, all right, that's all for now, you can go out. Oh, right, for dinner, seafood soup and salt grilled lobster, plus a bottle of last year's Baron wine. The captain didn't dare to object and immediately accepted the order. Seeing him about to leave, Shinhua added, actually, I wouldn't have found you so quickly. I've been quite poor recently, and it just so happened that I remembered I have a grudge against you. And it just so happened that you have money. I can only say, well, you're a bit unlucky. After hearing this, his face darkened, and he replied, I know. He stood there, smiled, and commented, the captain who treats human lives like dirt can even endure this. It seems he's truly scared. He probably hasn't discovered that the Songyun is still in his head. I've wrapped it with my psychic power. I just need to replenish the consumed psychic power. Shinhua stood there, stretched, and looked out the window. So, I have a 5-day break next. 5 days later, at Narita International Airport, Tokyo, Shinhua stood there and said to himself, Kuyusai Jido, I'm here. He was picked up by several men in black suits and escorted into a car. In the car, one man turned around and said, on the chairman's orders, we will take you to the hotel. If you have any requests, please feel free to let us know. Shinhua sat there and asked, where is Hideo Demoto? The man quickly replied, the chairman has a very important social engagement tonight, so he instructed us to receive you, our esteemed guest. The chairman will be waiting for you at the headquarters at noon tomorrow. He asked again, an important social engagement? The person next to him explained, tonight, the chairman has to entertain 11 important figures that were arranged in advance. Oh, then we'll take you back to the hotel to rest. Shinhua waved his hand no to the company. The subordinate was a bit troubled, speechless, only managing to mumble in response. Shinhua turned his head, his voice somewhat stern as he asked, do I need to say a second time? After that, the car took him to a large hotel. The man led Shinhua into a room and said, please rest in the VIP lounge first. The chairman will be here shortly. He asked again, the VIP lounge? Are you trying to put me in my place? The subordinate bowed politely and asked, do you have any other instructions, sir? Shinhua sat down on the chair and said loudly, I don't care where Hideo Demoto is or who he's meeting. You go tell that guy to get his ass back here to see me. The man accepted the order. Yes. I'll go right away. Chinua rubbed his chin in thought. Interesting. Has Hideo Demoto's wings grown full? He's treating the abyss as his own private force. I came this time with a special status. Yet a gold digger like him dares to be tardy. The scene changes to a villa. In the room, two people were eating and drinking. The man in white asked, Hideo, is something on your mind tonight? The man in black replied, it's nothing, just a poor relative from the countryside, a young man. I've already sent someone to pick him up. He is Hideo Demoto, 54 years old, one of the gold diggers in East Asia. I see. The man in white smiled and continued. I received news that the Prime Minister has appointed a new batch of officials. Andikoin is about to be promoted to governor of Tokyo. Hideo raised his glass with a hint of flattery. I heard that Andikoin and you, sir, are old friends. The man in white replied, he was my student back in the day. I didn't expect that after so many years, we'd all meet in the business world, but Andikoin still respects me very much. The two clinked their glasses. Hideo continued, governor of Tokyo at 40. He'll be a shining political star in the future. I'm afraid the prime minister's seat is already in the bag. As Andikoin's teacher, you also have no small part in this. Outside, a girl gently slid the door open, then entered, bowed, and reported, Chairman, you have a phone call. He said in a stern voice, I already told you. When I'm drinking with the councilman, I am not to be disturbed. Go out first. She quickly replied, yes, but this call is from your assistant. Hearing this, the councilman said, in that case, Hideo, you can go ahead. I've had a great time today. Hideo stood up and said, yes. It's just a small matter. I wouldn't dare to spoil your good mood. Then please continue to enjoy the wine. I've also arranged a few small performances for later. He stepped out into the hallway and called 3 geishas to entertain the councilman. Go on in. As soon as he saw Fujita, he bowed and greeted, Chairman. He asked, why are you here? Did something happen? He reported that esteemed guest refused to go to the hotel. He ordered us to take him to the company and demanded that you see him immediately. He is currently waiting for you at the headquarters. You instructed us not to refuse any of his requests. Demoto asked further, did he say anything else? Fujita replied, he also said to tell you to get your ass over to see him immediately. He said aggressively, I'm going to see him. A snot-nosed brat wants to act tough? In complete contrast to his earlier attitude, when he arrived at the lounge, Hideo opened the door somewhat obsequiously and walked in with a beaming face, asking, are you here in Tokyo on business, sir? Seeing him extend his hand, Chun Nuo clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and then asked, you want to shake my hand? He immediately threw a punch, questioning Hideo, have you forgotten your place? A 20-year-old kid who came to Tokyo to make a living, started a business at 28, and went bankrupt a year and a half later, a failure from the streets. He clutched his face, crying out in pain. Chun Nuo continued to list his past while hitting him. At 31, you were noticed by the organization, became a gold digger, and rose through the ranks. Now you've become one of the wealthy families in Tokyo, a major figure respected by everyone in the government. Now his cheeks were swollen, but his mouth was still stubborn, cursing, you bastard. He grabbed him by the collar and continued, I know you're the most experienced gold digger. For over 30 years, you made a lot of money for the organization. You think you're a member of the organization, not a dog anymore. He channeled spiritual energy into Hideo's body and said, that's right. 6 months ago, the organization told you to go silent, to cut off contact with you. With a mind like yours, you must have guessed that the organization ran into some trouble, so you tried to loosen your own dog leash, using me to test the organization's attitude. After that, he smashed the glass door with one hand, grabbed the man with the other, and said as he walked, then I'll tell you now, you're nothing but a dog raised by the organization. Even a dog that's been raised for over 30 years, if it suddenly doesn't know its place, thinks it's a person, and jumps on the master's table to bark nonsense, that kind of dog can only be skinned, boned, and cut into pieces for soup. Chun Nuo dragged him out of the room, suspending him in midair. Shake hands with me? Are you even worthy? Oh, and another thing, I heard your car is a Bentley. How interesting. The master comes home and has to ride in a Toyota while the dog rides in a Bentley. It seems you've been a dog for a very long time. The master saw you were experienced and threw you a few bones, and you immediately thought you could sit at the same table as the master. With that, he let go of the hand grabbing his collar. Hideo screamed in terror. It's over. I'm dead for sure. Chun Nuo used his power to keep him floating in the air and asked, well, have you figured out how to bark at your master yet? He nodded hastily. Chun Nuo stepped back into the room, then pulled Hideo in with him. He knelt there, endlessly admitting his mistake. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chinua lit a cigarette and pressed it to his head, saying, "This is a lounge for esteemed guests. So I become a guest while inspecting my own property?" Hideo hurriedly admitted his fault. It was my foolishness. Please, sir, allow me to escort you to the chairman's office. He waved his hand, and everything returned to normal. He knelt there, thinking to himself, why does a monster with special abilities like this exist in the world? Money, power, things ordinary people struggle for their whole lives to survive, yet they can stand at the pinnacle. On what grounds? I can't accept this. The scene changes to the chairman's office. Hideo knelt there and performed his ceremony. East Asia Region Gold Digger. Hideo pays his respects to the special envoy. Chun Nua sat in the chairman's chair, looking at something as he replied, "Not bad. You finally look a bit like a house dog." He turned and continued, "All right, I'm not interested in the company's books, and I didn't come here for them. Now, do something for me." "Yes, please give your orders, my lord." "Help me find someone." Early the next morning, in a convenience store, the sound of welcome was heard. On the counter was a nameplate that read Seijo Koju. Officer Nagamoto stood there and asked, "Seijo, still haven't gotten off work this late?" The girl smiled and said, 100 yen, thank you." He paid, then asked, "Has your mother contacted you recently?" Her expression turned sad as she replied, "No, Officer Nagamoto." He paid and added, "It's truly pitiful." After she left, "How long can someone like you, with no purpose in life, hold on?" She took the money and replied, "It's all right. I don't spend much living alone. Besides, the store owner lets me work overtime, so I can earn a little more." He said worriedly, "You still have to go to school. At this age, kids should be in school." Seijo bowed her head and replied, "I'll do my best. I'll definitely do my best." As Officer Nagamoto was leaving, he said, "Well, get back to work. If you run into any trouble, you can call me. If you have any news about your mother, you must let us know, understand? We're not trying to harm her. We're trying to help her." Seijo bowed her head. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern." Outside, the person in the car asked, "How did it go?" He got in the car and said, "What else?" "No news. This kid doesn't know anything." The other person stretched and asked suspiciously, "Do you think that girl knows her mother's whereabouts but is hiding it from us?" He replied, "No way, I've watched this kid grow up. She doesn't know how to lie. She's a very simple child." After that, he put a cigarette in his mouth. "I've also been observing her secretly. The kid's life is very hard. I secretly checked her family's trash, and I can see that she's been living alone recently. No trace of anyone else. What a sin. An ordinary person. Why did she have to join that damn true society? Believing in that nonsense. What a fool. It's one thing to be a fool yourself, but to drag a child into suffering too." The colleague turned his head and asked, "Senior, are you helping that kid so much because your son goes to the same school, hoping your son and her can become a couple?" He waved his hand. "Forget it. I'm not that lucky. My son is a delinquent brat. I wouldn't dare let him harm such a good girl." Seijo looked out from inside at the car outside. The people in the car said to each other, "Let's go. We need to get back and write the report." At this moment, the store owner came out yawning and said, "Sorry, Seijo, I overslept, made you late getting off work." She bowed politely. "It's all right. Thank you for giving me the chance to work overtime." He said, "All right, hurry up and get off work and go home. You still have to go to school to study." Seijo added, "Yes, sir. I've finished cooking the oden. The trash has been taken out and the shelves have been restocked. You've worked hard today." He nodded. You've worked hard too. Hurry home." She replied, "It was no trouble at all. I'll go change and get off work then." Seijo walked into the staff room. The store owner watched her back and thought to himself, Seijo is such a sensible girl. She came out in a schoolgirl uniform, thinking to herself, one more part-time job to go. At the Aikawa dojo, everyone was training enthusiastically. The door of the kendo dojo opened, and a girl in a school uniform walked in. The dojo master immediately spoke up. "Seijo, you're here." She walked over and bowed politely. "Yes, sir. Sorry to bother you." The dojo master replied, "It's fine. You're not late. All right, hurry up and change for work." Immediately after, he saw a group of students staring blankly at the girl and angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? Get back to training." While the swordsmen were training, Seijo's job was to clean the wooden swords. Seijo was so beautiful that even the act of wiping sweat from her forehead made the young men's souls leave their bodies. One person was so busy looking at her that he became distracted, causing his opponent to angrily rap him on the head. "You bastard, focus." The dojo master saw this and sighed helplessly. Whenever Seijo comes, these brats lose their minds. The training session ended, The students bowed politely to their master. Master, we'll be leaving now. The dojo master instructed, be on time tomorrow. Then he turned to the girl and said, Seijo, you can go change and get off work too. A moment later, Seijo came out, her school uniform making her look even more adorable. This also made the old dojo master's heart flutter. A teenage girl is truly a magical and enchanting being. Before leaving, she also bowed politely. The dojo master took the opportunity to give her an envelope. Seijo, you've worked hard. This is last month's pay. Seijo took it and said, thank you, dojo master. Thanks to your help, I've troubled you. The old dojo master took the chance to chat. It must be tough for you lately, right? Actually, you don't have to work so hard all the time. Seeing his ill intentions, Seijo immediately took a reflexive step back, avoiding his touch. It's not hard at all, actually. Thanks to the dojo master's care, the students are also very nice to me. He then said, that's good. You're so cute. Everyone won't make things difficult for you. Besides, with you here, those brats have a lot more energy. Seijo said politely, it's all thanks to your care, sir. However, this old dojo master still hadn't given up. He stepped forward to stroke the girl's hair, his eyes glinting maliciously as he said, Seijo, if you run into any difficulties, remember to... He was about to make a move when a loud shout came from outside. Is anyone here? Delivery. The dojo master answered. Taking this opportunity, Seijo immediately left. Then I'll be taking my leave. Thanks to the delivery guy, she was able to escape. What a lecherous old man. That was dangerous. The scene changes to a KTV. It's unclear what Seijo is doing here. The receptionist saw her and asked loudly, what are you doing? She said she was here to find someone. Watching Seijo walk in, this receptionist thought to himself, the economy is getting worse and worse. More and more students are coming to places like this. Inside, she encountered another security guard. Stop, what are you doing? She answered calmly, Mr. Motokawa called me here. Hearing this, the man no longer had any doubts and led her inside. He opened the door and respectfully announced, Mr. Motokawa, this schoolgirl says you called for her. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck on the head by Seijo and passed out. Everyone present was shocked. The boss asked angrily, Bastard, who is it? Seijo said softly, I'm very sorry to have disturbed you all. Then she pulled a sword from her bag, her tone confident as she said, Don't worry, my movements are very fast. I won't cause you any pain. I hope you'll cooperate a little. Thank you. A subordinate charged forward with a bottle. You little bitch. Seijo glided past him. In the instant she drew her sword from its sheath, the man was sliced in two. Although the karaoke room was extremely lively, it was strangely quiet outside. After dealing with the subordinates, Seijo walked up to the boss and reminded him, Mr. Motokawa, in the future, don't choose places with such good soundproofing and high security. Otherwise, people outside won't know what happened inside. The old man asked in a panic, Who on earth are you? Nishikawa Rei? What? I've never heard of her. Seijo held the blade to his neck and said, Stop lying. Nishikawa Rei has mentioned your name to me, Mr. Motokawa. He asked worriedly, Who are you? What do you want with Nishikawa Rei? She growled, Me? I guess you could say I'm a lost child who can't find her mother. I have no choice but to find that heartless mother myself. Motokawa stammered in fear. In the past few months, were all those things done by you? Seijo admitted it without hesitation. That's right. Also, you're the fourth person I've asked who has realized this. You're all the same type, all equally afraid of death. I really don't understand how a person like you could deceive so many people. Perhaps most people are just very stupid. After that, Motokawa was seen walking out with a girl in a headlock. A waiter saw this and whispered enviously, It's great to have money. He's in for a good time tonight. Tae-gyu led the man to a deserted alley, then took out a small vial from her pocket. Suddenly, she sensed danger behind her and drew her sword, slashing backward at lightning speed, but Chinua quickly dodged it. Chinua asked directly, I'm really curious. What were you planning to do to him? Without waiting for Tae-gyu to answer, he continued, slit his throat, or make him drink poison. Oh, right? Is that rat poison in your vial? Tae-gyu warily raised her sword defensively. Who are you? Why are you following me? Chinua smiled casually. Well, to be fair, you got some skills, Miss Tae-gyu. He said her name, making the girl even more suspicious. How do you know my name? Hearing this, he immediately replied, Of course, what I know is much more than that. For example, you are 16 and a half years old. Birthday January 30th, Sagittarius. Blood type O, 1.57 meters tall, shoe size 34, and weigh 39 kilograms. You like wearing short skirts and hate wearing high heels. The body part you're most satisfied with is your legs. The part you hate the most is your chest. You like eating blueberries, hate eating carrots. The thing you want to do most is beat the Kendo Dojo master into a pulp. The thing you hate most is studying math. Your catchphrase is middle-aged uncles are the most disgusting. Everything I said is correct. Chen Nua's expression turned serious, and he continued, "Oh right, there's one more thing. Your biggest regret is why your parents brought you into this world. So, do you still like eating blueberries now? What do blueberries have to do with anything?" Taeju asked blankly. "Who on earth are you? How do you know my name? And so much about me." She listed all the titles she could think of: police, detective, a perverted stalker. Chen Nua admitted, "I'm just a passing-by Superman." Taeju interrupted, "Pervert? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You didn't even bring a camera." Taeju didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. She lowered her sword into a stance and said, "If you won't talk, then goodbye." As she finished speaking, the sword in her hand swiftly attacked Chen Nua, but this was no challenge for him. Although Taeju's sword strikes were fast and unpredictable, he could easily dodge them. While dodging, he said, "I knew you'd say that, but actually intended to attack." Taeju attacked relentlessly, while Chen Nua talked nonstop. "Do you know the biggest weakness of a two-handed sword grip? It's that once your opponent grabs your shoulders, your arms can't move anymore." Just like that, Chen Nua tightly hugged the girl in front of him. Taeju angrily let go with one hand, elbowing him and shouting, "Who told you I only know how to use a two-handed grip?" She was also very clever, attacking on one side to draw his attention, while taking the opportunity to stab at Chen Nua with her sword. However, he was no fool, catching the sword's tip with just 2 fingers, and asked, "Do you really want to kill me?" The girl was furious. When attacking high didn't work, she went low. She raised her knee. Chen Nua quickly turned to the side. That was a close call. Lucky he dodged it. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I almost lost my family jewels." Taeju's sword was taken, but she didn't give up, extending 2 fingers to poke out Chen Nua's eyes. He tilted his head to dodge, remarking, "Such a vicious move. I've been dodging for so long. It's time to counterattack." Chen Nua swung his hand, hitting her on the chest, causing her to lose her balance and stumble back a few steps. Not only that, he also taunted Taeju, "Sorry, I forgot your chest is very flat. There's no padding. I didn't hurt you, did I?" Being touched where she shouldn't be, Taeju went berserk. She charged forward recklessly, shouting, "You bastard." Chen Nua said bluntly, "Fists have no eyes. You struck first." Being blocked, Taeju had no other choice, opening her mouth wide to bite his hand. "I'll bite you to death." Chen Nua panicked and quickly pulled his hand back. "Were you born in the year of the dog?" Not stopping, Taeju launched a high kick. However, Chen easily blocked it and even saw a little something. "Oh, white." Taeju shouted, "Pervert, you bastard." She retracted her leg and actively retreated. Chen Nua asked, "Not fighting anymore?" Taeju asked probingly, "Who on earth are you?" He said, "Come with me, and I'll tell you." So she immediately agreed. "Okay." Then, Chen Nua approached Taeju and opened his mouth to say, "This distance is enough." The girl feigned innocence and asked, "What's enough?" Immediately after, her eyes sharpened. A small knife slid out from her sleeve, stabbing towards Chen Nua. At the same time, his words just finished. "Enough for you to launch a sneak attack, of course." Just as Taeju's small knife was about to cut Chen Nua, he controlled it with his psychic power, stopping in its tracks. Taking this opportunity, he pointed his hand at the girl, making her wonder what he was about to do. Suddenly, Chen Nua snapped his fingers, and the force from his fingertips sent Taeju flying backward. The girl fell to the ground with a thud, panting heavily. Chen Nua approached and asked, "Convinced yet?" Taeju nodded. "You're very powerful. I'm no match for you. But who on earth are you?" He stood up, lit a cigarette with a flame on his fingertip, and replied, "The person who understands you best in this world. The person who will never harm you." This action astonished Taeju. "Is this magic?" He casually asked back. "Want to learn? I can teach you." After that, the girl suddenly shouted, "Officer, help me." Thinking Chen Nua would turn around, she was surprised to see him stand still and watch her act. After shouting, she turned and ran, thinking to herself, "I'll use this chance to climb the wall and escape." Ouch! Chen Nua blew out a puff of smoke, then flicked the cigarette but at Taeju, hitting her squarely. The girl fell flat on her face. He slowly walked over and said, "If you don't give up, you can keep trying. I don't mind letting you taste some pain." Taeju thought resentfully, "Damn it, I can't beat him, and I can't escape." Chen Nua repeated once more, "If you don't want to suffer, then come with me." Taeju agreed, but she had a condition. I can go with you, but before I leave, I need to ask you on Chuan. He knew what she wanted to do and said, no need, he doesn't know anything. I will help you find your mother. Taeju was stunned. Really? She followed behind Chunwa, asking curiously, where are we going? He answered bluntly, the weak have no right to ask questions. You're not a 3-year-old. Don't you understand that principle? Suddenly, Chunwa pulled her back. She'll wait. Knowing someone was coming, he activated an invisible shield, making 2 police officers unable to see them. I told you heard wrong. Let's go. I think you haven't been in good spirits lately. Still heartbroken over your breakup? That's strange. I clearly heard a noise just now. Why is no one here? Taeju asked curiously. How did you do that? Chin Nuo said with a confident expression. Because I used magic. Want to learn? She asked again. Aren't you afraid I'll scream? He laughed. Please, you're the murderer. All right, hurry up and follow me. After all that had happened, Taeju's mind was now filled with big questions. Who on earth is this guy? He knows my business like the back of his hand, and his methods are very mysterious. If he said he can help me find my mother, then I'll follow him for now. But I'm no weak little bunny. The 2 arrived at a large hotel. Taeju said unhappily, you brought me to a place like this in the middle of the night. You must be planning to do something weird to me. Chin Nuo frowned. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. I haven't even had dinner yet because I was looking for you. If you keep dawdling, I'll give you. He stopped there. Taeju played along with his words. Give me what? Are you planning to do something perverted to me? Ropes? Whips? Or maybe the receptionist saw the 2 going back and forth and spoke up. If you 2 have special preferences, our hotel also has themed rooms. Chunua knew this little brat was trying to scare him, so he played along. All right then, a themed room it is. Taeju was a bit surprised. She stammered, or maybe not. Once in the room, Chunua immediately ordered food. I want an eel rice bowl, a seafood soup, and a portion of rice cakes. After hearing this, Taeju said in a pleading tone, wait, can you add another eel rice bowl? I haven't had dinner either. He hung up the phone and suddenly moved closer, startling Taeju and making her panic. The girl produced a razor blade from somewhere and held it to his neck. Don't come any closer. Chinnoa sighed. Just how many blades are you hiding on you? Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? She said, it's because there are too many perverts like you. If you dare come any closer, I'll really do it. He chuckled. What are you thinking? I smell blood on you. I just wanted to remind you to take a shower. Your clothes must have blood on them. Throw them away when you get home. After saying that, he turned on the TV to watch. Taeju asked again, somewhat disbelievingly. That's it? He replied, believe it or not, it's up to you. Half an hour later, Taeju came out wearing the hotel's pink bathrobe. The food had also arrived by then. Seeing her, Chinua called out, come over and eat. However, Taeju seemed a bit unusual, remaining silent. He asked what's wrong. The girl replied in an accusatory tone, you didn't prepare any clothes for me. Chinua said impatiently, nonsense, I was busy looking for you. Where would I find the time to buy clothes? Just wear the bathrobe for now. I'll have someone bring some in the morning. Her gaze shifted to the food container, and Taeju asked, you didn't put drugs in it, did you? He replied bluntly, if you've got the guts, then don't eat. So, Taeju looked at his food container and asked, can I eat your portion? The food you've eaten definitely isn't drugged. Chen Nuo readily agreed. Suit yourself. Taeju took the food container and said happily, thanks. She happily took a bite and praised, this food is really delicious. At this moment, Chinua suddenly said, you don't know that with this kind of drug, sometimes it's more fun when a man and a woman take it together. So, how do you know my food isn't drugged? His words were like a bolt from the blue, and she couldn't even hold her chopsticks steady. She screamed in anger. Seeing Chan Nua approach and pin her down, she stammered. You can't. At this moment, her entire body was restrained by him. Taeju thought in a panic. What's happening? My body is limp. I have no strength at all. Seeing the girl in front of him look terrified, Chinua once again affirmed, don't flatter yourself. I'm going to take a shower and go to sleep. I'm afraid you'll run away, so I'm just temporarily restraining you. Taeju asked again, you really aren't thinking of doing anything to me? He immediately replied, not interested, not even a little. This made her even more curious. Then what do you want? Chinua turned and said, sit here obediently. I'll let you go in 3 days. During this time, as long as you don't try to escape, I won't touch a single hair on your head. Understand? Taeju asked one more time. That's it? He affirmed for the nth time. That's it. Before going to shower, there was one more thing. He said directly, all right, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight. That's the treatment for the week. Time passed just like that. Chinua slept wrapped in a blanket on the soft bed, while Taeju curled up on the sofa. In the middle of the night, Taeju secretly opened her eyes and looked around. She heard a steady snoring and confirmed. He's snoring. He must be sound asleep. So, she tiptoed towards Chinua, a towel in one hand and a rope in the other. How dare he make me sleep on the sofa? How dare he call me weak? Luckily, I always carry a full set of tools in my bag. Chinua was still fast asleep, completely unaware. Taeju quickly covered his mouth with the towel. Then, only a scream was heard. The lights in the room turned on. Somehow, the person hanging upside down from the ceiling was Taeju. She shouted, "Let me down." Chinua sat there and threatened, "If you don't shut up, I'll spank you." "I mean what I say." She immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say another word. Chinua said, "Did you think you were so successful at pretending to be scared that I let my guard down?" Taeju Kaoru, I told you, I'm the person who understands you best in this world. You're best at pretending to be innocent and harmless. But in reality, you're a girl with a vicious heart. Suddenly, he emphasized, no, it's more accurate to say you're deeply calculating. Kaoru became like this all because of that woman who didn't deserve to be a mother. There's a type of woman who is naturally beautiful, good at manipulating men, and relies on them to live a lazy, selfish, extravagant, and irresponsible life. She schemed to get close to Taeju's father. "I'm sorry, Mr. Taeju Shuju. I'm late." No, I'm just happy that you could make it, Miss Nishikawa. To get Taeju Shuju, who had a wealthy family and a successful career, Nishikawa used the trick of getting pregnant before marriage. That's how Taeju Kaoru was born. When the baby cried from hunger, she only cared about herself, not at all concerned. The baby is crying so hard. I think she's hungry and wants milk. Hearing her husband say this, she immediately lost her patience and yelled, "Just give her formula. I have a shopping date with my friends. I'm going to be late." Just like that, Taeju's childhood only had her father's company, without a mother. Kaoru is 1 year old. Our Kaoru is 5 years old. The little girl asked blankly, "Daddy, where's Mommy?" He could only answer, "Mommy is busy with work outside." This year, Kaoru is 7. She still asked the same question, "Where's Mommy?" But the answer she got was still, "Mommy is very busy." Her mother seemed to be a character who rarely appeared at home, except when she needed money and argued with her father. Do you have any awareness as a mother? I work hard to support the family and also have to take care of our child. All you know is how to go shopping, drinking, and to the spa with your friends all day. If you're not happy, then let's get a divorce. You wouldn't want Kaoru to be without a mother, would you? The little girl quietly witnessed everything. Under the dual pressure of work and family, when Kaoru was 11, Taeju Shuju died of a heart condition. The person who loved Kaoru most in the world was gone. She cried heartbrokenly, "Daddy, don't go." But that woman only found it annoying. So annoying. You just die like that. Who's going to support me and our daughter? You bastard. After that, Nishikawa returned to her old ways, changing the men by her side as quickly as she changed clothes. And Kaoru was like a bag of trash, discarded by her mother in different dumps. One time, one of her mother's men got drunk and tried to make a move on Kaoru. "Kaoru, your mom's not home. Have a few drinks with Uncle." The little girl bluntly refused. "I can't, Uncle. Kaoru is not old enough." He angrily yelled, "What a buzzkill. I said drink, so drink." And so, the little girl punched the pervert in the chest, while simultaneously pulling a small knife from her sleeve. She pointed the tip of the knife straight at his face, threatening, "Don't mess with me again. I'll kill you." The guy was so scared he sobered up instantly. There won't be a next time. Just like that, Kaoru learned the basic survival rules of a prey, camouflage and ruthlessness. Chinua lay leisurely on the bed, looked at Taeju, and said, "I'll just hang you like this for today. This is the punishment for being too clever for your own good. I'm going to sleep." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. In that case, the reason Firefly and Blueberry disliked each other in the previous life was because they had both been on my bed, been hung upside down like this, and seen each other's most pathetic state. It's worth reminiscing about. The next morning, Chinua's man brought him a bag. "Sir, the items you requested are ready." He took it and said, "Wait for me downstairs." He took the bag to Taeju and said, "Inside are clothes I bought for you. Go change. We're going out." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "Huh? Didn't you say we wouldn't go out for 3 days?" Chinua said, "The plan has changed." A while later, the two left the hotel. Chinua's man was already waiting downstairs. Seeing him, he immediately bowed. "Sir." Taeju looked at the luxury car and exclaimed, "Wow, a Bentley." He said, "What are you looking at? Get in the car." The quick-witted driver asked, "Sir, where are we going?" To the company? He said, we're going to Akihabara. Hearing this, Taeju thought to herself, Akihabara? The holy land of otaku? Could this guy be a rich otaku? A while later, the two were in the bustling Akihabara district. Shinnuo announced loudly, today this young master is treating. Taeju asked excitedly, really? He nodded, really. To him, what could make a girl trust him more than shopping, and more shopping? After shopping, the two returned to Taeju's home. Bring the things we just bought inside. Don't forget the car behind us. Seeing the girls standing there dazed, he spoke up, what are you spacing out for? Get the key and open the door. Taeju asked suspiciously, how do you know where I live? Shinnuo quickly replied, because I'm the person who understands you best in this world. Inside the house, he casually opened the fridge to get a drink. His attitude infuriated Taeju. Hey, do you have any manners? Do you really think this is your house? Coming to someone else's house as a guest and opening the fridge without the host's permission. What kind of behavior is that? Also, what do you mean by this? Why did you bring your things to my house? She said, pointing at the pile of newly bought items. Shinnuo reminded her. First, I'm not a guest. Have you forgotten? You're my prisoner. Second, my things are here for a very simple reason. Because from now on, I'll be living here too. Kaoru couldn't take it anymore and roared at him. There's a limit to joking. How can you say such things with such a serious face? Live at my house. Why would you live at my house? Shinnuo suddenly reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek, making Kaoru blush and become speechless. So cute. I already told you, you're my prisoner. Prisoners have no right to ask questions. Then, he added another cheesy line. All right, since you understand, hurry up and cook. I'm starving. Kaoru couldn't resist and had to obey. She took out all her anger on the cooking ingredients. I'm so mad, so mad. I have to think of a way to beat him up. A while later, Kaoru brought out the rice and dishes. There was nothing else to eat in the house, so I could only make curry rice. Looking at her radiant smile, well, let's eat. Shinnuo suddenly looked worried and reminded her. Wait, this left Kaoru confused. He covered his nose and said, I think I smell gas. The girl was startled. Huh, no way, let me go check. As quick as a flash, he swapped the 2 plates of rice in front of them, laughing to himself. Don't think I didn't hear you cursing me in the kitchen, trying to play me? Kaoru went to the kitchen and checked everything, finding nothing wrong. I turned off the gas stove. What's wrong with your nose? Shinnuo smiled. I must have smelled it wrong. Shinnuo ate happily, thinking to himself, Kaoru's cooking skills are really something. Seeing this, Kaoru was also happy. I'm eating now. She even asked expectantly, is it good? Shinnuo nodded vigorously. Very good. This was exactly what Kaoru wanted to hear. Then eat more. Don't leave any. After eating for a while, he spoke up. Right, I forgot to tell you something. However, she stopped him. No rush. Let's talk after we finish eating. He nodded. Okay, you're the one who said we'll talk after eating. 5 minutes later, both plates of rice were clean. At this point, Kaoru asked happily, go on, what is it? Shinnuo casually admitted, I swapped your plate of rice with mine. Hearing him say this, Kaoru's whole body turned to stone, frozen on the spot, unable to even speak. She stood up and stammered. You. Shinnuo couldn't stop smiling. I was originally going to let you eat just a little. Who knew you'd insist on finishing before we talked? Do you know what I like about you? It's that you don't know how to curse. However, at this moment, something even more terrifying happened. Kaoru's stomach rumbled. I'm done for. And so, the little girl clutched her bottom and ran to the bathroom. Shinnuo was also a little worried. He held a box of tissues and stood outside the bathroom door calling. Kaoru, the little girl inside, asked angrily. What? He immediately replied. I brought you paper. I was afraid one roll wouldn't be enough. When Kaoru opened the door, he reminded her, remember, the moment you bend over, I know what kind of bomb you're about to drop, and you still dare to plot against me. She snatched the tissue box from his hand and cursed. Pervert. Outside, Shinnuo laughed triumphantly. Teasing Kaoru is still the most fun. After a battle in the bathroom, Kaoru finally came out, her face pale. So tired, I don't even have the strength to speak. However, her attitude changed in an instant, because she saw his mischievous smile. This made Kaoru go crazy instantly, lunging at him to punish him. I'll fight you to the death. However, unfortunately, Kaoru slipped and fell. Just like that, the little girl fell into the arms of this scheming man. Not only that, but their lips also touched. Both of them were stunned for 5 seconds. However, the kiss just continued. A perverted question appeared in her mind. Why isn't he pushing me away? Does he know I'm out of strength and wants to take advantage of me? Chinua also found it strange. Why hasn't she bristled up yet? Could it be that the drug's effect hasn't worn off and she wants to poison me through the kiss? What an idiot. It's not even poison. The two held that position for quite a while, each waiting for the other to react first. Kaoru thought to herself, why isn't he pushing me away yet? Chinua sighed. Even her gaze is so foolish. A moment later, both were about to run out of breath before they finally separated. Chinua said, actually, this trick of yours is useless on me. However, before he could finish his sentence, Kaoru slid out of his arms. Then, she burst into tears. Kaoru cried louder and louder, which made Chinua a little flustered. It's a misunderstanding. It's really just a misunderstanding, he said, fumbling with his hands. Don't cry. I really didn't mean it. How about this? I know magic. I'll erase all your memories of today. As long as you don't see me again, you won't remember. The little girl lay limply on the sofa and asked dejectedly, really? Chinua nodded vigorously. Really? While he was sealing her memories, Kaoru asked, who are you really? Can you tell me? I'm about to forget everything anyway. He replied, me? I come from the future. There, you and I are the two people with the deepest connection. Hearing this, Kaoru smiled and said, then I don't want to forget you so quickly. Her words startled Chinua. She continued, I can feel that you're not lying to me. If you really wanted to do something to me with your abilities, you would have done it long ago. You're the first person to treat me well after my father died. The unconditionally kind of well. Suddenly hearing these words, Chinua's heart was a little flustered. This can't be. The plan was to find Kaoru at her house, stay for 3 days, help her avoid the impending tragedy, and then return to the country. Now it seems the plan has been completely turned upside down, just like with Lee Ingwan before. Outside Kaoru's house, Chinua's car was still parked there. The driver in the car was on the phone reporting, but not to Chinua, but to someone else. Chinua has no intention of returning, and from the looks of it, he'll be staying here for the next few days. The things he bought today have all been left here. The person on the other end of the line said, investigate that woman thoroughly, then send people to watch her. It doesn't have to be too secretive, and there's no need to deliberately hide your identities. You can't hide from him anyway. Old man Hideo tensely added more instructions. But remember, monitor his every move, where he goes, who he meets. You must report it all to me immediately. Is that clear? The other side immediately acknowledged the order. After hanging up, the old man frowned and muttered, I've worked hard to build my career for over 30 years. I absolutely cannot just hand it over so easily. The Abyss organization, you've shown me no respect, so don't blame me. He took out a box, inside which was a USB drive. Strange, isn't it? Unexpected, isn't it? That an ordinary person like me spent a lot of money 2 years ago to buy this USB, and from it discovered the world of you monsters. In terms of brains alone, I'm leagues ahead of you. The old man immediately opened his laptop, a sinister smile on his face. The Abyss organization, just wait to be annihilated. The scene shifts back to Kaoru's house. She woke up to find herself lying on the sofa, thinking to herself, I was so tired yesterday, I slept on the sofa all night again. What's that nice smell? This scent reminded her of her father, and she unconsciously called out, Dad. Through the hazy steam, a person was struggling to bring out food, looking very much like her father from behind. Shrimp sushi, seafood soup, honey butter sauce, this is amazing. But when the person turned around, it was Tran NAC. He spoke up. Now that you're better, come have breakfast. Sitting at the table, Kaoru exclaimed. These are all Kaoru's favorite dishes. Tran NAC continued. I prepared them for you. Hurry up and thank me for the blessing I've bestowed upon you. Kaoru immediately stood up, bowed her head, and thanked him. Thank you very much. After my father passed away, it's been a long time since I've felt this feeling of being cared for. This action made him feel a bit unaccustomed, and he mentally chided himself for being too caring. After eating, Tran and AC said impatiently, now that you're done eating, go wash the dishes. A prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. Kaoru happily went to do it right away. He looked at the small girl's back and smiled faintly. Things are getting bigger and bigger, but as long as I get through these 2 days, I can hypnotize Kaoru and have her restore everything. After finishing the housework, Kaoru came and sat next to Tran and AC and kept staring at him. This suddenly made him feel a bit shy, and he thought to himself, don't stare at me like that. I'm scared. After a moment, the little girl spoke up and asked, "Hey, you said that in the future, we would have the deepest relationship." Tran NAC asked back, "Do you really want to know?" Kaoru nodded. "I do." So, he began to make up a story. "Actually, I'm her half-brother from the same mother. Before your mother married your father, she was the mistress of Tycoon." This sentence made the little girl freeze like a block of wood. Seeing this, he immediately explained, "If I weren't the son of a tycoon, how could I be driving a Bentley at this age? How could I have a private driver? If you were my sister, why would I treat you so well unconditionally and even go to the trouble of finding out everything about you?" He held Keiru's hand tightly. "Because we are siblings, relatives who will rely on each other in the future. That's why I said I'm the person with the deepest relationship with you." Of course, the little girl didn't believe him. "You're lying to me." Tran NAC continued to speak. "I know that a teenage girl like you, who has gone through so much misfortune, can easily develop feelings for someone who treats her well. But I am your biological brother. I should have told you from the very beginning." Kaoru said shyly, "Actually, being a brother or something is fine. Besides, a brother, because of the blood relationship, give a great sense of closeness. If we became a couple, it would be even more reliable." Tran NAC was horrified when he heard this. "Wait a minute, what I just said, don't you get any perverted ideas?" She immediately stuck out her tongue and teased him. "I knew you were making it up. Don't fantasize that I like you. I just feel the warmth of father from you, that's all." He breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I thought it was for real." Kaoru looked at the clock and stood up in surprise. "I have to go to school, or I'll be late." He immediately grabbed Kaoru's skirt to stop her. "Not yet." But the little girl didn't know and kept walking forward, and as a result, her skirt was pulled off. Kaoru's face turned red with embarrassment, and she screamed, "Pervert!" He hurriedly explained, "I didn't do it on purpose." Then he quickly let go. The skirt suddenly snapping back made Kaoru cry out in pain. "Oh, that hurts." Then she turned around, her left hand throwing a hook, her right hand clenched into a small fist, ready to fight. "You did it on purpose." As the little girl rushed forward, he quickly grabbed her wrist, then supported her waist. Kaoru was now in a position where she couldn't fight back. So, as a natural reflex, Tran NAC threw the little girl to the ground. Kaoru was thrown against the wall, which shattered where she made contact. Tran NAC looked at her and said, "It seems you still don't have the awareness of a prisoner. Have you forgotten our 3-day agreement? You have to stay at home for 2 more days before you can go out." Time passed just like that. Kaoru was now sitting obediently on the chair. He thought happily to himself, "This is more like it. After all, hypnosis isn't completely effective." As for Kaoru, she was boiling with anger at this moment, blaming herself. "Kaoru, you're such an idiot. How could you think he was a warm person?" Then, she turned her head and yelled at Tran NAC. "I can skip school, but if I don't go to my part-time job, I'll be fired. I have to earn money to support myself, and I have to pay tuition." He casually said, "Oh," then stood up and brought a suitcase to her. To be precise, it was a suitcase of money. He said, "Is this enough? If it's not enough, I'll give you another one. You've grown this old. You've probably never felt the feeling of being insulted by money, have you?" Kaoru thought angrily. "This is infuriating. How can there be such a hateful person?" Kaoru happily accepted the money. "It's enough. 1 suitcase is enough. Such a large sum of money. Probably no one could refuse it." She thought to herself, "For now, I'll just treat him as a rich boss with a high salary." Then she changed the subject. You promised to help me find my mother. What's the progress on that?" He replied, "Your mother, she is currently not in Tokyo. She has probably fled to Osaka. The police are looking for her, and the Truth Society, because she knows some things, is very afraid that she will reveal the organization's secrets after being caught by the police. So they're also looking for her. She doesn't dare to stay in Tokyo." Kaoru thought that she didn't know anyone in Osaka. He immediately waved his hand. "No need to worry. She is very safe now." Hearing this, the little girl immediately retorted, "Worry? Who's worried about her? I'm not worried about her. Just knowing she's still alive is enough." Kaoru continued, "After I get into university, I'll move into the dormitory, work and study at the same time, and completely leave this house." Tran NAC asked curiously, "Are your grades that good?" Hearing this seemingly condescending question, she pouted and said, "They're SOSO, but to get into Tokyo University, I need to work very hard. So I plan to pick a sport next semester to get in through a sports talent admission." He asked further, "What about after graduation? What do you plan to do?" He knew very well that Kaoru's metahuman physique was still awakening. Her physical strength was even greater than that of an adult male, so getting in through talent admission would definitely be no problem. She assumed that after graduation, she would find a job with a stable income, hoping to no longer live this hard life, then earn money to retire early, so she could stay at home until she died of old age, a very good life. Tran NAC asked again sarcastically, "So you work hard to earn money just to be a homebody?" She hugged the suitcase of money tighter and said happily, "Being a homebody is very happy. This money of yours can help me retire early." Then, Kaoru became curious about Tran NAC's identity. "Which conglomerate are you the heir to? What's its name? You know me so well, but I know nothing about you." But he just smiled and said, "I can't tell you that." Unable to ask about his identity, she changed the question. "So you said 3 days. What will happen to me in these 3 days?" Tran NAC asked hesitantly, "Are you very curious?" She nodded. "Curious. Tell me. I'm begging you." Then he pointed to the suitcase of money. "Exchange it for this." Seeing that the little girl still didn't understand, he said bluntly, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." However, once the money was in her hands, it wasn't so easy to lose. She said firmly, "Then I'd rather be hungry." Then she quickly stood up, hugging the money to put it away. "To prevent you from taking it back, I'd better put this money away." Tran NAC teased her. "You don't want to hear it anymore? I'll give you a 50% discount." Kaoru quickly refused. Not listening, "I don't want to hear a single word." Looking at Kaoru's back, he took a breath and thought to himself, "Then again, in my past life, some fate-changing events did happen during these 3 days." The interrogation was fruitless. Hayakawa, who was thought to have been eliminated by Kyo, was lucky not to have died and was found by his younger brother. My subordinate found that small alley and saved the old man. His heart is still beating. The boss isn't dead yet. The Truth Society quickly traced the name Nishikawa and found Kaoru that very night. A group from the Truth Society broke into her residence and a fierce battle ensued. But the enemy was numerous and had the upper hand. "I want to see if your knife is faster or my gun is faster." So, Kaoru was taken to the Truth Society's base and went through 2 horrifying days and nights. Later, the police raided the Truth Society's base, and Kaoru was rescued along with others who had been persecuted by the Truth Society. This incident caused a public uproar and attracted media attention. The police spoke to the media. "There was a girl. When we rescued her, she was like a rag doll that had been sewn back together. I have never seen such a cruel scene." What's more ridiculous is that a major force like the Truth Society quickly suppressed this news. Kaoru was then sentenced to prison for murder. The police officer who helped her was also murdered. The girl who was once full of dreams for the future gradually had her edges worn down, leaving only extreme disappointment with the world. So, she broke out of prison and became a fugitive. Wearing a school uniform and a mask, she sought out members of the Truth Society one by one for revenge. "It's you. Aren't you supposed to be in prison? I broke out. You're the first." The people of the Truth Society, I won't spare a single one. Within a few years, core members were continuously killed, forcing the Truth Society to seek help from the underworld, and some well-known bosses also appeared on the list. At that time, Tran NAC accepted the Truth Society's commission, so he came to Japan. At a party, he and Lai Dinyin were dancing. She asked curiously, "Boss, do we really have to accept the Truth Society's commission? They've done a lot of things that deserve death." He replied, "We won't accept it. Just think of it as coming to Japan to relax. Anyway, someone is hosting us. There's food and drink. Why not come?" The girl immediately replied, "The boss is still the smartest." Tran NAC added, "If you don't shoulder great responsibilities, you won't know how difficult they are." The little beauty also expressed her heart. "Then I am willing to bear the burden, to be the lady of the house." After returning to the hotel from the party, Tran NAC encountered Kaoru. She rushed forward to attack, but he blocked her. "Interesting. Someone wants to kill me. Lai Dinyin, she's yours." Lai Dinyin stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Which force are you from?" Kaoru immediately replied, "I'm the one who specializes in killing the people and dogs of the Truth Society." After a struggle, Lai Dinyin subdued Kaoru. "Boss, how should we handle her? This girl is very stubborn. I told her we're not from the Truth Society, but she doesn't believe me." Tran NAC stepped forward and reached for a mask. Kaoru screamed, "Don't take it off." But when the mask was removed, Kaoru's face was fair and flawless. "I have restored your appearance. Can you tell me everything now?" Kaoru asked doubtfully, "Why are you helping me?" He replied with a firm statement, "Because you are a very potential metahuman." As for Kaoru's mother, Nishikawa, after fleeing to Osaka, she found a new lover and lived very comfortably. The two of them were watching the news on TV. There was a girl. When we found her, she was like a rag doll glued back together. The old lover sighed after hearing this. How tragic. I can't imagine how heartbroken this child's parents must be. She even hypocritically chimed in. That's right, when my husband and daughter had their accident and passed away, I cried for a whole month. I ran out of tears. However, later Nishikawa became old and haggard, addicted to alcohol, abandoned by men, and her life became difficult. Kaoru would visit her from time to time and leave some money. She was used to relying on others. Now she's not used to being alone. Without a man to give her money, life is too hard. Suddenly, 2 stacks of money appeared before her eyes, and she cried out with joy. Kaoru, it's Kaoru. So she hurriedly ran outside and shouted, Kaoru, mother was wrong. I shouldn't have abandoned you. You've had troubles these past few years. Can you let me see you just once? I want to make it up to you. At that time, Kaoru and Tran NAC were sitting on a rooftop observing. He asked curiously, why do you have to approach her? For this kind of person, death is the only atonement. She replied softly, because my father's love for me is much greater than my hatred for her. Before, when his illness tormented him every day, Dad, your heart is hurting again. Dad is fine. At that time, he stroked little Kaoru's head and instructed her. Dad's health is not good. I might be leaving soon. I don't know if I'll get to see you get married. If one day I'm gone, Kaoru must take good care of your mother. Your mother is a very useless person, but no matter what, she is still your mother. After he passed away, she remembered his words and secretly cared for her for many years. If it weren't for my father's last words, who would associate with this kind of person? This kind of person's regret is just an act after weighing the pros and cons, not a sincere repentance. It went on like this until 2018, when the truth was completely covered up. Kaoru lost her will to live. She lived only because Tran and AC needed her. That day, on a beautiful afternoon, Kaoru and Tran and AC sat by the seashore. The little girl rested her head on his shoulder and confided, Boss, if there is reincarnation, you must find me in the next life. I want to live a bright life. He promised, if there is a next life, I will definitely protect you, definitely. Returning to the present, lost in memories, the doorbell suddenly rang. He began to think, it's not the people sent by Hideo. Hayakawa has already been disposed of by me. The true society wouldn't look for Kaoru without reason. Could it be an acquaintance of Kaoru's? That possibility can't be ruled out. So he turned to Kaoru and said, they're not my people. Without my word, they would absolutely not come to bother us. Go open the door. The person outside probably sees that the lights are still on. We can't pretend no one is home. Kaoru replied calmly, aren't you afraid I'll scream? Or take the opportunity to tell others that I've been kidnapped by you? Tran NAC immediately affirmed, you're not that stupid. Open the door. Going outside, she saw a familiar person and spoke up. Uncle Tonkai, why is it you? Is something wrong? The man replied, I went to the convenience store where you work part-time. The manager said you took the day off. He asked worriedly, is something wrong at home? Or has your mother come back? Kaoru pretended nothing was wrong and replied, no, I just wasn't feeling well today. However, Tonkai was still very worried. Is there really nothing else wrong? If something's wrong, tell me. Then he lowered his voice and gestured, implying he had brought a gun. Kaoru bowed her head gratefully and said respectfully, you've gone through a lot of trouble, even coming to visit me specially. But I'm really fine, just not feeling well. I must have been too tired recently and got sick. I'm sorry to have worried you. He also took the opportunity to look around and assess the situation. She also politely spoke up and invited him into the house. Uncle Tonkai, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Tonkai immediately refused. Next time, if Kaoru is sick, you should rest well. But if you have any problems, you can always call me. Kaoru bowed her head again in thanks. Yes, I'm sorry to have worried you. After giving his instructions, Tonkai also left. Then I'll be going. While walking near Kaoru's building, he noticed a suspicious car. So, Tonkai quietly approached to observe. These two people seemed to be watching Kaoru's house. Tran and AC saw her walking calmly and asked, I thought you would take the opportunity to call for help. He's a police officer after all. Kaoru replied, I'm not that stupid today. I also have secrets that the police can't know. Besides, Uncle Tonkai is alone. He's definitely no match for you. Dragging him into this would be harming him. He stretched contentedly and continued, I guess you know what's good for you. Also, don't lie on your stomach to read. It'll make your chest smaller. You need to fix that bad habit. Hearing this, she immediately sat up, thinking to herself, so nosy, it's not like he's my guardian. At this moment, Tran NAC's phone rang. The voice on the other end was a bit hesitant. Sir, to disturb you this late. I'm truly sorry. It turned out to be old man Hideo calling. The company ran into a bit of trouble. I was planning to report it to you today, but you didn't call me today, so I had to take the liberty of calling you this late. Tran NAC asked back, is it that hard to solve? The old man affirmed, yes, otherwise I wouldn't dare to bother you. There are some things that I should probably tell you in person. So, Tran NAC readily agreed. All right, I'll come to the company tomorrow then. However, the old man didn't want that and pleaded. I was wondering if you're free tonight? This matter needs a decision by tomorrow. So to be safe, I'll report to you tonight and then hear your opinion. Tran NAC was suspicious. Is it that urgent? The old man laughed, appearing very sincere. Yes, I hope you can understand. Hanging up, he immediately had a plan. This old fox Hideo is really interesting. Nothing happened before I came to Japan, but as soon as I arrive, there's an urgent matter to handle. At this moment, Tran NAC's attitude became excited. I have to see for myself what other tricks this old man wants to play. Maybe I can even teach him a lesson. Tran NAC turned to Kaoru and said, I have some business to attend to. You're coming with me. The little girl asked blankly, huh, what? He snatched the book from her hand, his voice raised. Did you think I would leave you at home alone? I told you, you have to be by my side at all times for these 3 days. Kaoru retorted, but it's almost my bedtime. He cut her off. Stop talking nonsense. You don't go to bed this early. Besides, you get a late night snack if you go out with me. Then he patted the little girl's head and said softly, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be leaving tomorrow afternoon. Tonight is our last night together. I'm taking you out for some good food. Aren't you happy? Kaoru forced a smile. Very happy. But in her heart, she thought dejectedly. In the end, a prisoner has no right to refuse. Outside, the two people watching Kaoru's house also received orders to leave. Yes, sir, I'm on my way. Tonkai was still standing there. He saw Kaoru and a stranger come out of the house and get into a suspicious car. He thought to himself, good thing I remember the license plate number. My intuition was right. The car took the two of them to a villa spanning thousands of square meters, with guards at every corner. They were taken to the main house. Please follow me. Sir, the chairman is waiting for you inside. Tran NAC reached out and pushed the door. Hideo was already kneeling on the ground to welcome him. This must be the way they welcome esteemed guests over there. Sir, please forgive my inadequate reception. There are many other people here. I was afraid of being seen if I went outside, so Tran NAC stepped forward, placed a hand on the old man, and spoke. All right, humility is good. Kaoru had been stunned by the luxury here the whole time. This place must be very expensive. I've only seen it on TV. Tran NAC had already sat down at the tea table, but she was still standing dazedly at the door. He then called out, what are you standing there for? Come in. Old man Hideo got straight to the point. Sir, the matter I told you about on the phone, that important matter. Tran NAC cut him off. What do you want to tell me? However, the atmosphere was a bit quiet at this moment. He glanced at Kaoru, then at Hideo, and then suggested, is there another room here? Let's find another place to talk. Let my friend rest here and wait for a bit. The old man immediately nodded in agreement. All right. Immediately after, old man Hideo clapped his hands, and a maid appeared from outside. Yes, what do you need, sir? The old man ordered. Prepare some refreshments for this young lady. The maid asked again. Yes, I was wondering if the young lady would like tea or a beverage. Seeing the little girl was still tense, he comforted her. It's okay, just say what you want to drink. Kaoru replied timidly. No need to go to such trouble. I don't need anything. Or just anything is fine, for example. Coca-Cola would be fine. Hearing this, the maid looked troubled. She thought to herself, should I tell this guest that we don't have that kind of low-end beverage here? Kaoru also noticed her predicament and quickly changed her mind. If it's too much trouble, then never mind, just a glass of plain water is fine. However, old man Hideo found it troublesome, and he roared, what are you standing there for? So undisciplined, the esteemed guest said she wants to drink Coke. Hurry up and prepare it. I'm sorry, I'll go prepare it right away. Tran NAC also chimed in. Give me a Coke too with ice. Then he stood up to leave. You wait for me here for a bit. I'm going to the next room to talk about something. Kaoru seemed very embarrassed and tugged on his shirt hem to ask, was I very rude just now? Tran NAC said, it's fine. What's wrong with drinking Coke? Drink what you want to drink. Let me tell you, of these people who pretend to understand the tea ceremony, more than half of 100 don't actually like drinking tea. They're just pretending. You're still young. Don't learn the pretentious habits of those old men. Hearing him say that, she was relieved. Then come back soon. Arriving at another room, he sat comfortably on a chair and asked, speak, what's so urgent? In the video, he stood and presented The company's previous business had some problems and has now expanded into the transportation sector. We have also arranged for maritime transport routes in East Asia to fill the business gap, while also preparing for the capital market. The company must expand its business, especially in East Asia. Therefore, last year we identified a target, which is a company from your country. Tran NAC thought to himself, a company from my country? What a coincidence. The old man continued. That company is medium-sized, but its transport capacity and 2 transport routes have great potential. Tran NAC asked further, and then he explained, establish a new company, start from scratch to capture the market. The disadvantages are that it's time-consuming, risky, and uncertain. The advantages are market flexibility, controllable costs, and solid business. Plan B, acquisition. The disadvantages are a high acquisition price, shareholder disagreement, and business attrition. The advantages are a stable market and significant revenue. We drew up 2 plans and ultimately chose Plan B. As long as we can acquire this company, we will successfully open up a transport route in Japan while also including maritime transport business to China. At this point, his voice suddenly faltered a little, but we've encountered some difficulties. Tran and AC asked again, what difficulties? The old man sighed. The other party has rejected our acquisition. The person in charge of the business is someone with an extremely tough personality. We had contacted the company's previous operator and reached some agreements, even offering to buy back shares of that company. We had a very pleasant conversation. That person was Ha Long Dai. At the dinner table, we had our arms around each other's shoulders, incredibly close. For the organization, for the honor of the gold diggers. But that previous operator passed away last year. The successor has denied our entire acquisition process. We put in a lot of effort, but it was all in vain. And the person who took power is none other than Kwang On Tu. I am a new chairman. All the agreements that Ha Long Dai had agreed to were canceled. This left Hideo utterly astonished. Chairman, what you're saying violates the rules of business. After listening to him beat around the bush for a while, Chin Nua asked directly, you're telling me all this? What do you hope I'll do? The old man said immediately, it's very simple. Support me like the organization did before. When you encounter an opponent who is difficult to deal with quickly, then just uproot them like a weed growing in the wrong place. Chin Nua showed a look of contempt. Uproot? You mean eliminate? The old man leaned forward, his tone urgent. That's right. After all, this isn't the first time, is it, Mr. Special Envoy? Chin Nua placed both hands on the table and said coldly, before reporting to me, you've taken similar actions before, haven't you? The old man vehemently denied it. No, this kind of special operation requires the organization's support. Without the organization's support, I'm just an ordinary businessman, incapable of doing such things. Chin Nua looked at him, laughing coldly inside. This old man was lying. His heartbeat, breathing, and pupils all showed slight changes. Although he knew the man was lying, Chin Nua played along. All right, show me the target's file. You brought it with you, right? The old man's face lit up with joy. Of course I brought it. He took out a file on Chairman Jiang and handed it to Chin Nua. Chin Nua was secretly pleased. He had found out with no effort at all that the one who posted the assassination mission for Jiang Yingzi was this old man. The old man said, this person must be eliminated, and the sooner, the better. Chin Nua didn't ask many questions and agreed right away. No problem at all. His objective achieved. The old man said cheerfully, Sir, let's continue drinking then. Chin Nua nodded. Let's drink. The organization will help you take over this company soon. Do a good job. The old man enthusiastically led the way. Sir, this way, please. At this moment, Chin Nua was quite pleased. How interesting. Is this the butterfly effect? A rich Japanese guy wants to take over a company from his own country. And damn it, it somehow involved a guy like me in Huaxia with no pocket money. He walked and calculated. If Hideo hadn't commissioned an assassin, he wouldn't have gotten that account, wouldn't have been able to re-enter the underworld, and use the codename Burning Heart to tease Lu Jiji. Then Lu Jiji wouldn't have ended up taking everything from him, forcing him to ask the captain for pocket money. If the captain found out about all this, he'd probably skin this old man Hideo alive. On the other side, old Hideo had his own calculations. Everything was going as he had predicted. The Abyss organization had indeed taken the bait. Jiang Yingzi has expert bodyguards. The people he sent all failed. So he just needed to toss this hot potato to the Abyss organization. Let 2 tigers fight, and it would be a good show to watch. If Abyss wins, I'll continue to feign loyalty and wait for an opportunity. If Abyss loses, I can easily break free from Abyss. This is an excellent opportunity to probe. With only benefits, and no drawbacks for me. In this life, I, Hideo, must rely on my own superior intellect to control my own destiny. As he saw Chinua to the door, the old man said once more, I hope you will lend me your full support. Within the organization, Chinua was not stingy about giving this old Hideo a gift. This seed of commercial fortune was the perfect reward for the old man. King Yama will come for you tonight. Chinua pretended to pat his shoulder and said, just remain loyal to the organization and everything will be fine. As soon as the car left, a subordinate nearby, holding a file, spoke up. Chairman, the file on the girl who was with him has been thoroughly investigated. The old man glanced at it briefly and asked, oh, is there anything unusual? The other person said, yes, a little. Here is the file. Please take a look. The old man nodded. All right, I'll look at it in the car. After looking through it, old Hideo asked doubtfully, this file looks very normal. What did you say was unusual? The other person explained, when I was investigating her identity and family background in detail, I discovered something interesting. This girl's mother is named Nishikawa, and she has connections to the Truth Society. Hearing this name, the old man was also startled. The people from a Truth Society are very troublesome. They infiltrate political circles and are involved with many other forces. Moreover, the whole of society utterly detests the Truth Society. Having connections with the Truth Society is not a wise move. He immediately pressed, this girl's mother is a member of the Truth Society? Is her rank high? The subordinate reported, not high, just a small fry at the bottom, who was tricked and brainwashed into joining. According to records, after being brainwashed, she handed over all her assets to the Truth Society. This made the old man even more curious. What exactly is the problem with this girl, Keiru's identity? The other person seemed a bit hesitant. Chairman, this is just my personal speculation based on the investigation. The old man wanted to hear it, so he told him to continue. It's like this. Since Nishikawa is a member of the Truth Society, I took the opportunity to investigate their recent activities. Recently, the Truth Society's main stronghold in Tokyo was attacked. Both the Truth Society and the police are investigating this matter. The police believe that no matter what it is, anything involving the Truth Society is never good news. Suddenly getting entangled in such a major case, the police officers are all very frustrated. It looks like they won't be getting a break this weekend. On the very night that he took Keiru back to the hotel, a member of the Truth Society named Hirakawa was murdered. Someone saw that the person who entered Hirakawa's private room that night was a girl. An employee also confirmed that Hirakawa was led away by a girl. It was the server from that day who saw Saori and old Hirakawa leaving together. Due to the lack of camera footage, plus the fact that the KTV is in a central location with heavy foot traffic, it's very difficult to narrow down the suspects. Only a security guard had an impression of girl, but he found it hard to describe her accurately, so the police couldn't find them. They only know that a female student had been there. The old man asked in astonishment, are you saying that the girl who killed the Truth Society member is Keiru? The subordinate confirmed, yes. I secretly took a photo and showed it to that security guard, who confirmed it was this young lady. Hideo asked further, you didn't reveal this girl's identity, did you? He said, no, sir. I've already silenced that security guard. Without your orders, I wouldn't dare to act on my own. The old man gave a sinister smile and praised, very good. You did very well. Next, he came up with a plan, turned, and ordered him to do something. Go and leak that girl's identity. The subordinate was startled and asked, leak it to the Truth Society? Hideo clarified, of course not. Working from behind the scenes is the smart move. I don't want to get involved with the people from the Truth Society. You just need to reveal some information to the KTV staff. No need to reveal too much. Just release a relatively clear photo. With the Truth Society's capabilities, that photo will quickly get into their hands. The old man emphasized, remember, you must ensure that no matter how the Truth Society investigates, they can only trace it back to Keiru with no connection to us. He understood. I will definitely handle it properly. The plan set, the old man said, take me home. The car quickly turned around. That night, in old Hideo's private residence, just as the clock struck 12, this old man was sleeping soundly in his large 2-meter-wide bed when suddenly he let out a pained scream and died. At the same time, in Chinua's office, he made a call to report this news to someone. The gold digger in Tokyo, Hideo, is dead. Does the organization have a contingency plan for this unexpected situation? The captain, who was fast asleep, was woken up by Chanu. Hideo is dead? Chinua admitted bluntly, yes, I did it. The captain didn't understand. and asked again why. Chinnuo replied in a loud voice, "You want to hear? Then I'll tell you. I hope you can still sleep tonight." 10 minutes later, after hearing Chinnuo's account, the captain was wide awake, and his attitude was extremely firm. "Big brother, give me Hideo's body."